Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Stankoven gets it back behind the net. Flip left side, shot, score, bang! Set up by Stankoven. The captain doubles the lead and it's 3-1 Stars.
Good morning, Metroplex. That is how we start off the Thursday edition of Sean, RJ, and Bobby. We got Chris Strong in for a sick Peyton Russell. Caitlin not taking a day off, though. Getting us live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Good morning.
Good morning.
Had to put on the defrost today for the first time. I don't like that. Because I feel like I'm trapped in the driveway. And as soon as I have like the slightest opening, and it's usually probably like at 4 o'clock on the window, I'm like, can I drive just looking through that gap versus sitting here and risk being late to work? But eventually, after about 3 minutes, I was good to go.
Do you not use your garage?
I will now. The wife misorganized. Who's that viral?
Marie Kondo.
She condoed the garage finally. So I will start to be parking in the garage.
Nice.
Did you? I always feel like I feel like there's no garage that actually fits the exact. You always got to go down one in garage size of what they tell you. So if it's a 2-car garage, I'm not fitting 2 cars in there. It's not happening. If it's a 3-car garage, I'm getting 2 cars in. So.
Used to be able to. Then they decided that wasn't going to be good enough anyway. The cars are getting bigger too. Like the trucks are bigger than ever before.
Yeah.
I can't fit mine. Truck doesn't fit.
In the garage?
Doesn't fit.
What? The height?
The length.
The length.
Yeah, it doesn't fit.
Oh, that sucks.
Good for you.
Yeah.
Did
you have to go out and actually start it, or did you remember to turn on the defroster the night before and remote start?
Oh, I don't have a remote start. It sucks.
Or Bluetooth, right?
Not that I know of.
You're still living in 1996 with your vehicle.
Oh yeah, I start the car as soon as I get.
I remembered last night to crank it over to heat right before I was going to bed. I was like, oh crap, I'm going to want to remote start that in the morning.
Yep, it's great. It comes on The vehicle comes on, the steering wheel warmer's already on.
It's perfect.
Oh, it's fantastic.
Speaking of the ice, we open up with the Dallas Stars, courtesy of Victory Plus. They score 2 empty net goals, but this game was 3-2 with less than 2 minutes left. You heard Stanky with the highlights continue to make his case for Rookie of the Year. 5-2 over San Jose.
And Robertson gets, he's been struggling a little bit scoring-wise.
10 games.
And he got, real quick, he got off the schneid there. I don't know what the schneid actually is.
Right.
But he got off of it. So that was a good thing to see from him. And quite frankly, Otter, one of those goals was a breakaway. So, I mean, when it was a regular non-breakaway 5-on-5, he was tremendous in this one and really kept San Jose at bay, which I was like, didn't they just play them like a couple of weeks ago? And they did. They only have one game left with them the rest of the year. We're a month into the season.
Pete DeBoer shuffled his line, and it worked. Wyatt Johnston moved up to the first line, and all three members, Johnston, Hintz, and Robertson, all scored. Spittle says it was a 9-game goalless streak. I thought it was 10, but that's why there is spits and suds for you to check out. Stars get the W.
Would you like to check it on the deserve to win-o-meter?
Nope.
63% for the Dallas Stars.
Oh, look at that.
So it could be 3-2 late. It doesn't much matter. The expected goals in this one were 4.4 to 2.17, Sean. So more than doubled them up. They had this in hand. There was no issue there at all.
Okay.
And just so you remember, we got Washington this weekend for the Cowboys, so we're going to have Major Tutty and Money Puck in the same week.
So it's a 10-point spread. Has Vegas finally caught on to make this a little bit uncomfortable for anti-Cowboy bets? Because my big regret in not gambling anymore is not just betting 1,000 every single week in knowing that the Cowboys were going to lose by more than 7 or 7.5 points. Is this getting to an uncomfortable area for betting against the Cowboys now at 10?
Well, it's interesting because like a lot of handicappers will tell you that they don't really bet and make odds themselves on backup quarterbacks. They need about 3 games. You need about 3 games of data before they really figure out what the backup quarterback is. And we're at 2.5 for Cooper. So that might be enough. And that's why this thing is dropping. Plus, they're using his performance in here. And maybe one of those games was so bad because of the neck. And, the other one wasn't great either. But it may be overdone. It probably should be 8.5.
Right?
Right?
It's up a little. It's up to 10.5 now, according to Vegas. So, look, I need to go back and look over the last 5 weeks since you've been saying this. I need to see how much money you've left on the table by not placing these bets. Because I'm sure you could have gotten a bigger garage or something at this point. And so I need to go look and see what that is. But, 10.5, that's probably not enough to me. You may think it should be 8, Chop, but, they're showing us they're going to lose by 20 every week until we see otherwise.
By the way, the schneid is a term from the card game Gin, which I used to play as a kid with my grandma. I don't remember that.
Gin rummy?
Yeah.
But
I don't remember
what is
schneid.
So what is it?
I don't know. Twitter just said that's what the schneid is.
Okay.
Twitter hit me up with it.
Out to the Ford Center at the Star in Frisco, Deron Bland was a full participant. What does that actually mean?
It actually means nothing because it was a walkthrough on Wednesday, and so it was literally just a projection. That's them saying if we would have done a full practice, he would have taken part in the whole thing. And so that's at least a positive. I think he is going to be back and playing this weekend. But
is that the weirdest injury that we've had around here and trying to figure out in years?
Probably, yeah, in terms of one that's lingered this long. Because when he got hurt initially, their most optimistic goal was he could be back for Pittsburgh. And that was the 5th game of the season. And we're sitting here now. This has dragged on way longer than even the most aggressive windows would have said he would still be hurt.
We, obviously, other than the mental aspect of the injuries from people not being able to come back, they thought Gallup could come back earlier than he did, and he didn't.
Yeah, Gallup never came back.
Right, but they even thought he could be ready, and he was still waiting a couple of weeks. Also, Evan Carter this year with the back, I felt like we expected him back much sooner, and he never did.
Yeah.
This is the danger, though, of foot injuries. Those ones always seem to, for athletes, when you start dealing with a broken foot or there's something in there those can linger, it feels like, way longer than I thought. A lot of people thought I didn't, but I mean, a lot of people felt like Micah's lingered longer than they were anticipating. And so, but yeah, this has been a really weird one in terms of the timeline.
CeeDee Lamb was dealing with a foot issue. Tank says he's still close to returning, going to take his time and make sure he's healthy, according to Clarence Hill. Made it clear this is not the end for him. He said he is not going out injured. He is playing next year. Where is the question? And Bones Fossil getting emotional. Man, he made Marquise Bell sound like Steve Tasker the other day. Dislocated left shoulder that may require surgery, and Bones was having a tough time with it.
He's put as good a special teams ball through 10 games as I can remember. I mean, man. He just, he got hurt doing what he does best, just flying in there, diving, and he's going to be okay. But, man, just, gosh. Spend so much time with these guys in meetings and practice field and the game field and the emotions of, undrafted to wanting a little bit more and accepting his role and thriving in his role. Damn, that, I'm hurting for him because he was on a mission. He was as good as we've had in a while. So that one hurt.
Say what you want about all the awful fake punts, but man, this sounds like a genuine guy, Bones Fossil.
It does.
I'll never forget him going into the media tent in Oxnard to draw up the new kickoff rules for the media and explaining it to them.
It almost felt like he realized, though, that he sounded too compassionate there, and he had to stop in the middle and go, like, he's going to be okay, by the way. Like he realized, like, oh, crap, this sounds like he's dying. I gotta be clear real quick. He's going to recover from the injury. It just sucks to see him go out. And this is why, if they ever... which they won't, but if they ever fired Mike McCarthy, that's the interim head coach. Would be, in all likelihood, Bones Fossil.
RJ Choppy has come up with a defense for the player that everyone is calling delusional after saying this on his podcast.
I'm going to put this out there. We're a damn good football team. I know the scores ain't showing it, and I know, obviously, people feel like we got so many missing pieces, but I just truly believe, like, you almost got to go to things like things that we messing up on. Like, I think our defense is really turning things around. Like, up until that last quarter when they got that touchdown defense, we only really gave up those 2 touchdowns in that first quarter. But other than that, we gave up 6 points in the other 2 quarters.
He's not wrong in the sense of the defense has improved. The defense is still not good. That's a big problem.
Listen,
you know what this sounds
as the
like?
only
you know what it sounds like? It sounds
athlete here.
Oh gosh.
This is not delusional. This is how you have to be as an athlete. Everybody, and this is how you have to be. Everybody thinks they're better than their production. Everybody does. You go to any sport. Guys in a slump. We're better. I know I'm better. I know I'm a better hitter than this. Just not hitting the ball right now. You play golf. I know I'm a better golfer than this. Just didn't score. It's not a big deal. It's a big deal if you don't try to be introspective and make adjustments. But to think that you are better talent-wise than what you're putting out there on tape or what you're doing at work, that's how you get through the day. That's how you get through the process that is life at your job. There is absolutely nothing wrong with this. To fans, sports is win or lose. To people who never played team sports, it is you're either good or you're bad. But to athletes, it is not like that. It is a process to get better by each day. It is a process to be able to get to where you want to go, that you have to think that you're better than you actually are. There's no problem with this.
Well, thank you, Dr. Oz, but you're dead wrong,
Okay.
and you're delusional, too. If Micah just wanted to say, look, we're better than our record, we're a better football team than these scores, fine. I can go along with that whole spiel. I would sign up for it. For him to say we're a damn good football team is stupid and delusional and no defense. You want to believe, hey, we're not as bad as these scores. We're not as bad as the record. Okay, we're a damn good football team. That's where he lost me.
I don't even know if you can say they're not as bad as their record, because I think Baltimore and San Francisco are final scores that look way closer than they actually played.
Because over the span of 2 quarters, you gave up 6 points. What about all the other weeks when you're giving up the 35?
Look, they had the worst in EPA per play. They were the worst defense in the NFL a couple weeks ago. Jacksonville has passed them now. So they got that. Like they're playing better in that sense. That number has lowered. They're playing more efficient. Fine, they're improving. If you wanted to say they're improving, that's fine. This sounds almost like the person who goes, whenever you criticize any athlete, they go like, "Oh, well, anybody who made it to the NFL is a good player." Like
true.
But it's stupid. We're not talking obviously about in the context of the world. We're talking about the context of the other 32. You are bad on that tier.
You're not taking into account the way athletes have to think.
It's like
they all think like this. They all think they're better than who's the worst team in the league? Jets? I mean, maybe the Cowboys, for crying out loud. They all think that they're better than they are, than their record shows.
But the Jets and Giants, I don't think should be saying and shouldn't be thinking we're damn good.
Well, you could think the talent of the team is damn good.
They're not a damn good football team in any sense. Zip, zero, nada.
Well, okay, but again, you're missing the point. That's not the point. Don't take it literally. You have to know that you're. When we have a bad ratings book, do we say we're not a damn good radio show?
Yeah, but over the span of, and we're also not judged the same as the Cowboys.
No, we're not.
We're judged on a random system.
Of course it is, but still, it's the same. It's the same concept. It's the same You have to think you're better. Here's
where your thinking is off. If you think everything is fine and dandy, and you're like, it may cause you not to improve. Work is hard, or think that you have as far to go as you do. You understand that? Like, if Jerry Jones thinks, we got a damn good football team, maybe that causes them not to add as much as they should, or replace, or change as much as we all see and know that they should. If he's thinking the same mindset and mentality, we got a damn good football. It could stop you and prevent you from doing the work to progress to get where you need to go.
So you'd say that's an athlete mindset. So you would have a problem if you heard this quote from McCarthy then? Or do you think it applies to coaches too?
Well, I mean, if Mike had faith in the players that he has, that they're just not playing well, like you could be good and performing poorly.
Yes, but they're not.
Right? No, they're not. They're genuinely...
Especially given their injuries. The group they have together right now is a bad team.
Yeah, I don't think Mike is looking at injuries. I think Mike is looking at the whole season. Right? That's my perspective.
Mike has been sober in a lot of his takes before where he'll say, we're not playing well, or we're bad, or he's done that before, so I don't know why right now he would buy in to that extent. I think he's probably just...
He's got 7 games left.
My thought is they were so bad the first 8 weeks, 7-8 weeks, that now that he's seen some improvement... He's buying in too much to what they're at. But no, there's complacency in saying you're damn good.
A new team is up for the Disrespect Award. What they are doing to this NFC East quarterback. We have a battle of the Fatsos, and Jim Harbaugh says, appreciate it because you are watching and experiencing one of the greatest of all time. Around the rest of the NFL with Sean, RJ, and Bobby next.
Uber Eats has low V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Jay Choppy and Bobby Belt. Peyton is out sick today. We are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube as we go around the rest of the National Football League. And it appears that they are doing Daniel Jones really, 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 really dirty. I said that 4 times.
Really dirty. That is what
I got what you did there.
The players on the team are saying. The Giants players, according to Jordan Schultz, said there's disappointment among some of the players regarding how the situation was handled over the past week because it was a bye week, right? So they had a extra time and they'll kind of let them sit and stew for a little bit, and they get back to practice after the couple of off days. And hey, it's Tommy DeVito. The players especially were aware it was a financial decision by the organization that really hacked them off. Because the reason that they did this obviously was one, I mean, there's a playing perspective to it, but also he had an injury guarantee of $20+ million for the next year. So the Giants, that's why they made him the 3rd string. Because if they made him the 2nd string, and there's a Drew Lock issue with the 2nd string, but if they made him the 2nd string and the quarterback got hurt, he'd be thrust into the game.
Some even said he was the 4th string yesterday at practice.
No, legitimately, he's taking snaps as the 4th quarterback.
I sent that to one of the meatballs, and they're like, "We don't have 4 quarterbacks." And I was
practice
like, "Well,
squad.
Here you go.
Here you go."
It's practice squad quarterbacks were getting more reps. The 3rd practice squad quarterback was getting more reps.
For the record, though, we all would do the same thing if we were running the Giants.
Well, yeah, I mean,
I'm not setting up any possibility of him getting hurt to pay him $20 million when I'm getting away from him.
I would do the same thing. Now, you're going to have to deal with the blowback of maybe a union gripe if there is one. Yeah. You know, whatever you got to deal with.
I'm not worried about the players though. Like, we suck. We're terrible. I'm not robbing you of any playoff opportunity. This is not an Indianapolis Colts situation of Flacco versus Richardson. You're terrible. You can bitch about it, but I don't care.
I'm not letting him start. I think the very public way in which they're just throttling him down the depth chart is pretty
okay.
crappy.
What quarterback would you have him be on game day? You're going to have him be the 2?
Whatever he can be is get. Like I'm saying, when you are having a practice squad quarterback take reps ahead of him and basically very publicly show that you are the very bottom of the bottom. I agree. You're being that's being petty and a very public display of just this is punishment for you taking money from us over the last couple of years or something. That's what it feels like. Yeah. Now, who has a bigger gripe though? Like him as the 4th. Or Drew Lock, who was complaining yesterday that I was brought in here told I am the 2 and I would get the first opportunity, and here it was, I get leapfrogged by the 3rd quarterback and I'm still sitting here as the backup, which is what he was complaining about yesterday. He was saying that he was told that was his whole reason that he was brought in was to be that guy.
Jim Harbaugh says you need to appreciate it. You're watching greatness in Justin Herbert. Quote, enjoy it. He's not only one of the best in the game currently, he's one of the best of all time. I do not feel at all like I'm going out on a limb in saying that. Everything you could say about a quarterback and then some talent and effort. Just intangibles that are off the charts. Every measurement you could have for a quarterback, tangible or intangible, he possesses at the highest level. It's like being around greatness every day.
I saw this yesterday, and I said to myself, this might trigger chop more than a Kevin Garnett being on the top 25 athletes of the last 25 years kind of list. But no, look.
This is a player's dream, though.
Yeah, look, Harbaugh in general feels like he's just the perfect coach for at least a window. He's a guy to push you over an edge. That's why I always liked the idea of him here in Dallas as a guy who could just kind of push a group over the edge. But for all the talk of just how great Herbert's been and how Herbert's been allowed to flourish under Jim Harbaugh this year, which if you look at, the fact that he's limited his interceptions and they're winning games and those things are good, and there's like a very efficient game that he's playing from the counting numbers, as we call them. His raw statistics and the peripheral analytics are all way down for him. His QBR is the worst of his career. He's averaging just over 200 passing yards a game. And so it's like, okay, where's the balance? Is Harbaugh protecting Herbert from himself?
Yeah.
And it looks like it's a worse quarterback, but he's better for their team that way? Or, because to talk about an all-time great quarterback that you seem to be limiting, that seems odd to me.
Saw this this juicy little nugget here, Bobby.
Mm-hmm.
He is one of 2 quarterbacks in the top 10 in both explosive play rate and negative play rate.
That's odd.
But in a negative play rate in a good way.
Like he's limiting them. Okay, gotcha.
So the other one is Russ. That's it. Russ is they're the only 2 in the top 10. So the goal obviously is to have a lot more explosive plays than negative plays. And then you got your Cooper Rush, who is at the very, very bottom. Only 3% of his plays are explosive plays, but 16% of his plays are negative.
My God, that's 1 out of every 6 plays for Cooper Rush is a negative play. That's so bad. But this is, look, it's nice. Harbaugh is, like you said, he's the dream for a player because he's going to do nothing but build you up and talk about how great you are.
He's a walking, breathing pep rally. Yeah. That's what he is.
Yeah, he is.
He's a 24/7 pep rally.
He's like if you let Chris Arnold be a head coach, he's just going to build you up and tell you you're the man, you're the best I've ever heard, you're the best I've ever seen play.
But are you guys changing? Is this season changing your opinion about Herbert at all or much?
It's changing my mind about how a team has to win with Herbert, maybe. I've always felt like Herbert was limited by what was going on around him. That he was really talented, and I still think he is. That he was really talented.
He's had
capable.
Weapons, though.
Right? Yeah. It's guys who have been injury prone or getting older though, and so he's had large sections of his career where those guys end up missing. So it does make me feel like more. You do need somebody who's going to kind of rein him in and play within certain boundaries.
Barstool is calling it a fat off between a Cleveland Browns commentator and player DeJuan Jones.
DeJuan Jones.
I know DeJuan Jones.
This is the fat off.
Personally?
Mm-hmm.
How so?
Because I got to know him during the draft process. We follow each other on Twitter and stuff.
Wow, look at this.
Cute.
So this is a guy by the name of Adam the Bull.
Oh,
Adam the Bull. That's a Cleveland sports talk name, right? That's right there.
Corn-fed.
So there's this TV show they've got. It's a Cleveland sports TV. Think like old school Brady Tinker, right? Just sitting.
That's the second Brady Tinker reference on the air this week. By
is
the
it?
way. It is.
Okay, so think of that, right? So just sitting around a table, wannabe sports reporters and everything like that. And Adam the Bull, Adam is not small. No. He is not small. He is a very, 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 very large man. He can rest a beer right here on his stomach when he's sitting, and it will not go anywhere.
Uh-huh.
He says that you can't trust DeJuan Jones.
I think DeJuan is one of those players that you have to go into a season not counting on him. And if he's there and he can play, okay. But you can't rely on that guy because he's got a weight problem that's very hard to defeat. I don't know him personally, so I don't know, but most likely he's got an addiction when it comes to food, and it's very hard to overcome. And he's probably going to gain a ton of weight dealing with this injury. I would not be surprised. And he has already in 2 years been hurt like 4 or 5 times. So there's no way that the Browns can go into next season saying, we've got our left tackle, it's all set. You can't do that.
DeJuan Jones, who follows Bobby Belt apparently on Twitter.
Yeah.
X, whatever you want to call it, responds to this. I think we both have a weight problem, but I'll be better this offseason. Adam is big. Adam is big. Now, is he gonna catch heat for saying he's got an addiction to food? But like, also, it's not like he's a big guy. He might have an interesting perspective on it because he knows that maybe this is an addiction for me.
But you can't accuse somebody of having an addiction with nothing to back that up just because he is a big guy. He is 6'9", 374.
Adam the Bull?
No, DeJuan Jones.
Oh.
He is 6'9", 374. He's got 36.5-inch arms. That's most offensive tackles have 34. So he has 2.5-inch longer arms. His hands are almost 12 inches in span. He is a giant human being. So that's why it's like one of those things where I don't know that he obviously is bigger. They probably don't want him playing at that big a size, but to just assume he's got a addiction when he's clearly just a massive human in every regard seems reckless to talk like that.
The National Football League checked in with Netflix, apparently, according to Dan Graziano, and said, you sure? You sure we're good? Sure. We got Beyonce performing halftime.
Are you sure?
Are you positive we're okay after what happened during the fight? And Netflix is like, yeah. We just weren't expecting 60 million people.
Right, 60 million. And you won't have 60 million for the football games. So they don't have to worry about that. The highest rated game this year was the Chiefs-Bills.
31.
Which is 31 million. It's half that. They're not going to get 60
on broadcast on network television.
Right. You're not going to get 60 million at noon on Christmas Day to tune into this.
Yeah.
You know what this reminds me of, though? It reminds me of when I wake up late. And I show up late here, and I tell you guys,
you used to.
And I say, it's not going to happen again. And then it happens a week later. And it's one of those things where
I hope it happens again.
I got it. Is not Kristen hates that phrase from me more than anything else. When she starts trying to tell me, hey, what happened here? And I just start going, I got it. That seems like what Netflix is doing. Like, yeah, we get it, we selected it, but we got it. Don't worry, it's fixed. All right, just which tells me it's not fixed. The fact that they're trying to dismiss it so much and just we don't even know there was a problem. Then it's a little like Micah, right? Like Mike saying, we're a great team. Netflix is like, we had a great broadcast. What are you talking about? It was how many people could even say they had a broadcast, you know?
Michael Irvin and Rocky are in agreement that Mike Tyson was not allowed to uppercut or take certain shots at Jake Paul. So first we had the script that my brother tried to have me read on the air and look like an idiot of the way the fight was going to happen. Here's the actual script, like WrestleMania. And now you have the internet taking 2 seconds of the fight where Mike did not pull the trigger with a right, and they're like, no, it was in the contract. He couldn't take certain shots at Jake Paul.
Dude, so when I was at the fight, there were people that were showing or they were saying that there was in the contract that Mike wouldn't have gotten paid if he knocked him out in the first round. Or that Jake got an extra $500,000 or $5 million, whatever, if the fight went 5 rounds. So like all these conspiracy theories came out about what the fight rules were. And there's a ton of videos showing that because in the first round, Mike was like the aggressor in the first round. There's no doubt about that. There was a couple situations where like, okay, he may have been able to have him, but he didn't for a number of reasons. One of them, which is he has a bad knee and he's 60 years old. And as Andy Reid's told Jason Kelsey, once your glutes go, you're gone. You're done, right? But the issue is that what is actually video? Did Jake tap him on the back when they were hugging, and that was the signal? Or did Jake do something because Mike did let up on that one? Who knows? But people love conspiracies, and you're not going to convince anybody.
Can RJ Choppy possibly fill in for Philip Peyton Russell? The Payload. We attempt to still do it with the Thursday edition. Justin Timberlake tickets coming up during the Expressway. The great Brian Mitchell previews Washington. Let's see if RJ can handle the Payload next.
That you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of Sean and RJ is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations, 2023.
Okay, am I hearing this right? The morning show is letting Peyton Russell have his own segment? I just don't get it. We've known Peyton for years. He's horrible on the mic. I mean, gathering the foreigners, this is going to be a train wreck.
Daddy does work, and Peyton just does board hopping.
All right, I guess.
That is right.
That is right. I'm sorry. That is right. Peyton is out, sick. His second missed day of work of the week, and that's why we start with a good little story I like to call work ethic. Because Bobby was really critical of Peyton's work ethic on Tuesday. Okay, because Peyton worked until the same time Chris Strong did and decided that it was time for Chris Strong to come on in and do his role.
Chris, how do you feel about this? How do you feel about Peyton's absence or when he takes off Monday when you're working the same hours?
So I've told Peyton I'm cool with it. I like the hours. I like being with you guys in the morning. So
that's very.
I don't mind it.
That's a pro's response. That is a part-timer's response who has not secured his benefits yet.
Yeah.
Peyton has secured his benefits and is so confident in them, he can tell us on Tuesday that he knows he's going to be sick on Thursday.
All right,
Yeah.
So is this bad work ethic or is this good, smart boundaries that this person is creating at the workplace? A text message was sent from a junior employee to their senior employee, to their boss, saying, I stayed till 8:30 tonight to get this thing done. I'm coming in tomorrow at 11:30 in the morning.
Was that from Tim Collins?
It was not. It was not from Tim Collins. It was not from Tim Collins. This is not like somebody with seniority.
That's the new drop Peyton's been playing of Babe's chuckle.
Let me hear it. Okay. Laufenberg at 8:40 today. We'll see what he thinks of that.
Now, the senior employee posted this on social media. This is where this got all the reaction. 6.5 million people, 7.5 million people viewed this post where she's like, the kids are something else. He stayed late. Now he's going to show up late to the office to make up for it. What a move. I am speechless. The commenters, largely on the employee side, saying, like, just because he has a life doesn't mean that you have to put him on blast for that.
Yeah.
So is that bad work ethic or is that a good boundary that you're setting with your employer?
Great question.
Or is it both?
I don't know how regular jobs work.
I don't either. I have no idea.
This is such a different industry than the ones other people are in.
Like, I would think, again, ignorant to all this, I would think if you stay till 8:30 or 9, you should be able to come in a little bit later the next day. I would think that. For us, it doesn't matter, right? If the NFL draft has a bomb scare and gets shut down or sheet metal falls from the draft and there's a 2-hour delay, we have to finish the draft. We have to start our show at 6 o'clock in the morning. There is no wiggle room. It doesn't work like that. In an office, I would think you have the understanding with your boss of, hey, you just got to work till the job is done, or there are a certain amount of hours that you're just responsible for during your week. Let us know on the fan text.
Yeah, because I know my brother, when he at his job, they had told him once you got to 40 hours, they didn't want you. They would get mad if you clocked overtime. So for instance, in that setting, when you get to 40 hours, you're done. So you do have to kind of stagger your work that way because they're not paying overtime.
Yeah.
And so
with Tim, all jokes aside, if Tim is on the post game show till 1 or 2 in the morning, I don't think he should be in here at 8:30 or 9 a.m. Come in a little bit later because you worked all the extra hours for a long ass day.
Yeah, but it's the whole thing with Peyton just comes from it's bitterness probably on my part.
Why are we going back to Peyton? We're talking about this topic
because this is the topic. This is the topic about the work, the amount that you work. Is that I come from a school of thought within this industry.
Here we go. Newspaper on the feed.
Here we go. This guy never worked in the industry until 2 years ago.
please. I've been around this industry longer than
remember
you
he
have,
was pushing
Chop.
buttons for Ted Cruz.
Oh, well, my daddy worked in this industry, so I saw it at 11.
Regardless, I was.
So am I a consultant? Am I in trucking? I know all about.
You done?
Oh, we got some buttons being pushed. We got some real buttons being pushed here, not by Peyton.
More than Peyton's pushed all week. Now that's the entire radio industry is the thought of it is you grind. Like that's what you're supposed to pick up crappy hours and pick up shifts. It's like I come from that like era of like that's how you get to where you want to be is by picking up the 16-hour shift that then on your timesheet they're gonna have to be like, oh, we're not gonna put that down as 16 straight hours at work. Let's break that up a little bit because we can't have that on the corporate sheets like that. That's where I come from, and so it's probably more a generational issue.
And
with
now
me
I'm going to give you the opposite perspective. Peyton probably feels like, all right, I already sat here and made it. I'm not trying to climb up. I'm not trying to sit there making it on a full-time show anymore. And then the man and woman versus corporate mentality. Peyton probably makes next to nothing. And if you find days off and loopholes or opportunities to go ahead, relax, and chill, and you're in a comfortable position, go ahead and do it.
Yep.
That was our argument before crosstalk in the commercial break yesterday. So there you go, Pepe. I got you.
There you go. Have you all ever told your significant other to take down?
You're also on air, and no offense, Peyton, no offense, Chris. Like, Chris, if Chris was working every Cowboys Monday, we wouldn't know a difference. Ooh. So not having Peyton here on a Cowboy Monday, as long as the cuts for the game are done, does not matter.
I notice a difference because I notice it's better. We have a better show.
I notice the reads don't have the stuttering and the stammering.
Have you all ever told your significant other to take down a social media host? We don't know if this is what happened between Paul Skenes and Libby Dunn.
Oh,
but it might have been.
Was that CeeDee Lamb energy in that viral video?
The hug. I mean, she cheeked him.
Man, she looks like. Did you already talk about this?
We did not talk about that part of it, no.
All right, when he got announced Rookie of the Year, she looks like she is absolutely infatuated and in love with him, and he's giving a look like, get off of me.
Yeah.
Do not be sitting here and treating me and touching me like this in public.
And she goes to hug him, and there was kind of a way to kiss, but it got awkward, and she gave him the left cheek to his left cheek.
The Melania.
Yeah. She cheeked him.
Ugh, yeah, I'm looking at it right now. That's uncomfortable.
This is the first time you've seen it?
Yeah, I hadn't seen that yet.
Yeah.
And she posted an Instagram post.
She's at every game. She's offering for fans to sit next to her in her suite if they find these rookie cards or whatever the hell they're doing.
She's awesome. Like she is like one of the best girlfriends of an athlete that there is out there, right? She seems so cool. He seems deadpanned.
Yeah.
Like no emotion.
Yeah.
So she posts this photo, and it's the same picture. And it's Paul Skenes happy, Paul Skenes sad, Paul Skenes angry, surprised, frustrated, Paul Skenes winning Rookie of the Year. And it's just the same picture. And it's just like, I have the same look.
She posted that?
She posted that. Well, it's gone. So did his agent say something? Did the production, her people say something?
What about him?
He say something? What happened here?
I have never told Kristen to take something down. I've made a comment on like, why'd you post that like a couple different times? And then she just deletes it. Like, okay, fine, I'll just delete it. It's like, you don't have to delete it. I was asking what it was.
You didn't tell her to take down that last thing?
No, I did not. I was like, what is this? And then she went and deleted it. She's like, she deleted it, and then she deleted her entire Facebook after that. I was like, reactivate. Quit that.
A very belt reaction.
Wow, that is a very... Holy cow, you two are one of the same.
Yes.
Yeah. My goodness.
Opposites don't attract.
My wife tells me don't post that. Don't post it. I never have to worry about it with her. She doesn't really care about social media with it. But if I'm taking a dig or I'm writing back a listener or just I've been waiting for this petty restaurant post that I've been waiting to post, and I haven't done it because I feel like she's gonna say something. But yeah, she'll roll her eyes at that stuff. But I thought that Paul Skenes was gonna have to take something down in order to apologize to her. Not that she was going to have to take something down with the way his face looked after the reaction.
Yep, it was. I mean, you thought that may have been it. I've never had to.
I hate Paul Skenes.
Really? Okay. Because he's got Livy?
Yeah, he's got basically. But I'm like, yeah, you don't deserve her. You look like a goober who's dead inside. You're too good. You're too fantastic. You got this girl living in Pittsburgh with you, like Tay Tay is doing for Travis Kelce. So I'm not a Paul Skenes fan.
Man, there was he was asked a question a while back. Do you think what chance do you give Livy of hitting your fastball? And he looks so offended by the question. Like, are you kidding me? Did you hit my fastball?
He's a big Traeger guy, though, Paul Skenes. I'm just saying. He's a grill master.
If he's a real man, he'd cook with wood.
There you go.
That's a little grill dig.
Right, yeah. Instead, Livy's cooking with the wood.
Shout out Alec Medford. By the way, I'll be cooking my turkey on a pellet because I ain't sitting outside the freezing cold.
What do you think about...
I didn't know Alec Medford was a grill guy. He had the meat church turkey brine.
How's he see over the grill? Sorry, Meddy.
Laufenberg, Q Laufenberg.
Did you? What is the most empty gesture you've ever given somebody? The John Stamos, Dave Coulier photo.
Oh man!
So John Stamos, Dave Coulier is cousin Joey from Friends. Also, Full House.
Yep.
Also, perhaps, maybe we think the antagonist in the "You Ought to Know" song.
Yep.
Or is a protagonist? I don't know. But anyway, Stamos posts on Instagram, nothing like throwing on a bald cap and flexing some Photoshop skills to show some love and solidarity with my bro Dave Coulier, who is going through a very aggressive form of cancer. And he's fighting this very aggressive form of cancer. And people are like, hey, you know what? My friend lost his arm, so I'm tucking my arm inside my shirt to show solidarity for my friend. Now, listen, like if I had John Stamos' hair, I'm not sure I would shave that off either. That is a tremendous set of locks that he has at his age.
Just post the photo of you like sitting with him. Then you don't put
on the cap.
You don't put on the bald cap. That's where he screwed up.
What about a Snapchat bald filter?
Worse.
Yep. This is bad. This is bad. And John Stamos is getting roasted for this one.
Man, someone said, listen, I read Stamos' book. He's not particularly bright. This makes complete sense. This is crazy. Like you prepped a photo shoot moment, got makeup done, wore a bald cap for your friend battling cancer. The way Uncle Jesse talked about his hair, it's not surprising in the least.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is the same guy, as was said on a Celebrity Roast. It's the same guy who lost Rebecca Romaine to the fat kid from Stand By Me. So this is kind of on brand.
That's really a bad way of just like dismissing what Jerry O'Connell became.
That's fair.
You know?
That's fair. So there you go. Payload.
The Payload with RJ Choppy filling in for Philip Russell here on DFW Sports Station. We have a Justin Timberlake ticket giveaway, but we also have a college football kegger. Is this the last home game for Arch Manning? And Choppy says, nice to know you, Brent Venables, because it's about to be over. College football kegger with Sean and RJ next. Hurtado, so many pitmasters are like, no, I'm not telling. This is my little secret. I'm not going to go ahead and share any information. Brandon is putting it in the book that you can pick up right there today. While you're there, get in your Thanksgiving pre-order so you don't have to do any work and you can drink as much as possible, and you'll need it probably while watching your favorite football team. It's the G-Bag Nation, the Arlington location, live broadcast today from 2 to 7 at Hurtado.
How about some commercial-free Sean and RJ? And now that's some quality breakfast for your brain. It's our commercial-free expressway, mornings at 7:20, right here on The Fan and our Odyssey app, presented by Comerica.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Chase for Business. Make more of what's yours. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A., member FDIC. Unlike most of his fellow NFL players who earn millions via playing football, Jets veteran backup center Connor McGovern was born with a silver spoon. He's an heir to the potato farming company that's the primary supplier of McDonald's French fries. I wonder if I can get a free French fry order. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Introducing TGL presented by SoFi, golf's newest league on ESPN and ESPN+. This isn't your average Sunday pickup game. To learn more, visit tglgolf.com and tune into the inaugural season beginning January 7th. Keep up. It's golf.
The holidays are here at the Home Depot, so let's get to decorating. Find your perfect tree in our huge assortment of shapes, sizes, and styles. Like the easy-to-assemble Jackson Noble fir, with pre-lit branches perfect for styling with all your favorite ornaments. Or the Flock Starry Light Fraser fir, with over 1,900 pre-lit memory wire branches that keep their shape so it's ready right out of the box. Ooh. Find the perfect tree now at the Home Depot.
Introducing TGL presented by SoFi, golf's newest league on ESPN and ESPN+. This isn't your average Sunday pickup game. To learn more, visit tglgolf.com and tune into the inaugural season beginning January 7th. Keep up. It's golf.
Get deals all month during Black Friday build-up at Lowe's. Right now, get up to 50% off select major appliances. Plus, get an extra 10% off Whirlpool major appliances, like the new Maytag front-load laundry system with a Pet Pro filter that lifts and captures pet hair from clothes. Shop these deals in-store or online now, because Lowe's knows deals. Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid 11/6 through 12/4. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for details.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My check engine light's on?
That could hurt your gas mileage. The AutoZone free fix finder service can help find the fix for free.
You know, they say
This
remember
whole
something,
report
you
for
have to
free?
forget something else.
That's right. Printed and on
now
your
that
phone
is a
for
very
free.
cute haircut. That's like a little
But
shag.
what if
I've
the
never
fix
seen
is
it
too tough?
before.
We'll recommend a local shop. Fix finder,
Rachel?
only
is
at
that your name?
AutoZone.
No,
Restrictions apply.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, the Scratch Kitchen delivers lunch in the clutch. I mean, where else can you order a 29-degree draft beer and a quickie combo on your lunch break? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Twin Peaks hand-stretched flatbreads are coming in hot. Close out your night with a win. Our favorite flatbreads are available during late night hours for a steal. Get here and score one for just $8 from 10 p.m. to close, Sunday through Thursday.
Every Friday is Black Friday at 5-Star Ford in North Richland Hills. Take advantage of our exclusive door buster offers tomorrow from 7 to 9 a.m. Set your alarms and don't miss out on every Friday being Black Friday at 5-Star Ford in North Richland Hills.
Randy White with my team at the all-new Dodge City McKinney Black Friday sales event is here. Get a 2024 Jeep Grand Cherokee Overland and Summit 4XE with over $9,000 cash allowance, 0% finance at Dodge City McKinney, where we buy and give you the most cash for your car. No dealer markups, lifetime powertrain warranty protection, and no charge. Our online price is what you pay. No games, no gimmicks, with the largest, newest state-of-the-art sales and service facility open now. Stop by and check it out today. Family owned and operated since 2005. Check us out at DodgeCityMcKinney.com. Dodge City McKinney, where our people make the difference.
Customer loyalty is hard to earn. At Berkey's, we've been working at it since 1975. That's 50 years of dedication to our craft, doing the best job at a fair price for every customer, offering the best warranties and financing options in town. Berkey's is your one-stop shop for all your plumbing, AC, heating, and electrical needs, including generators and water filtration. You can save $75 on any plumbing repair. Call or book online at Berkeys.com. License M37968.
It's 105.3 The Fan, brought to you by Buffalo Wild Wings.
Hey, Dallas football fans, head to your local Buffalo Wild Wings and try their new maple chipotle sauce for rich maple sweetness and a mild smoky chipotle heat. Or, for a bit of a kick, check out the new Cajun sauce for a rich blend of spicy and tangy pepper sauces. Stop by your Dallas P-Dubs now.
Your turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Hello, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station.
do a whole hell of a lot to help you when you lost that number 1 seed and has not played great since. He's been fine. He's been good. But this is the plan. This has always been the plan. If he's reversing course on it, then I think.
But what can change the plan? What if he balls out in the playoff and they win the national title and wants to come back?
I don't think it matters. I think it's.
Don't you think that's messed up?
No, I think that.
So there's no point in earning it. Now, I don't think all this is going to happen. I wanted them to start Arch Manning. I thought they should have started Quinn, but I knew Quinn Ewers was limited, and he's not this first-round stud quarterback. So I would move off of it. But something does have to be said for if you ball out, win the national championship, to have your spot kept.
I think they would say...
Especially when the other guy, when he has played, limited, not blown anyone away. No one has been like, oh my God, how are you holding that back in Arch?
I think there's actually has been more of that thought recently.
Well, I've hosted this radio show with you, so unless I have dementia today, you and others have been relaying. You've been relaying from others. People are like, not that impressed with Arch.
I don't want Arch right now. I do want Arch to start next year. Arch right now is not ready to play to me, but you are seeing more Texas fans, I think. Not me. I'm saying other Texas fans and people who are supporters of the program who are saying, look, Arch is willing to do things downfield that Quinn's just not. Like, you're hearing consistently from Texas supporters, like, Quinn's not pushing the ball downfield enough. Like, this needs to click into place. And if it's not, then we've got an issue.
Of the 79 quarterbacks in Power 5, he is 79th in average depth of target. And you're talking about Arch with the freshman, technically a freshman still. You see the same thing with the guy at Tennessee. I mean, you see the flashes, but you're still a freshman.
Yeah.
You know, it's still difficult to go on the road. Like, if Arch were to go on the road at A&M, his first true road game, it's a tough spot to be in. That's a very tough spot to be in.
Arch is about where Quinn was this time in Quinn's career.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, the idea is you're hoping that you can get more of that upside. Arch is more fearless pushing the ball downfield. Arch also has zero pocket awareness. I've seen Arch look like he's gotten hit so hard so many different times just from no awareness of the rush coming that it's looked like, I don't know that he's going to get up. He does. He bounces back. He gets up. But when you first see him get hit, it's like, my gosh, that could have ended his season right there, how hard he got hit.
Longhorn fans, is there any way you want Quinn back if he wins the Natty, gets the national championship, or is it Arch moving forward? I would personally vote Arch. I was just wondering, what would Quinn have to do? What could he do for you to be like, no, he deserves, that's his spot still with the way we finished and thrived in this season?
All right, it is the college football kegger here on 105.3 The Fan. The customer is always right, except to Brent Venables. It's been nice knowing you, man. And I don't mean that in a good way. It's you going, okay? So here's the backstory here. In college football, you have to basically kiss these kids' butts to get them to come to your school.
Yep.
They are the ones with all the power. Now, you could sit here and say, I'm going to revoke your scholarship opportunity. Yeah, that's fine. You can do that. But that's the only power that a college football coach has. Well, there's a 5-star recruit.
Like, I don't know this. I haven't talked to my godson about it. I don't want to get up in his business too much. He's at Vanderbilt, and he's not playing as much as I thought he was going to play. But they've had an excellent, fantastic season. Well, the tight end one there could be drafted pretty high. I think it's Eli Sowers. Bobby can have more on that later on. But someone in his position, a lot of kids in his position would go to the coach and be like, I don't care that we're winning. You promised me, I came here because you promised me playing time. I didn't get the playing time. I got my friends hounding me. I got my family hounding me. I know for a fact my godson's family is not hounding or putting any pressure on him. They're just happy to be living in this SEC dream with the amazing education. But I'm out. You're going to guarantee me more money. You're going to guarantee me more playing time, or I'm out of here. And everyone has the ability to do that.
They have the ability to do it.
Whereas back in the day, it's like, all right, I'm paying my dues. I'm a freshman. I'm still keeping my redshirt year intact. We're winning. I understand why I'm not leaping past this guy on the depth chart because we're beating Alabama.
Right.
So I'll get my chance next year. No. I got to get mine.
I know, and that's because they want to maximize their NIL. So Michael Fasusi is a top 20 player in the upcoming cycle, and this is He is a 5-star player, and Brent Venables called him out. He made a pledge to play for Oklahoma back in August, but that does not mean that he has shut down his recruiting. He has taken a trip to Texas, and he has taken a trip to College Station for the Texas versus Texas A&M game. All right, so he's going to go to both of those games. Brent Venables was asked about this, and he says he has a no-visit policy for commits. If you verbally commit, he says, I don't care if you verbally commit. If you don't want to verbally commit yet, you don't have to. You can keep your recruitment open. But the moment you verbally commit, and he learned this from Dabo, and Dabo's done a great job recruiting historically. Now, maybe not in the NIL era, but for the most part he has. And Dabo has a no-visit policy. You're not committed if you're visiting other places. That was what Dabo's mantra always has been. But Brent Venables is calling this kid out, and this is not going to end well for him. Like, I get it. You want to set your roster. You know, you're trying to figure out who you need and what you need. And the school, you have a right to take his spot and give it to someone else. This seems like a really dumb thing to say for a coach who may already be on the hot seat already. That you're going to call out your only 5-star recruit that you have, a top 20 player that you desperately need, and you're going to say, hey, look, I thought we had a no visit, but you ain't committed to my program if you're taking visits to somebody else.
Feels a very Dabo-ish.
Yeah,
like,
it does.
You're not going to acquiesce and alter to the system and the way things are. Okay.
Look, I'm not going to be upset by this, clearly. If he wants to open things up. We talked about this commitment when it happened back in August, because it was, as well as Sark has recruited and as well as Texas has recruited, the top prospects in Texas in the 25 class were not necessarily flocking to the Longhorns, even with some of the excitement around the program and stuff like that. They were still... I think they had out of the top 15 in the state of Texas on 24/7, they had 2 of them committed to Texas, and then there were a bunch of others that were Baylor and Oklahoma and LSU and were coming in and you know, this was one that they had lost out on to Oklahoma. So, you know, it's good for Texas, obviously. I'll take it, but this is also just the reality of recruiting in this day and age. And if Brent can't, you know, adjust to that like Dabo couldn't, then he's going to have the same problems.
Do we think Venables is out? And what's that money look like?
I think he gets one more year.
Yeah, I don't know that he's out yet, but it's getting close to crunch time. The buyout, let's see here, as of December 1st, 2024, Venables' buyout from the University of Oklahoma would be $44.8 million.
Oh, yeah, he's getting another year. College football kegger here on 105 through the fan. You want pizza or you want Joey Galloway?
Let's go. Oh, it's hard to go away from pizza.
All right, let's do pizza. All right, this is at a UNLV game at Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas.
Vegas and these concessions, the opposite of Atlanta.
Yes, it is the opposite of Atlanta. Bill Krackomberger, who is a professional gambler. Krackomberger. He's a professional gambler, and he posted this receipt from a suite at Allegiant Stadium. You see these prices already?
I know they're exorbitant.
Bobby?
Yes, I did see them.
So the receipt for the pizza, it's a large pepperoni pizza. Looks good. Looks also a little crispy, a little burnt, a little dark on the cheese.
Which nowadays, by the way, in the real world is about $25.
$25.
Large pepperoni. $25 still.
Yeah, I mean, Little Caesars, the Little Caesars like carry them out. That's even shot up, but it's still like, I think now it's like $8 for one of those. It used to be $5.
The hot and readies or whatever.
Yep.
And then a large bucket of chicken tenders.
A large bucket?
A large bucket of chicken tenders. The pizza was $300.
Come on, no.
The chicken tenders were $190. The tax was $50.
There can't be a $300 pizza.
Well, it's like club prices, man. And then the administrative charge on this, which does not go to the employees, was $112. It was $653.18.
I don't believe this.
For the pizza and the chicken tenders. I mean, I didn't believe it, and then the Action Network picked it up. I was like,
it's not possible. No one could list a 3. It had to have caviar on it or something.
Gold flakes.
Gold flakes.
It says Pizza Rock. One Pizza Rock. I don't know what that rock. What's a rock?
Come with a diamond ring. It had to be a bottle of champagne with it. Had to.
Man, for $300, that might be a different rock. But I will say that in terms of the price that goes with that, it does make me wonder. Is it like because it is club level prices? Is it similar to
because the Raider Suite or something had crazy things like this?
The nicest hotels I've stayed at, generally, I feel like charge me the most for things that I get for free at cheaper hotels. Like Wi-Fi at, I can't remember which hotel it was, but the nicest hotel I ever stayed at, they charged you $20 just to have Wi-Fi in your room. And they obviously charge for the parking and the overnight parking's this much. So it makes me wonder, is it just one of those things where they say, the nicer it is, the richer these people are, and they don't care. They'll pay for it.
From the 214, in 2009, a large pizza in a suite at AT&T was $80. And that was 15 years ago.
It can't be. I'm tempted to call the stadium today to ask.
That's a good idea.
I got to hear for myself.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Because that's super expensive. That's a borderline.
That's criminal.
It is criminal. You're price gouging. Now they do the same thing with bottle service at a club.
Yeah.
So maybe that's what Vegas is trying to emulate here. I don't know, but this is a UNLV. This isn't even a Raider game.
Yeah,
this is a UNLV game. I mean, you're welcoming in Utah State to town. You expect somebody to pay $300 for pizza? I don't know. That just seems nuts to me. Real quick, let's do this. This is Joey Galloway. This was on the selection show the other day. And, the more I think about this, I'm like, all right, is Joey doing a bit here? Or, because you never see athletes talk like this. He thinks Indiana should sit their quarterback against Ohio State this week.
Can't go any higher. They are behind a one-loss team. They have a chance to go on the road and prove what they are. Now, honestly, if we believe in what our metrics are saying, if I'm Indiana, I don't know if I'm playing Rourke against Ohio State. We've seen what happened to Florida State last year, Jordan Travis. What could keep Indiana out of this? Getting their quarterback hurt. We've seen it happen to Florida State last year, having not played anybody.
Or losing by 30.
If you look at 3, 4, and 5, Texas, Penn State, and Indiana, they literally have played nobody between all three teams. The toughest team in that is Vandy. So a lot of this that we're looking at is eye test.
So basically what he's saying is Indiana should shut down their quarterback for this game. Don't risk getting them hurt. Take the loss, which you're going to get anyway. Give plausible deniability to the committee that you would have been competitive if you had your quarterback, and then still make the playoffs, because if he gets hurt in this game, they're probably going to be out.
I don't hate the loophole. I don't hate the argument.
It's not checkers.
It's not a bad argument, especially when you consider. I mean, Joey was an Ohio State guy, wasn't he?
Yeah.
He was Ohio State. So yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty brilliant to get it from him, unless he's just you're saying you're scared as an Ohio State alum.
So it would not hurt them that much to lose this game?
Oh, I think if he plays and they lose this game by 30, I do think that there's a real chance that they drop out of the rankings.
Yeah,
because they haven't played it. They haven't played a top 100 schedule.
What's worse, this or Lane Kiffin not wanting to play in the SEC championship game?
This would be worse. If you
could prove it.
That's right.
College Football Kegger with Ralph James here on DFW Sports Station. We have are the Dallas Cowboys the new Commanders? Is Jerry Jones the new Dan Snyder? One of my boys and special teams great, Brian Mitchell from our sister station in D.C. joins us along with Justin Timberlake tickets after this.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
The Expressway is brought to you by the On Time Experts.
We are commercial free. Thank you, Chris Strong, in for PayPay. Sean, RJ, and Bobby on the home of the Dallas Cowboys and the home of the play-by-play. Babe Laufenberg, color analyst at 8:40. But let's preview with my guy from the Fan in D.C., special teams great, also running back for Washington, Brian Mitchell, always spitting straight fire, joining us now on the D&M Leasing Hotline on 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, B. Mitch. How are you, man?
What's up, Sean? How you doing, bud?
Doing well. Thank you for joining us. Does it feel like we have switch spots now for the next 5 years, that the Dallas Cowboys are the Redskins, the Commanders, and now you guys are the stable team and franchise moving forward? Does it feel real and legit?
Well, it seems like that's just something that's happening this year, but you know what, man? When you look in the NFC, you never know.
Yeah.
You know, that's rivalries, and those teams are going to play each other tough. Right now, the ownership seems more stable. I mean, Jerry has been successful, but he's always been a meddler, you know. So the whole thing about it is if he keeps doing what he's doing and acting as he acts, you know, it's going to always give everybody else a chance.
Do you think it's fair to put Jerry and Dan Snyder in the same sentence?
Well, Dan was he looked up to Jerry, so everything he did, he learned from Jerry. So he just didn't have that success. You know, Jerry had won Super Bowls and things like that, played football in college and things, but Dan never played no football any damn where. And he tried to be the big baller when he wasn't. And when you try to be something you're not, you're going to make way more mistakes. Jerry makes his mistakes, but he also has a football acumen, you know, but he likes to meddle too much, and I think that's a plus for everybody else dealing with him in the East.
B-Mitch, we've heard a lot of glowing reviews, obviously, of what Dan Quinn's done for culture and everything else like that in Washington. And then there's also been a lot of high, praise for Cliff Kingsbury and how he's helped bring Jaden Daniels along. Who do you think has been the bigger reason for this start? The changes Quinn has made to culture overall, or is it the stuff that Cliff Kingsbury's been able to do on offense?
Well, I think it's what Dan has done, because he all those different coaches to come in, and you got a lot of coaches with head coaching experience and things like that. Ken Norton has been around for a long time. Jason Simmons is an up-and-coming guy in the passing game on defense. He got all those guys to come here, as I was told by Adam Peters. Then when you look at the players that he brought in, the veteran players that he brought over here, they've made a big deal. So I have to lean towards Dan. I think Cliff has done a great job with Jaden. But, a lot of that is Jaden as well. People like to always give somebody else the credit. I always say it's a combination. Jaden Daniels is a worker. He's a guy that's unlike, you all know, you see rookies coming in there every year. Some rookies come in and they think they own the world. Some rookies don't want to hear a damn thing from anybody. And then you find that one guy every blue moon that comes in and wants to learn, wants to work, wants to prove himself. And that's what Jaden Daniels is.
Brian Mitchell joining us on the D&M Leasing Hotline from D.C. Does it feel like, you always say the BS, does it feel like the typical BS that has plagued that franchise is gone with the new culture, with the new ownership as well? You mentioned Peters, Quinn, and the new ownership. Can you feel a culture change? And if so, how?
I felt it as soon as they purchased the team, to be honest with you. I think it was just a heavy load lifted. This is one thing you can learn about things. When you look at people and people look at an owner, or you look at a father in a home and boss of any company out there, you watch the people that work for them, they act exactly like the owner. Okay? And that's how it was here for a long time. People in sales, people in media, everybody acting just like that because that's what he presented. Now you walk up to the same people that were there 2-3 years ago, and they are totally different people because they're taking on the mantra of what Josh Harris and his crew pushes. And, I was leaving, Cincinnati one day, me and Santana Moss, and the young lady who works in security, like, you can ride in the car with us. Nobody from Dan would have ever asked us to get in the car with them to go to the airport, no matter who the hell we were. So the whole mindset has changed, and people don't have to prove themselves in a negative manner.
Is he completely behind the scenes?
Josh?
Yeah.
You see Josh a lot, but he allows the football people to make football decisions. You see him, he speaks to people, he's talking and he's conversing with fans and things of that nature, but he's not the guy where when the game is going a certain way, he's going to walk down to the sideline. You know what I mean? And start standing right behind the coach. He is around, he's visible in the business aspect, but the people that are here to run football operations, they're running the football operation.
Brian Mitchell joining us here at 105.3 The Fan. Y'all won 7 of 8, dropped the last 2. Did those 2 teams do anything different? Has the team maybe peaked already?
No, I don't think the team peaked. I think the Steelers game, they should have easily won that game. They had 2 touchdowns dropped. In that game, they had about 6 drops total. They lose by 1 point. Scored 27 against the Steelers. The Eagles game, the offense couldn't get anything going. And going into that week, they had talked about all these offensive linemen. 3 of the offensive linemen had 2 to 3 different injuries. Okay, they were on the football field. Once you're on the field, nobody cares about your injuries. The young kid in Coleman, he had an injury. He was setting very short, which I saw. And you can see Josh Sweat just coming off the edge, teeing off. And when your offensive line is banged up, everything is going to be suffering. Defensively, they played great. But if you can play great and your offense can help you out a little bit and keep you off the field, all of a sudden Saquon Barkley and them going to start to make some moves, and they did that late in that game.
B-Mitch, when you look at the way the Commanders have played defense this year, it looks like the running game has been the biggest issue for them to this point in terms of slowing down the rushing attack from other teams. Is that going to be the best mode of attack for Dallas, a team that has not really committed to the run at all this year? Are they going to have to commit to the run if they want a shot in this one?
I think teams that had good running games ran the ball effectively against them early. But for some reason, they've changed that stuff in the second half, and it wasn't the same effectiveness in the second half. I don't know if somebody come in knowing what to attack and then they adjust. But I feel if you could adjust the second half, you need to adjust a little sooner than the first half. But I think Dallas will have to do something like that. We've heard a lot of talk early in the year about the secondary. But I think Mike Samuelsfield has come in and played very well. Benjamin St. Juste is a guy who doesn't, like, he seems to be on the end of a bad play at the end of a game. But hell, he plays great for the most part. He's had high PFF grades. But so he just has to learn how to stop panicking down the stretch.
Brian, what was your opinion on the acquisition of Marshawn Lattimore, and when's he going to get on the field?
Oh, I'm hoping he's on the field this week, but I love him. I've always loved the way he plays. Cornerbacks are those guys who go out there and, they boast a lot, but a lot of them don't want to deal with the physicality of the game. Marshawn Lattimore is not that way. You look at the battles with him and Mike Evans down there in Tampa. Those guys go at it. And I think he is a guy who can take a number one receiver out of a game. He's a guy who can get under the skin of some of those bigger receivers who try to intimidate defensive back. He's not going to be intimidated. So I love that move. And I'm just like, for me, he wasn't a move for just this year. He's a move for the next 2 to 3 years. So if he is not completely healthy, don't rush him on the football field, especially when you have a hamstring and you're a speed guy. If you have a hamstring, you're a speed guy, you go mess that up, you may be out the rest of the year.
Brian, how many times have you guys compared Jaden Daniels to RG3? Is it a fair comparison, or you already know that this is different and it's going to work out better?
I haven't compared him at all because I see a complete difference. Robert was a running guy. Who cares about Robert? Jaden is a guy who's a passer who doesn't mind running, and the dude cares about nothing but his team being successful. I can see the total difference in them, but I can understand why people are going to sit up there and, compare them. You look at two Heisman Trophy winners, second, same pick. Both of them are brothers who run the football. They're going to be compared. But when you look at them, they are two totally different people, and I think the makeup is totally different.
The great Brian Mitchell from the Fan in D.C. and our Odyssey station previewing the game on Sunday. It looked like you guys chose Dan Quinn over Belichick, and it looks like it's working out. What did you think of the hire in the moment at the time, and what are some of the other things that you've noticed about Dan Quinn and the way he runs things?
Well, I didn't even think Belichick was a person that was in contention. I thought it was Ben Johnson or Dan Quinn. And I've always, you've been around me long enough, Sean. I don't want somebody that don't want to be here.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah. If you don't want to be here, to hell with you, bye. And the people that want to be here, that's who you want. And as I was talking, when Adam Peters came in, everybody said, oh, we got the main guy now. We got the general manager. I said, well, whoever he hires, go with it. Because if he's that smart and he was the number one move you need to make, he came in, and they were trying to deal with Ben. Ben thought he was going to get a haul. He thought he was going to make $14 million or something like that. No, you're not going to make that. Not in the first try. So you get Dan Quinn, and all I hear about Dan Quinn, oh, man, he made it to the Super Bowl, they didn't win it. How many coaches make it to the Super Bowl and don't win? The guy that was on the other side calling the plays, so he's been to 3 Super Bowls totally, and he hadn't won in Mike Shanahan's son, Kyle.
Yeah.
And this year they're suffering, and people still praise him. So Dan comes in, and then all of a sudden when the coaches came in, and I talked with Adam, and he was like, look, these guys came because of him. And as I talked to some of my friends that were hired on his staff, they all came because of him. So I was cool with it. At least he made it to a Super Bowl. How many people over the last few years with Washington can say that about?
Brian, you know players then. You obviously know players now, being around them and covering them. Do you think that a Bill Belichick would it still work in today's league? Is Bill Belichick the perfect fit in Dallas with Jerry? What would be a hire here to replace McCarthy that would worry you?
Bill Belichick could still work in this league. He's just going to have to take ownership to be able to allow him to run and support it. The only time that a coach of his caliber, those type of coaches where they're going to be in your face, they're going to demand stuff, The only time that doesn't work is when you don't have support from the front office and the ownership. Because if everybody says this is how it's going to be, what the hell are the players going to do?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They're going to follow suit. They're not going to be, if you can run around the coach and go to the owner or you go to the GM or whatever, yes, it'll get a little fractured. But if everybody supports one way, hell, you have to do that or you can get the halfway. You know, I think people want to win. Bill will get instant credibility, but how many owners can allow Bill Belichick to come into the building and when he becomes instantly the man? I don't care if they own the team or not. If Bill is running your franchise, Bill's the guy because he doesn't want you around. You need to step away, sit in your box, do your stuff, but I'm going to run the football operations.
So do you think players would prefer to play for a former player?
A lot of players will. You know, if the former player has shown he's a leader, yes. If the former player has been a damn dope all this time, nobody want to play for him. Just like you don't want to play for – see, Coach Gibbs never played football. You know, he wasn't a former player in the league. Andy Reid played football when he was young. He wasn't a former player in the league. But those guys understand, I'm going to listen to you, but I'm going to treat you like a man. A lot of these coaches who haven't played, they want to just act as if they're bigger than the game. And I think when you start doing that, whether you're a former player or not, players are going to just dismiss you. They're not going to listen to you.
Former running back Brian Mitchell joining us now, the host of B. Mitch and Finley on 106.7 The Fan in Washington, D.C. All right, so you talked about how, Jaden Daniels uses his legs and he uses them effectively, and it's been a weapon for them. The first 5 weeks of the season, he was averaging like 12 carries a game, 60 yards. He scored 4 rushing touchdowns. Team was 4-1. In the weeks since then, his carries have plummeted. Teams are, it feels like, forcing him to play from the pocket more. Washington's 3-3 in those 6 weeks. Even though you feel like he's got the ability from within the pocket, does he still need to have that threat with his legs in order to be consistently successful?
Well, I think if you are a guy who can run, you need to always have that threat because it makes things a lot easier. It loosens up things for you. But I think what Jaden did, once Jaden was starting to listen to everyone that said, you need to go down, you need to protect yourself, you need to go down. And when he went down against the Panthers, he was running with a guy behind him. If he had just stiffed the guy and kept running, I don't think he hurt his ribs. But he tried to go down, and the guy was right there, and the guy fell on him and hurt his ribs. Once his ribs got hurt, now everybody's telling him to protect your ribs. So you're a little hesitant to run the football. And I think once that pain threshold leaves, he goes back to who he is. I don't think he's going to change completely his game, but I understand why over the last few weeks. But you need to have that. You need to have that running. And I think also he missed Brian Robinson 2 of those weeks. Brian Robinson is key. When Brian Robinson is playing and you can't stop the run, you're in trouble. And then if you can't stop Brian, then you're going to have to start committing more people to the inside, and then Jaden has the edge all by himself.
Brian Robinson is a beast. When I sit here,
he's hardcore, bro.
Dang,
I love that dude.
Who's the best team and who's the worst team in the East?
Best team in the East right now, I would say, is the Eagles. Okay. The worst team is the Giants. The Giants confused. Let's be real, dude. You honestly, man, don't let that man go. Don't let that guy go to Philly. I'll be sick. And you let him go to Philly. And then you were fighting for. You basically told Daniel Jones we didn't want you in the beginning of the year. They were trying to get every quarterback they can get. And then the season started. Now you're going to say, tell Daniel Jones, we're going to bench you. They're only benching him because they don't want to pay him. He has an injury settlement, so they have to pay him $29 million if he gets injured. And now they go to. They don't know if they're going to Locke or DeVito. I mean, either one of them still trash. So who cares?
Is this going to be a beatdown on Sunday? Another beatdown that the Cowboys suffer? The spread right now is about 10.
See, I'm a different mindset. I'm a former player, and I know every time we went into a game, we're supposed to roll somebody. It doesn't happen that way, especially if it's a rival. Fans think that way. I don't think that way. I think it's going to be a tough game. I'm serious.
Is this still Dallas week, or are we so terrible that it's lost some luster?
Well, I think it lost luster because Dallas was always the better team coming here.
Yeah.
So right now, the people that have been quiet for all these years, they better start yelling. They better be Dallas week.
Last one for you. Are Redskins and RFK both coming back?
RFK may come back. Redskins will never come back.
They going to stick with Commanders?
I don't know if they're going to stick with Commanders, but the Redskin name is gone. You know, everybody, you hear these people talking about all these people that signed this petition. You know how many people signed the petition opposite of that? Probably 10 to 100 times more.
Wow.
So, listen, I understand the need and the want, but let me tell you one thing. When you talk to most players and you talk to them deep down inside, nobody plays for a name. They play for family pride. They play for team pride. They play for their teammates. You know, they play to go out there, and some of them play just for the money. But it's not that, the name made me play harder. Nobody cares. When you're on the football field, you're in it.
Thank you, brother. Love you. Appreciate it. Enjoy the game, and I'll talk to you in a few hours.
All right, bro. Take care, man.
The great Brian Mitchell from The Fan in D.C. and Odyssey on the D&M Leasing Hotline.
When they say RFK is coming back, does that mean like the same location?
Yeah. They're like, they're getting approval to go back to that stadium site.
We already know RFK's coming back.
He's already here. Let's hook you up for turning it. Whatever RFK, they didn't sell any of the bad foods. And you saw RFK on the Trump plane with the McDonald's.
Yeah, with the Big Mac, just like
quarter
pork.
pounder.
Yeah.
Oops. And they're like, "What is he doing right here?" He looked like he wanted to jump out of the plane. Let's hook you up for turning it on, leaving it on.
That's right, Tolos. Caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 will win 2 tickets to see Justin Timberlake on Friday, December 6th at the AAC. That's 877-881-1053.
Thank you, Chris Strong. In for a sick Peyton Russell. Babe Laufenberg, Cowboys color analyst, will preview his former team coming up at 8:40 this morning. Let's go local with Bobby Belt and the Neighborhood Watch.
We need to take people out of their bubbles and their safe place and make them think about the world we live in.
You are fake news.
So what do you guys hear? What's the scuttlebutt?
Doctors poisoning IV bags. We got social media influencers in Dallas trying to have other social media influencers killed. There's a lot to talk about. Good news, too. A local high school will be participating in the Macy's Day Parade. So we got lots of different things to talk about. We're going to lead off first with, of course, we've been telling you guys where Pat Doney's going to be every week, our NBC5 DFW partner, our television partner. So he's got undefeated Coppell versus Lake Highlands this week. So Friday night, if you want to go see Pat Doney in the big game Friday night, it's Lake Highlands versus Coppell. He says Coppell has gone unbeaten in the regular season in back-to-back years under second-year coach Antonio Wiley, and Lake Highlands hasn't lost since September 12th, so he says it should be a good game. So go say hi to Pat at Lake Highlands versus Coppell.
I love NBC5 so much. You know why? I think they think I'm a part of management over here.
Oh, they do.
They're calling me to get. I mean, they're trying to give me TV time for Ultimate Frisbee. If anything is happening, like, can we record? You want to come in? You want to zoom in? Can you get us into the building for the other shows? I'm like, I have a boss. Like, hey, I can go through them, but I love NBC5 so much. Could not have a better television partner.
We all know Sean really does run the building, though, and so
Which one?
They understand this one.
Oh, this one.
Yeah, this one. All right, real quick, let's open with the positive news. Or let me see here. Chris is still doing calls, so we'll do the audio here in a sec. But first, we're gonna open with some positive news. Flower Mound High School, not Marcus High School, the superior of the two high schools in Flower Mound. But Flower Mound High School's marching band was selected as one of 11 school marching bands in the country to participate in the annual Macy's. I almost lisped that. Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade next Thursday. They are the only school in the state of Texas to participate in the parade this year. The parade caps off a great marching season that saw the band win Bands of America Super Regional and place third in UIL state championships. I did not know this, though. I knew last summer, essentially, that, or however long ago it was over a year ago, that I found out that they had been selected. And I was like, oh, they're going to be on, like, this upcoming Thanksgiving. I found out, no. Like, Macy's picks this like 14 months out before that. Like, you got to get all that stuff together and figure it out before they'll, get it set up. You can't just go right in 2 months in advance. So they had 14 months to prep for this. I guess they got to fundraise and do different things so that they can get out there. Like, you've talked before about the trip to the Little League World Series or whatever, where it takes all this fundraising that it takes to get out there.
You got to do it. You got to fundraise because it's expensive. It's a week. It's like $2,000 a kid, and then you got to pay for your own. That's just to play in, and then you got to pay for your own hotels and everything. On top of that, it's quite expensive. Have y'all been to a Macy's lately?
No,
I have not.
I went to one like a year ago. I had to buy a suit for a wedding. Maybe it was a year and a half. It was it was a barren wasteland.
Really? Aren't a lot of them are in malls, right?
Yeah, they're in malls, but like there's no. Now they got the new Macy's Market, which is like a smaller. It's a standalone. Like they've got them in like.
They should have the parade through one of the stores so you actually
really
see people in there.
Yeah, it really is amazing. They have enough empty space in those stores because the shelves are empty. At least they were when I went. The Macy's Market's cool. It's like a smaller store, and it's it's not in a mall. But I mean, I don't know how I haven't been to a Macy's in about a year and a half.
So this is our Facebook community group post of the week. This comes from the city of Louisville, and it says, "Ladies, stay vigilant. Always, always," in all caps. It says, "Be aware of your surroundings." This was at one of the Louisville Walmarts. I believe this was the one on Main Street near 35. But this was an interaction. This woman was around shopping in the Walmart, and she said this guy was being creepy and sneaking up behind her and taking photos of her and her baby while she was shopping in the store. So she stopped him and she turned around and she demanded, "You need to delete those, and I need to see you deleting those."
Delete it.
I did, I promise you.
What's your name?
Zeus.
Zeus who?
Not Zeus.
What's your name?
That's it.
Huh?
Hold up, stop. This voice is enough to be thrown in jail.
Yeah.
What is going on with this?
What's he saying?
Mumbling. He's saying that he can't get his name out. He's saying like, and she's like, "Your name's Zeus?" And then he says, "No." And he goes, "Sam? Like, what's your name?"
That's it.
Huh?
That's it.
Can I get security, please? Can someone please call security? Dude, this guy is following me. This guy is following me, taking pictures of me. Why? Delete. He won't let me look at it because he says he has creepy things in his phone. Like, I'm in here shopping with my baby, and you're taking pictures of my ass.
Now, what's interesting is on this post,
what's the alarm?
He was trying to just like storm out of the store, and he had stuff in his hand still, and so it set off.
She had like her own like mace alarm.
Yeah, mace alarm.
Man, if I could carry one of those with me, I'd be hitting them all the time just to draw attention to people.
People should actually, now that I think of it, carry like personal alarms like that.
It's not a bad idea. Draw
Right?
attention. It's easier than yelling out. Just cause people to immediately look over.
Some people carry a whistle.
Now here's the thing. Most people obviously, most people saw this and said, "Yeah, this is awful." Yada yada. There were one or two comments that I thought were very odd.
Nothing illegal.
No, worse. Why are you complaining about him taking photos and then you're recording a video of him and you're recording him and telling him that he needs to delete the photo? You're exposing his face. He didn't even publish you anywhere. So it's like, man, that feels like a stretch.
Yeah, it is.
It feels like you're tattling on yourself a little bit with that comment.
Yeah.
I also think like this guy very easily could have been using this material for other reasons.
Okay.
If you take a photo and say, "Look at what the hell this person's wearing," I don't have a problem with that. I have no problem with that.
Well, because you did it in the gym, didn't you? Or what? You were taking a picture of the screen and somebody thought you were doing that.
I was taking a picture of Dan Orlovsky's idiot rankings. But the amount of photos that we send in our group chat, look at what this person's wearing.
Okay, but
like that.
So you think it's okay to follow this woman around holding her child, just like doing a photo shoot?
Well, there's a difference between.
Well, you're bringing it up within the story.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think there are certain times where it's okay, like look at what this person's wearing or whatever. But
then why not show them? Like when she then go, "Well, there's creepy stuff in my phone. Sorry, I can't show you the photos I was taking."
Well, you still don't want them to know you're doing it.
But you've been caught already, so just show it.
You're caught. You're caught. Yeah, then you're cooked.
This is a stretch. You better call out most things. This one's a stretch. I think this is not a Johnny Cochran defense. This is a poor one.
If Sarah sent me a photo, look at this girl's butt. It's not. I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
But if you get stopped and
you get stopped, you got to
then you
cop
just
to
go,
it. You got to
"All
say,
right,
look,
I was taking a picture. I thought you
send
had
a photo here.
I thought you had a funny shirt or whatever."
Yeah.
Like whatever you're gonna say. At that point, you just turn around. Clearly, the resistance to even show the fall, like he was doing something wrong.
Context matters in this.
Yes,
this guy is creepy.
All right, so a Dallas doctor, we talked about this story a couple months ago. There was a doctor who was accused of tainting IV bags intentionally, resulting in the death.
This is crazy. Amanda knows this person.
Knows the doctor?
Oh, boy.
He used to go into a restaurant all the time.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah.
All right, so this Dallas doctor, he was convicted of poisoning IV bags that resulted in several patients' medical emergencies and the death of a fellow anesthesiologist. And he's been sentenced to 190 years in federal prison.
Yep.
Dr. Reynaldo Ortiz was sentenced Wednesday in Dallas. It was the maximum amount of prison time he faced in the case. Ortiz waived his right to appear in court for his sentencing, so victims and their families delivered impact statements only to the judge. In In April, he was found guilty on all 10 counts. He had been a former anesthesiologist at Baylor Scott & White Surgicare in North Dallas. He was indicted in September 2022. This is one of those where I get terrified of anesthesiology, period.
Yeah.
Like, that's the one that when you get your hospital bill for anything you do, that's the one that's usually like way up there as one of the highest charges. And they're always like, yeah, it's usually a different person completely because you get billed from like 5 different places. Yeah. And they had said that's the one that it can easily go wrong where you get dosed too much or do something else, but to intentionally just
I was
bags.
trying to figure out why. What is he getting out of it? Is he just a cold-blooded killer trying to kill people? Normally, with a lot of crimes, it's like, how are you benefiting? What are you stealing? What are you getting? Choppy's, cohort in the mall at least was, trying to get something for his own pleasure. Maybe this guy's
cohort?
Yeah, or whatever, fellow creeper, whatever you want to call it.
See, you guys are completely misrepresented. I said that context matters. And
I think you want to fight. Do you want to fight? You just want to have a big fight right now? I think I can see it on you. I can sense it. You want to?
Are you being sensy?
No, I'm being real. We can if you want. You want
fight
to?
about what?
I don't know. You just look like you look.
You're the one that came at me. Not
you look
me.
worked up. You look ticked off. You look frustrated.
You're the one that came at me. I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, no, there's no. There apparently is no motive. This is just
wanted to kill people off.
They've never gotten one, and he refused to show up to like sentencing. So I mean, there's a lot of it where they just don't even have answers right now as to what he was doing. But he had actually it had ended with the death of a fellow anesthesiologist throughout this, and so he ended up poisoning the bags of several different people. They said that a lot of these people had pre-existing conditions. Maybe this was like, so there's some thought that people are trying to wonder, is this just he was thinking he was either being compassionate to people or he was trying to do something to get access to organs or whatever. That it's all speculation, but there's not been any definitive reason as to why this had occurred.
So they find out so they know he purposely
did it on purpose. Yeah. He was purposefully spiking the bags. All right, a Texas social media influencer has been sentenced right here from Dallas for hiring a couple in Memphis to murder her rivals, her social media rivals in Mississippi. Ashley Grayson.
See, now you're getting something out of this.
Ashley Grayson, 35.
You get more followers.
She was sentenced after being convicted of a murder-for-hire plot. According to court records, Grayson ran a notable online business and got into an argument with a South Haven, Mississippi woman who ran a similar business. So she was like, you're encroaching on my territory. You're selling to my people. You gotta know your limits. There's zones here. It's no different than the drug
jurisdiction.
trade. Exactly. No different than dealing drugs or whatever. You got your little territories that you're willing to fight for, and that's what this woman was willing to do. Although the two had never met, Grayson accused the woman of creating fake social media profiles to criticize her business. Grayson went online as Ashley Massengill was the name that she presented herself as. She had amassed a loyal social media following and parlayed the audience into a multi-million dollar online course business. She built a reputation for flashing luxury cars, purchasing mansions, and making claims such as earning $1 million in 40 minutes online through her digital course blueprint. That sounds like total phony. But she was willing in August 2022 to reach out to a woman she had previously worked with in Memphis, and she had told her, hey, I've got a business opportunity for you and your husband. And when she contacted her back, she had asked that they would kill this woman and her ex-boyfriend for $20,000 each. So for each murder that she finished, she would get $20,000 for finishing the job. She was busted. She gets 10 years in jail for this one. Is all that 10? The murder for hire plot gets.
Seems low.
I know. The FBI and law enforcement began to investigate the case, and by July 2023, a grand jury had indicted them. But
what's the lowest money amount you would be offended over that you heard someone try to put a hit out on you on? 5?
Man. For me, I can understand it being a very low figure.
If it's 20, are you like, okay, that's legit? I feel like
$20. I feel like some people would take $20 to get me out.
Yeah, I do too.
Yeah, like I feel like you would pay that $20 on some days. But no, the most amount, I feel like
I just got a Venmo for 50 from a KB.
At least 6 figures.
KB.
At least 6 figures. Like I want you to have to at least do $100,000 to take me out.
I'm not getting off the couch for less than $500,000.
No, I'm talking about you being offended finding out a price.
Yeah, I would be
like, what? Someone accepted $5K to take me out?
If it's under 10, if it's under $10,000,
Yeah,
because I'm like, you could get a small business loan or something. To cover that. You don't need to kill me.
For 10 grand
Yeah,
anyway.
you don't need to kill me. There are so many other fraudulent ways to get that money.
Neighborhood Watch every Thursday at this time during the commercial-free expressway on DFW Sports Station. Why was Dak Prescott recently brought to tears? Next.
Uber Eats has Bullet V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you haven't. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, you're freaking me out a little bit.
It's 105.3 The Fan, brought to you by Take 5 Oil Change.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour here on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Bell. We have Chris is already getting it in the back with the fist pump. He's that excited to be in for a sick Peyton Russell. And we got Caitlin gearing up, the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Why was Dak Prescott recently in tears? He did an interview with the Dallas Morning News, said he already wasn't playing well enough before he got hurt. And as he watched the Cowboys lose to the Texans, it hurt to see what a disappointing season this is becoming. Quote, the other day after the game, I guess it all just hit me. Boom. Right there, a couple of tears came down. This is going to hurt. It's going to suck at times. You just have to understand this is one of the moments that it does. I don't want anything right now other than to let it suck. It's understanding and being able to voice that. Yeah, I'm blessed to be where I'm at. Off the field, been some of the most joyous times I ever could have imagined, dreamed of. Having a child, getting engaged, starting a family. But then on the football field, it's probably been as tough of a season as I've ever had. I would probably say the toughest. So this is Dak being brought to tears apparently after the Texans game the other day. What about your own individual play? Not playing up to my standard, turning the ball over more than I have, just uncharacteristic. But at the same time, mentally feeling as well as I ever have about the game, as smart as I ever have, as sharp as ever. Leaving some of those games mentally, it was like, man, I saw it the best and clearest I've ever seen it, but maybe I didn't execute that way or the team didn't execute that way. So Dak feels like it's clicking mentally better than ever. Still didn't translate or get in the results on the field. I know which direction I'm headed in. I know I'll be faster, stronger, and better than I ever have. By the way, I will attack this.
Yeah, look, it's a little troubling that he's seen the game as good as he ever has. And yet he's having as poor of a season as he is, or as he did.
That is a humongous mind F, in my opinion.
Yeah, and you're talking about, in addition to that, it's you are starting to get the feeling of like he's breaking down. Like you start to wonder if he's going to be able to sustain this.
So I'm hoping y'all didn't do this topic while I was out, but it was a great question and topic, and we're going to hopefully have a 2.0 fight with Kevin Hagelin at 9:40 in Crosstalk.
We did not do this segment.
Take it away. Your topic.
A couple years ago, maybe a year ago?
I'm not sure.
I don't know. They all run together now. Hagee and I got into quite the altercation during Crosstalk. He was wearing his Duke hoodie. Mm-hmm. It was his contention that Dak was injury prone. And I was like, all right. And I said he wasn't because the injuries that he sustained, the main injuries, where he didn't have a thumb injury, which is on somebody's helmet. Obviously, the ankle, which was broke. Anybody would, in the same situation, would have had the same injury.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Right. So now soft tissue injuries like Miles Austin's groin.
Yeah.
That, to me, is injury prone. But when you have, when you break bones, I don't consider Aiden Hutchinson injury prone because his legs snapped.
Yeah. Agreed.
I don't think that's right. I don't think that's an injury prone situation. So I took those away. But, the calf, maybe the shoulder towards the end of camp. When he has like
shoulder twice.
Yeah.
Because he had the AC joint sprain at the end of the 19 season.
Right. Add the hamstring coming here off the bone.
Calf.
And the calf, right? Now, those could be considered to me injury prone. The knee, the ankle snap and the thumb, I don't consider that injury prone.
You remember they reached a point with Josh Hamilton where...
Which point?
Yeah.
There's a lot of points.
Several points. But there was a point with Josh Hamilton where, the injuries were kind of all over, and it was for a very different reason. but what he had done to his body for years before that had kind of broken his body down and just made him more susceptible to injury, a lot of people felt like. And it didn't even necessarily have to be soft tissue or anything else. It was just his body was starting to break down earlier because he had done a lot of abuse to it. Not that Dak has clearly not done that, but it does make me wonder, is he just starting to physically break down in general? Is he just more susceptible? So even though it is a fluky thing like hitting your thumb or other things, like just overall, is his body starting to break down?
Like I can make the case that even the AC joint, if you get tackled on it, again, that's not like the calf where he's rolling to the right and he throws and he strains it on the throw. Or this, he strains his hamstring and he rips it up when he's running. That to me is injury prone. Like, but again, breaks, I don't think of breaks as necessarily the injury prone. So perhaps you've got to take another look at this. And maybe he is. And I think I have a legit discussion about whether Dak is an injury prone guy or not.
I'm officially worried about it. I would try to figure out possible ways to bail out of this. I'm sorry, Bobby. I'm not trying to fight with you. Watching him run is painful.
Laboring.
It is stuck in quicksand. And now, look, I'm never going to question Dak Prescott's toughness, mentally or physically, ever. That's why James Jones should be ashamed of himself. That was absurd.
Yeah.
That was broadcast crime, what he did, from a spare too on top of it. But watching him run, the aches, pains, and now you add the age into it, I'm officially worried about him playing full season.
Looks like you can do it.
He's
Bobby,
31.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Looks like they could do it after next year.
They could start working towards that direction. They could swallow the cap hit easier, but it's still, there's like trigger points along the way where stuff becomes more guaranteed. And so right now it looks like that, but by the time they reach that point, it may be difficult again.
So according to Over the Cap, his cap number next year is 89 million, 89.8. So 90 million is his cap number, but his dead cap is 151 million.
Let me put you in the time machine. Was that everything?
Well, and then real quick, now they could post June 1 and make it 61 million, but if they wait until 2025, it is the $61 million. So you get next year out of him and to see what he has. Maybe he goes back and has another MVP type season.
I'll ask you. I already know Bobby's answer. I think I know your answer. If you could have the time machine and go back to the extension, what would you do? And he got hurt this year. That is all factored in.
Oh, I would have not
signed it.
Not done it the way they did.
Yeah.
And
Bobby, you still would have.
Yeah, I would have done it earlier is what I would have done. But yes.
Okay.
That's fair. I mean, I would have done it earlier, but once they got to that point to the start of this year, I would have let them play it out.
Here's the problem with the way the contract is structured. So when you say something like, okay, well, after 2025, you can get out of it because of the dead money. Right, that's how the dead money looks right now. But the issue is on the 5th day of the league year of 2025, his salary for the year after guarantees. So by the time you get to the end of 25, his 26 salary is already guaranteed. It does the same thing the following offseason with his 27 salary. It all triggers and locks in place a year in advance, and so you don't really have that flexibility to get out of it.
Right, and because they had no flexibility in negotiating it.
Mm-hmm.
Because who's this guy?
Todd France.
You're dealing with a big dog, and he had you by the stones, which we said the entire time, no matter what Jerry and Steven said, and there you go.
Yeah, you ended up giving up a 4th-round pick for it, too, to create some sort of pretend leverage, do whatever you had to do, and it's led to this point. Now, look, if they were at a point for themselves because of their window and everything else and them wanting to try and win, if you want to win right now or you feel like there is a window that's closing, you had to sign him. You didn't have time to reset if you want to try to win within this window. And so they had to, and they were locked in financially.
Here's my counter to that. Mm-hmm. These are all These are just theories. I have 2 theories. No one will ever convince me that if Jerry was 50, he would have signed Dak to the extension.
Oh, I agree.
I think because of Jerry's age, he's terrified of ending up with the Quincy Carter 2.0 run.
I think if he was 70, he might not have done it.
Yeah. My other theory, I don't even know if it's a theory. We need a separate segment on what all in really meant, because Jerry, I think, did a really poor job of explaining it, but it also took us too long to figure it out. What all in really meant was I'm not taking a hit. See, I had the wrong casino analogy. When he said all in, I thought it was, hey, I'm sitting there and I'm gonna go and get every single free agent. All chips in the middle of the table. All right, I'm going for 21. I don't care if I have 19. I'm hitting. That's what I thought at WinStar, the official casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. What he really meant was, no, I'm not taking a hit. The cards you give me are the cards I'm playing. And once the hand is done, it's a new shoe.
Yeah.
That's what all in really meant. He just had a horrible analogy, I think, he would argue. It wasn't, I'm going to go buy everything, free agent, Wild Wild West, make all the moves, make all the trades. That's what all in means to everyone else. He meant Mike Zimmer, Mike McCarthy, everyone on the 1-year deals. I'm going all in for the final time with this group. So when you say for this window, I could argue it would have made sense just to have Dak play out the one. Now, they would have lost him possibly, probably. But we have 2 windows here. We have a window that they're talking about closing with all in, and now we have a window of Micah, Lamb, and Dak all re-signed. Well, which window is it? It's as blinding and glaring as the damn sun windows at the stadium. So what's the plan?
The term is pot committed in poker.
Yeah.
Right? He's already committed to the hand. He's going to ride the hand out. It's the same thing as I'm just going to finish the shoe out. I'm not going to, I've already placed my bet. I'm going to check here. If you raise me, I'll see it. But that doesn't mean I'm pushing all my chips in. It's just, he's just pot committed, and that's the problem. Like, they put themselves in this position. Now, it's a good position to be in from the standpoint that they had a couple of free agents that were all coming up. They had the opportunity to get out of them. He could have folded his hand.
Now, Bobby, I'm seeing people say that $100 million can get freed up for this offseason. Is that true? And is it possible and I guess probable?
You can flip switches and do things with Dak's contract and others and free up that much money, yeah. But the same question that exists right now in terms of their margins on the cap will then be bloated even further into the future. So yeah, if they want to buy themselves one more year, they can keep saying one more year, and then they get to the point where they're New Orleans, essentially, is the thing. The debate, I don't think, is they clearly are in a tight cap constraint right now. That's the reality of it. The question I think that people need to figure out is, did they get there responsibly or irresponsibly? Did they do it out of necessity? They had to do these things, or did they get to it because they mismanaged it? There's a difference between something comes up, a big tragedy in your household, and you got to put something $5,000 on a credit card versus just you bought stuff for fun that was $5,000 worth of credit that you built up, and now you have to pay that. Those are 2 very different ways to get to the same debt number.
I'm not even as concerned about that because that's done and passed, and we've criticized and killed them for it. I want to know what is the next plan. Because on one hand, you're telling me all in, make or break 1-year deals, but then I got my core, including Diggs, all re-signed while young. Well, Dak's not, but what's the plan?
Yeah, so
what do you think their plan is in this offseason?
Here was the
this coming one?
This coming one.
I think their plan this offseason will look remarkably similar to the one last year. And that they're going to lean pretty heavily on young draftable talent, which is why it was frustrating they gave away that 4th-round pick. Now, here was the full quote when Jerry said the all-in thing, which I think has gotten muddied over time because he's used all-in about a dozen different times since then, and it's almost spiteful at this point the way he uses it.
Yeah.
But the original question was, he was asked about going all-in this offseason. Do you feel urgency to go in all-in this offseason? It was that Senior Bowl, and his exact...
Which right now, when just saying that, is LA Rams.
Yes.
That's what I think. F them picks.
Yes. Which is, to his credit, when you look at the full quote, he he's being asked a question about going all in on free agency, and he changes the question essentially. But he said, "I would anticipate with looking ahead at our key contracts that we'd like to address, we will be all in."
Okay.
And he said, "I would anticipate we will be all in at the end of this year. So when you say, is there any thought, we will push the hell out of it.
Yeah.
It will be going all in on different people than you've done in the past. We will be going all in." So
he's basically saying, I'm going to pay my 3 guys max money.
Yeah.
That's what he's saying there. I'm going to pay Dak, I'm going to pay Lamb, I'm going to pay Micah. That is his version or a version of all in.
But he still muddies it by saying...
Then he went into draft picks?
Yeah, because they said it will be going all in on different people than you've done in the past.
What does that mean?
Okay, so that sounds like you're talking about free agency potentially, people that have not been in your building. And so it got muddied. He gave one of his kind of roaming around answers, but when his very first word he said was, looking ahead at our key contracts, I would anticipate we will be all in. Which to him meant, hey, all in is I'm going to spend a lot of money on CeeDee Lamb and Dak Prescott and get those done, and eventually into the future, probably Micah Parsons.
A team that actually wins in the Metroplex did it again last night. Dallas Stars recap, and why is LeBron taking a big-time break? That's next. Then Babe Laufenberg right here on Sean and RJ.
True that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of Sean and RJ is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, to go to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Stankoven gets it back behind the net. Flip left side, shot, score, bang! Set up by Stankoven. The captain doubles the lead, and it's 3-1 Stars.
And he continues to make his case for Rookie of the Year. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean, RJ, and Bobby on DFW Sports Station. Stars with a 5-2 win over San Jose on Victory Plus. Logan's 15 points now surpassed his total from last year that he reached in 24 regular season games. And Spittle added the note, you're eligible for Rookie of the Year if you play in 25 or less games, so he just made the cut. Ottinger continues his strong play, lowering his goals against average to .225. The save percentage is .917, picks up his 10th win, and remains undefeated at home. So now they're on the road until Thanksgiving with 3 games. Starts Saturday night against the Lightning in Tampa. Spits and Suds with the podcast. He may cover the downside. 4 more power plays without a goal as they remain one of the worst in the league.
It's almost 31% of games you could play in and still qualify for the Rookie of the Year. That seems high. That seems very, very high. There was a lot of misleading things in this game. Obviously, the score, like you said, because it was 3-2 before the empty netters. But also that Otter gave up 2 goals. I mean, one of them was a breakaway, which that's just a tough spot for a goalie to be in anyway. So, I mean, it really was like that's one true, 5-on-5 type goal. So, all around good performance.
But did you see the insane audio coming out of last night's game, Sean?
Happy birthday, Sean, you're the star of the day. Big house on that.
Oh, is this AI?
Hey, hands are kinda small, but your heart is way too big. When you light up that grill, it's a barbecue jig. Parties out back by the pool, so grand. Big house got room enough for the whole band. Small hands, but you work that spatula fine. You got the best barbecue this side of the line. Big house, small hands. It's your day, time to dance. Good barbecue, your special stance. Happy birthday, Sean, in advance.
Happy birthday!
Thank you. That was a good song. I thought it was going to be a Spittle baby bit right there.
No, none of that. This was Suno. Yeah, we haven't done a Suno AI song. How old are we now? You're 50?
43, I
Close.
believe. Yes.
Close. 81?
81.
81?
Yeah.
43 years old.
43.
So what's the big plan?
For
the birthday?
Nothing, dude.
Nothing?
No. My
Not
daughter,
go to dinner?
My daughter, no.
This weekend?
I don't go out on weeknights. My parents are coming Friday.
Well.
So my wife cleaned the garage spot for me. That was gift 1. I got some
just her job.
Preliminary good medical news from the daughter. So
good.
I'll take that. But no, honestly, when you get to like 43, I do have to really think about if I have the years added up correctly to get my age right. I've forgotten it once before. Like I think it was like 37.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know exactly what it was, but no, man. I'm in the thick of weeds with the daughter sick at home right now.
So no weekend, just big dinners and drinks and nothing like that?
Not with my parents.
I bet they can.
You'll go to dinner.
We like cook and go out every other night anyway when they come. So no, man, I'm past it. I'm past the birthday shenanigans. If I didn't have the kids around, then out to dinner and all that stuff. But no,
I haven't got used to saying I'm 35 yet, and I'm almost 36. Like I keep thinking I'm 34. That happened a couple weeks ago. Ivan, who we were talking to, I had asked Ivan recently. I was like, "Well, how old are you?" He goes, 35 or 36. I was like, "What?"
Yeah.
And like he genuinely is like, I genuinely don't remember. And I had to look it up to see. But happy birthday! You're 43. This is such a special time.
Yeah, such a special
Pop that
time.
bottle right there, Bob.
Yeah, I'm going to spray this Coke Zero all over the studio.
Oh, excellent. No, I think I was like, I want a nice picture of Ava. Old person gifts. Sad old person gifts. You think you can clean the garage spot for me to park?
Does she have a spot in the garage already?
Oh, yeah.
So she's already in there.
Oh, she's in. She's in. She was in
4-car garage?
I think it's 3, but it's really 2. There's no way you can fit. Billy, if you're listening, get the garage fixed. Maybe I can get something else in there. If you ever text me or return my calls.
I just want one garage. I want a garage for one car.
That's right. But thank you, Bob. Nice song with the creativity. AI with music is incredible.
It's special. It's going to. We've got. I think as Will Chambers said when I played him an AI song one time, he said, "I think we have 37 months tops." He's like, I don't know why. He's like, that just feels like a nice number for when this is all going to end.
You say it's special. I think it's scary. Will's right.
Who is more delusional, Micah and Diggs for thinking the Cowboys are a damn good team, or Adam Silver? Adam Silver is commenting on why the NBA is off to a slow start with the ratings, the interest. You had Shaquille O'Neal's comments as well, and he said, I know why. We had a World Series. Okay, yeah. I guess that's brand new. They just instituted.
They did
something called the Fall Classic, and the election. Yeah, those are the reasons why. The opening week of primetime games were down double-digit percentage of ratings. So Adam Silver, in my opinion, with his bald head in the sand, not wanting to be honest about the state of the game.
Well, at least he came by the bald head, honestly, unlike John Stamos, as we referenced earlier. Look, Silver is...
He said there's always some unique things. We're up against a World Series. You had a presidential election that was commanding an enormous amount of attention, so I don't think it has anything whatsoever to do with the style of play on the floor.
Well, NBA opening night was October 22nd.
Yep.
The first World Series game
started 3 days later.
Was 3 days later. So you're not up against the World Series for opening night. Now, if you wanted to say you're up against the World Series coverage, I would also say, most of your games are on ESPN. ESPN doesn't talk baseball. So you weren't even up against World Series coverage.
So by his math, sorry, Bobby, I cut you off before. What were you saying?
No, I was just saying Silver's whole, Adam Silver is always going to be, like you mentioned, it's the Micah angle of just like, hey, we're pretty good. Like we've got this figured out. He is the most pro player owner, which there's nothing wrong with being pro player, but it's so deferential that it almost just feels like there's nobody running this thing right now.
I can understand. Like, if you want to make a legit case that the election it took away from TV viewership, I could buy that to an extent.
On one night, Tuesday.
Yeah, and even maybe a week or two leading up to it, I could buy it. But he also, the main reason is the players aren't playing. There's a lot of injuries.
Yeah.
Now, you can't do anything about injuries if they're real. The problem is, like, is Joel Embiid actually hurt?
Right, we don't know.
What is it?
We still don't know. By the way, Embiid came out and said, quote, whoever leaked that is a real piece of S on the 76ers team meeting in which Tyrese Maxey called him out for being late. And by Silver's math, at least according to basketballnetwork.net, then the number should pick up in week 3, but the data not supporting it. 4 days after the election, Sixers-Lakers fell 27% off last season's comparison. November 13th, Pelicans-Thunder, again, Zion, Pelicans injuries, and Lakers-Grizz fell off by 42 and 11%. It's just not that enticing. And again, these guys not playing, what is new, what is refreshing, and who is available? These are problems.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
and Shaq says the style of play with too many threes.
Which I agree. There is a little bit of basketball's kind of in its Moneyball era right now, where in the wake of that Billy Bean, Bill James analytics crusade throughout baseball, they did reach a point where it felt like, okay, that lazy criticism of baseball can't be played on a calculator feels like it has become a reality at one point, where it was like baseball's being played on a calculator almost. And it feels like basketball's kind of gotten to that point where it's like efficiency and we do this and this is the most efficient. They're going to have to evolve off of the style of play that they have right now because it's not sustainable for viewership.
Well, yeah, but shooting threes is more entertaining than waiting around for a home run and just having a lot of there's no action in baseball. That's a problem. But I think, also the problem is that, if you were to go to the other sports and say, who's going to win the title, you're going to get 10 different answers. Right? Who's going to win the Super Bowl this year?
Right.
We don't know.
Yeah.
I think if you were to ask 10 people who's going to win the NBA title, I bet you 7 or 8 would say Boston.
Right. Yes.
I think that plays into being a problem.
Gilbert Arenas says it's expensive to watch games now. That's the problem. They used to be free, so you got to buy cable for your own teams. Then you have to buy League Pass to get the league pass stuff.
Gilbert talking about 1983. The Bulls were on WGN like in the 90s.
Yeah, but we did have NBC.
It costs
like
you.
Jerry says, we're never leaving network television.
It does feel more difficult to get access to regular national or even local games with the NBA than any other sport.
Yeah. This Mavs stuff right now is a complete pain in the ass. It sucks.
You're not
for me
sure.
on the DirecTV stream.
Same here.
Well, I know you got the next 3 games. The next 3 games are WFAA that you'll be able to get.
LeBron is taking a break from social media. He responded to Kevin Durant's manager, who was basically saying, "Sports is supposed to unite us. Why do we have to be so negative? Why? Why does it have to be so ugly?" And LeBron basically was saying, "Preach. I'll see y'all later. I'm out of here."
Are you surprised that LeBron James is "I'm leaving social media" guy, declaring it to everybody? That's always been the person that you knew growing up who's like, "I'm going to delete my Facebook," or "I'm going to delete that," where it's like, "No, please don't go. We all want to talk to you." Like, LeBron, just leave. Just leave social media. You do not have to tell us you're leaving social media. You can just go away.
It's no coincidence that the moment that this became Dalton Connect's team, that LeBron leaves social media.
Oh, his team.
That's right. His team.
Look, it is negative.
Of course.
It's massively negative.
Yesterday, Atolo sent me the YouTube comments after our Jerry Biden segment, and I was nasty. And if you're LeBron James, you're getting 5 million times more negativity than we get on Twitch, YouTube, or the fan text.
Be like Windhorst. Be like the guy who followed you around for years. Just don't look at your mentions. You can mute those. You can mute those. You can mute the mentions to only people that you follow, and he doesn't have to see anybody other than the people that he works with.
That's what he needs to do.
Yeah,
because I can't sit here and say I would never look at my replies. I would never look at my mentions. And you see people have comments turned off. No, if you can, because that makes you look soft.
Oh yeah, if you can post, you got to be able.
If you can keep it to where the comments are on, but like you don't have to read it and going through it, that's the perfect scenario. And then what is all the Bronny stuff? I'm so tired of this already.
Well,
I'm
Bronny,
sick and tired of this.
Bronny is so Shams went on McAfee and was talking about the reason that Bronny is not playing on the road. Is because there's a different level of fanfare around him.
Continue to keep him around the active roster as much as they can, but also he's going to be playing G League home games for right now. So he's going to be shuttling back and forth, practicing with the G League team, practicing with the Lakers, being on the Lakers active roster, playing in the G League home games. Bronny James isn't just your normal everyday G League player for all the reasons we just mentioned. His name is Bronny James, and there are some things with him that just go with it, right? Like there are, I don't know if it's a security thing, but there's a different level of fanfare when he's on the road for these G League games, different level of everything when he's with that G League team. So how do you manage that on the road? I don't think the door is necessarily completely shut on him playing in those road games as the G League season goes on. But right now, that is the plan that the Lakers have laid out, and they want him to continue to shuttle back and forth, spend as much time on the active roster as possible. It is very typical for a second-round pick to shuttle back and forth with the G League.
So I just think they don't get it. There is no fanfare around Bronny James. Bronny James, who's paying to go see Bronny in the G League?
Nobody. If you're going to go to a G League game, it's probably going to be a handful of people that will go, "Oh my gosh, Bronny's here," but not enough to feel overwhelmed. You're not. Right. You're not. You're not New Kids on the Block. You're not getting swarmed by the girls or whatever else. This shows his career is unserious.
As a G League announcer, former G League announcer, I can tell you that majority of the people that go to G League games they want a cheap way to go somewhere with their kids.
Yeah.
They could take their kids to an experience of a basketball game for essentially $1.
Is that what LeBron did by taking them to the G League? He's giving them the experience of a basketball game?
He's stinking it up in the G League, too. He's not like balling out. This is a joke. It's been a joke.
His arena in college sat about 10,000 people. They averaged 6K a game. That was in college. And for students, games were free to get into half the time.
There it is, Little Hoops Roundup here on DFW Sports Station, your home of the Cowboys. Former Washington football player Babe Laufenberg previews the Commanders. And what does he think about all the Deion Sanders coaching talk? Babe Laufenberg joins us next.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
Let's preview the Commanders with Cowboys color analyst Babe Laufenberg, who does not have his partner in crime, Peyton Russell, today, who is out sick. Babe joining us on the D&M Leasing Hotline here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Good morning, man. How are you?
Good morning, guys. Great. And you know what that means without Peyton? That means you guys are going to have to be sharp on the trivia question because that man is a walking encyclopedia of sports knowledge.
Oh, I thought you were going to cancel the trivia. We still have it.
Yes. No, well, you tell me. It's your guys' show.
No, let's do it.
Okay. You ready?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right. We know the Commanders have been pretty bad, right, for the last 2 decades.
Yes.
So they've not won a postseason game since after the 2005 season. They beat the Bucks. It's an 18-season streak, without winning a playoff game. It's the third longest in the NFL. So, who are the 2 teams who have a longer streak of not winning a playoff game? Bobby's going to get this, I'll bet.
2 teams that, like, the streak is active or in history?
Active. Yes, sir.
So it's
Active.
05.
So the Commanders are 18 and going, and these two teams.
It's Miami is one.
There you go.
Yeah, they're like 2000. I
And
think.
then
Can I throw out Jacksonville?
No.
Chris, stay out of this here,
Chris.
champ.
Push the buttons.
Jacksonville won 2 years ago. Let's
Raiders?
Look at my guy.
Yeah.
Look at my guy.
There it is, baby.
Washington's gone 18 seasons. Raiders have gone 21, and then Miami leads the pack at 23. Can you imagine not winning? I mean, you know what it's been like here.
Yeah.
23 years of not winning a playoff game.
Babe, does it feel like, I asked Brian Mitchell this an hour ago, does it feel like Washington and Dallas have switched positions in terms of organizational chaos and future?
I would hesitate to think that the Cowboys are where Washington had been under the Danny Snyder leadership, right? I mean, they were a joke. I mean, you could have some fun with this organization maybe, but they're not a joke. They haven't been very good, and certainly this year. But it's a 1-year deal. Now Washington may go on a 10-year run. I don't know, and the Cowboys may go on a 10-year run the other way. But no, but Washington, hey, the ownership change obviously helped. I mean, they become a real NFL franchise, and let's be honest, they weren't. As long as Dan Snyder was involved and in charge, they were not a legitimate NFL franchise.
Where would you put the Cowboys, like, front office compared to the rest of the East?
Oh, you want me to rate them?
Yeah.
I think anybody's ahead of the Giants. Wouldn't you agree?
I would think so.
You could be an expansion team and say, yeah, our front office is a little better. Well, they haven't done anything. They haven't had a draft. Yeah, but we know they can't be worse than these guys, which is amazing because the Giants are one of the obviously legacy franchises of the NFL, but they just cannot seem to get out of their way. Yeah. I mean, I remember Cowboys played the Giants in week 4, beat them up there, pretty much destroyed them. And I said, okay, when we get to the Thanksgiving game, who will be their quarterback and who will be their head coach? So we do have a new quarterback. We'll have another week to see if the head coach will still be the head coach.
Babe,
but it's been a mess.
What did you think of Daniels coming out, and what are you seeing of him now?
Obviously a really talented guy at LSU, won the Heisman. You saw his ability. What's interesting, too, I mean, he was thrown to 2 first-round draft picks. I mean, he had 2. And I always think, these guys are going to get to the NFL. Guys like that, right? Or you played with Jarvis Landry and Odell Beckham Jr. on your team. Or at Ohio State. And you're going to say, wow, my receivers in college were better than the guys I have here. So, but I did like him. I could have never, trust me, I'll be the first to tell you, would have never predicted him to do what he's doing. Although I could never predict it for any rookie to come in and just light the world on fire. Now, hasn't been as good the last 4 games. Number of reasons for that. He's got a rib injury. That's difficult to play with. They played better teams these last 4 weeks, or at least better defenses. As much as we have fun with the Giants, their defense is pretty good. And the Bears' defense is really good. You don't realize it because of all the things they do to screw games up. Steelers, Eagles, I mean, they played some good defenses over these last 4 weeks. But, yeah, I mean, certainly the future is bright for him. But I always go back to Heisman Trophy winner, also drafted at number 2 by Washington, RG3, and he lit the world on fire his rookie year. I mean, he came in on Thanksgiving Day to AT&T Stadium, threw for 4 touchdowns. And I sat there in the booth at the end of the game, and I said, man, they're going to have to deal with this guy for the next 10 years. And we saw they didn't have to deal with him for the next 10 years.
The next 10 weeks.
But right now, Jaden Daniels' career and future obviously looks very bright.
Babe Laufenberg, Cowboys radio analyst, joining us here on 105 through the Fan. Okay, Babe, so Mike McCarthy was asked about, potentially giving over play calling duties this week. This past game against Houston looked better than the first opportunity out there with Cooper Rush. What do you think we can expect moving forward? Do you kind of see what McCarthy's trying to achieve with some of these play designs and these concepts, or do you think there is a question about maybe he's stretched a little too thin?
Well, I always think good play callers have good players. It's kind of that simple. Like the little slant, little inside route to Cavante Turpin that goes for, I think, 64 and the touchdown. It's not a great play call. It's just a normal NFL route, and Turpin beats his guy like a drum and gets inside, and he's fast, and off he goes for the touchdown. And I always get tickled when we're watching games, guys, and I will actually record it on my thing and send it to people who know my non-affinity for the great play call. So, you're watching a game, the announcer, usually the analyst, says, "Oh, what a great play call." Well, it's a great play call because it's worked. And then when they say, "Oh, that was a bad play call," well, it didn't work. The fly sweep to CD on 4th and 1, I believe it was Atlanta. The games run together, and it gets blown up, and
they run that every game.
Well, yeah, but sometimes they work. When they work, you say, "Wow, what a great play call!"
Right.
And when they don't, you say, I always remember the great Ernie Zampese, Cowboys offensive coordinator and longtime NFL guy, guru, if you will. But I'd go up to his office on Fridays when he was the OC here for the Cowboys. They won a Super Bowl, actually, in 96 with him. But I'd go up and we'd go over the game plan. He'd give me everything, and we'd talk football, and it was great. It was great. But he would say, "Babe," he said, "I learned a long time ago, if the play works, it's a good play call. And if it doesn't work, it's a bad play call, and you just got to live with that." I said, "Okay." And so, but to me, here's the thing quickly. I'm more concerned with the plays you put in during the week. Okay, they're playing us in this defense. How are we going to attack it? What do we have to answer what they're doing? And every defense that you call on every play is built to take something away. But there's a weakness also to every defense. So you have to exploit the weakness in the defense and not let the strength of that defense stop what you're doing, if that makes sense. So to me, I'm not as big on play calling during the game itself. I'm really not. I know a lot of people would disagree with me. I'm big on what did you do during the week to attack this defense. And every defense plays it differently. Pittsburgh, totally different than what they saw from Vic Fangio in Philadelphia. Dan Quinn, different from what you saw there. So it's not like you just go in with your 10 plays every week and run the 10 plays every week. You got to come up with stuff to beat what this particular team does to you.
Babe, has Dan's defense gotten better as the year has gone on, even though they have lost 2 in a row?
I would say yes, just because of the familiarity with the defense. And, as you get into the defense, believe it or not, I think Zimmer's defense, guys are starting to understand a little more. It hadn't looked great, but it didn't look as bad as it did early on. But, he's definitely got him playing well. He's got some of his guys. I think that's always important. Bring some of your guys with you, the Dorrance Armstrongs, right? Dante Fowler's having a great year. I think he's got 7.5 sacks. So you bring those guys along, and they have something to prove. They want to prove you right, that I want to justify the fact that you put your neck on the line and said, "Hey, we got to bring these guys in." And that's what they've done. The funny thing is everybody laments, right, the lack of takeaways by this defense. And, hey, Dan Quinn's defense took the ball away. Well, Cowboys have 9 takeaways this year. Washington has played one more game, and they have 10.
Wow.
Yeah, so it's not necessarily the defense. It's if you have guys that know how to take the ball away. Here's the difference, obviously. Washington has 5 giveaways. Cowboys have 20. So therein lies the difference. But, so the takeaway thing, and it's funny, it's just, Dan Quinn's defense takes it away. Well, he does if he has the right players. It goes back to, you're a good play caller if you have good players.
Babe, what do you think about all this Deion Sanders takeover talk?
To coming to coach here?
Yeah.
Yeah, you absolutely cannot hire him. You absolutely cannot do it.
Why?
No question. Because my son lives in Denver. He went to see you. He is so excited about the Buffs that he would disown me. If they lost Dion, he would kill me. And I would have to tell him, Joe Willie, they don't consult me on these things. He said, yeah, but you could have said something to someone. No, I think all of it's interesting. I mean, and here's the thing. In my mind, you guys may differ, but anything could happen. I mean, it could be Dion. Yeah, you saw Witten's name surface. He's been a high school coach. Belichick. He's going to be 75. I mean, all these names are going to pop up. And, you know, with this organization, I wouldn't put anything out of the realm of possibility. We'll go back 20 years. I was shocked when Bill Parcells took the job here. Yeah. Shocked. I just said, you know, when it was kind of getting rumored, I said, there's no way Parcells is going to come and work here. Obviously, Parcells came and worked here. To me, though, there's only one name that you could really sell to your fan base. And I think you're going to have to sell something because, as we all know, they're a little disgruntled, and you're going to have 7 more weeks of it. It's not like we just ended the season, and then we'll forget about it. But that'd be Ben Johnson, the offensive coordinator for Detroit.
Yeah.
I don't think there would be anyone that would say, wait a minute, you hired Ben Johnson? Matter of fact, Washington was going to hire him. That was the last job opening. So Dan Quinn, if he had taken that job, Dan Quinn may still be the defensive coordinator here.
Yes.
So that domino effect, when he didn't take the job, then obviously Dan Quinn goes to Washington. And he's doing a great job up there. And it's funny, I spoke to somebody up there, and I know a couple of people, and still, believe it or not, and everybody just loves him. And I said, oh, yeah, they loved him here. I mean, he's a guy that can command a room. I think he's demanding. So there was no doubt in my mind if they got out of his way that Dan Quinn would do a good job up there, and he has, clearly.
Great stuff, brother. We appreciate you. Thank you so much, and have a great call. Babe Laufenberg on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Will Eli Manning get in the way of Darren Woodson this time? Final hour, Thursday edition next.
After we get you over to SotaWeightLoss.com, SOTA weightloss.com.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Chris Strong getting it in for Peyton Russell, Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. Thanks for being a total. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. The G-Bag Nation will be broadcasting live from Hurtado in Arlington today from 2 to 7. And Jerry Jones on today with the KMC Masterpiece at 10:30. Not tomorrow, today at 10:30. That'll be JJ. All right.
Has there been I want to know if they are going to hit him with the Stephen A question we asked about yesterday. That'd be an uncomfortable one to ask.
Oh, yeah. Kevin will do it.
He will.
I don't know if they're aware of the topic. I'm sure Corey Majors is. I don't know about Kevin. Corey's the top total.
Bassick isn't.
No, I was downstairs at, what time? Franco came over to the studio, probably 11. Then I'm downstairs talking to Chelsea, and Bassick comes storming out of the elevator.
Goes across the street.
And I said, what, is Mickey on? And he goes, no. He was in McDonald's and back probably in 90 seconds. I was like, how did you do that?
App ordering?
App order.
Yeah.
Has it down to a science. Came out with that stupid S-eating grin on his red face. Hi guys. Hi, how you doing? A little wave. Hey. In McDonald's and back up. Maybe he was getting the McRib.
It's back. December 3rd. December 3rd it comes back for the farewell tour again. Another farewell tour.
I don't know that there's been anything. I get tricked by that marketing every time.
You get it?
Like, I was like,
I can't believe you would actually eat a McRib.
That's what I'm saying. It's like, it must be good, right? I mean, and then I try, I'm like, no, this is awful.
I don't
And
get
every
it.
time I forget, that marketing works. It's brilliant. McDonald's has, from the founder on, like, they've mastered the marketing and everything else to where.
Have you seen the movie yet?
Yeah, I had to turn it off like halfway through. It was making me sick. Watching
No,
him, like,
I'm not talking about. I'm talking about the Michael Keaton.
No, I know. That was making me sick watching him cheat the brothers out of there.
What was it called?
Basically swipe the business from the founder.
The founder.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought you were talking about Super Size Me. Oh, so that makes you sick. You have a heart for that.
I hate that was their business.
You have a heart for the trans fat used on the fries that were stolen.
That was their business. They got it swiped out from under
So
them.
you
I felt
can't
bad
watch
for them.
that's your breaking point.
It was uncomfortable.
That's your breaking point of discomfort.
It was
of fast
uncomfortable.
food movie.
I could watch I could watch Faces of Death or anything else. I can watch all the gore I need to. I can't see two hardworking brothers get their American business snatched out from under them.
So if Mike McCarthy had a McFlurry, you'd be nicer to him and about it.
Yeah, if it was Mike McDonald instead of Mike McCarthy.
Yamo be there, Mike McDonald?
Yeah, or Seattle Seahawks Mike McDonald,
okay,
maybe.
And what are they doing with breakfast? What's the
So there was a McDonald's breakfast once a day thing, the all day breakfast, and the reason it was killed off, the ex chef revealed
the ex chef,
they have a head chef.
Oh,
McDonald's has a head chef, and he said the reason that it was killed off, and it wasn't the pandemic. It was well before people speculated it was, but it's been like that forever. It's because there's too much needed in the kitchen to be able to have breakfast all day. They couldn't dedicate certain fryers and grills for simply breakfast all day.
Workers, there was a Reddit thread about this a couple years ago that said, fast food workers, what is the one thing you hate when people like what do you hate about when people come in and order? And there were a lot of McDonald's workers that were like, when you come in and order a breakfast item outside of breakfast hours, that is a pain in the ass for us. And so I think it was worker revolt that was basically like, this is a pain. I don't want to make anything fresh. I want to hand them from something under a heating lamp.
And I saw Delta, final fast food thing, I promise. Delta is going to serve Shake Shack on their flights?
Dude, Shake Shack is so good. This might make me fly them because I don't even care if it is a Boeing. I'll go down happy because Shake Shack is delicious.
Is it that or Five Guys that is super expensive?
Five Guys, I mean, Shake Shack's pretty expensive.
Yeah.
Five Guys is, you order a meal and it's $16 for just burger, fries, and drink. But Five Guys is delicious too.
I mean, the Delta CEO just became a member at Augusta, so might as well.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, him. Remember Sean McManus, the CBS Sports chairman?
Yeah.
I bet I can guess what the Shake Shack CEO looks like.
The Amazon CEO and Eli Manning are the 4 new members at Augusta this year.
That tracks. Yep.
All right. Speaking of Manning, what a segue. Eli, Antonio Gates, Jared Allen have made the semifinalists for the Pro Football Hall of Fame. All right, we got 6 players in their first year of eligibility, 10 players who were finalists last year. They will next reduce the list to 15. How many get in, Bobby?
Up to 5. 3 to 5 are getting in.
Up to 5.
And then you have like your extra.
So this is separate from the 25 that are being voted in. Yeah, out of these 25, only 3 to 5 can get in.
Okay.
So we're going to go from 25 to 15, up to 5 at the end. Here are the names in alphabetical order. Eric Allen, Jared Allen, Willie Anderson, Anquan Bolden, Jari Evans, Saints lineman, Antonio Gates, James Harrison, still professional weightlifter, Rodney Harrison, Torrey Holt, Kuechly, Eli, Robert Mathis, Steve Smith Sr., Terrell Suggs, this is a good list, Fred Taylor, Earl Thomas, who apparently still wants to get back in football, Adam Vinatieri, Hines Ward, Ricky Waters.
For who? For what?
Who's that?
Ricky Waters. That was his famous phrase in Philadelphia.
Reggie Wayne, Richmond Webb, Miami, Vince Wilfork, Steve Wisniewski, Darren Woodson, and Marshall Yonda. That is the list of 25 that gets down to 15. Give us your 5. You said up to 5, Bobby?
Yep, up to 5.
Up to 5.
8-7.
Tough list.
Pick your 5. That is a tough list. 877-881-1053. Frankel and Frankel. Injury attorney text line. 877-881-1053.
Steve Wisniewski, by the way, drafted by Jimmy Johnson and the Dallas Cowboys, and they immediately traded his rights for Jeff Francis and some draft picks. So that ended up blowing up in their face. But
all right, let's try to agree. Let's try to start off agreeing to make it easier.
This is going to be tough.
Do we have any absolute no doubters?
I mean, I do.
Okay, name them.
Adam Vinatieri.
Oh gosh.
Here's my question on him, and I believe he is a Hall of Famer and will go in. Do you make him wait because of the other ones on this list? There's
a few guys here who have waited already. There's 3 really egregious waits that are on this list.
Jared Allen and Torrey Holt, to me, are bad waits.
Torrey Holt is the worst wait in the Hall of Fame right now. Torrey Holt should have been in way long ago. That is there's nobody who's been as prolific as him throughout his career that had to wait this long at any position. He's the easiest slam dunk to me. Torrey Holt should be in. The 3 overdue ones to me are Darren Woodson, Jared Allen, and Torrey Holt. They should all be in.
Okay. RJ?
I have Jared Allen as well. Antonio Gates. Now, the problem with Antonio was there not a PED situation with him?
There was.
Which we forget about. In baseball, we know every single one of those PED guys.
I forgot in the last 2 minutes. Here's the thing. Antonio Gates, we looked up his numbers recently. Remember, he had 2,000-yard seasons.
They were disappointing.
That blew us away. Because we thought Antonio Gates, Hall of Famer. And then we opened it up and we looked. It's like, oh, dude, he was a compiler. Straight compiler. He was 2,000-yard seasons. He played 09 was his last 1,000-yard season. He played all the way through 2018. He went 10 years, last 10 years. He's Marcus Allen of tight ends.
Let me be the negative person. All right, I'll scratch names off.
I can scratch him off then.
All right, Anquan Bolden is not a Hall of Famer.
No.
Agreed.
James Harrison is not a Hall of Famer.
Agreed.
To me, Eli is not, but he's the most fun name. Robert Mathis, to me, is not a Hall of Famer.
Yep.
Fred Taylor, to me, is not a Hall of Famer.
Nope.
Hines Ward is not a Hall of Famer. Ricky Waters is definitely not a Hall of Famer. I would say Will Fork is not. Again, these interior linemen are tougher. Yonda to me is.
Yonda I've got on there. Yonda to me, out of the guys who have...
this is Zach Martin.
Yeah, Yonda was the most dominant guard in football for a decade. So Yonda's in there to me. The 5 I would put in, those 3 overdue ones, Yonda the 4th.
Jared, Holt, Woody, Yonda, and...
Earl Thomas, probably.
You made a compelling case for Earl. Were you not here for this, RJ?
You were. We talked about this last time when we realized Antonio Gates was the same. Earl Thomas was the best player, like was the best safety of the decade. He was on the All-Decades team. He was a 7-time Pro Bowler. He was a 3-time first-team All-Pro. Like, you look at all of his numbers, he is right near the top of all the other safeties that are in the Hall of Fame.
See, when you run down his resume, it's like, yes. When you run down Antonio's, it's like, no. But I thought of Antonio. I would instantly think of Antonio Gates as more of a Hall of Famer than Earl Thomas. Just instant reaction. Because it was like Gonzalez, then Gates, and Witten.
Yeah.
It's Gonzalez, Gates, and Witten. Gonzalez is in or going in. Jason's going in, I believe. So you're like, all right, Gates is right up there. But the number, that's why you also have to look at the numbers. So I like to give the instant reaction just in the bar, and then you got to do your homework.
The average...
But the Earl Thomas stuff says yes.
In terms of Earl, because they just list him as a defensive back, they as in the Hall of Fame monitor situation, right? They put everybody in the defensive backfield. They don't differentiate corners from safeties. The average Hall of Fame defensive back has 3 first-team All-Pros, 7 Pro Bowls, 13 years as a starter, and 1 championship.
That's all Earl Thomas other than starting for 13 years.
Earl Thomas has 1 championship, 3 first-team All-Pros, 7 Pro Bowls, and started for 9 years. I mean, he almost has everything as the league average Hall of Fame DB.
Earl Thomas, better than Darren Woodson?
So Darren is one of those guys who, when you ask, like we talked about it a little bit last night.
We've talked about this 50,000 times.
But you talk to former teammates, they get like visibly angry when you talk about how he's not in there. Nate Newton was talking about it last night. Kevin Smith, I'm trying to remember who we talked to earlier this year. We talked to somebody earlier this year, and he was like, the fact that Darren Woodson, like the Hall of Fame is created for players like Darren Woodson, who completely changed what that position was supposed to be. He's like, you know who we stuck in the slot? The most difficult position. We stuck a safety. We put Darren Woodson in there to cover the slot. Dion wouldn't go in there. We would put Darren Woodson in there. Darren Woodson would play linebacker. Darren Woodson was a linebacker coming out of college, moved to safety, played corner. Like, could have been honestly, an all-pro player at linebacker, safety, or corner if they would have just committed him to
So
one.
Woody's numbers, he has more first-team. He has 3 first-team All-Pros, all right, which is more than Ty Law, more than Darryl Green.
Wow.
He has the same amount as Cliff Harris, more than Steve Atwater.
And all those guys are in?
And they're all in. More than Mike Haynes, more than Mel. And yeah, you get guys like Rod Woodson, who had 6 first-teamers.
Is Rodney Harrison deserving?
Right off the top of my head, I think of Rodney Harrison. I think he was great, but I don't think of best of his generation. I'll look at the numbers, but
I don't think best of a generation.
No.
I think dirty.
2-time Pro Bowler, 2-time All-Pro.
Okay. All right, who's your list, RJ?
By the way, Woodson's numbers are so much better than John Lynch's too, who also got put in.
I think
and Augusta. Oh no.
No. I think Woody, obviously. I think Woody is in. Adam is in.
Vinatieri?
Yep. Torrey is in. Allen is in. And then it's between Marshall and Reggie Wayne for me.
Man, I don't think of Torrey. I don't think of Torrey Holt instantly as that was a Hall of Fame player. I think of him as the number 2 receiver on his team, the number 3 weapon on his team. That's just my mind.
Sure.
You know what I mean? And then Reggie Wayne, I'm like, he was an awesome too. Not a Hall of Famer. Marvin was a clear Hall of Famer. That's my brain.
No, and I agree. And I think a lot of people do think of Isaac Bruce as being the top target over Holt. He wasn't. Torrey Holt put up absurd numbers.
Yeah.
If you look at Torrey Holt's
I don't even know if I thought of Isaac Bruce as a Hall of Famer.
No.
So Isaac
Did
Bruce,
Isaac get in? He got in.
He's in.
Yeah.
And Isaac never made a first-team All-Pro.
Wow.
And Reggie and Torrey both have one.
Torrey Holt, 1,600 yards, 13, 13, 16, 13, 13, 12, 12.
You have the accuracy thing up of who they project, and is it pretty deadly? Do you have it? Don't give it away.
The terms of the Hall of Fame monitor?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they're usually pretty on?
They are pretty on.
I want to know who they pick. Let's do that. And Bobby says that one former GM says it's time to turn out the lights on the Dallas Cowboys. A 920 version of Below the Belt next.
After...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment of Sean and RJ is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not. Over to you, Bobby. Stop the music. Cut it off. I'm like the American Dream, Dusty Rhodes, who went on KMC yesterday. They're coming up with Crosstalk at 9:40. My new barbecue bro, it was Dustin Rhodes. I know. I was waiting for someone to correct me.
I had no idea.
My new barbecue bro, Alec Medford, sent me the breaking news from Shams. Luka has sustained a wrist injury and is expected to miss time. That is the breaking news brought to you by BetQL. Smarter bets start with the BetQL app. Download the BetQL app today. Luka Doncic injured, wrist out.
How many games? Let's say he misses 10 games. How many do they have to win for you to bench Luka?
None. That'll never happen.
For Bassick to want to bench Luka.
Here's what I'm wondering about.
I just had a nice Luka Micah topic in the kitchen with Bassick.
Missed time is so broad. Like, what does that mean? Does that mean like, oh yeah, like he's gonna miss like 3 days, or does that mean like they don't know how long and it's that bad, or that he's got to get looked at again?
Let's go to the games. At Denver tomorrow.
Dub.
Dub. At Miami. At Atlanta. So you got a 3-game road trip and 5 of the next 6 on the road. Then you get the Knicks at the AAC Wednesday. At Utah, at Portland, Memphis at home, at Washington, at Toronto, and then back-to-back against the Clippers. So this is not a murderer's row schedule. Denver, tough. Miami, Atlanta, Utah, Portland, Washington, Toronto.
Sad thing about the Denver game is it's for the cup, and it's a cup game. So
it's at least 1 week, according to Mark Stein, because he will be reevaluated in 1 week, is the word from Stein. So he's out a week. It's at a point right now where they've got to at least just say, we got to give this some time. We can look at it again. So that's where things are at with Luka Doncic.
All right, 877-881-1053. Before we get to Below the Belt, RJ used this NFL Hall of Fame predictor. How accurate is it? Who are they saying is going to get in as this loaded class? Not loaded with absolute no doubters, but we've gone from 25 down to 15, and we're going to need to whittle it down to 5. Eli Manning, Darren Woodson in the class.
All right, so
of nominees.
They do say, according to this, now they're going to have more people. They have more people than just 5. Like Reggie Wayne in, Torrey Holt in. Steve Smith Sr. is almost right on the line.
We didn't even talk about him.
Yeah, and they're not going to put 3 wide receivers in, I don't think.
It's like Steve Smith, to me, just thinking of it quickly, not looking at the numbers, like he's more of a Hall of Famer to me than Reggie Wayne. Steve Smith was a 1.
Yeah, I think of Steve Smith as being a Hall of Famer more. I think if it comes down to what do you want? Do you want consistency or do you want peak? Because peak, it would be Steve Smith. And then you look over the course of his career, Reggie Wayne was more consistent, like just with health and performance.
And you both think it's no doubt Torrey Holt was better than Steve Smith?
I do.
Now, Steve Smith made made more first-team All-Pros. He made 2. The other 2 guys made 1. Wayne, Holt, Julio, and Antonio Brown are basically lumped in a 4-person category of like they're all about they're all about the same, and they're ahead of a ton of guys already in. Like they're ahead. Now, granted, some of these numbers are accumulating numbers. So like a guy like Calvin Johnson's further down the list, but nobody thinks that Reggie Wayne and Steve Smith are better than Calvin Johnson, right? Because there's a peak to it. But there's a lot of players on here that are in, from Lynn Swann to Andre Reed, that don't have the numbers, according to this, that a Holt or Wayne do. Jared Allen would miss by quite a bit.
Oh.
The average defensive end has a Hall of Fame value of 104. Jared's is 72. That's way, way down the list. It's so far down the list, I don't have to go all the way down here to find him on this.
So who do they have in?
They've got in Gates. They have in Wayne, Holt. They have Suggs is not in. Yonda is in. And Vinatieri is in.
Okay. So this Antonio Gates, we don't care. The PEDs does not disqualify you. Now, just because he's on this list doesn't mean he's going to be voted in. You should ask Shereen Williams. Like, we should ask John McClain when he was on Hall of Fame voter. PEDs in football versus baseball? Like, are they just going to give a pass?
I don't think people care in football.
It is odd. It doesn't seem to even be a question.
But when's the last? We haven't had a test case.
The interesting one's going to be Von Miller.
I see that's the thing. I don't think anybody's even questioned Von Miller's getting in. I think people just say that it is. Here's
in fact, real quick, Bobby, Von Miller would be the highest graded outside linebacker not in the Hall of Fame if he doesn't get in.
It's so crazy how just like right now my mind is probably the way I've been trained as a sports fan. Like I'm with Antonio Gates and I'm like, blip, like you made a mistake. Right. And with baseball,
you died.
You cheated.
You died.
Yeah, just mentally, I'm in two different worlds. Gates, I'm like, all right, if you make one mistake for 4 games, should that disqualify you forever? But in baseball, I'm like, you cheated everyone.
It tarnishes it. Yeah, it seems to just blot their entire career forever.
There are 2 nearly identical situations in football and baseball. Debbie Clemens got a package of PEDs sent to her house, according to Roger. And so did Ashley Manning.
Mm-hmm.
Well, again, it's the same situation.
So what you're telling me is
it doesn't matter in football.
Peyton Manning shouldn't be in.
If you were using baseball, if he was in baseball, he wouldn't have gotten in because Roger and Peyton they're on the same level.
Yeah.
In terms of all-time greatness.
Yes.
There are 3 receivers in NFL history that are tied for the most seasons of 80 catches and 1,300 yards. It's Jerry Rice, Julio Jones, and Torrey Holt.
Wow. All right, so that's the latest list. Below the belt.
All right, let's talk about RJ Choppy's favorite NFL analyst. It's one Michael Lombardi. Michael Lombardi has said it's done. It's over for the Dallas Cowboys. He says turn out the lights for the Dallas Cowboys, which is, of course, the old Dandy Don Meredith, turn out the lights, the party's over, that he would always quote from Willie Nelson. But he just went off on the Cowboys and saying that, he talked about how last year, the big error that Jerry made was not firing Mike McCarthy at the end of last year, that he hesitated. And he's like, it's very unlike Jerry to kind of hesitate on something like that and to have that issue. He said one of the biggest mistakes any organization can make is reacting too late to problems. Owner Jerry Jones was so upset after the embarrassing loss to the Packers, tempted him to make radical changes. As we get older, change is one of the big obstacles to overcome. We tend to fall in love with our environment. We eat the same things at the same time, watch the same shows, and talk to the same people. It's human nature. Jerry is 82 years old. He hates change. He wants to win, but he doesn't want to deal with a mess. By hesitating, he now has a big mess. In the past, he would have trusted his instincts, made changes, and brought someone in with a fresh set of eyes that could offer a different perspective. However, the past is haunting Jerry. As he said, I've made a change early on, a coach with Chan Gailey. Always regretted it. I've made a change in season. Always regretted it. Now, this is the interesting line here. I thought the little paragraph from Michael Lombardi that I thought was really compelling. He says, you can criticize Jerry in terms of his football knowledge and team construction, but you cannot attack him for not being a good listener. Jerry wants input. He wants the coaches involved and listens to what the scouting staff thinks, as he wants to create a consensus in his building, which is something we've talked about here about Jerry's role over the last decade has essentially been, I'm CEO, consensus builder, and I rule on the consensus. And very rarely does he swipe his veto pen if the people beneath him have a consensus that they built. He says he might want the credit that all owners crave, which is fine, especially one who loves the spotlight like Jerry. What Jerry needed to hear was his team wasn't as good as he believed. As I wrote about last offseason, they didn't underachieve. They overachieved all season. Those fresh eyes would have told him he needs upgrades at running back. Zach Martin isn't the same player. His defense lacks size at linebacker and power at defensive tackle, and all his team depth traveled with Dan Quinn to Washington. So, this is a compelling case. I think it's a good summation of where the Cowboys have been at in terms of where the mistake was first made. Obviously, I've felt a certain way about Mike McCarthy, but that if you really wanted the reset, the time to do it was probably at the end of last year.
And Orlovsky, I give Orlovsky more credit than Lombardi. I don't remember Lombardi coming on here with us and screaming overrated, overachieved. Right. And I don't think any of us, I don't believe that they overachieved with their 12-win seasons the past few years. I believe that they definitely weren't good enough to play in the Super Bowl. Yeah. So there's a difference. I disagree with Lombardi that they overachieved.
Maybe last year you can look at it and say they played a crap schedule. They beat up on a lot of bad teams. And did that inflate their record last year? Yeah, they were probably more like a 10-17.
The thing that they overachieved with all the pick sixes, like the Diggs pick six season and the Bland pick six season, you gotta be like, all right, that's not happening again. But I don't think the Cowboys didn't get lucky to get 12 wins. They got lucky to be in the division.
Right. Where things needed to, there was a question that the Cowboys were faced with at the end of last year, which is is the Green Bay loss a one-off?
Right.
Were we flat, or did this expose issues about us as a contender?
Right.
And the circle of trust that was beneath Jerry and that had advised Jerry told him this is not a terminal issue. And the problem is that you entered the season and it now looks like it was probably more terminal and that they had misevaluated it. And to that extent,
yes,
that probably means Jerry needs to hold people accountable inside that inner circle that goes way beyond Mike McCarthy.
Right.
There are other people who probably need to be held to account for that.
All right, split up the pie then for this season. Like, is this season, if a scale of 1 to 10, and if the answer's 7, that means 3 goes to the other one. Is that
how math works?
Yeah. Is it the coach and coaching, or the roster?
It's
how would you split that up?
I would basically go 5 and 5.
5 and 5. I think that's fair.
I really would. Like this, as I said on NBC5.
Well,
this roster got hurt, and the roster wasn't championship good enough. But Mike McCarthy and his staff aren't good enough to overcome that. They're not going to outcoach. They're not going to do anything to overcome coaching wise. And right now, it looks like they can't even go in with basic plans to throw to the sticks on 3rd down or know when not to fake a punt. But my biggest problem with them is not for the whole bottom falling out and all this stuff. Maybe we can address depth problems, but they didn't act like they needed to do anything to get over the hump. That's what we were all mad about. Like, no one cared. They didn't realize, I feel like they misjudged the fan base. No one gives a crap about your 12-win seasons anymore. No one cares. Nobody cares. Choppy might give the credit, but no one cares about your double-digit win seasons when the second round is your ceiling. It's not good enough anymore.
I think 50-50 is a fine split to say on that front. The problem is that adds up to 100 on Jerry. Is that Jerry's still responsible for the fact that the coach was here, not able to overcome it, and responsible for what happened with oversight with the roster. That's why he says the buck stops with him. It does. So this season ultimately gets down to, like, Michael Lombardi said there, you hesitated. You hesitated on the issue.
And the fact that there's a notion out there, I don't know whether it's true. Jerry Jones on with KNC 1030. But the thought that there's a notion out there that Jerry Jones kept Mike McCarthy because of money, that's sickening. It's inexcusable. Now, he could easily come back and say, hey, man, 3 straight 12-win seasons, a horrible one-off against the Packers. He deserves to finish it out. You could say that, but I think everyone thought McCarthy was getting fired after the Packer game.
Yeah.
Everyone thought that was happening. And just the thought, and Jerry would never, ever admit it publicly, but just the thought that you didn't go get the greatest coach of all time to come in here when he was available because you didn't want to pay Mike McCarthy to sit in a pub or a beach, that's unforgivable. That's unforgivable cheapness and frugality. If it's the case, I don't know that it is. I've just heard it a couple times. Below the belt here on DFW Sports Station. Let's see if we can get another Dak fight between RJ and Hagelin. Cross-talking with the fellas after this.
1-877 Cars for Kids.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Maiden?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of Sean and RJ is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
Let's crosstalk with a KMC masterpiece. Thank you, Chris Strong, in for a sick Philip Russell. It's Kevin Hagelin.
Is he sick from the abuse of Bobby?
Yeah.
No, he knew he was going to be sick on Tuesday, apparently.
Mental abuse.
Come on, Bobby, be nice.
I'm nice. I'm the nicest.
I'm nice. What's coming up on the program, Corey?
Guys, we have Jerry Jones moving up to 10:30 today instead of tomorrow. So when we're at Buffalo Wild Wings in Arlington tomorrow, no Jerry Jones.
Fun.
We just get to go straight through with fun.
I do want to know what you're going to ask him. I want to know what's on the menu.
I want to know about the Stephen A. Smith situation. Since you guys were going to ask that on Tuesday. No, I'm just joking. I'm going to let y'all have that one.
You ask it.
I don't want to ask it. I'll let Kevin ask
Kevin,
it.
you ask it.
What did he say, that he forgets stuff?
He basically he compared him to Joe Biden and said, "When does the family step in?"
Oh, goodness.
Now, you've been on a roll asking tough questions, so I think you should just keep it
Okay.
now, make sure you get the exact quotes.
Okay.
We have the audio.
Yeah. All right.
Okay.
Is that more uncomfortable than, and then he said, "D's nuts"? Is that,
No, see, because at that point I was mad because I didn't believe Steven when he was like, I don't know what you're talking about. I was like, come on.
No, bring up a family member. Say, listen, my family, I got
my family.
senility in my family.
My dad had dementia.
Yeah,
before
my
he died.
dad's got it. He's like, I see the signs. And
Yeah.
He forgot he was your dad.
He did. That actually is true.
Bassick is thinking of an interesting one.
I want to ask, because we're all morons here, right? Like, as in, Jerry thinks we know absolutely nothing about anything. We're just media people.
What's our nickname?
Yahoos.
Oh, the Yahoos.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
I want to ask, I need to get the exact quote. Marcus Spears, after the Monday Night Football game, said something to the effect of, I don't have it, I need to find it, of the Cowboys do not run their organization the way that championship competitors run organizations. So that would be coming from Marcus Spears, one of his former players. I think he respects him. I think Jerry respects him. I don't know if they talk at all.
Not a champion.
But I would just want to know, not from me, I'm a moron.
Yahoo.
From a guy like Marcus Spears, who played in your organization, is saying that you guys do not run a competitive championship organization. You do things wrong.
Well, Mr. Mike,
I know he's not going to.
These other organizations have turnover. We could have that same amount of turnover.
Yeah, we're the sixth winningest.
4 or 5 GMs in 10 years, like these other teams.
Wouldn't it? It's just, I know he'll bring up the stupid. I get it is fact that I guess that he's going to run out of this over the next couple of years, that they have the 5th best winning percentage and the 2nd best winning percentage over the last 3 years. That's going to run out. This year's going to hurt because they're probably going to go 5-12 or 4-13. The next year, I think they're going to go 7-10. So then that's going to start hurting his case of, but look at the last decade, as I do think we're about to go through a Campo situation.
And I don't understand that pitch either. 6th best in the last 25 years, 5th best in the last 15 years.
The reason you don't understand is because it's not accurate according to Molly Kieran.
It's 11th. She said it was 11th. They did the math. It was 11th winning percentage.
Okay, because I was going to say, even if that was right, haven't all of those teams, probably with the exception of the 49ers, won a Super Bowl? So doesn't that further the poor play in the playoffs?
The only other, I think the only NFC team to not make the conference championship game in that same time frame is Washington.
That's correct.
And then in the AFC, you're looking at Cleveland
and Miami.
Well, Miami made it in '99, right? I think Miami made it in '99.
No, '99. That was the
6
last Jimmy year, right? That was divisional round. They got blown out by Jacksonville.
Yeah, I thought they weren't in there since
round?
like '93.
Okay. You and Choppy have not fought in a long time.
Oh, are you going to start that?
Yes. So Dak said he teared up after the Texans game on Monday night. Everything just kind of hit him. And he's talking about his, injuries and his play. So we are going to revisit the Dak topic between you and Choppy.
Do you know what this is?
I don't remember.
So a couple years ago, may have been last year, may have been 5 years ago.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, they all run together.
Okay.
We had talked about, you had said Dak was injury prone. And I had said, well, he's not, because those injuries would have taken place regardless of who the quarterback was.
You're welcome.
I'm still right on the ankle, right? That would, anybody breaks their ankle there.
Sure.
And, throwing the ball, having your thumb hit the helmet of somebody, you're breaking your thumb. Like, just about everybody's breaking their thumb.
The ankle led to the hamstring, though.
This hamstring?
Operation.
4 years later?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that in general can affect.
I guess it
He
can
had a boot
affect.
on his ankle this summer.
I will.
Yeah, that's fair.
Here's
now, listen, if you wanted to say that the ankle led to the calf the following year
Yep.
in New England, I could buy that.
That would never happen to you.
Well, it wouldn't happen to me.
Oh, those diamond calves.
He's getting finger
Maybe
surgery.
a couple years ago.
Yeah, I'm getting finger surgery.
So the calves connected to the finger.
By the time McCarthy finishes his run here, by the way, at the end of the season, he'll have, during his coaching tenure in Dallas, which was 5 years, he had Dak for 2/3 of his games. He had a third of his games where he was running with a backup quarterback.
Because Dak is injury prone.
Well,
it doesn't
extend him.
It does matter how you get hurt. Now, I don't believe
one time. No.
Okay.
One time, yes, but it was this year. It was a couple of years ago, and it was a couple of years before that. At that point, I'm not going to go, it's extenuating circumstances every single time. I had this argument with Chris Arnold about KP once. I don't care if it's not a lingering issue. Did you miss time this year, 2 years ago, 2 years before that? Yes, injury prone.
Yeah, I mean, like when somebody tackles you, I just can't do that. Like if you get hit in the face with a pitch and you break your jaw, now could you say
hold on, wait. You're right. I agree with you. But if you also got hurt for something else 2 years before that and also got hurt for something else 2 years before that, then I don't agree with that anymore.
So you think Josh Young's injury prone?
Josh Young is absolutely injury prone.
Michael, someone told me once that you played a sport or two. What do you think as an athlete?
About injury prone?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that sometimes it's really weird, but I say sometimes God gave you the ability to play at the highest level and play it well, but he didn't give you the body to do it. And
but a bone breaks when a bone
100%,
breaks. 100%.
But it's tough. I'll speak about Josh Young. Yeah, the last two major injuries he's had have not been soft tissue injuries or a shoulder or a knee or whatever. He was trying to catch a line drive and his thumb broke. He was trying to hit a baseball and his wrist broke. But he also couldn't play in the minor leagues. You start adding these things up, and yeah, it's unfortunate, but it also seems like the guys that are injury prone are also unlucky too.
I do think luck has something to do with it, but I was thinking about it with Peyton, for example. I know he's just sick today, but if he was sick again next week or had to have foot surgery or the week after that or whatever, would you care anymore that
No.
oh man, he's had some tough breaks?
No,
You're
he's unavailable.
Yeah, he's
always
unavailable.
unavailable.
And Dak has become, unfortunately, injury prone.
He is unavailable. Unavailable. I guess I'm just sitting on the word injury prone. Like that. To me, soft tissue is injury prone.
With it inside of the,
I just disagree with that. We probably are not going to agree on that. I don't think it matters.
That's not a way to solve it.
Well, okay. Do you want me to yell and be like, "You're
yes, we need to yell.
ass.
We need to fight."
No, look. It's the same thing that I said before with KP or whatever example. It doesn't matter to me if it's a chronic, recurring injury or not. If you miss time again and again, that makes you injury prone to me.
He's had 6 significant injuries in 4 years and 11 months.
That's a lot.
Yeah. I'm worried.
That's a lot.
I'm worried about his health. The health of Luka Doncic has become news. Sustained a wrist injury and is expected to miss time. Mike, I know you rewatched the Mavs games 14 times.
I can't. Where did he hurt
That's
it?
what I'm asking you.
I don't know. And the other thing is
he was signing our basketball.
He fakes
Probably
everything.
his hamstring got to his wrist.
So 95% of things that don't bother him, he fakes like his world has come to an end. I just think about Phoenix.
Tiger
Where it's like, I can't walk anymore. I can't put any pressure on my leg. There's no way I can walk. 30 minutes later, he's warming up for the second half. So, he is the boy who cried wolf, if you've ever heard that story. So you just don't know when he really is hurt. He could really be hurt. He could be out for a month. We don't know, Luka, because you fake so many things. I do think he's the biggest faker maybe in the history of sports.
Oh, my Lord.
In injury, faking injury. And I know there's Dwayne Wade is up there. Paul Pierce is up there. There are people that compete with him for the person who fakes the most injury.
Faker or kind of a baby about it?
I think he fakes.
Okay.
I think if he misses a shot, it hurts. When he makes the three, then he's running up and down the court it determines offensively how he's doing. Joel Embiid is injury prone. There's a rumor that the Mavs are interested in Joel Embiid.
I think we might just discuss that to kick off.
I was like, I don't want Joel Embiid. He plays 20 games a year and is never healthy for the playoffs. There's no reason.
It's a really good 20 games.
Are they?
That's fair.
Are they 3-11 or something?
I think they are 2-12.
Love 3-11.
And it's just like,
Down
dude, you can't trust Joel Embiid. And, just to turn it back to the Cowboys, unfortunately, I think they are stuck with if you are old enough to remember what Danny White looked like in the mid to late 80s, if you're old enough, which is closer to remember what Drew Bledsoe looked like or Vinny Testaverde looked like with the Dallas Cowboys, I think we're going to see that 2-3 years from now from Dak Prescott, where you're just like, oh no. Like, this isn't the Dak I remember at all when he was good, but I just think his body is deteriorating on him.
A special Thursday appearance from Jerry Jones coming up next. G-Bag out at Hurtado in Arlington, and Mike McCarthy with us tomorrow. Enjoy the KMC Masterpiece next.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Pre...
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. What are we talking about here? We're actually going to switch it up because right before we went on air, I'm not going to say what it was, but Mike made a fairly shocking comment. Definitely egged on by Corey. But we're going to talk about a couple of basketball things here, all right? 2 things to go over. First of all, the injury to Luka, and second of all, the betting odds that have the Mavericks as the top option in the Western Conference if Joel Embiid were to get traded. I get the sense I would not support that. I get the sense that y'all would not support that either. Where do you want to start?
I, don't want Joel Embiid unless it's for absolutely nothing, which is impossible because you have to get to like $40 million of players to then get him. So I don't know. I have no clue why, to be honest, why anybody would be interested in him unless it's a giveaway situation.
Because they'll try to push. I'm with you. I just want to make this clear. I can just see the line of thinking of, oh, he's a top 5 player in the league when he's healthy, and we can fix it. That's the thing. Don't you think teams run into the problem of we can fix it?
Yes.
And that's what I think is going to happen for, I don't know if it's going to be Indiana or...
Yeah, the Pacers are supposedly the favorite to trade for Joel Embiid if he's traded, but...
I just don't know how that would work, or I'm not a fan of it either. Corey?
Yeah. Joel Embiid was, if I remember correctly, when he got to the Sixers, they had problems with him.
That is correct.
Because his knee was hurt, and he took his brace off and competed in a dunk competition in Vegas.
By the way, he got hurt again yesterday, and so did Paul George. That thing is, I know he went back out there, but that thing is crumbling.
They would bring like fresh fruit and vegetables and put it in his fridge, and then they would go back the next week, and it would all be rotten, and there would be wrappers of junk food sitting around. So he doesn't take care of his body. Like that's what I don't need another person that you have to worry about. Yeah. And with Joel Embiid, I feel like you have to worry about him too much. And now there's hey, I don't know what you guys are doing on the court. And they're like, yeah, because you're not at practice and we don't practice. So that's why you don't know what's going on. So it just sounds like he's always very disconnected. The talent's insane. The talent is off the charts, but it's that other part of, when you talk about Shaq, he had the ability to also be great and be on the court and not be in shape. and not necessarily be connected to it all, but still be great whenever the time was important. Embiid's not that.
In terms of...
So I'm out.
And for all those reasons, you're out?
For all those reasons.
Okay. On the Luka front, this might be a weird take, but it's been popping around in my head since we heard the breaking news on Sean and RJ. And some people are saying he'll be back in a week. No. He will be reevaluated in a week. So we'll see where it goes from there. Putting aside the obvious, you never want to have injuries. But if you did, is this not a more advantageous time to suffer this injury than late, like at any point later in the season, just because your schedule is soft? I don't mean in terms of the playoffs and everything, just because your schedule's soft right now.
Yes and no. So I'm the opposite of that. I want to play all my best players against the worst teams.
Because you got pretty much
I need
guaranteed.
to win those games.
Yeah.
It doesn't, at the end of the year, you don't go, well, they won 52 games, but they were against most of the average to bad teams.
Yeah.
Like, look, they're the 3 seed. They won 52 games.
Yeah.
I think it's weird at times where you're like, let's sit them out against Utah. Then you lose the Utah game. Then you're like, let's play them against, and I know they won the Oklahoma City game, but let's play against Oklahoma City. And I know that I'm just using that for an example.
No, I got
it's
you.
a bad example, but I'm using it. You're like, wait a second. Shouldn't we kind of go all out, make sure you get the Utah wins and the New Orleans win when they don't have anybody? Hey, what's the chance of beating Denver? 50-50. Like, hey, it could go either way. It's a very even matchup.
Agreed.
What's the chance of beating Utah? 90%. What if we sit a player out? It gets to be a closer 50-50 if you sit out Kyrie or Luka in that game. So I'm kind of that mindset, but I'm with you on this. If you can promise me Luka is close to 100% in April, I'd rather have him close to 100% in April and then dealing with, and I do think this is a real injury. I don't want anybody to get this, like, he's not, to me, he's not faking a wrist injury. It's that he fakes so many things that I don't know when he's really hurt on the basketball court. So I will say this, I don't recall, I must have missed it. I don't recall when he hurt his wrist and started grabbing it or dealing with a wrist situation.
Somebody, I literally, Mike, was just scrolling through Twitter and somebody tweeted about 41 minutes ago, and they have a video and Luka's rubbing his wrist, and it's the game the other night on the blue court. So it was in that game.
Did you see a timestamp on the clock or anything?
He's on the court.
Okay.
So it's a phone shot.
Oh, okay.
But he's rubbing his wrist and talking to the coaches, but then he just turns around and goes back out and plays. So it's not like he rubbed it and was like, I got a problem. He was just kind of gently.
I think it's good news if that's true. If his wrist was bugging him and he still went out and played and was dribbling a little bit with that wrist and maybe, shot a couple shots before he's like, this is bugging me. We're up by 400 points. And I'll be honest, I didn't watch the fourth quarter because it was like a 30-point game, and I know he was still in the game at times when I'd flip it back over. But I don't think this is going to be serious, but I don't know. It's serious enough that, to your point, he's going to miss at least a week and then get reevaluated. Hopefully everything's fine. Hopefully, to your point, hopefully the Mavs can take care of business. They played their best basketball of the year as a team against Oklahoma City with Luka out. The last 2 minutes was horrible. But the 46 minutes of basketball was the best basketball they played all year as a team. They are going to have to come together as a team because you are going to miss a guy who easily gets you 30, whether it's efficient or not, easily gets you 8 rebounds, easily gets you 8 assists. Guys are going to have to step up. Jaden Hardy, Spencer Dinwiddie are going to get more minutes, and they're going to have to be really good.
I've seen a couple of people ask this, and I'm intrigued by where the threshold is for y'all in terms of how many NBA games you need each season, like for your players to play. Because since we're just talking about in the crosstalk with Dak, it came up with Luka. Is Luka injury prone? He's gotten up to 70 games twice in his career, but he's usually around that almost routinely 66, 65, 66, and then 70 last year.
He knows exactly how many play to get first team All-NBA.
Okay, and that's what I was going to ask you. Is he familiar with the 65-game threshold?
100%.
Okay, and what constitutes, is it 72 games to get to a full NBA season? Like, I know how many games are in an NBA season, but I'm saying,
in today's standard, yes. If you play 70 or more games, you had a completely healthy season.
Okay.
Which is sad. And that's why ratings, I think it's part of the reason ratings stink in the NBA. That's why I won't buy tickets anymore in advance.
You don't know who's going to play
I have no
day to
clue
day.
who's going to play. I will never buy a ticket until there's 24 hours before the game where you have almost a guarantee. If you want to see LeBron James, they've almost guaranteed he's playing. Luka, because you pay a lot of money to go to NBA games to watch the star players only play 50% of the games, and that's not good for the sport. And I do think it is hurting the sport right now. This isn't a sit-out situation. This is a real injury for Luka, but it does stink if you spent $400 for 2 tickets for, let's just say, you and your, let's say your son.
Yeah.
And you're like, man, that's a lot of money, but I want to sit lower level so he can see Luka play. And I get it. Sometimes injuries happen, but at this point, there's only a 50% chance you're actually going to see the good players for both teams play.
And I wonder, I know we referenced the Denver game, but now I wonder, what does this do for the Miami and Atlanta games? Because the Denver game on Friday and the Knicks game the next Wednesday, those are probably going to be tough. Those are 2 good teams. I don't think that Miami or Atlanta right now are particularly good, though maybe they're arguing the same thing about the Mavericks. And now I wonder, you're going to have at least Denver, Miami, the Hawks and the Knicks without Luka, at least. And there's a good shot.
You just said that right now was the best time.
Yeah, and I still think that, but
I feel like you just changed your mind.
Yeah, you just changed my mind.
Okay.
I don't even think you were trying.
I'm sorry about that. Now I wonder if they don't win that Miami and Atlanta game, is this thing going to spiral for a week?
Okay.
It could.
Yeah, it definitely could.
Just for a week.
I don't like this about Luka. It's like Luka needs pressure with 10 to 20 games left in the season to make the playoffs. I don't like that about him.
Yeah.
But if you've noticed, he actually needs the threat of something really bad happening to really okay, I'm going to really focus. I'm going to play my best basketball. I'm going to try most of the time on defense. I'll get back most of the time on defense. We saw last year, there was a threat with 20 games to go that they weren't going to make the playoffs. And then they played great.
Yeah,
and they ended up
really
getting
did.
the 5 seed with 2 games to go. So I guess that I need Luka to show more in these situations.
Okay.
But I guess he'll play great basketball when there's a major threat to them not making the playoffs.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, an early edition of Baseball Nuggets with Mike Basak.
Okay.
Oh, my God.
Let's go.
Yeah, let's do it.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maid.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Remember, schedule change, so we got Jerry Jones coming up at 10:30. But right now, it's Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassett.
All right, I have two topics here. I'm going to go with the optimistic topic because there is the pessimistic topic, which we will get to next week, and that is I'm scared to death about the Rangers bullpen. Thanks a lot, Jake Bassick. As we were in the hot tub last night and he was asking me about the Rangers, like he was going over everything. I do think he has a future of being like some sort of analyst or something like that because he loves talking about especially baseball. But he talks about basketball and football too. But it scared me to death about the Rangers bullpen in 2025. We'll get to that later. How about this? This is from MLB.com, and here's where optimism comes in. Ranking the 2024 rookies based on long-term value. So we do here's the top 100 prospects who've done absolutely nothing for the most part in Major League Baseball. It's hope.
Yeah.
Sebastian Walcott, people like that. Well, here is the long-term value of all the rookies in 2024. And I do think it was a pretty good class of rookies in Major League Baseball last year. Number one long-term value.
Number one?
No.
Okay.
Your face, Kevin.
I don't think you can have a pitcher as long-term
Just because you
value.
think they'll inevitably get hurt.
Yeah, I think he's going to miss
15.
15 months. In the next 3 years,
Yeah.
you will have Paul Skenes missing 15 of those months. Is Jackson Chourio the 20-year-old outfielder of the Milwaukee Brewers? Now, they've signed him to a long-term contract. Just so if you're like, I don't even know who Jackson Chourio is, if you're kind of more of a casual fan and a Rangers fan and weren't following the Brewers, it says Chourio not only joined Vida Penson and Mike Trout as the lone 2020 players at the age of 20, but he also batted .310 after the All-Star break. He finished with a 3.8 WAR based off of Baseball Reference. And all 7 rookies aged 20 or younger who did that and have completed their careers wound up in the Hall of Fame.
Oh,
Roberto Alomar, Johnny Bench, Roger Hornsby, Willie Mays, Frank Robinson, Archie Vaughn, and Ted Williams are the other players to accomplish that at his age. So Jackson Chourio is considered the best long-term player that was a rookie last year. Number 2, not Paul Skenes. It is another young outfielder. It's 21-year-old Jackson Merrill, who just almost won Rookie of the Year to Paul Skenes. Paul Skenes just beat him out. I do agree with that. That's who I would have voted for. But it was a very tough choice. Jackson Merrill also boosted his performance in the second half, slashing .314, .349, and .596, ranking 8th in the majors with a .159 WRC+. That gets a little bit into analytics. It's not that hard, but I don't have time to explain it. We're about to have Jerry Jones on. That ranked behind only Aaron Judge, Vladimir Guerrero Jr., Bobby Witt Jr., Yordan Alvarez, Juan Soto, Shohei Ohtani, and Francisco Lindor. All superstars. Most of those guys look like they have a chance to be in the Hall of Fame. So those are 2 outstanding rookies. Number 3, we do get to Paul Skenes.
And if it wasn't there, I'd be like, I don't know.
So among rookies aged 22 or younger who worked at least 125 innings, Skenes posted the best ERA+, the best ERA, and the 6th best K to base on ball ratio since the lively ball was introduced in 1920. So taking out all the guys that pitch 560 innings a year. Number 4, Jackson Holliday, the 20-year-old rookie who really struggled for the Baltimore Orioles. I need to move on. We know who he is. He had a really bad year, but there's still a lot of belief long-term value will be there. Optimism. Number 5, Wyatt Langford. Since the draft era began, only Pete Incaviglia and John Olerud made an opening day roster with less pro experience than Langford. One of just 11 players to reach double figures in homers and steals after the All-Star break. He has 30-30 upside. Number 6, this is a guy to watch out for, is James Wood of the Nationals. He's a really long outfielder. What I mean by that, I think he's 6'6", 6'7", but there's a lot of potential there. Number 7, Junior Caminero, who is going to play in a lot of humidity this year in Tampa Bay outside. Number 8, Mason Wynn, shortstop of the Cardinals. Number 9, 21-year-old outfielder Evan Carter. So if you look at the top 9, number 10 is Yamamoto, Dodgers pitcher, 25 years old. It says about Evan Carter, a stress reaction in his back ruined Carter's rookie season, but the Rangers wouldn't have made the playoffs nor won the World Series without his contributions in all phases of the game. Few players can match his combination of plate discipline and speed. So when you look at this list, the Rangers have 2 of the, I'll say, top 10, and then they go down the list. They name other guys. But if you look at the optimism here, the Rangers have number 5 and number 9 on the rookies last year that they think have the best long-term value in Major League Baseball.
Wow.
So that is great news. Real quick, I still think Evan Carter is going to play center field this year. I think that Wyatt Langford will be your left fielder, and people would say, where does that leave Leody Taveras? That will go into Monday or Tuesday's topic in Baseball Nuggets. I know, tomorrow and Monday, obviously we'll talk a lot about the Cowboys losing by 20 or more points. Is on Tuesday when I get back into Baseball Nuggets, I do think you need to use players like Leody Taveras and possibly other players to get veteran pitchers in your bullpen, because it is scary when we talk about, as of today, what your bullpen looks like.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, he's so excited we moved it up a day early. Let's talk with Dallas Cowboys owner and general manager Jerry Jones right here on The Fan.
Coming up in the next...
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean this is your haircut.
But that's the hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Brought to you by Ford and their North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. We bring to you Dallas Cowboys owner and general manager. It is Jerry Jones. Good morning, sir.
Hey, man. Good morning.
Now, I know we got a lot to talk about with this team, but we've gone through this a few years in a row now. Darren Woodson is once again a semifinalist for the Hall of Fame. He'll probably become a finalist. It feels criminal that Darren Woodson is not in the Pro Football Hall of Fame, does it not?
Well, from our perspective, it does. I know what he meant to the teams that he played on for the Cowboys. I know what his contributions were, and I know how the opposing teams respected him. And he, to me, is what a Hall of Famer is. And his story is wonderful. He has been exemplary, and it'd be great for the Hall of Fame to have him in it.
Do you have any idea, like, you've been around this a long time, do you have any idea what might be keeping him out, like, besides the voting? I get that, but, like, why he might not get the votes?
Well, I don't know. I've heard different positions have emphasis, and I've heard that about tight ends. I've heard it about safeties, if you will. But that is only when you're looking why it's been that long. But let me say this. Just think about this a minute. It doesn't matter when you go in. It matters to you individually, I'm sure, and your family. But once you're in, that's Hall of Fame. And it didn't make any difference what boat you got in on or what year you got in on. You get to enjoy it longer if you are in the Hall of Fame and got a lot more years to live. But fundamentally, he is a Hall of Famer in our minds, my mind. And when he goes in, he will have his rightful place there.
And one more about Darren, Jerry, like just our interactions with him, he's just a class act. He's as good as it gets. And then on the other front, though, if you take him all the way back, when you remember drafting him, when y'all remember getting him originally, did you know exactly what he was, or were you like, man, this guy could change the position for us?
Well, the conversion, he was big and played linebacker too to some at times in his college career. But we knew he could run. That was a real criteria for him. But you couldn't have known the quality of the person and the character. And it's always referred to when you speak of Darren Woodson. We're so excited that this time of year is when we recognize and kick off the Red Kettle campaign. Mm-hmm. Darren is a poster child as far as what Salvation Army and what the Red Kettle means. And at his home there in the Arizona area, Phoenix area, he literally, his mom, depended on the Salvation Army for him to have his school closed and really have many of the things that Darren was around and molded him. So you're talking about a great story of a mom and of a family that just did it, evolved into having a Darren Woodson, and it shows you, not only it can have people like Darren Woodson benefit, but it shows you just exactly what the Salvation Army is all about.
Jerry Jones joined us here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. We saw you on the Netflix right before the fight, and I know that Michael Irvin was sitting right next to you, and he's had some things to say about Deion Sanders and Shedeur Sanders, and I was wondering if you would like to address that.
Well, I would say how much I'm in the camp for the success of Deion and what he is. How he has become the coach that he is today. It's not surprising. He's as great an athlete and a real great one. He's just as much a person and just as much got the kind of energy. And he just would jump out at you as someone that young men would be inspired by and be led by. And, of course, he's got an outstanding boy there and is going to go extremely high in the draft. There's no question about that. But I think we're way ahead of ourselves relative to when and if he decides to go into coaching in the NFL. And one of his greatest skills that he really brings to college is that he is almost has no peer as far as being a recruiter. And, I mean, the kids want to come play for him, and they want to, and he has a way of selling that. And that is one skill, that recruiting skill, that is not a huge prerequisite for NFL coaches. And so one of his greatest values is in that area of putting the team together and in the sense of getting great talent to come and play for him there at Colorado. So all of that would go into your mind, but make no mistake about it, he's one of the top people, young and old, that I've been around in the NFL.
Now, when Cowboys speak, whether it's former Cowboys like Michael Irvin, current Cowboys like Micah Parsons, it makes news. He said, I know the scores don't show it, but I'm going to put this out there. We're a damn good football team. What do you think about that?
Well, I like that. And the facts are that he's right. Now, the issue there is that there's 31 other damn good football teams that, for whatever the reasons, they all may not have it together and they all may not be winning the games against other good football teams. But Michael's right, and as a point of emphasis this morning, we have got so much more left in our season, and those games are so important to us. Each one of them are. And it's important that everything we can do to win the individual games. Well, one of the things you do is you recognize that you're a bad play away, you're a mistake away, many times as an individual player, from making the plays or being involved in a situation that can win the game. Now, that's very critical to us, and that's very critical to us that we give ourselves every chance to go up here this weekend and beat that Washington team. And I look at the rest of the schedule that way. So I think Micah is just an expression of, hey, we don't look at it like season, or we don't look at it like playoff. We're looking at it quarter to quarter. And to me, that's what you have to do. Football really, at the end of the day, is so much about the next play. It's so much about doing your job on a given play. It's really in the dirt, as Jason Witten said.
So, Jerry, another former player of yours, Marcus Spears, who's awesome, on ESPN, said, I have zero vendetta against Jerry Jones. And then he went on to kind of just be critical of the organization. How does it feel when a former Dallas Cowboy is talking about the way the Cowboys are run versus, somebody like me who obviously was never part of the Cowboys organization?
Well, I think a lot of Marcus Spears, we drafted him. We had a big fight over whether to draft him ahead of DeMarcus Ware, but on that draft day. But we got both him and DeMarcus Ware on the same in the same round on the same day. And so I'm a big, big fan of him. And, one of the things that is so important about NFL and important for my interest in football is that it engenders different perspectives, different opinions. And all of my time in the NFL, I have had a lot of critics, and I've had a lot of different opinions, and I welcome those. A lot of people don't realize that when I make a decision out there about a coach or personnel, but don't think that I'm in some kind of just a room and I'm sequestered off. I have huge input in terms of opinions and in terms of their evaluation of it, and I have it from many, many sources. So I put him right in line. I know I'm not going to say because I want him to be balanced, but there's no angst here with Marcus Spears at all. And so, but I don't. Again, you can imagine you just don't have time to listen to what everyone's got to say, especially in those settings.
This might fit into the category of you don't have time to listen to what this person has to say, but I know you've had some fun and sparred with Stephen A.
I didn't say that. I didn't say this person has to say. I'm just saying that you cannot drive your car based on sitting there listening to all of the commentary.
Very fair. I was curious if you've had some fun sparring back and forth over the years with Stephen A. Smith, what you thought. He just made the comparison between you and President Biden in terms of he wishes someone would step in and get you out of the public spotlight. Does that feel too far, or is that just another thing people say?
Well, as you know, Stephen A. is a fraud in a positive sense. I'm smiling. We are friends. And I am having huge support and huge input and help from everyone he mentioned in that call about stepping in. But I would say if he had asked me that question relative to the issue or the criticism that Biden had about his ability to function, I wish he'd follow me around every day. And he would see that I'm the busiest I've ever been in my life. And I'm not concerned about the ability to do the work, do the job. I just made a quick 14-hour trip back and forth to New York here yesterday. And so my point for a league meeting, but my point is that Stephen A., and I'd love to have him just sit beside us for a day and make the rounds and have him listen to me, field the calls, and do the kinds of things we do. And he wouldn't be worried about me there. But I do appreciate his concern. And by the way, it is genuine.
Absolutely it is. Now, Jerry, what is your impression of what Dan Quinn has done with Washington?
Well, I've always had such a high opinion of the things that he accomplished when he was coach at Atlanta. And he was within fractions of winning a Super Bowl there. And I know that the people that had worked around Dan every phase, not only with his colleagues, but with his superior, or you might say, there in Atlanta, as well as media input. And I've never had such glowing reports about what kind of person he is and just how good they felt that he was to be around for football. So I have a high opinion of Dan Quinn. And it's formidable that he's sitting up there in Washington. I wanted him to get another great opportunity, but boy, I hated it. We were going to have to play him twice a year. So think a lot of Dan, and obviously he's the perfect example of when you get something and you have an emphasis in it, you're usually giving up something someplace else. And I'm talking about relative to football strategy, the entire gambit. And Dan really emphasizes that the speed aspect of it. He, as we well know, the best way to identify him is how he uses safety types at linebacker. And I really like that. And on the other hand, you've got to sacrifice a little lead in your butt. Mm-hmm. And so you don't, the guys can't move around and have that size. And it's quite a compromise. He's the best. He's been very innovative in getting that done and getting that physicalness that you need and getting those guys to be able to make those stops, and particularly in the run game.
Are you surprised that Jaden Daniels and Cliff Kingsbury have been able to have this quick of success in his rookie season together?
Well, Cliff is he's one of those guys that if you don't play him regularly, he's a tough draw because he's going to come out of there with some stuff that you might not. It's a little unconventional. Now, by the way, at the end of the day, he'll say, well, I'll show you unconventional, and if you're susceptible to it, he'll run that ball right down your throat and continue just to run it down your throat. I think a lot of him, he's a friend. I think he's done an outstanding job every place he's been, and I really think a lot of him, and I think that he was ideal in working with the young quarterback. And I say that because of all the great quarterbacks that he's coached. Look, go back, Mahomes, you name them. And that was a very, very good move for Dan to get Cliff for his coordinator, offensive.
Talking with Jerry Jones right here on 105.3 The Fan. I know it's been a really difficult year in terms of injuries, but maybe some positive news yesterday. Deron Bland out there as a full participant. Do you believe we will finally see the season debut of Deron Bland against the Commanders?
Yes, I do, unless something pops its head up in the next couple of days. But, yes, I do. And like I say, I'm compelled to say this. Now, you've got to be able to deal with injuries to have success in the NFL. And a lot of teams have more than their fair. What is fair? It's really not a word here. It's just above your share, let's put it like that. But you got to have depth. That's the challenge, and to make up for that injury. This year, I think by having as many young players as we've got, for our depth, I think in places we've had basically more shortcomings than I would have anticipated. But still, that's not an excuse. That's just what's happening. But I seem to have gotten a little criticism by we can do better and we will do better by making that statement about the team. But it's a fact. The more reps you get of young players, the better they get. In our particular case, they'll know what to do more. They'll know what to do more instinctively, and the better they get. And what is critical that I want the fans to know is that every series, every quarter, every game we play is critical for the future because we want to use the games to not only win the game, but we also want to use it to develop and establish the way a lot of these young guys need to play for the rest of their careers.
I know you said with some of the young guys, maybe it hasn't totally gone as anticipated just quite yet, but you were also talking about depth. Does the lack of ability to absorb some of these injuries, does that fall on you then as the GM for not having the replacements in place?
Yeah, and there's nothing bold. I mean, nothing strong about this. But let's just face it. You're going to have your coordinators for not calling the right plays. You're going to have your players that were out of position, or when you don't win. This, and it's fact. And then the players that are out there, those are the responsible. They're out there because of the decision-making process that we make. And by being both the general manager and the owner, well, ultimately the owner gets the total responsibility because he's the one that says yay or nay. And by the way, that's I don't know why, but that's kind of overlooked. I don't know too many situations where that owner isn't ultimately involved in the key decisions. In our particular case, I'm the GM, and that's always been the way it's going to be. I've seen a little on that lately and then would have expected it, about questioning my GM role. But, the Cowboys have had only 2 GMs in the history of the whole franchise. Tex Ram was the GM of the Cowboys all the way through the Landry era. And so I know it can work, and I've seen it work. But more importantly than anything, to answer your question, the buck does have to stop with who is writing the check. That's a fact. It stops right there. And by the way, if that situation, and it can be ownership, that may not be involved in the day-to-day operations of the football team. when I bought this team, it was clearly at that time, they said, well, you're buying this team for your children. And I said, no, I'm 46. I'm buying this team for this children's right here. And having said that, I said, every aspect of this thing, I can't do it any other way. Every aspect of what we do, and certainly coaches, the hiring of coaches, and what you pay them, and the hiring of players and what you pay them. All of those things are part of ultimately me making a decision ultimately on it. What's missing is all of the input that I get on the way there. And so I do get a lot of input. I listen to it. And by the way, if you're going to change anything, then you change that mirror and you change your approach to it and what you're doing with it, or you change who you take the most emphasis from on your input. And you just don't recognize that as being as credible as it should be because of your lack of success.
I feel like you just answered this question or made reference to it, but we get this question all the time. I really want to put it to bed, hopefully for good. As long as you are here, you will always be the general manager of the Dallas Cowboys, correct?
Well, let me say this. That's about the millionth time I've answered the question.
And we keep getting it. I don't know.
Over the last 35 years, but I get it. It's built up. I'll never forget Loopy Murchison, whose husband was brother of Clint. And Loopy was a friend before I owned the Cowboys. And she was an iconic lady here in town. And right after I got involved, she came up to me and said, Jerry, said, my goodness, you've got to get you a buffer. Said, you will always be being criticized if you don't get a buffer in there and have you somebody that you can say, we need to change this, we need to do that. And I said, well, Loopy, I know you love me, and I know you're trying to take care of me, but I said, that's not what I'm here for. And I'm here to run the team. And I really didn't buy the Cowboys. I made this my occupation.
Jerry, before we let you go, when you see a coach like Bones Fossil shedding a tear for losing Marquise Bell, what are your thoughts when you see something like that going on?
I'm not so sure I understand your question. First of all, I hate it so much for Marquise Bell.
Yeah.
That's the one. Dealing with injury may be the toughest thing that any player has to deal with. That's real stuff, boy. Michael Irvin will tell you that he thought he found out what football meant to him when he was injured and thought he wasn't going to have it back. So I first and foremost feel terrible for the player. Now, that's what they do. That's what they signed up to do, is take those kinds of risk. But from there, there are things in coaching that are easier than others. But one thing every coach, everybody is expected to handle are the adjustments for injury. Now, the practicality comes in that there's no way in the world you're going to replace Dak Prescott. You can't. But we're ready to have Rush there, and people are asking this question about Lance. Well, Rush gives us the best chance to win the game. That is the number one thing of importance, is win the game, not evaluate.
Excellent stuff as always. Appreciate it very much, good sir. We'll catch up with you again next week.
You bet, guys.
There
Bye-bye.
you go. Jerry Jones right here on 105.3 of The Fan. I'm sure some people will have thoughts about that. Coming up next, let's give you our Peace-a-thon preview, this time for real, as we've got even more stuff, including a Luka autographed basketball. Plus, we will talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, next on The Fan.
Roger that, Sally.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
O'Reilly Mazda of Arlington and her studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We'll hopefully talk with Mickey Spagnola right now. He is ready to go. Mickey, how the heck's it going today?
I'm doing fine. I didn't know if I was going to get an opportunity to talk to you guys.
Yeah, we've kind of bounced around with the media schedules and Jerry and everything like that, so we are very glad that you're here. Now, Dron Bland feels like a super positive. Jerry said he thinks he should make his season debut on Sunday. I know we went down that route once before. But then also, I knew Chuma Edoga was on the way back. I guess I was surprised to see him be a full go at practice. And at a time when you desperately need offensive linemen back, that felt like a positive thing.
Yeah.
Oh, no. I know he's a backup.
I know he is. Well, he practiced. I thought he practiced on a limited basis last week because he had been on IR and they started his deal. So, I mean, from at least another body, because, you need to keep 8 guys active, and they got down to the bare minimum this last game, so that would give them another guy to at least has played in the NFL to bring on the active list on Sunday if indeed they have a couple more guys that can't go. And sure didn't like seeing that Zach Martin and Tyler Smith did not practice yesterday. So I think that offsets any positive about Chuma being fully practicing.
Well, dang it, Mickey, I'm going to try to be positive one more time.
All right, give me a shot.
Then you can shoot it down. Jordan Lewis said he's feeling way better, and Brandon Cooks says the knee feels great. I realize neither one of them clearly play offensive line, but in efforts to bolster all the players that have been missing from this team, how are we feeling about those two?
Yeah, I think Cooks is good to go.
Okay.
I don't think they wanted to overdo it. Just talking to him, he seemed very optimistic that he was ready to play. And then we'll see what happens with Jordan Lewis, and that certainly would be a boost if, let's see, the first time you would have your top 3 corners playing at the same time.
Correct.
It hasn't happened.
Nope.
It hasn't happened since they've been here. We can go back to last year.
That's sad, isn't it? That's
right?
a bummer. Yeah.
Or the year before. So, yeah, I mean, to have, and we thought that was going to happen, leading up into the Detroit game. And then his foot turned up sore after 2 practices. And now here we are, and he's getting ready, it looks like, to play the first time this year. Because, he and Trayvon Diggs hadn't been out there, or in Lewis, all 3 together, ever.
Yeah.
So, and that's what you kind of planned on, and I understand when people talk about, everybody has injuries, but boy, when you get injuries at the same position.
Yeah, like that defensive line, yeah.
Yeah, defensive end.
Yeah.
There's only so much depth you have.
I'm with you on that.
And so, yeah, this would be a good thing if they can all get out there together.
Have you gotten much of a chance to dig into Washington yet, Mickey?
A little bit. They've, Jaden Daniels has played awfully well for a rookie quarterback. Maybe not so much the last couple
he's
games.
Starting to slow down a little bit, isn't he?
And who'd they play?
The Eagles.
And?
The Steelers.
Yeah. So 2 teams in first place, right?
That's true, but one of those teams we beat, so I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, but they changed quarterbacks.
That's true.
They?
I have completely dismissed the Steelers based off of the fact that the Cowboys defeated them.
At home.
Yeah. That's right.
But quarterbacks have a lot to do with what's going on.
That is true. Keep an eye out on how bad Russell Wilson has been in the red zone. Like, I know their team has gotten better, but man, he has been tough in the red zone.
But, he's... When you play defense the way they've played defense,
for sure,
you always give yourself a chance.
I'm
right?
with you.
When you don't have to score 25 or 30 points a game to win, you have a chance, and I think Pittsburgh is kind of proven that. Now the Eagles had to score, what did they, it was 28-27? Is that the game? I'm trying to remember last week.
Against the Commanders?
Yeah.
It was 26-18.
26-18, that's right. That was another game. You start watching too many games, right?
Sure.
All the games,
but he needed to score 30 to win, and it didn't work out so well. So, yeah, we'll see. We'll see what that offense does. If indeed the Cowboys can get Bland back, Lewis back, and then we'll see what happens with Marshawn Nealon, which certainly would help the deal at defensive end where, when you're down to your fifth and sixth defensive ends, it's pretty hard to, be that good at that position. And now with Micah back, that helps, and then you'll see what goes from there.
My curiosity on them, though, was how you've seen their defense does it change much from Rivera to what Dan Quinn wants to do? Because they're not turning the ball over a lot.
No, and I can't say I've seen them play a couple times, so I don't know that I'm sort of an expert on that. So I thought it was funny at the end of the press conference yesterday with McCarthy when he was asked, is he doing things different with Washington than he did with the Cowboys? And McCarthy says, well, you're going to have to watch the game. And somebody says, he goes, yeah, it would be nice to be able to keep something under wraps for at least a day around here.
Wow.
And then I think it was Todd Archer said, yeah, but Jerry talks tomorrow.
Oh, yeah, he did.
And it's like, okay, at some point you need a laugh every once in a while, right?
I've laughed plenty of times watching this team this season.
Oh, man. Come on, Kevin. Come on.
I'm sorry. That's not what we were going. I apologize.
That's not what we were trying to point out.
I apologize. I know you answered this on DallasCowboys.com, and it makes a lot of sense to me. I was hoping you could recap for people that are asking, why doesn't the team go more up-tempo on offense early in the game?
Yeah, and I think that they did. It might have been Dak's last game. They actually started the game no huddle.
Yeah.
I said, oh, they're listening to me. But again, when you got a backup quarterback and the injuries that they're trying to do, yeah, it's great to start, no huddle, but what if it doesn't work? And now you hurried up off the field. So just because you try it doesn't mean it's going to work.
Sure.
And I think that in the situation they were in with a quarterback that, certainly hadn't played all that much since he went 4-1 in 2022, you're probably maybe a little bit more hesitant to be conservative than to be that aggressive that early in the game, knowing that ball control probably is a premium, especially the way your defense had been struggling. Now, the defense played pretty well for a half. If the Cowboys had scored points, they'd have been in the game. And it's no guarantee that because you go hurry up that it's going to work. So you got to be careful with that, with everybody saying, well, yeah, just go hurry up because it seems to work at the end of the game. But it's a different deal now when your backup quarterback's in. And then, by the way, you got kind of a beat-up offensive line. Those injuries, like Zach Martin's, didn't just occur. It's something he'd been fighting through. And you got a lot of young guys on that line, too. So you got to be careful with just assuming no huddle's going to work. Sort of like, I don't know if coaches think this, but just assuming that if you call for a fake punt, it's going to work.
Right.
Yeah. See, you heard the laughing line. You got it.
But again, and this was interesting if you actually go back and look at the one this past game, they kind of got suckered into it because the way they ended up lining up, everybody, they were on the gunners outside, and everybody else had their hand on the ground and on the line of scrimmage. And so you're looking at it like, well, if I slip Wanye Thomas out from, the protector guy, he's going to have a wide open field there because no one's in the middle of the field. Well, right at the snap, the guy backed off. I think it was Ward, maybe. He backed off, and that's where he ended up covering Wanye when he caught the pass. So I don't know if they saw something, they anticipated something, or they countered what could take place by backing a guy off and seeing if the Cowboys think, okay, if this is on, we're going to call it. And Wanye talked about it, as a matter of fact, yesterday, talking about how I think he called it the right of way. He has the ability to call it off if they don't have the look. And, he said we had the look. That's exactly what happened. Unfortunately, they countered before as the ball was being snapped. And I think at that point, Brian Anger can't go, oh, wait, let me go ahead and kick it.
Right.
Yeah. So that's kind of how that play transpired.
Thank you very much, good sir. We'll catch up with you again tomorrow, and you will be forced to make a prediction. That's right.
Those things are so important.
Hey, see,
undefeated so far.
That's right.
Yeah, right.
Thank you.
My records.
Thank you very much, good sir. There you go, Mickey Spagnola right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, believe it or not, let's go ahead and fire off cut number 6 because we need to tell you some stuff about Peace-a-thon.
Magic's going to try to create the double team. If not, he'll shoot the little hook shot. There it is. Goes with the left hand. Magic has 4.
Why in the world would we be playing a Magic Johnson highlight? So, Peace-a-thon is in 6 days. Just wanted to run down a few of the awesome things that we're going to have. We're going to have autographed memorabilia of Troy Aikman, Jamie Benn, Patrick Mahomes, Luka Doncic, Corey Seager, Mike Modano, Magic Johnson, Frank Thomas, Joe Montana. And there's actually a whole lot.
Corey Majors.
Yeah, Corey Majors.
The chair. I'll autograph
Oh, yeah, that's right. And there's actually a whole lot more, but I wanted to start with that. And I've seen questions in the past. Some are nicer, and then some are more aggressive, like, do you have any auction packages that aren't from millionaires? Okay, fair enough. We are also trying to raise money for charity. Just keep that in mind. We have auction packages that are valued between $20 and $9,000 this year. So I feel like that's a pretty damn big range. But then again, Micah thinks this is a pretty damn good football team. So who knows? But the point is we're going to have a lot of in between in there if you're looking. Also, for the first time ever, it looks like we're going to do a raffle for at least one or two of our items, so people will be able to get on that super cheap. Corey, if it doesn't go well, is going to drink?
No,
that's not what we're doing.
I mean, I can drink anyway if you want me to.
That's true.
Right now, Kevin, I got this from our friends over at Sagamore Spirit Rye. A box of cigars.
Ooh.
This is all in one package, by the way. This is a bottle of their small batch. A bottle of their Barrel Select. All right? And a bottle of their 9-year. This one right here, brand new on the market.
Ooh.
All right, so be ready for that one. A bottle of their liqueur. And also some glasses. And
do you promise that all these things will remain in the package?
Cherries and a stopper. I promise. Okay. Everything in this box right now.
Okay.
3 of the bottles are out of the box. I promise everything that I'm showing you right now will be here from Sagamore Spirit Rye. Thank you very much to those to our friends over there. That was wonderful. Very nice of them. We were talking to them about getting a tour of the distillery, but you have to fly up to Baltimore.
Oh.
And so we were like, well, let's just see if we can just give them some liquor.
Well, good news for you. We also have the Martin House Brewing experience in which you get to make your own beer, go out and taste everything, and then there's going to be a release party for your beer at the place.
And they'll give you, they're going to can the beer, and you'll be able to take the beer, like you'll be able to take that beer with you.
Just think about it. Your
really
Christmas
cool.
shopping is done. I'm just going to give you guys the beer I made.
Yeah.
We've got a suite for a Texas Rangers game to watch with us and Derek Holland. We've got a suite for a Dallas Cowboys preseason game. We've got a couple lower level tickets to the Dallas Monday Night Raw. We got 4 all-in tickets. But then I want you to think about this. Have you pondered your future? And you're like, I haven't set things up right for my family just yet. Guess what? Believe it or not, we have not 1, not 2, but 3 wills.
What?
That will be auctioned off.
Chambers?
If you, not Will Chambers. If you need to set up your will.
Do I know another will?
We will have 3 of those available during Peace-a-thon. There's also Rangers experiences with Jared, Chuck Morgan, a Mavs experience with Chris Arnold, dinners with Broadus, Eric Nadell, and Derek Holland, golf with RJ Choppy. And if you love cards, we're going to have boxes, packs, singles, graded cards, Pokemon, just all kinds of stuff that you can imagine.
Yeah, this is a fun time. It's a fun time of year for us. We started this because Broadus was like, "You idiot should just work overnight," and we were like, "That's stupid." And then we asked the Tolos, and they said, "Yeah, do it, you dummies." And we were like, "All right." And then we said we should do it for a cause. And so we started working with My Possibilities because I happen to know the director over there, and I was like, "Can we help you out?" And he was like, "Absolutely." By the way, around that time, they were serving about 100 hipsters, and now they're upward. They can serve up to 600.
Wow.
And they have more room that they're working with because they've been able to continue to grow. So everything that y'all been donating, the things that y'all been buying in the auctions, y'all have helped out tremendously.
Somebody asked about a signed Mike Bassett card. I was going to pair that with the signed show chair, but I'm sure we could figure something out there.
You're talking about the one that RJ Dukes gave us?
Yes.
Have you signed it yet?
Oh, yeah, that's right. I need to do that. No, I have not signed it.
Dude, did you see what happened yesterday? The power of our show?
So if you heard Ryan from RJ Dukes on Monday say they have a Brian Downing rookie card and they just want him, they would love for him to come up to the shop. On Tuesday, the next day, he came up there and was like,
Downing.
I heard you guys talking on the radio and everyone was telling me about it. So I had to come up there and they hung out. And he's also neighbors with Eve Torres, who's a former WWE personality. And I know that perked Alex's interest among other things. So the power of the KNC Masterpiece is thanks to you guys. Really appreciate it. We'll get a chance to hang out tomorrow, Buffalo Wild Wings in Arlington off of Collins. And for people asking, probably next Monday or Tuesday is when the site will actually be live. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, yes, there will be Frisco Rough Rider stuff for people asking, all the way back to Elvis Andrus. And I got a game-used Jack Leiter autographed Frisco Rough Riders jersey as well. Coming up next, AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus insiders doing the dirty work. Literally, next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got Gridiron Gravy coming up in about 20 minutes. And remember, tomorrow we'll be at Buffalo Wild Wings in Arlington off of Collins. But right now, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time, 4 a.m. on the FM. We got the question of the day plus a wild story from one of the biggest sports insiders coming up here in just a minute. 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line to get involved and answer today's question of the day. I want to hear from the YouTube and Twitch as well, but today's question doesn't really make much sense to me, but we're going to make sense of it anyways. Going to the National Day calendar again. We are in late November, and it is National Gingerbread Cookie Day. That feels like a very December thing.
Do you kind of celebrate this day, you and Carter?
Yeah, you know, I feel some sort of resemblance there. I feel seen. You know, I feel accepted today. You know, so I feel like it's at least accurate for me.
Soft or hard?
I think I like... I will say the crunchier ones. Otherwise, I feel like that was going to come back to cost me.
Yeah, I feel like when it comes to
with
gingerbread, yeah.
I like the ones with the ooey gooey middle.
I like them both, but I think I like crunchy too.
Yeah.
They're
good.
The ones from, I don't know, are they Pepperidge Farm? What's the ones that come in the bag, like the white bag?
That's Pepperidge Farm.
Those are good. With the sugar on top. Oh, my.
He's getting worked up over this. I know what to bring him next Wednesday. But the question of the day today is going to be, what is your favorite holiday snack? 877-881-1053, because one comes to mind instantly for me that is in the Christmas realm. And I think it's Little Debbie that makes these.
Is it the little Christmas trees?
Yes. The Christmas tree cakes have been a staple for me every single
the zebra
year.
ones that are there every day.
The
like, I feel like it's the same thing.
Exactly. Yeah, I only eat those. I don't eat the zebra cakes anymore. I only eat the Christmas tree cakes because I try to stay away from that stuff, but Christmas gets me with all the different like holiday shaped candies and snacks. I don't know why. It's pure marketing, but it gets me every single time, just like how the best Reese's cups are the ones that are shaped like the holiday bells.
All right.
Shaped like Christmas.
I
Yes, it's
disagree with that last thing you said, but I do agree with the shape making a difference in the taste. Mike, I know it probably shouldn't, but like at Love and Warren, Texas, nobody can tell me that Texas cornbread isn't the best damn cornbread in the world.
It's the shape of Texas.
And part of it is because it's in the shape of Texas.
Yes, that's exactly why it's good.
Do you eat Amarillo first, or do you
Amarillo
eat like
Panhandle.
Galveston and Corpus Christi?
Immediately eat the Panhandle.
See, I wait to Amarillo because I don't got to get there till morning.
That's right.
So
yeah.
I can take my time.
Kind of start.
Well, what if you order it at
Padre?
11 a.m., you person?
Man,
the
I
whole
really
Amarillo by morning
really
joke. Like, I guess if you're eating it at nighttime, yeah, you can wait till the morning. What if you're ordering it in the morning? People eat cornbread in the morning.
Well, I guess I would eat it then.
What time does Love and War open? Do they open in the morning?
Ooh,
that's a good question.
Okay.
Check. But yeah, I started at the Panhandle, worked my way all the way down to Padre.
Okay, so shapes matter for Alec.
Yes, shape over size.
Oh my God, Love and Warren, Texas is open right now.
You kidding me?
I love
We're not there.
Tell me if this is holiday or not holiday, but I do love the peppermint ice cream from Bluebell.
Okay.
And I'm not maybe they do serve it in the summertime and I just don't get it, but I feel like right around now, like when I go by the Bluebell ice cream stuff and I see the peppermint ice cream, I usually will get a tank of it.
A tank?
A tank?
How much is that compared to like a
what
gallon?
kind of tank? Like a military tank?
No,
or
like a tank of ice cream.
How big is that
called a tank?
compared to a gallon or a quart
I don't
or
know.
a pint? I guess.
Ice cream served in so many different
sizes,
barrels.
Yeah. Nope.
I'm like, I just call it.
Yeah,
a
sounds
tank.
like a barrel of your finest
Holsters.
ice cream. I'll take a pallet of cookies.
I don't know if Bluebell always has that available. I know Brahms does.
Yeah.
And like again, Brahms, I like the Brahms peppermint shake. I like to eat that, have it that way, but around this time is whenever it's the best. That is true.
See, I like peppermint bark. Then is what I was gonna throw out there.
Okay.
So that's my favorite holiday themed, and Brandon loves to make it. He makes delicious peppermint bark.
Adrian makes it's graham cracker on the bottom, but then there's butter. It's a toffee, so it's a homemade toffee with a graham cracker bottom, and it's amazing. Whatever it is, she makes it. She makes it for multiple people.
Like salt water?
Huh? Salt water.
See,
graham crackers.
No, he has ruined the idea of toffee for me because when we went to Specs and he goes, "Oh, what'd you get?" And I go, "I got some toffee," and he goes, "I thought it was pronounced taffy." And I just honestly, I was like, I almost positive he's doing a bit, but I'm not totally positive. So,
But she'll make that for for like Thanksgiving, but then she'll add crushed peppermint for Christmas, and so both of them are awesome. So yeah, that's my favorite holiday snack, other than the day after sandwich. You get the roll, and then you throw some turkey and ham and mashed potatoes and stuffing and cranberry on it, and then you have a sandwich. But that's really more lunch the next day.
I make the great sugar cookies with the icing.
do you like design different stuff?
Yeah.
Or
yeah,
nice.
it's good.
Is it like all anti-cowboy
We make them
sentiment?
for Santa.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you count pumpkin bread as like
I actually just bought some pumpkin bread from Costco yesterday.
Okay.
And my wife then gets cranberries, and she puts cranberries in it, and then the cranberries pop while they're baking. So then we have these pumpkin cranberry muffins.
Like kind of infused with,
Amazing.
Interesting.
And it was maybe 2 or 3 years ago. I was working the Cowboy game on Thanksgiving Day up here with everybody, and Broadus brought us. It must have been the COVID year because they weren't out there. Broadus brought the best pumpkin bread I have ever had in my life, and he has not brought it since. I need to get
Did
him to
he
make
make
that again.
it, or was this like somebody he knew?
I don't know. It might have been a family member.
Okay, we need
It
to
might have
ask.
been him, but I need to circle back on that because ever since then, every pumpkin bread I've had since then, I'm like, it's good.
Has failed.
It's not Broadus good though. So
I like that.
yeah, I need to get back on that. From the Franco and Franco Injury Attorney text line, we have from the 469 the holiday mint M&Ms. That's very specific. I don't think I've ever had those. Yeah, that's not very
Okay.
familiar to me.
Okay,
But I get it. Hey, if it's your deal, deal them up.
What's your deal? Yeah. From the 214 holiday popcorn in those tins, those are awesome. I just like the tins. Like the popcorn is
You're
popcorn.
talking about like caramel cheddar and regular, like butter.
The
like
three of them? Yeah, because it comes into
Two
divided.
of them might be acceptable.
What are you
the other
talking about?
one, throw in the garbage.
The cheddar?
Nope.
It's amazing to me
Regular?
that you don't like it. You
Yeah.
love
Okay,
things that are
that's fine.
flavorless.
Regular popcorn is like a waste
It's like
of everybody's
rolls.
time.
Yeah, it's like
Rolls
rolls.
taste way better than popcorn.
Caramel corn is great.
Agreed.
Poppycock is the best. That's the one that it comes with like the cashews in it too, and it's like it's the caramel, but it's good. It's oh my
It's
gosh.
not familiar
You've
with
never
that.
had poppycock?
Is that kind of like Cracker Jack?
better?
Okay.
Better. I'm gonna find some poppycock.
You're a Chicago guy, though.
Yes.
So that's that Chicago mix is caramel and cheddar
Yeah.
together.
I like those two kinds because they taste like something.
And do you like Chicago-style hot dogs where they have the tomato and pickle?
No.
Oh, there's too much flavor going on. What
It's
kind
too-
of hot dog
and
do you
see,
like?
it's not too much flavor. It's
You
too
like it
much
with mustard
crap
and
I don't
relish?
like on there. No,
You like it
you
with-
know I don't.
Oh, wait. Oh, this is interesting.
Do
A
you
hot
like
dog has flavor.
Do you like cashews as the nut?
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna get some cashew nut poppycock, real butter and brown sugar.
Ooh.
There's a lot going on there. From the 214, the holiday Reese's are better than the regular ones. Fight me.
No,
I
I
will not
agree.
fight you. I will shake your hand.
Is it 'cause
That
there's
is-
more
that is a
peanut
good
butter?
take. Yeah,
Because
Yeah, the
the
proportions
tree,
are different. Yeah, for sure.
it's
Okay,
definitely better.
You guys have made me really hungry for holiday treats.
What's new?
I just
I
went to
don't know.
Target.
If you
like 2
hear
days
about
ago for
holiday
some.
treats,
yeah,
you
like
pretty
I
much-
want to go to Kroger right now and start just buying things and making it and eating it.
Just for the record, from the 817, it's caramel, not caramel, not in Texas. Caramel.
It's a coin flip. I'm a weirdo. I like to change how I say things that have like controversial pronunciations.
Like
I'll
your
say
name?
both. Yeah.
Okay.
Sure. Yeah, Alexander, if you're fancy.
That's right.
Don't call me that.
That's your name?
That's what his email is.
Yeah, do you check your email, Mike?
No.
Nope.
He
I
told me
did.
this morning he was amazed that Baseball Nuggets was so early. And I was like, it was on the sheet.
Wait, but we call him Alec, right? With a C?
That is by his decision, yes.
Yep.
Where does the C come from?
I don't know. Ask him.
I don't even know the own origin story because my dad, like, he's not even in radio and he does bits with me. So every time I ask him, he gives me a different story.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
I
he gives me a
love that.
totally different story every single time. You know, and
That's
because
pretty
the first time it was your mom's decision. And I was like, okay, I'll just leave it be. And then it was like Alec Baldwin. And then it was, well, your middle name starts with a C, so we took the C from that. And it's a different thing every single time, and it just makes me mad, so I just go with it.
I love that bit. My friend had this scar over his eye, and we used
Oh
to just
my
tell
God.
all these different people all these different stories. Like, he was in the Air Force. When he jumped out of the plane, he clipped his face on the wing. And
or
all,
he's a Jedi.
Yeah, all these different fun stories. It was
Oh.
good.
Yeah, okay.
The ladies loved it.
Let's see. Keep those coming in. Your favorite holiday snacks, 877-881-1053.
I'm sorry, real quick, Alec. I know this is your segment. When you say the ladies loved it, but like they loved it when they met him for a day, right? Because if you could pick between like this person that doesn't have a scar on their face and this person that does, don't you think without knowing anything about the person, the people would pick the non-scar person?
I don't know where you're going with this.
No, that's the end of my question.
He's a handsome man. He looks like Woody Harrelson, so it was kind of part of the, the look anyway. So the
Yeah, that's a
scar
good
was
point.
like, it was
Okay.
like Woody Harrelson looks like he should have scars,
I could see that.
So he kind of has that look about him.
Or the pants that he always wears. I'm like, those pants were made for you.
You just look at people and you're like, yeah, he should have scars, but he doesn't. That's a weird thing to say. Let's see. We're going to go to This Is Football podcast. Adam
No.
Schefter.
No.
Why not?
No, go ahead and play it. I purposely have tried not to think about this because I do not want to think about
Well,
this.
you're going to be forced to think about it. Adam Schefter was on their ESPN Super Insider for the NFL. He was asked about the weirdest place he has broken a story.
I can remember being in Denver one time, and I was how do I say this? I had just spent time with this woman for the first time.
Yeah. Okay.
And
Sure.
and got a text that Dale Carter was being suspended. I think it was for 8 games for substance abuse. And so as I continued to lay there, confirm it, and got the job done, Kevin.
In more ways than one.
Yeah, see, I didn't want to think about that.
Well, now you are.
Yeah.
You have that great
quickly-
image of Adam Schefter
How
now.
quickly after do you look at your phone?
I don't know.
Are you one of those that, like, you get done, you're like, gotta check the phone right now? Or you're like, I'm gonna take a nap.
Got to see if there's a Shams notification or something,
I'm gonna
you know?
sleep.
Yeah.
But why?
I'm tired.
Okay.
It's draining.
Yeah,
It's stressful on the heart.
It really is.
Huh. That's an interesting
And then
story.
you're gonna add more stress to it.
Cardiovascular.
Yeah. A little workout in.
Yeah. Thanks, Kevin.
It definitely wasn't his wife because this happened in 2000. I decided to research the legitimacy of this.
Mister, I don't want to think about it.
I
Did
know,
the
now I
research
can't help
on
it.
Now,
This-
what hotel was it?
This happened in 2000, and his wife was previously married to someone who died in, I bet you didn't expect this to happen, during 9/11. So it probably was not his current wife.
Well,
we're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy, Cowboys offensive roster questions as we slog through the final 7 games of the season. Next on The Fan.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has roast?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Bowls.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
You just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
in the world more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
First down now from the 42. Almost messed up the handoff. Lance pulls it back. The ball is caught by Ferguson and fumbled. Picked up by the Eagles and run down the left sideline by Blankenship.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. I got Gridiron for you in just a second, but let's further point out the power of the KNC Masterpiece. Yesterday, we talked about how unlikely it felt at times that the A's were going to relocate to Las Vegas. Yesterday afternoon, Rob Manfred, and I quote, "I understand there seems to be some sense of doubt that persists there, but owner John Fisher is completely committed to the process. The building's been demolished. The site's available. They are on track for a 2028 opening. They've gone through the process of demonstrating that whether or not he takes local investment partners, he has the capacity to build the stadium. We're full speed ahead." So Rob Manfred was listening to the show, one assumes, and he heard our questions, Mike's questions. And
We
he was
did
like,
it. That wouldn't be the first time he's listened. There have been multiple times Rob Manfred
That
has
is a
immediately
fact.
responded to
Rob
something brought
Manfred
up.
and Brian
claim in
Downey.
the history of baseball.
Oh, okay. Well,
play that again.
It's the most ridiculous claim in the history of baseball.
Thanks, John Smoltz. And that claim is that he's rooting for the opposing team?
No, it was just about that.
Okay.
That's what I'm going to assume every single time. It was just about the thing we just said. All right. Now, what say we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy? Gridiron Gravy, of course, brought to you by Rhino Shield. Why paint your house when you can shield your home? Visit rhinoshieldtx.com. Now, might have to hold off on the Cowboys thing I wanted to talk about for just a second because the NFL is warning teams about transnational crime rings targeting pro athletes. You remember that that means
like multiple
nations before anybody else goes any further with that. You remember that Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce had their homes burgled last month, and the NFL believes the incidents were connected to an organized international crime group. Now, this is your movie. Like, I know Hallmark is making a movie about Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift falling in love and stuff.
No way.
Yeah, I think it's going to come out like pretty soon.
Why?
And this should be it. Like, Travis Kelce and Patrick Mahomes have to help fight this international crime ring the only way they know how, through a high-stakes game of football, and winner takes all.
And Taylor Swift is the criminal.
Oh,
stealing all the hearts.
Man, we got something here. I want to see what you think about this.
They have one of those entrapment scenes where she has to go through the lasers and stuff.
Would she do that?
I don't know.
All right. A source familiar with the investigation told Tom Pelissero. Tell me what you think about the beginning of this quote from a supposed source about this investigation. It's legit.
Oh, sounds legit to me.
It just doesn't. Yeah.
Why would they say it's legit?
MC Hammer.
Yeah.
But you know what? It's not only NFL players. It's a transnational crime ring. And over the last 3 weeks, they focused on NBA and NFL players, and it's all over the country. How concerned are you guys for the NBA and NFL players that they might also get burgled?
I feel like I need to go check on my house right now.
I
am in sports.
Okay.
In some way. So I feel like it's all the people that are involved in sports in some way that are being attacked here.
So you're like Travis Kelce adjacent.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mike, he's in sports.
Yeah, I'm being attacked right now.
Is it something new or just the regular things that I'm aware of?
Yeah, regular things.
Okay. I'm sorry about that, Mike. Let's talk about George Kittle. He said that he will return from his hamstring injury on Sunday because he can't pass up playing the Packers. I mean, look, probably the real reason is just because he's not injured anymore and he's ready to go. But I love the trash talk you throw on there. But then there's this.
They did almost lose to the Packers in the playoffs last year.
That's true.
Cowboys actually lost to them, but they
By
almost
a
lost.
lot. Let's go to Jim Harbaugh, who said Justin Herbert is one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time. Then he said, I don't feel like I'm going out on a limb and saying that.
Whom said that?
Jim Harbaugh.
That's his coach.
I get it, but when he follows up by going, I don't feel like I'm going out on a limb by saying that. I mean, at this moment,
not as his coach.
Definitely are.
Not as his coach, though. You're not.
Because he's going to be like, thank you.
Yeah, like I bet all of Mike's coaches are like best baseball player ever.
Is that not one coach has ever said that? Even my high school coach.
Oh, man.
We have 9 former major leaguers at Duncanville.
Did you think you were the best player on the team, though?
Yes.
See?
I was hoping, though, that like at one point my coach Rombach would say that I was the best, but he's like, I think these guys were better. I was like, oh, thanks a lot, Todd Ritchie, David Need, Chad Allen, all these guys.
David Need went to the Colorado Rockies in the expansion draft.
First pick.
What about John Elbow?
That's stupid.
I don't know who John Elbow is.
You said David Need, and it sounds like knee, and so he said John Elbow.
All right.
All right. Let's go from that to
I think I'm hilarious.
Drew Lock, and I swear to God, my next story is not about Steve Key or whatever you're thinking. All right. Drew Lock decided
Jewish necessity.
I have thoughts about Tommy DeVito being the starter. I'm just going to tell everybody. Hey, why are you not the starter? His response, that's a question that I might still have for myself. It was expressed to me that I was going to be QB2. Interesting situation. Not much I can really say about it besides, again, I'm going to be here for him and we're still communicating and still very good friends, believe it or not.
Well, good for him that he has a really sound adjustment to what he's going to do in his life now.
Now, somebody who has not made a sound adjustment is Aaron Rodgers, because I'm going to run through winning percentages with the New York Jets. Zach Wilson is a starting quarterback, 364 winning percentage. Sam Darnold, 342. Aaron Rodgers, 273.
Oh, gross.
Right now, I'm dead serious. If you're ranking these quarterbacks, is it Darnold 1 and then Rodgers 2 and Wilson 3?
Yeah.
Today, like as of today,
like
not their all time.
No.
Yeah, obviously all time it's easy, but maybe not between Darnold and Wilson. But,
yes.
There's part of me. This sounds stupid. I'm wondering about Wilson versus Rodgers at this point.
I mean, you heard the owner supposedly said in week 4 or week 5 that they should bench Aaron Rodgers, and people are like, "That's so preposterous." I'm like, "Have you seen this team play?"
If they want a shot to go. I mean, Jerry told us earlier, the name of the game, it's all about winning, the best chance to win. At the moment, Aaron Rodgers does not give you that best chance. He is playing as an old man.
Yeah,
and as a fellow old man, I know one when I see one.
I agree. I agree with you on all of that. All right, let's go from that to, are you impressed by this statistic? Because I continue to think this is one of the most amazing statistics in football.
Yes, I am.
Okay, great. If the Steelers win their next game, they will tie the NFL record of 21 straight seasons with a 500 or better record. Held by?
Cowboys.
That is correct.
America's team.
That used to be the case. I agree with that.
Still are.
Are you impressed by the non-losing season, especially given the quarterback woes that the Steelers have had for a couple of years? And I know they switched to Russell Wilson. Check it out. Russell Wilson is awful in the red zone this year. Awful.
They had Mason Rudolph at one point.
That's
they had a dude
true.
named Duck.
That's true.
Really?
Yeah. Was it Easton Stick? His nickname was Duck or something like
because
that?
Duck Hodges.
Yeah, he did like a
Duck
duck
Hodges.
call.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So, yeah, man, they've been able to do this with just a weird array of people. And now, I mean, they don't even have one good quarterback. They have 2 quarterbacks that aren't really that great. Somehow they're able to do it because good defense. They know how to coach that style of game. Mike Tomlin knows how to get his guys ready. So, yeah, I'm absolutely impressed with that. That's amazing.
I think I'm with you on that as well.
But that's another thing, too, is like we give Tomlin so much credit. Give the organization credit. They know what they're doing.
Yeah.
From top down, they know exactly what their mind is made up about what their vision is for their team each year.
I definitely agree with you. I think I default to Tomlin so often is I still don't think he's ever won Coach of the Year. And that feels wild.
I don't think
me.
he has either.
And so this he's obviously got a very good opportunity this year, and he's a damn good coach.
Yeah, he is a damn good coach. He also stood on the field that one time when the Ravens player was running by, and he almost tried to trip him. And he was acting like he wasn't standing there. He was like, "Oh, looking up at the board. My bad."
I couldn't tell where the field started.
That was funny.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next.
Green starts. I don't know how tough that is.
Duck Hodges is dating Lainey Wilson?
What?
That's his girlfriend?
Of Wilson Phillips?
Lainey Wilson that's going to do the halftime show for the Cowboys?
Yeah, he's
same Cowboys.
Somebody's going to make you want to turn around and say
No, that's a
goodbye.
different Wilson sister.
That we gave tickets away to yesterday. Don't you know?
Yeah.
All right, coming up next.
Yeah, he is.
MLB offseason survey. How much will Juan Soto get? Are any free agents coming to Arlington? And Roki Sasaki update. Next on The Fan.
Commercial-free KNC? Delicious.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out.
you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babies.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, I want to dive into a little bit of baseball stuff for you. Now, the first baseball stuffs, not saying that this will actually happen, just telling you.
I'm listening.
Rob Manfred has said that Roki Sasaki is going to sign with a club as part of the 2025 international signing class, meaning he won't sign before January 15th. Now,
December 15th or January 15th?
It's so what happens is December 15th is technically the start of the end of the year and the start of the new year, but you can't actually sign anything, I believe, until January 15th. So there's like that weird month dead period.
Would you say this is great news for the Rangers?
Yes.
It gives them a chance?
Especially because, and look, I'm not saying that Roki Sasaki is in it for the money at all, because otherwise he would have just waited until he was 25. But the Dodgers are at the bottom of the list in terms of international money that they have for the 2025 class. Whereas with this class, they still had the most because they had set this aside, one would think, I would think, for this specific reason. So now that this is going into 2025, I mean, it feels like the Rangers, at least from a financial perspective, are more in the game. It might not matter. This might already be a prepackaged deal. I have no clue, but this is good news for the Rangers if you think they're in the mix.
It was almost like the commissioner had to say this. This is just me reading into it last night. It's almost like he had to say this because all the teams are like, this isn't fair.
Maybe. Especially while they're meeting with Juan Soto. I know those things are not necessarily related, but it does feel a little.
It's like now that the Dodgers won, like I know they won in 20, but like the first like legitimate championship, and they have Shohei and Mookie and Freddie Freeman, and now they're talking like you talked about. They got Yamamoto. It's almost like, hey, this isn't fair. And Manfred had to like speak out, go, okay, I'm gonna try to make this sound like this is a fair competition to get Sasaki, even though I think everybody knows he's going to sign with the Dodgers.
I am not arguing against that whatsoever, but if you wanted to prolong hope of
and I still
the
have,
Rangers,
I want that
here you
hope.
go.
I know how much the Rangers think of him and how they think Roki Sasaki is going to be a multi-time all-star and a big-time pitcher. They believe he has the ability to be a Cy Young winner, the ace of a staff, obviously, for a long time. So I know that the Rangers believe that he can be arguably the best pitcher in baseball at some point.
How long can the Dodgers do this? Be like, we're going to spend all the money. Like, does it feel like this thing
until
could
their
never...
TV contract changes, and unless they run into a
that's a good point
Valley situation? I think the only team to make more money financially than them is the Yankees. So like they are making, I don't know, I think to the Rangers, I think they're making 5 times the amount of revenue just off of local TV.
Jeez.
That's just that. That's not including everything else. And now from what I understand, yes, they have Ohtani and they're paying him. I know they're however it's structured, but they are getting so much money from Japan now. Because starting next year, as long as Ohtani's healthy, 40% of their games, maybe 60% of their games, or at least 50%, will be a starting pitcher from Japan that Japan tremendously cares about.
Yep.
So basically ESPN put out they asked a bunch of questions to executives across baseball. So executives and baseball insiders, they had a group of 18, though not everyone answered every single question. Will Juan Soto get more than $600 million?
So out of the 18?
Yep.
I'll say
no.
8 said yes.
I'll say 6 said yes.
11 said yes.
Wow,
and only 7 said no. Now, who's going to give it to him?
Mets.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Mets got 4 of the 18 votes. Blue Jays, 2. All the rest of the 12 votes, Yankees.
Okay.
Not one single vote for the Dodgers. I was surprised by that.
That you just start as much as Corey just said, can they? They can, but it does start getting into crazy amount of money plus the penalties on that money.
That is fair. Corbin Burns, where will he end up?
Well, if they're saying Yankees for Soto, then that would take them out of the mix. And this is going to be really weird. I'm going to once again pick the Mets. If Soto goes to the Yankees, then I will say they pay so much money to get Burns for the Mets.
The Mets are the overwhelming favorite on this one with 7 votes.
Dodgers?
They got 2 votes. But I want to just listen to these names because we're going to circle back around to it in just a second. Blake Snell, overwhelming favorite to go to the Giants, followed by the Phillies. Now, Max Fried is probably the closest of all. Only 4 votes go to the Mets, but that's the most. The rest are all broken down between 1 or 2. But what I wanted to bring up for y'all is the Rangers got a vote for both Max Fried and Corbin Burns. I know we have talked pretty openly about the possibilities financially and all of this. What do you think about the prospect of either one of those pitchers, Burns and or Fried, well, probably or, coming to Arlington?
1, I would love it.
Yes.
2, I don't think that's likely at all. I would love to talk to the people who voted for that and go, hey, have you heard something different about the Rangers' budget in 2025?
Because logically, it could have, I'm not saying this at all, it could have been a Rangers executive because some of these executives voted in this poll that involved their teams. Is it...
God, Max Fried's still good.
Oh, when he's healthy, he's one of the 5 best left-handed starting pitchers in the game.
But do you still default to, let's say you had your choice, Corbin Burns, or do you think the price differential pushes you to Fried?
I mean, I would say if you're making me pick one,
yes,
I would pick Fried because I think he's going to cost approximately, I'm only going approximately $5 million less per year.
Okay.
And maybe it's $8 million less per year. But if you're doing a 4 or 5 year deal, and I think these guys get around that, I have trouble seeing a team going over 5 years with pitchers nowadays. But you take that times about 4 or 5, you're looking at a $20 to $40 million savings on Max Fried. And I think, maybe I'm wrong on this, I know Burns is a little better, but I have them pretty much in the same tier when they're both healthy.
And for the person who asked, who the F is Corbin Burns? He won the Cy Young in 2021 and has been top 8 3 other times.
He's really good.
So that's who he is.
He had a 1.10 whip last year with a 2.92 ERA, and that was with Baltimore.
Baltimore is pretty good. That whip is,
he was on their team.
Is very impressive.
It does stink for Baltimore that I'm assuming he's not really in consideration there. I don't know. I heard this, and I don't know how true it is, but I heard he's not going back to Baltimore. I heard
the Orioles got 2 votes.
I heard
just
that
to put that in perspective.
September, and I was like, why? They traded a lot for him. He is the ace they need. You cannot count on, there might be family members listening here because I do like him, but you can't count on Grayson Rodriguez. The dude is looking like he's very injury prone.
Yeah.
Great talent, young, up-and-coming pitcher, hurt a lot. I'm like, dude, why wouldn't Baltimore, with everything they have in place, why wouldn't they be major bidders to keep Burns? And did Burns not like it there? And if he didn't like it there, what did he not like?
Maybe he just wanted that opportunity to go visit free agency. I just remember with the Brewers, didn't he get screwed over by them and he hated them for a little bit?
Well, the Brewers they're in a small market. So he knew that it wasn't going to be long term. But Baltimore does have new ownership. Baltimore does have the money. And it just seems like Burns doesn't want to go back to Baltimore from what I hear. But I don't know if that's true or not.
Will Pete Alonso leave the New York Mets?
No.
I don't think so.
This one's close. 10 no, 8 yes. So obviously advantage to the no's, but pretty close right there. One executive said their current payroll allotment for next year is way below where this year's was, which would also lead you to believe that they're not going to get Juan Soto, or maybe that's one of the ways they facilitate that. You might care more about this next one, Corey. Will Alex Bregman leave the Astros?
Yes.
Have I mentioned this on the air that Boris, his agent, has said he's willing to move to second base and that might be his best defensive position? Even though he just won the Gold Glove at third, people think his arm is just average for a third baseman, and they're worried as he gets a little bit older. Let's just say you sign him to an 8-year contract.
And he'll be 31 at the start of the season.
So you're saying move Simeon to third?
No, I don't. I'm going to tell you something. Let me ask you this, Ranger fans. Would you be happy, and I know that there's a 0% chance, but if the Rangers did get a Carlos Correa or a Jose Altuve or an Alex Bregman, would you guys be happy with that? It seems like there's so much hate for
There's
Astros.
a lot of hate there, man.
I don't know if fans would react fairly excited about getting Alex Bregman. He doesn't really make sense for the Rangers.
That
but
dude was always cocky towards us and everything too. And it was just one of those,
he's the guy you hate. 29 teams right now hate Alex Bregman,
Yes.
but when he's on your team, you love him.
Now, the insiders said they believe, yes, he will leave. 11 said yes, only 7 said no.
It's just interesting when Boris put that out there. He's like letting teams know, hey, second, he can be more valuable for you at second base, which maybe if teams do have a third baseman, he's saying, hey, he might be a second baseman.
I'm going to quick hit a couple more questions for you. Which free agent contract is going to raise the most eyebrows? Out of all of the executives and insiders, only one said Juan Soto. You probably won't be surprised to know that the leading vote getter was Nick Martinez, followed by Jurickson Profar. So they're already like, man, obviously it ended up just being the 1 year, accepted the deal. But they thought it was going to be Nick Martinez, and then Jurickson Profar is up there. And we have discussed the possibility of him coming back to Arlington.
I would love for the Rangers to reach out and just see Profar's interest coming back to Texas. And then I would love to know, I don't know if the Rangers have any interest, just how would you use him?
Yeah.
As a DH first baseman, left fielder. Left fielder would be his third position, but I mean, I don't know. He could fit you for what you need the next 2 to 3 years.
Which smaller market team will make the most noise this offseason?
I'm going to go Reds.
Reds are second.
Red, you've been high on the Reds, too.
I think
for
they
a
got
minute
the
now.
Bochy situation.
Yeah.
I think with Terry Francona, that team's going to win 85 to 95 games next year. 95 is probably too much, but I do think that they're going to be an 85 to 90 win team.
I'll tell you, this team is also very good. That's number one.
Detroit?
The Reds are second. Detroit is actually tied for second. My apologies.
Royals?
The Kansas City Royals lead the way.
When I think of small market, that's
That
usually
is-
the first team I think of for whatever reason.
Yeah, no, I think that's very
In Montreal.
fair. Well, maybe soon. Maybe soon.
Who would have ever thought that now the American League Central is a really strong division?
Yeah, they flipped it on us pretty quick.
Good news for the Rangers. The West doesn't look like it.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we move into the lunch rush, and that means Mike likes it, and NFL overreaction or reality, unless Mike's not ready. Next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On-Time Experts.
Fakes the throw. Allen going to step up in the pocket. Now he's going to take it and run, and he's got the first down and more. 10, 5, and muscles his way into the end zone for an unbelievable 26-yard touchdown run. Are you kidding me?
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan as we're gearing up for Cowboys Commanders, not the Generals, all right? Attorney General not on the list today. Right now...
Have the Generals ever beat the Globetrotters?
I think they have. I don't know how many times, but I feel like that's happened.
All right.
I think that like once.
Okay. Well, I'd be inclined to believe that. All right, you guys, we're going to do some NFL overreaction or reality. Overreaction or reality? The Cowboys deserve to win. Now, people have been so caught up.
6 wins.
6 times?
6 times.
They've probably
How
played
horrible
like
would that have been as a kid if you went?
Oh, my God. That would ruin your day.
Rooting for the
What happened?
Globetrotters.
Yeah.
I saw these guys on Gilligan's Island and everything, and they just lost.
That would ruin your day. Now, a lot of people have gotten caught.
Oh, hold on. I'm sorry. There is a quote, Kevin.
Oh.
There is a quote here from one of the guys, Klotz, said the fans' reaction when they won, quote, they looked at us like we killed Santa Claus.
Oh, my gosh.
Whew. That was great.
All right. I love it. Now, a lot of it's made about Micah Parsons saying we're a damn good team. I want to go to a different quote that I don't feel like has gotten enough play. Mike McCarthy told reporters, quote, we deserve to win. We deserve the opportunity to win, and that's why I'm putting the best people out there, and right now they're young, but we need to do whatever the hell we need to do to win. What do you think about the concept, whether it's the Cowboys or otherwise, about a team deserving to win?
I think you deserve to win if, like, you've done everything. Like, you can say, if you went into a game that you just battled your butts off and everything, and you're like, we didn't make any mistakes, we didn't cut any corners, then you can say you deserve to win. But I don't think you deserve to win if you're just like, you're entitled to win. That's not a thing. Does that count?
Yeah, absolutely that counts.
This is sad where the Cowboys are
I
at.
agree.
This is sad.
I'm with you.
It sounds like, I'm trying to be careful with my words here.
Probably smart.
It sounds like they're like in some sort of YMCA,
like a rec league or something.
Yeah, like doesn't that team deserve to win?
Yeah.
Like we stacked it against them. We gave them a bad coach. We didn't give them the players that, get the gold wristbands that are the best players. Like This just sounds so amateur.
Bonus, unexpected NFL overreaction or reality question. You're excited that Collectible Investments is going to provide us with a Walter Payton autograph magazine cover that's probably going to be framed.
He's my first ever favorite football player, and my Uncle Joe let me know that is unacceptable.
Because he was a Bear?
Yep.
And you're a Cowboys family.
Yep.
Walter Payton is amazing.
I cried reading his book.
Oh, because he died?
Yeah, but he wrote the book first.
Okay.
And then he died. His nickname was Sweetness, dude. Sweetness. Who gets a nickname like that being an awesome running back? Him. That's who. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. That's awesome.
Right. Overreaction or reality, the Chiefs losing to the Bills is actually a good thing for them. That's what I think.
I thought you might say a good thing for the NFL, and I said yes.
Okay,
I know what you're saying.
Answer that too. I meant more specifically for the Chiefs because, look, you could be badass and go 15-1. I think having to answer questions about being undefeated is probably annoying. They're still the number 1 seed, and now they don't have to answer those questions anymore.
I understand the question. I just don't think I do think Patrick Mahomes is in that headspace where I don't think he needs a loss to be motivated. And I get he's not having a great year statistically and everything, but I get the question. Yeah, it's not the worst thing because now they know that the Bills have the tiebreaker, so they're only like a half game up on them the rest of the year. They don't have that because like with whether it's Baltimore, name another team they've beat in the AFC, they know that they have all the tiebreakers too. So a tie record, it doesn't matter. They have to have a better record. But now with Buffalo, they have a team that they have to hold off the rest of the season if they want that 1 seed.
I don't know. Because they were just getting by and people were yelling that they were just getting by.
Yeah.
And then they lose to a good team like the Cowboys would last year and the year before that. And then so now I wonder if they're like in their own minds going, were we just getting by? Like, were we just good enough? And now that's kind of cracked our armor a little bit.
Okay. I want to start with you on this next question then, because that goes exactly into what I was kind of thinking about. The Bills were the first team to score more than 28 points on the Kansas City defense in a regular season game since 2022.
Wow.
So that's pretty good. So my overreaction to reality, the Bills will beat the Chiefs in the playoffs if they meet this year.
See, if the Chiefs had beaten the Bills this week, I would say no. Because then the Bills would be in their mind of, we can't beat this team no matter what. They're in a bad time and they're in their head. I think they will. I think they got it figured out. Again, it did come down to last minute if Josh Allen didn't make that spectacular play, Patrick Mahomes would have had plenty of time with the ball left in his hand to go in that game. But I think they got a chance. I definitely think they have a better chance.
It could happen. I'm just not betting against Patrick Mahomes in the playoffs.
I get it. Yeah.
That's smart.
That is really smart. I have to say, because the Bills won the regular season game, this has now probably become the number 1 playoff matchup I want to see. You know, regardless of what round it is, I understand that would probably shake out in the AFC Conference Championship. But regardless of where it is, I want to see this game happen again.
Yes.
I do too. All the AFC games are going to be way more like the hype of it. Lamar Jackson versus Patrick Mahomes. Lamar Jackson versus Josh Allen. Then you have Patrick Mahomes versus those two quarterbacks.
Justin Herbert's going to be in the mix,
Herbert
probably.
getting any love. It doesn't look like Burrow's going to make it. But if somehow they get the last seed and they're in, then Burrow versus one of these quarterbacks. Like, it's just, there's not that matchup at all in the NFC. Purdy versus Jared Goff. That doesn't sound like you have two Hall of Famers or two superstars facing each other. They're both solid quarterbacks.
Yeah, and I bet people, Jared Goff, I really want to see
Goff versus Hurts.
I know.
All right, whatever.
And I really want to see if one of those two quarterbacks can change kind of what people think about them by like going on a big run. But to your point, the AFC, it feels like everyone's like, oh yeah, that's one of the best. That's one of the best. So is that. So is that. So
yeah.
I think you're walking away from any golf contest going, that team is stacked. And you're probably with the Eagles, you're going, that offense is stacked.
NFL overreaction or reality. You believe Deion Sanders when he says he's happy at Colorado and has no desire to come to the NFL right now.
He just got the number 2 quarterback in the country to commit to his, or number 2 recruit in the country to commit to his college.
That's true. Or he could have his son as his quarterback with whatever new team he goes to.
I believe him. He has never lied to us.
He's happy because...
Well, I don't know if I agree with that based on one of our previous interviews.
You were so mad that day. It was so fun to watch you.
He's happy because, 1, he's a good coach.
Yeah.
2, his sons are on his team. And I'm sorry, I don't know his son that's on defense.
Yeah.
Is he an NFL
Shiloh?
prospect?
No.
Okay.
I don't believe so.
Is he going to have fun when he can't really watch his kids play football if they're in the NFL because he's having to spend all his time coaching the Colorado Buffaloes? I just think that he's a good coach, but I think he's more of a coach for his kids rather than a college football coach. So, yeah, I think he's having a blast right now. Do I think he's going to have a blast possibly 3 years from now when he's coaching some kid he's just met and I don't think that his heart is in it like college coaches are. Those are their kids. Those are their wives. Those are it's everything. When you become a coach at that level or professional level, your family is secondary. Your real family is that football team. Your real family is that baseball team. That's who you're spending all your time with. You're not spending much time at all with your family. So you have to make a decision. Is this my family or is my son, my wife, my daughter, are they my family?
Yeah.
Shiloh's an interesting prospect because before in the week 2, he was projected to be a 5th rounder in this year. And,
heard too.
Yeah, and he wasn't really doing that great leading up to it.
NFL overreaction to reality. The Netflix stream will freeze multiple times during the NFL games and Beyonce halftime performance on Christmas.
Well, as long as Antonio Brown's at the event, it'll be okay because he can just play what's on the board, right? Have you seen that?
I don't know what that means.
He had 6. He was at the fight with his phone off Jerry's board, and 6.6 million people were watching his stream.
Oh,
so they could see the fight without having any problems.
Interesting.
And then Jake Paul was like, "Look at that! More people were watching Antonio Brown's stream than most of the NBA playoffs last year." I think there's still going to be problems. They have plenty of time, and Jerry kind of alluded to that Tuesday with Sean and RJ. He was like, "I think it was a really good kind of test run for them to figure out some problems before the NFL throws it on there."
Mike, what say you? Will there be a streaming issue? And if so, is that, I guess it's kind of a bonus question.
Did Amazon have some issues like initially when they first started too? So,
yeah. Is that the end of the Netflix experimentation if it's problematic on Christmas?
I say they're not going to have an issue because they want to be in the game of the NFL for the next 20 years. And they know if they screw this up, they're probably out for 2 years at least until they can prove to the NFL that they could handle an NFL audience.
Yeah.
So I think that they are going to have everything. Like, hey, you can have some issues. Like Rosie Perez is calling the NFL game. But like, I think that for the most part, the streaming thing, that they are going to get down because there's too much at stake because they would lose the NFL. And if you lose the NFL to Hulu and Apple and Amazon and all the other major networks, how are you supposed to bust back in? You're in.
True.
Your foot's in right now. You have to prove to them you can handle Christmas Day. If you prove to them you can't, there's too many other options. You don't need to go back to Netflix.
He's dead on.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. I think it's going to go well, too. NFL overreaction to reality. The Colts never should have benched Anthony Richardson.
In hindsight, I'll say that. At the time, I was like, "Hey, man, Joe Flacco's been helping you win."
Yeah.
So,
what a hard turn that took for them. Huh?
And it happened very quickly. Yeah. In hindsight, I agree with that. At the time, I was like, just go with the dude. As Jerry said, who gives you the best chance to win. And at that time it was him because Anthony Richardson had proven he makes poor mistakes. He goes for the big play all the time. He's always trying to make that big play, and it isn't necessarily what you need when you're just trying to win games.
I think they made the right decision by benching him.
Yeah.
I even if you know Joe Flacco's worse, even at the time, you need to send the message to the young man, we're not going to allow you to play this crappy. You have to play better than this if you want to be on the football field. And so I do like that they benched him. I do appreciate that they're giving him another chance, and hopefully he takes advantage of it. But I'm not going to, if I was them, I would not regret benching a guy that looked like he needed to wake up.
NFL overreaction or reality, you want to see Tommy DeVito play football. Now, he said last year, this is a quote, I love this quote, last year was a good story and how it happened, all the fun and games outside. It was fun. That was last year. I'm
fun.
sticking to football. And then he goes, not that I wasn't before. But he said, no more fun and games. I'm sticking to football. Daniel Jones was boring to watch. You are excited.
So no appearances is what he's saying?
That's what it feels like. Will you be excited to see Tommy DeVito play football?
Well, since I picked him up in my fantasy league, I guess I need to be excited because there weren't any other options at quarterback to go with. So I went with him, and he has a good matchup. But no, I'm not excited to watch him.
Good for you.
Tommy DeVito, dude.
I won't watch 1 second of whoever the crap they're playing this week, and I will watch 1 quarter, maybe a quarter and a half of the Thanksgiving game.
Now, Alec, I'm going to have you and Corey answer this question because I know Mike is going to laugh as soon as we start. Here we go. NFL overreaction to reality. You have looked at the DraftKings chart about how the Cowboys can get the number 1 seed in the NFC, and you believe that they could if they went out. The Commanders beat the Eagles in Week 16, and otherwise both of those teams lose out. The Giants beat the Bucs, Saints, and Falcons. AFC teams win all of their remaining interconference matchups. The Lions lose out. The Vikings lose all of their games, except for when they play the Lions, because that would mean that the Packers and Bears both finish 9-8. The 49ers, Rams, Seahawks all finish 9-8. The Cardinals 8-9. The Falcons finish 9-8, win the South, and give the number 1 seed to the Dallas Cowboys.
That's it?
Yeah, that's all you got to do.
As my friend said, I would like to place 1 Abraham Lincoln on that at 50,000 to 1 odds.
I accept your bet.
Okay, 1 Abraham Lincoln.
That you lost me after 1 seed. You'd have to run me through everything again. No, I mean, it's fun. It's crazy that there's still a chance. Like, I love stuff like that because it's like, of course it's not going to happen, but there's a weird way that it could, so technically, but no. I mean, I'm in it to try to get a top 5 pick at this point, so don't.
This team just has so many flaws in it still that they're just not. I'm not comfortable with it.
For sure.
But for 1 Abraham Lincoln.
Okay.
I raise you 2.
Hold on.
The 5th president of the United States.
Do you mean the $5 bill or the coin? Oh, yeah. I'm going to pass on that bet then. All right. So bonus question, since you're talking about the draft picks, just real quick. And Mike, I will include you in this because this could actually happen. NFL overreaction or reality, the Cowboys will have a top 5 pick in this draft.
I think there's a 50% chance of that. I really do. Now, hey, Thanksgiving, if they lose on Thanksgiving, I think it goes up to like 80%.
I'm with you on that.
I think that at that point,
I think they could be top 3.
We're looking at a lose-out situation.
Yeah. This morning I was listening to Sean and Bobby and RJ and Peyton's show, and
with Chris Strong,
and Bobby said, when I think if Sean asked him, what do you think their free agency is going to look like next year? And he said, I think it's going to look a lot like it did this past year. And if that's the case, because he also threw the line, they're going to rely heavily on youth and the draft. And if that's the case, and they're picking in the top 5, that's positive for them.
Okay.
Because they will get talent there.
Yeah.
They will get talent in the top if they're in a top 5 pick of the draft. So that could be a positive thing for them. It just might take time for some of that youth to grow.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Want to remind everyone we will be at Buffalo Wild Wings in Arlington tomorrow off of Collins. And right now, it's time for some Mike Likes It.
It was cold this morning.
Fair.
Did you guys know that? There was frost on my mound. My bullpen mound that I have in the backyard. I looked out there And I was like, whoa. I was like, it is cold. And so I was downstairs, and I came downstairs in a t-shirt and shorts, and I had to go back upstairs and put on a hoodie and pants. Downstairs, it was 61 degrees. Oof. But I didn't turn the heater on.
I like it.
So I decided, like, hey, I don't know. It's sunny outside. I don't know what the temperature is right now, but I think it's supposed to get up to 70 today. Maybe low 70s. I'm not sure. But I thought, I'm not going to turn on the heater yet. I don't mind that I'm sleeping in
67 is what I've got right now.
Okay, like I'm upstairs was probably a little bit warmer. I didn't check the thermostat. I'm going to guess it was like mid 60s. But I'm not willing to turn on the heater yet. I was wondering with the Tolos and you guys, are you willing to turn on the heater yet?
Is that a money or a comfort issue?
Both.
Okay.
I don't know why. I don't know how much money I'm saving by not turning the heater to like 67 degrees this morning. But I'm like, nah, don't need it.
The wife did, and she was like, hey, we just got this Milo insulation. Everything's going to be fine, right? And I was like, yeah, go ahead. But she was like, I'm so cold. Everybody in the house was like, it's fine.
Yeah.
It's actually great right now. And she was like, I'm just so cold. I can't get warm. I was like, then go take a bath or something. She did. She also turned the heater on. And so as soon as it warmed up enough to where she said she felt comfortable, I turned it off. Like I immediately went to the app.
Did she leave for work?
Turned it off. No, she just doesn't pay attention to it. She doesn't hear it kick on and stuff. She just notices with her when her body makes a decision. So I immediately turned it off once she felt comfortable. And then I did though last night because the temperature was dipping a lot. And Lucy's been asking for. I put a fire in the fireplace, and so everybody was pretty happy about that. But I'm with you, Mike. I like the house cold. I love it.
See, I'm with you as well. I think it can at least be 63, and you don't need to turn the heat on. However, the variable that's been introduced in the last couple of years is Noah, and so especially at night
for his health.
Yeah, especially for his health and stuff.
Allergies.
Yeah, we need to turn. Well, it has been decided that we need to turn on the heat. So if it was up to me, I would have left it just the way you said.
This brings up another Mike Likes It question. When do kids realize to keep the cover over them? Like, you know, like
Noah's not that age.
He still has blankets, right?
Yes, correct.
And I'm like, at what point does our brain kick in? Is it 5 years old, like kindergarten? Is it 4, like right before kindergarten, that we're like, hey, I'm a little bit cold in this bed. I'm going to make sure the blanket stays on me because, you know, you watch infants or young children.
Yeah.
They'll just take that blanket and then just lay there, you know, spread eagle. And you're just like,
will.
Hey, you're cold, but there is a blanket or multiple blankets in your crib or next to your bed. If you just keep those on you, you will stay warm. And we figure that out at some point. But I'm like, I don't know. Is it like 4 or 5? You're going to have to let me know with Noah.
I can tell you it's definitely not 2. Because, yes, we have gone through that experience.
I'm not answering your question here, but I have another topic on top of this. I always feel like, you know, that episode where Homer's like, I don't want to get out of bed.
Yes.
I'm just so warm right now. I can't get out of bed. That's what I've had that. But it's only when it's cold. Only when it's cold do I feel like I've made the little heater underneath my blanket that I am in the perfect condition and I don't want to get out of bed. That's the way I like it.
Okay. Next, Mike Likes It. Roy Smith, who is on YouTube, says, why is Bassick so premeditated? About what? What do you guys think I'm premeditated about? I'm now asking you, Roy Smith.
Wait, what? That you've thought something out ahead of time?
Yeah, why is Bassick so premeditated? What am I meditating on?
I don't know. Oh, yeah, by the way, from the 2 and 4, my daughter's 12. She still hasn't figured it out. So
okay.
That is unfortunate.
I don't know what they're talking about.
I don't either.
What do you think you meditate on previously or beforehand?
I don't even know. Which would mean I'm not meditating.
Yeah, I think you're not premeditated.
Maybe they said premedicated. They just spelled it wrong.
Oh, it's gone past that. Other people are texting in. All right. Now I go back to YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
on YouTube while we were doing the Jerry Jones interview. Believe it or not, all the Cowboy fans turned and said, you know what? I do really like what this guy's saying. I trust that the Cowboys are in good hands.
Didn't.
And I would like to say to all the Cowboy fans, I loved it. I thought you guys really rallied around each other.
There's no way that
there was
happened.
like this, like, I believe in Jerry. And then somebody else said, I do too. And then they all joined together on YouTube this morning at 10:40ish and said, man, I really enjoy this interview and Jerry's answers. And it was great. Or the total opposite happened and everybody started ganging up on Jerry Jones. Maybe a few people on us. We're just trying to ask questions. We're trying our best here.
Oh,
but
that's true.
why is not the right question here. This is getting crazy. You guys have done this as long as I've done it. We became full-time employees at the same time. Have you ever seen it this bad? Like, have you, like, I know we haven't had YouTube forever. From 2013, we did not have a YouTube showing our shows. But from, I don't know, the last 7 years we've had YouTube. Maybe it's 6 years. I don't know. But man, did it get crazy on YouTube as I was following the chatter during the interview.
You know, I was doing a hit in maybe Washington, D.C. I can't totally remember.
Because you do so, you're like, you're all over the country. I'm proud of you, bro.
Plus, that's the place that still says my name wrong, despite the fact that I've told them how to pronounce it.
Kevin Hoagland.
It feels like discernibly the anger has shifted this year to a certain extent from Dak to Jerry Jones.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if it's just because people are like, hey, if somebody offered me 4 for $240, of course I'm going to sign it. Or just we did such a terrible job in the offseason. And literally everything we said and a lot of other people feared in the offseason is coming to pass. It does feel like he has gotten more directed specifically at him without and this person than in past years.
Yeah. This is as fierce as I've seen it from the fans of just disgust. And I still go back to, if they hadn't been so aggressive in their, look, you guys don't know anything, that we're going to be great this year. Like we signed our guys. Don't forget, he was second in MVP voting last year. CeeDee Lamb, we got him back. We got those two. We're good. And we're going to have Micah signed here. So, like, in the all-in statement, you felt like you were trying to make progress and you took a step back. And so that's where I think that the fans feel like they got duped. Even though a lot of them didn't really believe it in the first place. Like, that's where I think the real calculation or miscalculation is, the fans are smarter than they've ever been before when it comes to understanding the salary cap, when it comes to understanding what actual talent is on the field. They are more informed than they've ever been, and you can't just get by with hey guys, everything's going to be good, and smile at everybody. That's not how it works anymore. So that's why the fans are coming back with so much anger at the moment.
I decided not to ask this question to Jerry. I was thinking about it because there were some empty seats. Now, I don't know what it looked like. I'm going off of Twitter or X. As the game was kicking off, there looked to be at least 10,000 empty seats. Maybe 15,000.
Yeah.
I don't know what it looked like at the end of the first quarter because there is traffic issues and stuff like that. It's not easy to get into that stadium. The parking is not the best. It's not the worst, but it's not the best. So I can get how maybe some people on a Monday night got there with 5 minutes to go in the first quarter. And I didn't see those pictures like, hey, it has all filled in. People are here now. But I wanted to ask Jerry how he felt seeing that many empty seats. I don't know if he would have answered it. And here's the deal. Here's the reason I didn't ask this. Guys, I think it's going to get worse.
Yeah.
I think that Cincinnati Bengals game is going to look really ugly. I think the Tampa Bay game, it's here. I'm pretty sure December 22nd. I think that's going to look really ugly. I think there are going to be empty seats now. I know they're sold seats. They're not unsold seats.
But he cares about the aesthetics of it,
the look of the stadium having empty seats for the majority of the game.
I agree with you.
So I feel like that question can be asked later in the year because I think it's going to get worse. Do you how do you guys feel about
the team's not giving them anything to root for?
Yeah, or to go see.
Like,
who do you want to see at this point?
And that can be blamed on Jerry, but at the same
Overshown,
time,
maybe.
yeah, there's not a
Aubrey.
lot. Even with Overshown, you're like, you get a piece of that, and it's inconsistent because he can't make every play.
And I know he has sacks this year, so don't get me wrong. But if you're talking about the two players that immediately jumped to my mind were a kicker and an off-the-ball linebacker, that's probably not the best.
I think, when it comes to excitement, CeeDee Lamb and DeMarvion Overshown are the two most exciting players on the Cowboys team. I mean, I absolutely think that. And CeeDee Lamb's kind of taken a little bit of a knock because Cooper Rush isn't Dak. But
Sure.
he's still exciting. The ball gets in his hands, and that's exciting. That's about it. Other than that, because the offensive line's inconsistent, there's no sustained drives. They can't score a lot.
I mean, the last 2 games, you've seen 1 touchdown. If you've watched every second of Cowboys football, you've seen, not counting the field goals that they took off the board, you've seen 3 field goals made and 1 touchdown in 8 quarters.
And I believe that was their first home touchdown in 7 weeks.
Yeah, so
something like that.
It's boring. You're getting blown out. A league that makes sure that there's no blowouts.
Yeah.
There's just blowout after blowout. I think that question will be raised. I just figured there'll be more weeks to talk about it, and it'll probably get worse. Last thing, I know we talked about it earlier in the show, just an update here, and it's not like a major update, but if you didn't hear it earlier, Luka has a wrist injury. Sham Sharonia is reporting he's out at least a week. I probably said his name wrong. I don't care.
I just have never heard that exact variation. Yeah, I liked it.
Yeah. He is reporting, and it's been confirmed that, yes, he will be missing, it sounds like at least this road trip,
Yes.
Denver, Miami, Atlanta. Probably more if you're saying a week. Today is Thursday. The New York game is on Wednesday on
And then that's
Peace-a-thon.
Saturday and Sunday, right?
Yeah, they'll reevaluate him
tough.
kind of probably
Yeah.
after the New York game to see if there's a possibility of him playing. Maybe he's a fast healer. The tough thing about Luka is I don't know. He confuses me. You would think that he would be out for 6 years at times the way he acts. And then he's back 2 minutes later.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know. Does he have a high pain tolerance? Does he have a low pain tolerance? Really, nobody knows that except for the doctors working with him. But I do think that this is going to put a stumbling block on the Mavericks maybe after you saw them win 3 in a row. I do think it's going to be very tough for them to go on the road and win all 3 of these games without Luka. So I was really hoping for this punch going into Thanksgiving of, man, the Mavericks are, hey, they didn't get out of the blocks good, but man, they're starting to show this and that. And they still can, but not as likely with Luka being out. And then hopefully by the time we get to December, he's ready to play again and healthy.
Yeah.
We're going to be just fine.
I hope.
We're going to go on a run. Kevin was talking about it
This
earlier.
is a soft part of the schedule.
Soft part with the Heat and the Nuggets.
Not like that.
Oh, okay.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Let's talk with our good friend Kyle Yeomans from DallasCowboys.com next on The Fan.
it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has roast beef?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, it's time for the C Block starring Kyle Yeomans and Corey Majors.
Thank you very much.
You got replaced for top billing.
I'm fine with that.
You know why you got replaced? And Kyle, I'll admit this too. And I don't know if you've noticed this because we're very subtle on this show. The C Block is somewhat of a double entendre. And so I was thinking about making a joke about the triplets, and then I thought, that feels too far. And then I panicked.
No, you can do that. I'm okay with it. I'll give you permission if you want to make a joke about it.
You don't know what the joke is, so you
No, it was just going to be the C Block starring Corey Majors, and now living it every day of his life, Kyle Yeomans.
No, that's good. That's good. I like it. I did give you a lot of trust there by just blindly giving you faith that it would be an okay joke, but that was good. I like it.
Part of being a team is trusting.
Thank you.
Have you had to have all 3 diapers changed at one time? Have you run into that situation yet?
Oh yeah. That situation happens like all the time. They all woke up last night at 11 o'clock. They went down at like 7. I was working a game at North Texas, and so I got home like thinking, oh, everything's good. They went down early. That's great. And then they all woke up at 11 and were just screaming bloody murder. So that was interesting having to kind
talk already.
Juggle that. My wife had already gone to bed too, so it was just me kind of trying to maneuver all 3 at one time and making sure that they're all taken care of. Yeah, it's been a juggling match for sure.
Did you just say juggling match, but also is there one baby that you think riles up the other ones?
Yes, absolutely. It's Mikey. Mikey is the one. So Noel and Leo are both super chill. And then Mikey is like the mover, and he's the first one to like wake up and kind of make some noise. And then usually he's the most talkative as well. So he'll just start like talking to himself. And in doing so, it wakes up the other ones or it gets them all riled up and they start talking back and they start messing around. And the other day I saw him like basically, it looked like a high school wrestling match where that one's actually supposed to be a match, not a juggling match. But it was a wrestling match between Mikey, and he was like, one hand was on the back of Noelle's head, and the other one was on like her back shoulder, and he was like holding her down in the playmat. And I was like, okay, guys, we gotta chill out here.
Competition runs deep in your family.
Kevin says book. I'm thinking TV series. That's what I'm thinking right now.
Look, I would watch that as well. Now it looks like, and please correct me if I'm wrong on this front, Bland, Jerry Jones thinks is good to go. Cooks looks like he's going to be good to go this weekend. Where are we at in the return of Marshawn Kneeland?
I think he's probably a little further behind than those 2 guys.
Okay.
But I also think there's a hope that he does go this week. If not, I think it'll be next week. Mike McCarthy kind of said that earlier this week and was like saying along the lines of he's got to put foot to ground. He's got to put torque in the knee, like he's got to actually get some reps in. It's kind of what happened with Deron Bland going into week 6 against the Detroit Lions was everybody was saying, oh, he's good to go. Oh, he's great. And then he had the setback on Friday and hasn't been able to practice until this week. So things like that can happen. But I think barring a significant setback for either Brandon Cooks or Deron Bland, they will play. I don't think you need a setback to see Marshawn Kneeland take another week off. It's mainly, is he ready to go, and does he help your team at the edge rusher spot and in that rotation if he is available at whatever current state he's at. So I think maybe a little bit further down the line for Marshawn Kneeland, but it's not out of the question that he plays against the Commanders.
Potentially on the flip side, where are we looking at with the walking wounded offensive line?
A little bit tougher to kind of see where that one's going to go because there was no open media portion of practice yesterday. We just got done with the media portion of practice today, and even then, they weren't running offensive drills. They weren't running team drills. It's mostly special teams and a little bit of position stuff. So, I mean, the offensive line itself is a question mark, mostly around Zach Martin and Tyler Smith. I think Terrence Steele is probably good to go going into this weekend. However, the 2 guard spots are definitely in question, and if that's the case, you're going to probably see TJ Bass, Brock Hoffman, maybe Awesome Richards. You can push him inside if you want to, so then it turns into a competition for the guys at the second level of your depth chart, but still kind of a big question mark. I don't even want to say one way or the other on Martin or Smith. It's that big of a question for me.
Do you think that Terry McLaurin will be held without a target until the third quarter in this matchup?
I hope so.
That would be nice. That would be great. But to have that happen again, I doubt it. I mean, we've seen it with CeeDee Lamb, right? You got to get your guys the ball early, your playmakers the ball early. they're going to try and feed Terry McLaurin pretty early on. I think they'll probably try and feed Noah Brown, too. Former Cowboy in his own right, having a decent season. Of course, caught that famous Hail Mary against Chicago down the stretch. I think they're going to try and feed both of those guys pretty significantly early on.
The turnovers, I think was it Babe this morning I heard say the turnovers for Washington, 10. And
they've only turned the ball over 5 times.
Yeah,
though.
but they've also only gotten the ball 10 times in these games. And with the Cowboys, Dan Quinn's defense was constantly getting turnovers. What can you do you know exactly what's going on there, or what the Washington defense looks like right now? And maybe it's not exactly what Quinn wants yet.
Yeah, I think he's still trying to put his hands on that defense and try and kind of mold it to what he wants. And he's seen progress. In weeks 1 through 4, this team was allowing 290-plus yards of total offense. They were still winning games because their offense was going at an unbelievable level, and Jaden Daniels was doing what he was doing. But the defense wasn't great in weeks 1 through 4. They were actually 29th in pressure rate over the first month of the season. Since then, they've had pressure on 42% of their snaps, and they're third in the league in pressure rate moving forward. So I do think that the pressure, and it goes back to what he did here in Dallas, it helps force takeaways. It helps force turnovers. That's why Trayvon Diggs had the success that he had. That's why Deron Bland had the success that he had. Because Micah Parsons and DeMarcus Lawrence and Dorrance Armstrong and Dante Fowler Jr., who, of course, both of those guys are on the Commanders, but all of those guys had success rushing the passer and forcing errant throws and mistakes and quick decisions, bad decisions from opposing quarterbacks. They've finally unlocked the pressure, but now they've just got to see the turnovers become a problem. Now, so far this year, the Cowboys' offense has been the pharmacy for what teams have been ailed with going into that matchup.
True.
The Cowboys have helped solve problems for other teams because they aren't running the ball well. Go play the Cowboys. They aren't securing any takeaways. Go play the Cowboys. That's kind of been the case, and that's the case again this week. Is they've been getting pressure. They're going to do so again on Cooper Rush. I think that's just plain and simple. You're going to see Cooper Rush under distress throughout the game. It's whether or not he can make the decisions and keep the ball from the Washington secondary. That's going to be the difference between winning and losing for the Cowboys on Sunday.
Also, I don't know how much I know you're a film guy. You like to watch this last game against Philadelphia. For them, it seemed like Jaden Daniels was as conservative as I've seen him. He didn't necessarily go downfield a lot, and I don't know how much of that was he was afraid to pull the trigger or, man, the Eagles just took those things away from him.
Well, he's nursing a rib injury, which is, I think,
but they
important
continue to
context over the last 3
dispute
weeks.
that.
What do you mean?
Sorry, Kyle, but don't the Commanders continue to dispute that? Like, Dan Quinn is like, nah, he's fine.
He's on the sideline with a wrap during the game.
Yeah, I can see them disputing that, but look at the numbers. The numbers are significantly in favor. Since he suffered the injury in Week 7, Kevin.
Yeah.
And so
no, I'm
in the
with
middle
you.
of that Week 7 game, he hasn't had any. He hasn't had the full range of motion or rib, whatever it may be. He might be fine to play, but he's not running the football as much. In weeks 1 through 7, he averaged 54 rushing yards per game. He had 4 rushing touchdowns, and he was averaging, I think, like 7.3 yards per carry. I might be off on that number. I know the first 2 numbers are correct. The last number is what he's done since then: 24 yards per game rushing on offense. And he hasn't had a single rushing score, and I think he's averaging like 3.2 yards per carry. So he almost slashed his rushing totals in half on average, not total, but on average, over those last 4 or 5 games because of what he might be dealing with in the rib injury. So, yeah, in terms of playing, I think they continue to dispute it to say, yeah, he's going to be out there, he's going to compete, he's going to do what he needs to do in order to try and win, even though they haven't won the last 2 games. He gives them their best opportunity to win those. And that means maybe taking a step back and maybe not running the football as much. I think that's either a subconscious decision from Jaden Daniels, or it's a conscious decision from either Daniels or the training staff saying, let's chill it out and save that for the rest of the season when we're going to need it the most.
Kyle, you're awesome at this, man. We really appreciate it. Do you think that you can hop on with the Stern Peace-a-thon next week since we won't be on Thursday?
Yeah, absolutely. I would be upset if you didn't ask me to hop on during Peace-a-thon.
Well, that's kind of up to you a little bit, isn't it, Kyle?
Here it goes.
Isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
How are we doing over there?
Now, would you take anything from the Texas Legends?
We gotta go.
All right, Kyle. You know what? We'll do this off air. We'll talk with you next week.
They still have Mo Ager jerseys there.
Thanks, Kyle.
We'll figure it out. See you guys later.
There he goes, Kyle Yeomans from DallasCowboys.com.
Sounds like he has not accomplished his task.
Maybe he's just been very busy with all those triplets. All right,
Dude,
Kevin.
I can't imagine how he even has time to do anything ever with all the babies.
By the way, go see our friends, the G-Bag Nation, at Hurtado Barbecue today. Do you like Hurtado, Kevin?
Yes, I do. Hurtado in Arlington. It's delicious.
They don't sell buttered popcorn there. I said it. I didn't say it well, but I said it. I got it out.
Good. I don't want popcorn.
You're doing great, Mike.
So you would have pretzels in hell.
Mm-hmm.
He would have buttered popcorn.
Buttered popcorn, it sounds like. By the way, in addition to doing that, Antonio Brown has tweeted out, thank you, Alec, for this one. Ironic enough, I'll be at the Steelers and Chiefs game on Christmas. If need be, I got the world again. So he's saying, guys, look, if the Netflix stream crashes,
he didn't get
I
in
got
trouble
y'all
for
covered.
this.
Doesn't look like he
he'd
did.
get in trouble for this.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure why that is.
And maybe he doesn't care.
Because Netflix is cracking down on like sharing with more than 2 people. He's like, whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
Here's 6 million. They're like, that's fine.
I wanted to just kind of see what my notes said on Tyler Guyton whenever I was watching him, and we were in Arizona when I started kind of watching some film on some guys. And here's my notes. Tell me if I nailed Tyler Guyton here. Dadgummit, stop.
Where?
Monster.
In Frisco?
I wish he was better with his hands, and I feel like that's going to hurt him at some point. Good athleticism. I wish he could stick to a block better, but a lot of raw athleticism and size. With a good offensive line, he can be very good.
We don't have a good offensive line.
And he still doesn't stick to his blocks as well as you'd like, and his hands and feet just aren't as quick as I want them to be. So I feel like I got that one right, and it's kind of played out. But still monster. With the right training, I hope he can grow into a better offensive lineman.
Sounds like you nailed him.
Thank you, Mike. And then, Kevin, I just saw this. What is 19 zeros when it comes to numbers?
Let's talk about it. I have done the math. Is this an asteroid question?
This is an asteroid question. There are 19 zeros in this.
It is $10 quintillion.
Last month, NASA sent a SpaceX Falcon Heavy rocket to go and probe 16 Psyche, one of the largest discovered M-type asteroids. The spacecraft will travel 2.2 billion miles to its destination located in the main asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter. Most asteroids we know are made up of rock and ice. This one, composed of metals which could greatly benefit our economy, hence its huge monetary value. It could be platinum and other
gold, cobalt,
plutonium,
copper, and iridium.
Yeah, there's an asteroid out there that's made of all those metals that could be worth up to 10 quintillion.
Correct.
Dollars. We're going to be billionaires, Mike.
That is many multiples of the world's economy.
We're going to make so much money off this.
But who is the we in that? Do you think they're going to bring it back to Earth? Well, first of all,
all Americans.
Okay. So
NASA found it first,
Are
right?
they going to bring it back to Earth?
Just put a flag on it and it's ours.
Actually, you know what? Really interestingly enough, this is the plot of one of the seasons of For All Mankind. Really? But is it just going to come down to Earth and they're going to chip away and be like, here's your chunk, sir.
Yeah.
Here you go, man.
Probably so.
There's no way.
Or maybe they'll break it apart up there and bring it and tote it back on like a tugboat.
Don't you think we should be able to do cool ass NASA things again?
Yes.
Like go to Mars and be like, hey, we have more money than all of the world has combined.
Yeah.
Let's start going back up into space and doing cool things.
Then bring Space Force back, you know?
I don't know. Maybe.
But seriously, if you haven't watched For All Mankind on Apple TV, I started watching it kind of like there's nothing else for me to watch. I guess I'll watch this. And then I was like, damn, this is a really good show. And then I asked Kevin, I was like, have you seen this yet? He's already seen, 4 seasons of it?
Correct.
And I'm like on season 2 right now, and I just saw the greatest episode I think I've seen. I'm about to see the next one, Kevin tells me. So I'm really looking forward to it. Y'all check it out. I think this is a show that our show can continue to follow and get in on right there. And plus, it's about space where we could make $10 quintillion.
And I'll add this. Dustin, I think Josh Smith is like super utility. I don't think he's an everyday player, everyday DH.
All right. Thanks,
Okay.
Mike. And
That's for
C-Block.
YouTube. They was if I saw it.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we puck around and find out. Let's talk Star Sharks, but also the NHL player poll. All of it next right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Rope hits, flip for Johnston, score! What a move! Johnston got it off to his forehand, and that line stapled back together. 2 of the 3 have goals.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Were you wondering, was Mike Bassick talking throughout that entire highlight about something not suitable for air? The answer, yes. Yes, he was. If you want to guess, feel free. The Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line 877-881-1053. Now, let's talk about the Stars. The Stars get a win yesterday, 5-2, though to be fair, that score is somewhat misleading because you did hit 2 empty netters, I do believe. So it was a more competitive game than that, but it was a game that the Stars never trailed in. And so Jason Robertson got things started with a goal, which was big. We just played the Wyatt Johnston goal, which is also important because those 2 early on have struggled to score goals. I'm not saying that means they're bad players or anything like that, or they don't do other things all around, but those 2 have really struggled to score.
Yeah, they have, but it's okay. Why, Kevin? Because Logan Stankoven exists.
He
so
does.
Gonna be all right. We're going to be all right.
He does. Logan Stankoven, I believe now, probably has the inside track to Rookie of the Year. I've been looking at some betting odds and everything on that. He put up another point. Also, Jamie Benn scored a goal, and if you're wondering, yes, this is a shameless plug. Got a Jamie Benn and a Mike Modano autograph puck for Peace-a-thon. So, by the way, that Jamie Benn puck is courtesy of the Dallas Stars.
Hey, do the voters screw over Stars like they screw over Rangers in Rookie of the Year voting?
I do not believe so. So that is a positive for Stankoven, where Langford clearly got jobbed in that whole thing.
They just vote for New Jersey Devils and New York Rangers.
I do not believe that is going to be the case. I'm not saying that the Winnipeg Jets are going to run away with it or anything like that. But
the Baltimore Capitals.
It's not a team.
Yeah, they are.
Nope. Dude.
Don't get involved in this. You know where it's going to go.
It's close.
The other night.
Who do you think Baltimore roots for in hockey?
The Capitals. The other night, Adrian asked me if I would be upset if I showed her all the NFL logos and she couldn't name them. And I was like, no. But then we did it. And I showed her all the NFL logos. She crushed it. And then I said, all right, now it's time to do baseball. She got all of them until we got to the Nationals, and she goes, Walgreens. And I was like, that's not it.
It's true.
By the way,
logo.
I'm sorry to be such a shill for this. Mike Carter will have a new game show for you to participate in. Real name or not real name of a college football player, I do believe.
Yes.
Will happen during Peace-a-thon in 6 days.
And from the 214, hey, Mike, HEB is building 3 new stores in North Texas.
All right. How far do I have to drive? I know. Maybe it'll be within 30 minutes of South Dallas.
Sorry, Mike. I don't know.
I hear they have good food there.
How much would you bid if I could get together a Peace-a-thon auction that would build an HEB in your area?
It'd be awesome.
Okay.
I would go with $2,000.
Okay, fantastic.
Trader Joe's too. I like Trader Joe's is really close to here though, so it's not like Trader Joe's. Not bad. It's within a mile, I would say, of our offices here.
Now, the first quarter MVP, The Athletic put this out, and obviously they go through all the teams. Don't really care about the rest of them. I wanted to talk about Jake Ottinger. Jake Ottinger was solid in net again last night. For the season, 2.25 goals against average, .917 save percentage, and he's undefeated at home.
That's nice.
And so that's one of the things, like if we're going to talk about, hey, Stankoven has been a bright spot. Robertson and Wyatt Johnston specifically have struggled to score goals along the way. But Jake Ottinger has been another huge bright spot for this team thus far.
I don't think we've ever thought, man, Jake Ottinger's the problem in the regular season.
That's fair.
I think the problem has always and consistently been we can't really afford to not play Jake Ottinger during the regular season.
Yeah.
And when it comes to playoff time, his legs are like gone. And maybe that keeps him, maybe that prevents him from turning that on. Everybody always talks about in hockey, it's the postseason run that you can go on. The Stars have that ability right now to be able to say, hey, Jake, we can work without you tonight, and we're going to be able to give you that opportunity to rest during the season. Do you think they have that?
I do.
Okay.
I mean, I know they lost
it's great. No,
the last one with their backup, but I do think that.
I don't want to discount what you just pointed out about how good he's playing.
Yeah, absolutely.
And by any means, but when I look at this team, I often go ahead to the postseason of where is their success going to lie? Can they do those things?
Now, I wanted to throw something out about the valuation of the Stars. What do you think is the most valuable team in all of hockey?
Toronto?
That is correct. CNBC has Toronto valued at $4 billion. I'm sorry.
I'm buying it if that's the case.
$4 billion for the Toronto Maple Leafs, followed by the New York Rangers and then the Montreal Canadiens, or the Canadiens, if you prefer. Now, where do you think the Stars kind of fit in this category of valuation? 10th, Corey? Where do you think the Stars fit in total valuation for the NHL?
7th.
They're actually 13th.
Yes.
At one.
That's closer.
That's true. At $1.9 billion. And so you can look at the Maple Leafs. They're worth $500 million more than any other team in the NHL. And they're worth more than twice as much as the Dallas Stars. So just wanted to throw that out there if you're curious. The Dallas Stars, per CNBC, they're number 13 in the league with an annual revenue of $244 million and worth $1.9 billion. Now, let's go to the NHL player poll as we stay in the hockey space. Do you want Alex Ovechkin to break Wayne Gretzky's goal record? I think The Athletic asked about 160 people, give or take players, like in the game, and they all answered. All right, you say yes?
I say yes.
I think Mike McCarthy says he deserves it.
He's a beloved player, too.
I mean, he's played on ice and hockey, and I mean, doesn't the guy just deserve a win here?
And by the way, that is a thing that Mike McCarthy said earlier in the week, that the Cowboys deserved to win. Then he said deserved a chance to win. All right.
You get a chance.
What do you think the players said?
I think they said yes, too.
They said back in the day, hockey was stupid and everybody was bad. And Gretzky only has the record because everybody was horrible at hockey and Gretzky was just okay and would be a nobody in today's game.
The netminders didn't even wear masks.
Does that sound like...
they did when he played. Yes, I could
barely.
see 1/4 of the players used the word cool in their response. 1.9% said no. 98.1% said, yeah, I do want to see that happen.
Yeah, I mean, look, records are made to be broken. We want somebody to go be the greatest again. We want to see it in our generation.
True.
That's why people argue about LeBron and Michael Jordan, because they're like, this is what I'm watching. Was it De'Aaron Fox recently that was like, yeah, he's the best. I didn't get to watch Michael Jordan, so I'm not going to talk about him.
Okay, and that I at least get. It's when people are like, oh, nobody good played then. I was like, I thought you just said you didn't watch. How do you know? All right, this is maybe the most interesting question on the list for me. Are you opposed to the NHL having more injury transparency? Because right now they're like, upper body injury, lower body injury. So they're like, are you opposed to the NHL saying, maybe it's your knee or your ankle or your shoulder or whatever?
I don't need it. You know, I guess, I'm okay with the way that it is. Is that all right?
67% of the players agreed. They said, no, don't tell them anything else.
Yeah.
So about 2/3 of the players are like, no.
Because the more they know, the finer their questions start to get about certain things. And I don't need to answer those questions. I need to focus on getting better and playing hockey.
I could see that.
That's about where I'm at. It doesn't, I guess because I'm not following as close, I'm like, I'm fine with the way they do it.
Would you be okay if that's how the NBA did it? They're like, he has an upper body injury or a lower body injury? I feel like that would irritate you.
It probably would, because like, is it his knee? Like, you start getting a better idea of, hey, how long will this take? Like if they said, hey, the pitcher has an arm injury, you're like, well, is it a shoulder or an elbow?
Yeah.
There's
Which
a major
arm?
difference.
Is it his pitching arm or is it his other arm?
By the way, in case you missed it earlier, Luka Doncic has an upper body injury. He will be re-examined in a week. It is his
Are you saying
wrist.
he has short arms?
No.
Because if your arms are really long, like you have a wingspan, when you're walking, that would be part of your lower
count
body.
that as part of your lower body. Your arms are your upper body.
It matters where your arms are at the time.
Mike actually makes sense with this one.
If your arms are down, it's part of your lower body. Unless it's your shoulders, that's always part of your upper body. You can't change where your shoulders are at. You can change where your wrist is at.
The hip is where the lower body starts.
All right, so if somebody got hit in the arm, you might be like, oh, you got hit in the lower body. You never
It
say
matters
that.
what. Yeah, if it's above the elbow, it's always going to be part of your upper body. But if we're talking about wrist and hand, it can be part of your lower body.
Does it matter when the injury happened then, is what you're saying?
Like when
if it hits
Josh
my
Young got
hand,
hit in his wrist.
it was upper body.
Yeah, because he was holding his hands up at the time.
But when he got hit in the wrist on the other play, wasn't that a ground? Oh, like
No,
a
it was
low
a
line.
line drive.
Okay,
I think
low line
Boba Fett
drives
hit
though
it.
would be lower body. I get what he's saying here.
If the NHL expands to 34
Yeah,
teams.
his hands are on the ground catching the ball. That's part of the lower part of the ground, not the upper part of the ground.
What? The lower part of the ground and the upper part of are you talking about like the crust going down to the magma?
I'm just saying the ground is the lowest part that we can see. And then if you reach up, that's if you're going to call it ground, that would be the upper part, but really it's the air. Right?
No. I don't agree with any of
I'm
that.
totally correct here.
How are you correct that the
raising-
air is upper ground?
If we're going to call it ground, then it would be the highest part.
I'm so lost.
The ground, when Josh Young is getting a ground ball, he's touching the ground. That would be, if he had an injury, that would be a lower injury.
Lower ground
For
body.
our audience, I really want to point out the question was, where would you like to see a new NHL team play?
Oh, okay.
I thought it was part of the injury history.
No, we're past that.
Where do I want something?
Montreal?
A new
They
NHL
have a team.
Double it up, man.
Toronto?
Call them the Expos.
Vancouver?
Okay, believe it or not,
No,
San
Corey,
Antonio.
you
There's a team
actually
in San Jose. They're out of places.
you actually lucked into one of these answers, Corey. Toronto getting a second team is number 5
It's
on
like
the
Dallas
list.
Cowboys.
Ahead of them, Atlanta, Arizona. I don't
Atlanta
know why
had a
you would
team.
do that.
You guys made me pick the Thrashers last year.
Quebec City and Houston is the number 1 destination that players would like to see a new NHL team.
All right.
I'm just looking at these.
Maybe it'll
tags.
work out well.
Boss came in a few minutes ago and was like,
Sorry.
this has been an awesome show. Y'all been
We
so
let you
focused
down."
and locked in. And Mike was like, I'll show you.
Yeah. All right, one more question for you. Do you get more harassing messages from fans since sports betting was legalized?
Yes.
Only a third of the players said yes. Now, obviously, that's that's too much.
The other 66% of those don't have message, like they don't have Twitter or Facebook. They're like, I'm just staying away from it.
Yeah, I don't know. If
That's what I'm
somebody sent me
assuming.
that message, I would be like, all right, are you going to send me money back when I get a hat trick, or like when we help you
Exactly.
finish your parlay?
Yeah, tell me what your bets are that I'm getting a cut of.
Exactly. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, you know that G-Bag Nation. They're at Hurtado Barbecue in Arlington. We'll chit-chat with them next right here on The Fan.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas, this is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
He'll launch this time. Down the sideline, Brown! De'Ami Brown, touchdown! He had Emerson by 3 steps.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Let's have a chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation as they are live at Hurtado in Arlington. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Terrific. Hey, how are you?
I'm doing very well, and thank you again to D&M Leasing for always getting this crosstalk going. All right, do you guys want football, basketball, or movies to start?
Let's go movies.
All right. Do you care at all about the combination of Gladiator 2 and Wicked being released at the same time, which has caused the new, we'll see if it's a phenomenon, called Glickid?
Oh, kind of like Barbenheimer was?
Yes. Does Glickid do anything for you?
I was thinking it was going to be Wikiator.
I like that.
That's good.
I kind of like Wikiator more than than Glickid.
Yeah.
Barbenheimer kind of rolled off the tongue. This does not work.
Glickid doesn't hit.
No. I do think that they're very, it's good movies to go back to back because they'll be so different. I think the runtime on Wicked, though, I saw today because I might go
don't say
with
it.
the family.
Don't say it.
It's 2 hours and 40 minutes.
Yeah, no thank you. No thank you.
Gladiator's 220.
Okay, that's good. I mean, you could go back to back on that,
That's a hell of a day.
Make a day of it. Great day.
I'm going Thanksgiving afternoon to see Gladiator.
Nice, bro.
While the Cowboys game's still on?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm pumped for Gladiator too.
Nice. I don't blame you, Mike.
Can you tell me more about why you're pumped for Gladiator 2? Because the first one's amazing, and I guess I was just kind of like, what is this one?
The reviews have been better than I anticipated, and I think I have such nostalgia and love for the first one that if it's anywhere close in the realm, I think it'll be badass. This year's been pretty down for movies, in my opinion. There's been nothing that's really rushed me to the movie theater. That one will. I'm definitely excited to go see Gladiator 2. If it sucks, that'll be a bummer. But for me, I'm hoping it's good.
Good cast. I mean, when I saw Denzel was getting involved, I was like, okay, this thing's going to be legit. I don't think he's going to hop on something that's going to be bogus. So
doesn't feel like a money grab.
Right. Yeah, I'm fired up for it. I don't know when I'm going to go see it, but I certainly look forward to it.
He's going to wake up his gladiators early in the morning and make them run so they can all come together as a team.
That's Remember the Titans, Mike.
You could use it in Gladiators, too.
Yeah. It's a similar movie.
Yeah,
you can remember the Gladiators.
Yeah. We're going to claw for every inch of these Persians' blood.
I'm going to see Wicked on Friday
That's
night.
the movie, right?
Okay.
No, you combined 2 other movies, which I thought was what you were doing with 300 and Any Given Sunday. That was good right there.
Thank you.
Now, do you think this has any chance? I know Mike does not care for the NBA All-Star Game.
Oh, God.
Shams.
I think I could score 100 in it.
Well, not anymore.
Sharonia.
Shams says they're switching it to a street-style pickup format where the NBA will have 4 teams in a tournament. The first game will go up to 40 points, with the 2 winning teams going to the finals to play for a game that goes up to 25 points. So this is somewhat similar, if not really similar, to the NHL All-Star Game style. What say you guys?
I'm totally in.
Yeah.
I think last year's was a joke. I agreed with Adam Silver's consternation with it.
Nice.
And I think this is going to work. You break the guys into groups of 4 groups. You put a little competition in it. I would think a bigger prize pool for the winners.
Hopefully.
Yeah. I think this should shake it into a competitive matchup, probably from tip-off.
Call your own fouls, maybe?
LeBron will shut it down. Once Kobe shut him down in an all-star game, and he's like, what is Kobe doing? He made sure all NBA players knew we never try again ever in an all-star game. And LeBron will still be in the all-star game. He deserves to be, and he will make sure every player doesn't try.
Well, if that's Kobe's wishes, I say we respect him.
Okay.
He's right about that. You have to respect that.
I do, but were those Kobe's wishes?
Sounds like Kobe's wishes were to get out there and bleed, sweat, and get the victory.
Maybe punch somebody in the face.
It's all about
If you have street ball, let's do it.
Run through someone's chest.
Damn right.
I mean, I don't know if this is going to be something that is good or not, but like Dawson said, it can't get any worse than what it was last year and really for the last decade plus. I mean, it's just been awful. So I think no ideas are bad ideas at this point.
Yeah.
Throw crap at the wall and see what sticks. If this doesn't work, then try something else. And maybe you get to a point where you're just not doing it anymore. I love a knockout. I love a knockout game. You know, I love a game of pig. You know, could we mix in some of that kind of stuff?
Yeah, get creative.
Yeah.
I mean,
that could guys care one way or another. I mean, their personal wealth portfolio is so massive right now. I don't know if money does it, like the amount of money you'd have to throw.
Yeah.
Good point.
But there's a way. There's a way to trick it up. I'd say they each play for like a charity, maybe like a Make-A-Wish kid.
Love it.
And all 4 of those kids are in the audience, right?
There we go. Yep.
And the one whose team wins gets the best Make-A-Wish.
Well, they have had some elements of that where the winning team their charity gets more. Like they've implemented that to some extent, but I would certainly keep that.
If it's individual, it means a little more.
There you
If
go.
You've got the kid in the arena.
You could cut to the kid like cheering.
Yeah.
The disappointment. Yeah. That's your damn fault right there.
I'm going to beat The Rock.
You didn't get it done.
What if you beat LeBron? Your kid gets to freely make the NBA.
There you go.
I was going to say you threaten them. You say the loser loses a finger. Y'all get to choose which guy.
Make LeBron's kid travel. Like
With
that
the
would
G
like
League
yeah,
team?
like it'd be like if LeBron doesn't win this, it would make LeBron maybe try if his kid actually had to go around the country and play basketball.
Now, in the basketball space, what is your concern level? Luka wrist issue going to be reevaluated in a week, so obviously out at least, I believe, the next 4 games.
I'm okay with this. I think that we saw that this team is very capable of winning without him. It's the best constructed Mavericks roster that Luka's ever been a part of. If anything, it could be a blessing in disguise. Go ahead and keep his body fresh for a stretch finals run, hopefully. Will he come back? Maybe out of shape. Was he in shape anyway? Not a big deal to me. I think overall this will be okay.
There you go. Pin the tail on the positive, Wolchuk. I like that.
I don't know. Did I see a bunch of numbers where they weren't very good with him not being in the lineup?
They just win the other night without him?
They're 1-0, but if you look at let me find this. Talk among yourselves. I think I saw this just a minute ago. I'll pull it up.
I think what Wolchuk is saying makes a lot of sense. We had Tim Cato on yesterday, and he was just talking about how he's dealing with all kinds of stuff. Wasn't right last year in the playoffs, so I look at this as like an early season load management break, and if he needs a couple of more, I'm kind of with let's just get into the tournament and let Luka's wreak havoc on the opposition, which he appears to be really good at figuring out in the first couple of games exactly how to dominate the other team. So I'm not that worried about playoff seeding. Just get him to the tournament.
We're going to be okay, man. We're going to be just fine through this run that you've been talking about, Kevin.
All right. I hope that you're right about that. All right. Tell everybody again, please, where are you guys at, and what do we need to know about the program today?
We are live at Hurtado in Arlington, actually right across the breezeway here at Haters, their bar, but it's the same folks, and we're just hanging out with Brandon, owner-proprietor here at Hurtado's, and we got a big show planned for you. Would love to have people come by and enjoy the barbecue with us. Eric Kendrick show at 5 o'clock. We're looking forward to that. And Kevin Sheehan, he covers the commies there on Washington radio. He's going to join us at 3:20.
All right.
Always thanks for asking.
You got to be Sheehan me.
That's right. Yeah.
Not bad, not bad. I like it. By the way, just shameless plug, if you get the opportunity, Brandon Hurtado and Hurtado Barbecue have helped out so much with Peace-a-thon.
He's awesome.
Yeah, they've set up several meals that we're able to auction off and everything. So go check them out and go see the G-Bag Nation. Remember, tomorrow we'll be at Buffalo Wild Wings in Arlington off of North Collins. If you want to come and see us, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say goodnight, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
The North Texas Baseball Mazda of Arlington and her studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
That is right. It is hour one of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Welcome into the show live from Hurtado in Arlington. For my money, the best barbecue in the world here is where you need to be. And we'd love to see you swing on by, maybe do some fellowshipping, get something delicious to eat and drink. General at your service. If you see me, bear me, N.A. There's Brian Broaddus, former Cowboy scout, NFL executive. You have Lucius Alexander back home in the Pimp Cup at Master Control 75 and Fitzhugh. Wolchuk and Shia follower here. So is Ruben Portillo, remote engineer for us. And Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. You can watch us at 105throughthefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. You guys having a nice little fall Thursday here?
Yeah, fantastic. Just beautiful outside. Perfect day to be here at Hurtado. And like you said, best barbecue in America. I am going to tear it up. I did the haven't eaten a thing yet today.
There you go.
So I'm just going to embarrass myself for the next 5 hours.
Yeah, I didn't have much myself either. Got here and had the best bowl ever of brisket mac and cheese. And the brisket is a perfect 10 out of 10 as per usual here today.
Turkey was really good too. The
Turkey's
Mexican
underrated.
rice was outstanding. You know me, I can't get away from rice. So here we are. It was outstanding. Well done.
Yeah, it is. And the weather's just perfect right now.
It is.
I kind of wish we were broadcasting outside.
I wondered if we would have.
Yeah.
You know, that would have been kind of. Now we've broadcast here before where no way we'd have been outside.
No.
We've done that number.
Yeah,
But,
pretty hot.
A couple times, super hot.
but man, today would be a day to go for it. Yeah.
Might get kind of cold outside there.
Yeah. When the
after
sun starts to go
goes
down.
Oh,
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
But it's
5:30
very
or so.
festive in
That's what I
here.
was thinking.
They got the holiday decorations, the Christmas stuff up. It's fun. I like this.
Yeah, and we have a full slate of sports here to discuss with you over the next 5 hours in the G-Bag Nation. The Eric Kendrick Show is coming up at 5 o'clock. We'll be talking with the Cowboys linebacker all week long. Can't wait, to see what's cooking with him here coming up at 5
Well,
o'clock.
the guy's coming back on that defensive side of the ball. That might help him a little bit.
Yes, yeah, that's exciting. Talking about Nealon and Bland and this Cowboys team maybe starting to get healthy, playing better football, and a big divisional game here against Washington. A massive losing streak now on the ledger for the Cowboys. Kevin Sherrington with a letter to Jerry in the Morning News today says, no more time to waste. Make Belichick the guy now before Jacksonville gets the chance to jump you in line. Saying he has a big priority there to chase down Shula as the winningest all-time coach. And he is, after a year where nobody wanted him, maybe the first offer is going to be one that Bill wants to jump on. Apparently Troy was on his weekly radio show, said Bill is the guy for the job. Can we start there? I mean, all things considered, I'm trying to think of who the most likely guy is. It's got to be Belichick or Vrabel.
I kind of thought it was going to be Vrabel. I posed the question all you gentlemen yesterday about which older coach would you go for. I think as a group, you thought that Nick Saban would be a guy that you would rather have than maybe Belichick, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
See, if you're going to give me the older coach guy, give me that guy. That's the one I think. I think there's a little bit of a chip on his shoulder what happened to him with the Dolphins, they made the wrong decision. They could have got Drew Brees. They didn't get Drew Brees. They went Dante Culpepper. It worked out very poorly for him one year. Then I'm not leaving the Dolphins. Next thing you know, he's in Tuscaloosa, Alabama, and then building statues. They're building statues about the man, one of the greatest coaches of our time. To me, if you're going old guy, go talk to that old guy. See if you can get him to come back and maybe try and right some of the problems that he had when he was with the Dolphins.
He made $11.5 million his last year at Bama. I don't know if he's going to try to hold up Jerry. I think Bill has like an urgent, willingness to sacrifice to get the job. I don't know. Bill was getting a huge salary as well.
I think he's over $20 million there.
These guys out of your price range? I don't know.
Saban's making a lot of money. I think he's still making a ton of money there with Alabama.
I'm talking about Belichick making a ton of money when he was with the New England Patriots.
I don't think he was one of the highest paid guys, but I could be wrong on that. I wonder what Bill would want.
Yeah.
Are we getting close to a point in the season where they should move on? Where we don't know what's happening behind the scenes. Some of the
I'm sure there's things happening behind the scenes. That would be you don't, if you're Jerry Jones and you're going to want to make a change here, And he even said it today on with the KNC guys that that the outside, the people he talks to, within the building, outside the building, and all that. I guarantee you, there's been some conversations about potentially what coaches will be available. Maybe some conversations he's had with Bill Belichick. Hey, Bill, I'm thinking about this guy. And, Bill probably would go, well, hey, Jerry, you're telling me your job's open? You wouldn't. Could I have a? Could we talk about this job? So yeah, it's there's a lot of things that go on behind the scenes, especially when you're about to change a coach.
Do you think Bill's the most likely?
I think it's Vrabel myself. I think that this is just me. I think it's Steven and Will really don't want anything to do with Bill Belichick.
Yeah,
because he's going to come in and he's going to tell you that this is wrong and this is wrong and this is wrong. They're very comfortable doing things the way they're. I know I went on that big rant one time about. I still believe that. I don't think that Will. Now, if Will were to leave and maybe Will gets an opportunity for the Jets job or one of these jobs, maybe the Jacksonville job comes open or something like that. I could see maybe then they would pivot. But Will and Steven are very comfortable with the way that they operate. The way they manage their cap, the way they do free agency, the way they draft. Very comfortable with that. And you get a guy like Bill Belichick walk in here, he's going to have a big say in where this thing goes because he's not going to want to do it that way. He's going to think about well, wait a minute. You do it, your free agency's handled this way?
Which is probably exactly what they need. Now,
Bill,
sure
they do.
Of course, as a drafter, did not go very well. So
very Tom Landry like the last 4 years of his career.
I don't know how much I'd really want him to cut into the personnel decisions of that stuff, but that shakeup is probably exactly what they need. The advice that he would give them would be a good thing. Now, according to Pro Football Network, it's not reported, but talking with people in New England, he was making like $20 to $25 million a year. He was the highest paid coach. Yeah. So yeah, that sounds like that's not happening.
Would his young girlfriend be in the booth like Taylor Swift, and would they be cutting to her, after touchdowns and stuff? Would she be pom cheering? Would certainly hope so. Yeah, couldn't hurt ratings. Easy on the eyes. I think the interesting thing is would Belichick's interest in helping the personnel be something that actually the Cowboys have done over the years? Like, what would it be that would rub Steven and Will the wrong way? Because they offered it to Mike and Marinelli, and everybody gets a chance to have a say
they all have they all do have a say in it, though. But Bill Belichick is used to being the last voice in that situation. So in Parcells when we were with Parcells, that 2005 draft, that was the last one I was with him there. Jerry and Steven, they allowed Bill to do what he wanted to do. It came down to the first pick, and he says, no, we're not taking Sean Merriman. What did Bill do? Bill sat at his position, was pouting the whole time until we went and got Marcus Spears. So Bill Belichick is going to want to structure the team the way that he wants to structure the team. And if Steven and Will aren't willing to go out and get players that he might want to have for his scheme, his defense, things like that, they could very well they could just push away from that. They're going to look for somebody, I believe, that's going to be more in step. This is why Dan Quinn would have made perfect sense for the Dallas Cowboys if they would have moved on from Mike McCarthy last year and just hired Dan Quinn. Dan Quinn was in lockstep with Will McClay on personnel. It had been a real easy transition for him to be able to come in here and kind of know the drill, now I'm sure that maybe Belichick is talking to Parcells and saying, hey, what was your experience working with Jerry? Well, Jerry will do this. And Bill learned that he had to go through Steven to get stuff to Jerry. He didn't go directly to Jerry. He went to Steven, and Steven then got it done, There might be something, I don't know if they would do it that way, but Bill Belichick ain't going to sit here and just let you pick players all day.
It is a story that will continue to evolve, probably in a big way in mid-January or so, and then by mid-February, maybe the 2 weeks before the Super Bowl, we could have a decision from the Cowboys. I just hope they have a good search and find a candidate that gives them a chance here to put this thing around. I think they're going to have one more window under Dak Prescott. Buffs two-way star Travis Hunter, for sure entering the draft. That's one of the top stories. That'd be a very exciting player to acquire. And you'd play him at wide receiver, you think, at this point, Brian?
Me personally, I would. And that doesn't mean I wouldn't try him at corner some too, but I just think that he is such a dynamic player, and we worry about corners at times that are slightly built.
Yeah.
He's a slightly built guy. He's a 185, 180-pound guy. We worry about that. We've seen some of these slightly built corners. Matter of fact,
he looks stocky though. He looks super strong.
No, he's like 180 pounds.
He's light.
Yeah. How about our corner that the Commanders have that Mississippi State?
Forbes. Yeah.
Forbes.
Yep.
Forbes. 160, 170. We've seen these smaller slider corners struggle in the league, and so to me, I'm not saying that he's got outstanding ability, cover ability. He can run. He's quick. He's all those things. But, I mean, I think he is just such a weapon on the offense when you throw him the ball and the things that happen when he's involved that way.
Yeah, I saw Todd McShay basically did the same thing. Like, I like him more as a wide receiver, even though he was glowing when talking about him as a corner as well.
He can play corner.
Be a wide receiver, and then you mix him in defensively. I think that's a no-brainer.
You can watch him play McMillan, the Arizona wide receiver, last year, and McMillan went after him.
Yeah.
I mean,
really?
went after him.
There's a big size discrepancy there, about 5 inches.
Yeah.
Probably like 40 pounds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tank's still not ready to play, but said he wants to continue playing next year.
For the Commanders.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's going to end up that
It's the pipeline.
Yeah, it's what's going to happen is, and we're going to get into Commanders defense today, and I guarantee you the way that the Commanders are playing right now on defense with Fowler and Armstrong, what was Fowler to us last year as a player?
He was, anytime he was on the field, it was a splash play, it seemed
Splash
like.
play, but he didn't play all the time.
No. It was like 10 snaps a game.
Guess what they're doing with the Commanders? He's playing every snap, and now he's got 8.5 sacks. He's that kind of player.
Yeah.
So, the Cowboys, they couldn't play him nearly enough. So him and Armstrong go off, and then they get to play full time. It's much like, here with what Golston and those guys getting to do, play full time. You kind of have an idea like, oh, maybe this guy can play.
Mm-hmm.
Seems like Tank Lawrence wants to be a Cowboy so bad, though. I mean, he took a massive pay cut to stick around these last 2 years.
He's going to have to take another massive pay cut.
Is he still playing well enough that you definitely want him back?
I don't think the thing with Tank, it's always going to be run defense. Am I right about that, Wolchuk?
Yeah, that's his strength right now. 100% it's run defense.
It's not going to be about the pass rush stuff. Man, where he will make a big play for you is all of a sudden he's lined up outside eye, and then he guesses the snap count, and he goes flying down inside and makes a tackle for a loss on a 4th and 1 play. That's where you see Tank Lawrence. Smart, savvy. He doesn't have that pass rush ability that he once had.
Okay, what else is going on? Dak talked a lot yesterday, number of stories. Says he's looking for the small victories in recovery from his latest injury. Said, I know I'll be faster, stronger, and better than I ever have. By the way, I will attack this.
Yeah.
And, I like his determination, but that's starting to get kind of sad with this insistence that, these injuries aren't going to slow him down. It's just
Already have a little bit.
Yeah, I'd say quite a bit, And, I at this point, I would say how the injuries have developed post-leg surgery, you don't want him to run now. I feel like if he tries to run, it's going to be injury. You get to the wild card or division round, and I guess you want to run in order to win the game. But I'm now at that point with Dak where I was with Romo, like in 2015, where it's like he takes the field. I think you just turn over that sands in the hourglass and wait for the next injury. And I thought that after he played last year healthy that we had progressed past that, but
offensive line robbed him of that a little bit this year.
Yeah, he said at the end of the day, we were hoping in 6 weeks I could start gaining strength, which is what all the doctors were telling me. But if I waited and rehabbed it, it may or may not be able to regain the strength. He said he was walking around over the last week, and even that in the testing and the scans that they'd done showed that the tendon or ligament was coming off the bone even more. It was actually just getting worse, even without any. So he decided to do what was in the best, long-term deal. He said, even if I did, there was still a chance it would likely tear off. Oof. So, yeah, best of luck.
Sounds awful.
Okay, Luka sustained a right wrist strain and will miss at least 1 week, the team announced today. They say Luka's going to be reevaluated, setting him up to miss games against the Nuggets, Heat, Hawks, and Knicks. He tried to downplay the injury after Tuesday's win, saying it was nothing serious, saying it had happened in the first quarter. He managed to play through it. But I think you nailed it, Wolchuk. This is a good opportunity for all of Luka's various ailments to heal up, and hopefully this can be a blessing in disguise if you can win, 2 or 3 of these 4 games. I think you can. I was watching New York last night. Dang good. A Jalen Brunson. Karl Anthony Towns is on fire for them. I think they're better than they were last year. Obviously, the Nuggets are going to be tough. The Heat, not an easy out. The Atlanta Hawks could be. But this team has shown they have the ability to win games without Luka. And it's been that way not for long. But, they have more than enough firepower if they make their shots, play good defense, rebound. And speaking of that, might give Jason Kidd an opportunity to take a look at some lineups that don't have Jason Kidd or Luka on the court. See how good a defense we can get, in some of these situations. Congrats to the Dallas Wings, sold out season tickets for a second season in a row. People excited about that. They had the number 1 overall pick. And nice win for the Stars, 5-2 over San Jose. They are in Tampa on Saturday, off the next couple of nights. Tied for 3rd in the conference. They are 3rd in the division. It's the G-Bag Nation. We're live at Hurtado Barbecue in Arlington. Come say hi. Best barbecue in the world is waiting for you right here. And we're coming back with a little mock draft discussion, Wolchuk.
Is it too early?
No.
We've got a fresh new Matt Miller mock draft. Who are the Cowboys taking? That's next.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
What are it? Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babies.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Welcome back, G-Bag Nation. Here we go. We're live at Hurtado. Come get some delicious barbecue. What you want? Some brisket, best brisket in the world. Some ribs. They got that. They got the sausage. They got it all.
I'll tell you what, I saw on the menu.
Oh, my dear God. Hello.
God,
and they just ordered.
My dear.
I got it on the webcam
Lord.
right now.
That's a ridiculous platter.
Is
that the El Jefe
of love? And the tacos.
El Jefe times two. El Jefe times
Did you hear
two.
that? We got some pork belly burn ends in there.
My
We
God.
got best burn ends in the world. We got tacos in there.
Thank you.
And they're about to drop this down. Holy cow! Can we
Hell
go?
yeah.
Can we go to break again, Lucius?
Oh my Lord!
The segment of the nation is brought to you by the
Thank you.
Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one is injured in a car, truck wreck, call the Frankels. Get a free consultation. 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump online to frankelfirm.com. Salute to Hurtado, the
Absolutely.
kings of DFW barbecue.
Unbelievable.
Geez. Here's Wolchuk with a mock draft.
Okay. We've got Matt Miller, who is now one of the NFL draft analysts for ESPN. I believe he's in year 2. I could be wrong. Maybe he's even longer there
He took
now.
over for McShay, right?
Todd McShay. So he's got a new mock draft out. He's actually got a projected trade already for the number 1 overall pick. This is a divisional rival, the New York Football Giants, trading up with the Jacksonville Jags, and they actually take Shedeur Sanders, quarterback out of Colorado, number 1 overall, going to the Big Apple.
Oh, wow. So Giants go from where to where? They go to 1.
9 to
1.
Yes.
Wow. Let me do the math on that. That'll be pretty interesting.
Yeah. They flip-a-roo there. That's pretty nuts.
That-
Actually, I'm sorry, it's 3 to 1. They go 3 to 1.
3 to 1.
Yeah,
Okay.
3 to 1.
All right. I thought the math was going to be pretty intense to do that.
Yeah, that would have been that'd be a big jump. Travis Hunter ends up going number 2 to Cleveland. So you got both Colorado Buffaloes going 1-2 in this mock draft. That's pretty damn impressive for Coach Prime.
I'll tell you, my number 1 pick would be these pork belly burn ends.
Is that the best thing on the board?
They
you
are
think?
freaking dialed,
Dude, Dawson, there's tacos right here.
Absolutely.
Those tacos.
Just
We got the Texas Twinkies. I mean, this is an unbelievable smorgasbord.
We need to
of
trade
just
up to number 2 and 3 as well. We're going draft day here.
Kelvin Banks Jr., offensive tackle out of Texas, ends up being the first lineman off the board. He goes to Jacksonville at 3.
Well, I think he's a guard.
You think he's a guard?
I think he's a guard.
I got to watch him. Still.
Please do.
Maybe you're right. I kind of felt that way about Will Campbell. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
Yeah.
Vegas taking Cam Ward, quarterback out of Miami. Luther Burden III, wide receiver out of Mizzou, goes 5 to Tennessee as of right now. So that'd be the second wide receiver off the board already in the top 5.
So he went ahead of McMillan.
He did.
Okay.
He did.
I'll tell you what, Luther Burton is a heck of a player, Missouri wide receiver. Run after catch is incredible.
All about the yak.
Catch radius is really, really good. I think he's the perfect size for a receiver.
5'11". He's got kind of a Jamar Chase-like frame.
He does. He's mean when he runs.
He runs angry, like a running back.
Absolutely.
I'm with you on that. Will Johnson, corner from Michigan, goes to the Patriots. That'd be a good pick for the Patriots. That fits their defense that they like to run.
You liked Will Johnson?
I didn't love Will Johnson, but I think that'd be a good fit for him based on just the defense. Abdul Carter, defensive end, Penn State.
Now, here you go.
Goes to the Jets. That'd be a Cowboy target for me.
That would be a very good Cowboy target if you're talking about defensive players. He wears number 11 at Penn State. He's like 6'4", 6'5". He's 259 pounds. He's got an explosive first step. He can win. He can play either side. He's good against the run. Pass rush stuff is really, really good. I mean, pretty much a complete edge player there.
Then you've got the Panthers taking McMillan, the wide receiver out of Arizona. So there's 3 receivers gone in the top 8 picks. Cowboys are picking at 9 here. You've had an offensive lineman go. You've had an edge rusher go. You've had a corner go.
So they have Harrison.
And 2 quarterbacks go.
Who took that pick, did you say? Arizona?
Number 8?
Yeah.
It was Carolina.
Carolina. Okay,
Took
I'm
McMillan.
sorry. God dang.
They took McMillan.
I was like, how the hell did they get that pick?
No, it was Carolina. So 9 is where the Cowboys are slotted at right now. And Matt Miller has the Cowboys taking Mason Graham, defensive tackle out of Michigan.
Here we go.
Oh, geez.
Don't look at the helmet. Swear, don't look at the helmet.
He's got 12 run stops, 22 pressures this season. His first step quickness is very rare for a defensive tackle.
320
of his
pounds.
size.
Is he a one tech?
He could play 1 or 3.
He can flip,
Okay.
so he's got pass rush ability. I will say this, and I'm probably going to be in the minority.
No, you won't.
There was Braden Fisk, who came out of Florida State. That was a second-round pick out of the Rams.
Braden Fisk.
I liked Fisk a little more than Mason Graham. Graham's probably stronger. He's thicker. But I wonder if Mason Graham's a little maxed out right now. Like, you might – I don't know if there's a ton of room for improvement with his game.
Man,
Do we have
that disagreement in the war room?
That is a big man right there at 320 pounds. He could – I mean, okay – people are freaking out if you're Dallas Cowboy fans. By the way, they got 2 defensive linemen. They got Kenneth Grant is another one, number 78 that plays. Michigan's got legitimate defensive tackles, and there's legitimate defensive tackles in this draft. I'll say this about Mason Graham. Wink Martindale is the defensive coordinator now at Michigan. It's no longer, it's no longer Jesse Minter who went with Harbaugh to
the Chargers.
So we all understand Wink Martindale. He was with the Ravens. He was with the Giants. They're upfield. They're attack. They're not this read and react group. This guy,
he's different.
This cat, he'll stand up. They will play him on the edge as a 320-pound guy. Stand him up and run him in games. Run him in. These Michigan tackles aren't the Chris Jenkins, Mozzie Smith kind of tackles.
He's not anywhere close to Mozzie.
Yeah.
Totally different player.
Way better.
Way
better
than
player.
Mozzie.
And I'm not just saying that because Mozzie's failed in the National Football League, but it's a different scheme, and you see them play in a different way. You don't see a read and react guy. You see an upfield player, a guy with some pass rush moves, a guy with power, a guy that gets rid of blockers, a guy that makes tackles at the point of attack. That's what you see in this kid in the Graham.
Motor.
People are gonna freak out, and I understand Cowboy fans.
The text is already lighting up with bleed Michigan.
Yeah, no, I totally understand it. I totally understand it. Me personally, if you gave me a choice like, him or maybe one of these wide receivers or maybe Carter, I totally get it. But that guy right there will probably be the first defensive tackle taken off the board.
You can't let that past trauma, that mistake.
There's a lot of trauma. There's a lot of Michigan trauma here.
Sure,
and I get it. But if you have the opportunity, listen, folks, you don't have to have film. Just go to YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
Just go to YouTube, and there's ways that you can watch Michigan defensive line tape. They've got what's my guy? A barrow.
Do a barrel roll.
Do a barrel roll. Yeah. This guy.
You just put in Mason Graham verse.
Yeah.
BS.
Yeah.
And you'll get some stuff.
And you will get the actual him play, and you could just watch him play every single snap. It's like a tight shot of the offense and defensive line, and you could watch him play after play after play after play, and you could see how disruptive this guy is.
Very disruptive.
Tearing up double teams, getting in the backfield, TFL,
He's got
pressures.
He's got that stuff.
Yes.
He does.
I see Warren Sapp. That's what I see.
Warren Sapp was 291 pounds when he was drafted out of the. This guy's
this dude's a wide man.
Did you go and look at him? And you got him up? Yeah. He's like I say. Don't focus on. It's a completely different scheme. and a completely different player is what this is.
Now, if you're wondering where Frisco Lone Star's Ashton Genty ended up going in this mock draft.
Oh, you're going way down the board.
23 overall to the Houston Texans, which would be an interesting pick for them since they also have Joe Mixon. But Ashton Genty going 23 to Houston. So maybe as of right now, of course, we still have a long way to go, and a lot of things are going to change when it comes to the combine and having private workouts at your facilities and then the Senior Bowl. But maybe you can trade back if you really wanted to go ahead and get Genty.
Thank you, Wolchuk. There it is, our first mock draft of the season here in the G-Bag Nation Live Hurtado Barbecue in Arlington. It's time now to go into the Pimp Cup, where Lucius Alexander has your G-Bag of the day.
Here, lizard. Am I coming in and sound good?
We got you.
Great, man.
Yeah. How y'all loving it out there at Hurtado's?
Oh,
unbelievable.
So loving it, baby.
Cool. Yeah, last time I was out there, I drank so much Clase Azul.
Yeah, we had a good time out here.
Yeah, we had a great time, bro. I took a big tray of barbecue home. I was full of tequila. I had a great time, bro. All right, our winner so far comes from the night show here on The Fan. Fan Phenom Blake, The Fan After Dark. He commits a whole lot of FCC violations right here. He's still learning the ropes. I don't know who told him this was cool, but he's standing on it.
Before we even get into it, for the 940, I knew 3 Taylors, and they were all batshit crazy. Also a very unisex name. You don't agree?
No.
I mean, say it with your chest. If you don't agree, Kevin, you give me a crazy look. Do you not agree Taylor's a unisex name?
Blake, I think Kevin's a little thrown off by that text you just read.
Yeah.
Which one?
I just wouldn't read it again.
The Taylors?
The 940?
Yeah. Okay. Let's get into.
Thank you, Chris.
Blake it or leave it. We can say.
No.
We can't.
We can't.
Okay.
We can't. That's the boy. That's your boy. We can't.
We can't.
Bro, Chris Strong in that moment, just hilarious on the board.
Are y'all grubbing? Y'all must be grubbing.
Oh yeah,
all I hear was smacking.
Bro.
Yeah.
Sorry, bro.
Nah, you like
guilty.
I sent you a picture of it, Lucius. I'm sorry.
yeah, awesome.
Yeah.
He's
Awesome.
taunting you now.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
I just wanted. Yeah, we can get a bottle of tequila here for you
Just
too.
had a little brisket. It was tantalizing.
That's
I
hilarious.
think I'm going to have to go back to referring to him as the Fan Phenom winner.
Absolutely. All right, let us see what we got right here. Hey, did you guys hear on Monday night, ESPN, the crew was taking shots at the Cowboys and the roof and whatnot?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know that they like to have that roof open when weather permits, and it is a nice evening here, but right now they're trying to reassess whether or not it is safe to actually open the roof because of the debris that was falling when they opened it earlier.
All right, Lisa, something we didn't anticipate we would be keeping a literal eye on. Thankfully, we have a roof over our heads here. No joke, that's a big chunk of metal.
Scott, the bottom then already fell out in Dallas. The top might as well, too.
There you go.
It's cool.
It's very metaphorical for Dallas' season. Yeah.
Sky's falling and all of that. No joke. We will be any information related to that we will share.
Not now,
with you.
guys.
All right. Okay.
Soon.
Sorry.
Yeah. Swagger wasn't feeling it at the end there.
That's a strong line there from Ryan Clark. The bottom half's falling out.
Yeah.
Why not the top as well? I'll tell you what Houston did, social media-wise, after that game, I mean, they were ready, dude. They had that sheet of metal, and they put it into an L as it was falling from the sky. Like, they were on fire.
They've acted like this has been their Super Bowl beating the Cowboys.
Good for them.
Yeah, screw them.
Marcus Spears has some critical words for the Cowboys as well, though.
Yep, he
Asked him about
did.
it this
He
morning.
did, and Jerry was okay with it.
Yeah,
Jerry was okay.
I like Marcus Spears. I think he would be a really interesting head coach candidate if he ever wanted to get into that. Just the way that he speaks, and people kind of gravitate to him. I think he's got the makings of a great former player turned coach as well. But he's such a star broadcaster now.
Right.
Bro, you know it's bad. We're looking at people like, could you be coach?
Yeah.
Are you my daddy? Hey, look at that guy. He's pretty buttoned up. Could he be our coach?
Yeah.
People like him. All right, this is not one right here, but I'm going to play it. Wolchuk sent me this.
Winner.
It's from the CMA's Country Music Awards. Peyton Manning. He took a jab at Jerry.
Cowboys cry too.
But enough about Jerry Jones.
She said cry.
Cowboys cry too.
Cry.
Cowboys cry.
Cry.
That's our Thanksgiving party right there at halftime.
You get him on that stage, and the accent goes from like a 3 out of 10 to a 13 out of 10.
Peyton's.
I think just any country person. You know?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Whoever that girl they were interviewing at the Cowboys game a few games back, she was, I don't know if she always talks like that, but boy, it was super saucy.
That's what made me think of it, actually.
I can't wait to perform for you guys here. I can't wait.
My coach at LSU, Brian Kelly, the same way when they interviewed him.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, he came up with a really neat Southern accent when they started.
Got to read the room.
Yeah.
Wait, Wolchuk, is that the girl right there?
That's her.
Oh, okay.
Yep, Laney Wilson.
Okay, all right.
Cowboys cry.
Oh, same one?
Same one.
Right on.
All right.
That's hilarious.
Yesterday was a church day. I pray you got your blessing. Shout out to my Reverend Dr. Pastor Freddie Haynes. Boy, you have been in your bag as of late, sir. You have been in your bag as of late. Speaking of being in the bag, how about a big back bag? Big back right here. This is a big back sermon from a big back church, a little soul food, if you will. Jackson Revival Center Church, wherever that is.
Y'all know what it's like. We getting ready to go home. It's time to eat. What do you do when you get ready to fry? Get that skillet. What do you pour?
Oh.
You gonna fry some chicken, you gonna need some. You gonna fry some fish, you gonna need some. You gonna fry some vegetables, you gonna need some. You gonna fry some bacon, you need some.
It's already in there.
No. You don't need no oil when you fry bacon, cause what? Bacon has its own oil. I want you to look over at somebody and say, "Me like bacon, baby." Every time the heat is applied, you just produce your own oil. You just produce your own oil and become what you were meant to be. You produce your own oil and allow others to taste and see that the Lord is good.
Quite an essence, that Lord.
I like the one guy that said oil, and everybody around him went, Guy goes, oil. And everybody goes,
Grease.
Be bacon, baby.
Be bacon.
Yeah. Bruce Lee says be water, my friend. She says be bacon, my baby.
Yeah.
Be bacon.
And then you make your pancakes with that bacon grease.
Oh,
that's what you do right there.
There you go.
That's that bacon oil.
There you go.
All righty, it's time to vote. Is it Blake Elliott, our two-time G-Bag of the Day champion? Is it ESPN crew taking a shot at the Cowboys' roof? Is it Peyton Manning at the CMAs? Or is it no oil needed with the bacon? Okay, I'm going to go with Blake. Chief, how about you?
Same here.
Lucius?
Yeah, no oil needed.
Wolchuk?
I'll go be like bacon as well.
Brian?
Man, I really did. I was going to vote for, and I am. I still am. Give me the bacon.
Down he goes. Blake Elliott, now a former G-Bag of the Day champion in comeback fashion. No bacon needed for that oil is your new winner. If you ever do miss the G-Bag of the Day champ, Lucius Alexander replays it for you every evening inside of LA Live, which starts at 5:40, goes all the way to the top every evening. Okay, NFL News Today coming up at 3 o'clock. Little C note next, and 5 reasons why the Cowboys season is a disaster here on the Fan.
Let's get you to the best brewery in the DFW Metroplex. Of course, it's Martin House Brewing Company.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, they're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Mac Nation here on 105 through the fan. We're live at Hurtado's in Arlington. Swing on by, get some delicious barbecue. It's just unbelievable, you know, the quality that they pack into each and every item on this menu, and salute to them. Okay, Kevin Sheehan, he's a Washington radio guy, and he's going to join us coming up at 3:20. We'll talk to him about the Commanders and what kind of an effort, he expects, what kind of a game he expects coming up on Sunday. Here we have the C-note for you, okay, and we start with the 5 reasons why the Cowboys season is a disaster, and we go to John Machota here in the Athletic for it. I'm going to give you each of his reasons, and then I have a question for you about that. Number 1, they did not do enough in the offseason. Shots fired at our guy Eric Kendricks, but really that was about all they did as far as name recognizable players. My question for you guys, do you think if the Cowboys could go back in time, they would do that offseason any differently?
That's a good question, man. I think that the pain that they're feeling right now and the frustration and just how loud everything is with just the general disgust of this team, I would like to think yes. I mean, my goodness, how could you not, if you had a chance to redo this thing, how could you not do some different things? Because you've built one of the worst teams in the sport.
I don't think they would.
Why not?
I think we're about to have the second round of this coming up.
Another offseason of doing nothing?
Yeah, because of the cap.
I think where they're at right now, if you go to overthecap.com and look at all the free agents, the pending free agents for after this season, the Jordan Lewises, the Osa Digizuwas, they're about to have the second letting of all the depth. They don't have enough picks. They're not, they're going to try and sign college free agents off their board afterwards. That's how they're going to try and kind of manipulate this thing.
That's a joke, dude. I mean, they're going to obviously. I know what you're saying is true. I'm saying they're a joke.
This is about to be the second round of losing all their depth and not replacing it.
They're going to flip switches on a bunch of different contracts. Dak, of course, probably CD. They have guys that they can move on from and clear out plenty of money. If they want to have $50 to $60 million to play with in free agency, they can do it. Now, if they decide they don't want to, that's one thing. But they absolutely, you can't use the salary cap as like a total handcuff. Sorry, guys, we have nothing that we can do here. You can create $50 to $60 million easily with some of the things that they can do contractually, moving on from guys, whatever, and then go have at it in free agency. Now, they probably won't, Broadus, to your point, but let's not sit here and act like they have no other option.
No, they could. They could go ahead and create and restructure and do stuff. Then that's probably the reason why they're never in a good salary cap area. They also might need to rethink how they're doing that with the salary cap and maybe get some fresh voices and maybe innovative ideas to how to do this to where they're in a better position than other teams. It seems like this is always the conversation we're having. They never have money. They're always, we can't do this, we can't do that. I mean, a $2 million running back was too expensive for them.
Yeah.
So I'd like to think in hindsight, they would. But no, they're so damn stubborn that they probably would.
If they're going to do something, then if you talk about taking money, I don't think it's going to look at the Rams or the Buccaneers or the Seahawks. It's always going to be about their own. It's going to be about signing Oso Digizua again. It's going to be about signing Jordan Lewis again. And these guys, they've played well. And then they'll let the guys go on that they don't feel like, and then we'll see what the Commanders will collect those guys and, play against you for a couple of years. But, to me, I don't think they're ever going to go out and grab somebody from another team that way on day one. I don't think they're going to do that anymore.
I agree with you on that. I don't think they would change much about last year, but I do wonder what different they would do at the end of the first round there, Brian, looking back on that.
It's a good question. To me, I still think they would have gone offensive line, right?
Well, they could have stayed and taken Graham Barton if they didn't trade back.
interior O-line guy, right?
Right. He's a starting center for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. It's been
But they
really
picked
good.
up the extra third.
You got the extra third, which you were able to get Cooper Beebe, who also is right there amongst the best rookies in terms of lowest pressure rate allowed this year. Beebe's been good. But, yeah, I don't know that – I mean, Guyton was good value where they took him late in the first.
Because number 2 is just that the offensive line has significantly underperformed. You'd probably predict that going with 2 rookie starters.
See, the thing that I think hurt them the most is they had regression on the right side of their offensive line, and they didn't account on that.
Yeah.
They were thinking that, okay, here's year 2 of Steele being off the knee injury, elevation of his game. We saw a little improvement. It got better as the season wore on last year. So they were thinking that was going to probably be, they were able to hang their hat on that. I don't think they saw Zach Martin falling to the depths he is right now. And a lot of it has to do with injuries.
Yeah.
He was kneeling on the field the other day. I heard that he got punched in the throat, and it kind of stunned him.
God.
It stunned him, and he just had to sit there and kind of collect his thoughts. But
throat punch, huh?
Yeah, but he's dealing with ankles, he's dealing with knee, he's dealing with a back, he's dealing with They didn't know that his level was going to just go that drastically. So yeah, you think like, listen, we've got 3 veteran starters that we like: Smith, Martin, Steele. We'll be fine. At some point in time, all 5 of those guys have kind of gone down to, like, their level of play hasn't been.
How's Tyler Smith been?
I think Tyler Smith has not been as good as he was last year. I think Tyler Smith at times has been good, but not to the Pro Bowl level that we've seen Tyler Smith play.
Yeah,
and it might have to deal a little bit too with a rookie to his right and a rookie to his left.
Absolutely could. Sure. That one's interesting. Okay, number 4, running back by committee was a mistake.
Big mistake.
How much would the right running back change things? I remember 2014 had been an 8-8 team for 3 years. They finally make the commitment to give it to DeMarco Murray. He ran the ball like 380 times that year.
Yeah.
And they go to 12-4.
Yeah.
Could the right runner have a dramatic impact next year?
Let me tell you this, me personally, and I haven't seen all the running backs, but I've seen the Boise kid. Where the Boise kid will help you is his ability to make people miss. If they had a running back that was that type of guy, say, and I'm asking a lot of a Bijan Robinson, I'm asking a lot of the guys at Detroit, I'm asking a lot, of that. Maybe
They're
even
amazing.
Joe,
They can do it.
maybe even Joe Mixon. Somebody that can make defenders miss, that helps an offensive line. Because if you do just brush block or just kind of hit a guy but don't get him square, but the back is able to avoid and go.
Right.
Whereas Zeke or Dowdle tends to run into contact. The way the scheme is, the ball never goes to the edge here. We're going to talk about the Commanders. The Commanders have given up more rushing first downs than you on the ground.
Wow.
Think about that. They've given up like 93 or 94 first downs on the ground this year. Dallas has given up 91.
Let's go beat Washington, boys.
Yeah, we think Dallas has a bad run defense.
Right.
If somebody's gaining first downs on you that way, that's kind of, it's not throwing it, it's running it.
Let me ask you this last question. A final reason, a half dozen here from Machota on why the Cowboys season became a disaster. He goes with the CeeDee Lamb holdout. That have an impact, guys.
Oh,
I mean, him and Dak not being on the same page. Like, you hate to think that just missing camp for a guy who's been here for so many years, who apparently has all the rapport in the world, off his best season with his quarterback. They go into the Dak yard. You would hate to think that just those 4 to 6 weeks in training camp really ruin things. But I don't know what else to point to. Like, how are Dak and Lamb just not on the same page at all?
I'll tell you where it ruined things. You didn't get to practice with Tolbert and Brooks and those guys with Lamb out there. So those guys were kind of working with Cooks. And those young players never got to work with Lamb. When they were practicing, it was always with somebody else. And then all of a sudden Lamb comes back. They kind of have, all right, where do we fit in all this? Where are we? I mean, they're having to they're having to maybe play different roles to make up for Lamb not being there.
I would just say that, Lamb and Dak weren't on the same page multiple times last year, especially in the playoff game. I think Lamb and Dak not being on the same page is just a symptom of when the offense is broken. The defense has the answers.
I think there's a lack of belief in what's going on there with the
Dak's
play
under a lot of
calling
pressure. You speed up
the
Dak.
offense in general, 100%. But yeah, training camp matters. I mean, we heard it afterwards. Plenty of players came out and talked about it. Like when you
I
miss
believe
camp,
it now. I believe it now.
You are going to start a little bit slower. I didn't think it would have the impact that it looked like it did have on the field, though.
Yeah.
Right on. Well, that's 1 down, 4 to go here in the G-Bag Nation on 105 through the Fan. Live at one of our favorite businesses, maybe number 1 in all of North Texas, Hurtado Barbecue here with an absolute feast. And if you're getting ready to get out of work anytime soon, come on by, get something delicious to eat and drink and fellowship. We'd love to say hi. Kevin Sheehan, Washington radio guy, coming up at 3:20. What's next, Bully?
Do some NFL news of the day, security alerts, ripping the Giants, and Man Campbell on the most important thing a head coach does. That's next.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
O'Reilly Mazda of Arlington and her studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, buddy, here we go. It's Hour 2, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a good day. We're live at Hurtado in Arlington. Would love to see you here and experience some of the best barbecue in the world, the best barbecue in the world, if you ask me. It's time now, though, for the NFL News of the Day. Here's our guy, Wolchuk.
Yesterday, we did have the story of Adam Schefter, who was asked, like, what's the weirdest time you've ever broken news? And it happened to be during sexy time. We were wondering, like, do you think this happens a lot? Well, Jay Glazer yesterday said, well, bleep Adam, who hasn't? And then Clarence Hill quote tweeted and said, exactly. This is happening more than we thought, boys.
I don't think I could do this job.
No.
I need to unplug.
Yeah. Being an insider 24/7 with the way the news breaks now, and it's all about being first. I mean, that is just
you can never clock out.
It's a miserable existence, man. It really is. That would be like in all the media jobs that you could have. That would be the worst. I know if you're Schefter, it's lucrative and you're making bank and all that stuff, but my gosh, I don't know how that's sustainable where you go a full career, 20, 30, 40 years of living that kind of life. And does he keep a marriage alive? Or how do you, I don't understand how you do any of that.
It's got to be a giant compensation package.
You just keep pointing to the direct deposit to your wife. You're like, sugar.
Hey,
I mean,
are you comfortable? Are you living a happy lifestyle right now?
Do we have more Amazon boxes at the door? Honey, did you just punch the ticket for another one that's on its way? I mean, come on.
You know, a guy that I kind of feel like that might not never be home and his family's probably okay is Kurt Herbstreit. He seems like he's always gone, you know?
Yeah.
Like,
well, during football season?
Yeah, I mean, like, he is always gone, you know? And I wonder the same thing for a guy like Kevin Harlan.
Yeah,
Kevin Harlan's does, like, he's doing like
for Harlan even more because
he does a CBS game, a Monday
NFL,
night,
and then NBA. Like, there's no offseason.
And I met his wife, super nice lady. I mean,
but total smoke, right? Isn't that what you said?
She's very pretty lady, very pretty.
He
lady.
smells incredible, by the way. He came into the Brad Sham booth the other day.
Oh, did
we
he?
got to talk to him.
Oh my!
Oh, he's smelling fantastic.
Whatever you imagine he smells like, it's 1,000 times better.
Mahogany, cigar.
He's gone the whole time. I'm sure his family's just like, as long as the checks show up, and you're right. I mean, how many packages?
Okay.
Yeah, we're all right. Dad's out on the road calling NBA games. Westwood won Monday Night Football, and
going viral once or twice a week.
Yeah,
Some of these guys are grinders, though. Like Peyton Manning, Tom Brady, they couldn't get enough, right? And other guys would be like, "Oh my goodness, I'm burnt out. I need a break," and they stay in it. 24. Skip Bayless, same way. Never got a family. Obviously, be impossible to live with. Did all of his meal prep early Mondays so he could have them all frozen to maximize his amount of work. He wanted to work like 18 hours a day and didn't want to take the time in any day for meal prep. So they were all like loaded up in his fridge and his freezer.
I'll tell you what.
And he was just on it, And I know Skip said a lot of regrettable things and nobody likes him, but I always respected the hell out of that.
I'll tell you what, his brother is a hell of a cook.
Really?
Rick Bayless.
Oh, yeah.
Southwest, anything with Hispanic flair to it. Rick Bayless is like a top chef in this country. With Southwest.
Never knew.
Southwest flavor. And they can't stand each other. Like
that's not a surprise.
He does not talk about.
He seems like
his
a guy that's a
brother,
little bit tough.
but he could.
Oh, yeah.
But Rick, his brother, is a hell of a chef.
Probably not a lot of love in that family growing up.
No, I mean I've heard him talk about like his mom and like how he
a lot of the alcoholism in the family.
Yeah, has no love for his mom, a true broken home situation. But he alleges, Skip Bayless alleges that he's never missed a single LeBron James dribble.
Wow, no, there's no way.
Okay, so I mean, but that's how he really like leapt into the national stratosphere, was just by hating on LeBron.
He did.
Wow.
So he's
He made it a
surrounded.
bit.
He's probably got like a man cave with 1 million TVs in there, and he told his wife before they got married, like, "You will always be number 2 to my work." Like he set that standard from the jump.
It was
you talk about the
understood.
meal prepping. He's just grilled chicken and broccoli. That's him.
He's a tiny guy. He is a tiny man.
He did seems like a small guy.
He's strong, though. He's
he's
pretty
a very absolutely.
I'm not sure I could take him.
No, I couldn't. Hell no.
Micah just talked to the media there at the Star and
Whoa, he
apologized
didn't get fined?
for his comments about Mike McCarthy.
What?
So he was just like angry and didn't think they'd get taken out of context. Like that wasn't what he meant to say. The way that it was
I didn't
spun.
see anything wrong with that.
It's like 2-3 weeks later now. He's
It's a week.
Well, he said he didn't phrase it properly. He said he was in a hurry.
Yeah.
Post game, and
he should have phrased it better. And
Well, at least he's seen the light on that because he immediately came out and was like calling us insane for twisting his words. When it's like, no, this is what you said. I'm glad he eventually saw the light on that. Good for him.
Yeah. Now, Dan Campbell was asked recently.
You feel like you're in the third quarter of a Cowboy game right now?
I do. Don't throw me pass.
Yeah, you
not throw me
guys
pass.
are in the
I'm just to whistle one right at you.
You're
See if you can catch it
between the eyes.
So Dan Campbell's asked about like what's the most important thing a head coach does, and here was Man Campbell.
Man, the most important thing that a head coach does is hire his staff. And it's about your staff and the people around you, because without the right staff, you are nothing, in my opinion.
There you go.
At least I know for sure for me. You have to lean on those guys. And so be able to get him back is huge, man. He's a hard worker. He's creative. He's smart. He knows how to communicate. And he alleviates a lot of pressure on me. You know, I sleep real good at night knowing that he's the head of that offense.
Now, obviously talking about Ben Johnson, who is their offensive coordinator.
Yeah.
And 100% you would assume that would be like item number one. Make sure I got my staff in order.
Andy Reid, he'd say the same damn thing.
Problem is, sometimes here with the Cowboys, it's like, yeah, you can hire your staff, but, there's a guy in Kellen Moore that you need to have as well as your offensive coordinator.
Yeah. Oh, I see what you're doing.
You know, I think and I don't think we're going to have that problem this time around. Maybe Al Harris. I mean, I don't know. And some of these coaches are good coaches. Like, maybe you do want them to stick around. But, again, that is already, before you really even had a chance to take the job, a problem where you should be able to have the end-all, be-all say on this is my staff. You're hiring me for a reason.
Yeah.
I am going to decide. Don't push a Kellen Moore on me if I don't want to have Kellen Moore as my
Can
guy.
I tell you why I appreciate what you just did, but if you're incapable of hiring a good staff, I'm not going to let you do it.
Well, then I'm not hiring you as my coach.
I'm not going to hire you as the head coach to begin with.
You're damn right then.
Right.
No, if I can't, and I'm not asking to have a say, but if you go out there and hire all your buddies that can't coach, and our team sucks because of that, I'm not letting you hire coaches.
Yeah, then get out of here.
They fell into Dan Quinn. You know, Mike McCarthy probably didn't want Dan Quinn. You know, they get rid of his buddy Mike Nolan. Jim Tom Sula's out the door. I mean, Jerry had to pay probably $3-4 million of coaches just going out the door, of bad hires. So to me, if you're Dan Campbell and you tell me who your staff is and I could go and vet your staff, then I'm all for it. I'm probably going to hire you. But if you're Mike McCarthy and you're bringing in all your buddies and none of these dudes can coach, then I'm sorry, I'm not giving you the job.
On top of the ability to coach, there is something to having a leader who is energized by the authority and the autonomy, right?
Yeah.
And knowing that I can put my vision into action here. And the more that you involve and include that head coach and give him that freedom, I think the better his ideas are.
Yes.
You know, I think the stronger his energy and work ethic is. If he's frustrated, like Mike McCarthy often is, when you go home, you want to get away from it. When you are activated and energized and confident and empowered, you're so excited about the opportunity, you don't want to let people down.
Yeah.
You know, so I think there's a massive downside to how the front office manages coaches here.
I'm with you 100% on that, and that'll be a huge key, you know, going through this next, assuming Mike is gone.
Hire guys that
What's
are
the staff
smarter
look
than
like?
you. Hire smarter guys than you. Guys and gals, both. I mean, we have them on staffs now.
And preferably find somebody who speaks with that deep, full flex in the throat that Dan Campbell kid does, you know?
Like
the Navy SEAL accent.
Yeah.
You know, you start talking. You're going to get guys to resonate a little bit more with you.
That deep
Swing
southern
them through men's T clinic, get those
Something
T
like
levels
that.
up, and
Absolutely.
that voice will lower. It's 100% true though. I mean, what would Campbell be right now without Ben Johnson? I wonder, and I don't
Aaron
remember.
Glenn.
I don't remember I don't remember who. There was a couple guys ahead of him. Like, it wasn't like Ben Johnson was his first choice. He swung and missed on a couple of guys and was like, okay, I get Ben Johnson, and it's worked out in a huge way for him. Things probably go a completely different direction without him. And Dan Quinn right now with Cliff Kingsbury. I mean, that's been a home run hire for him.
Absolutely, it has been. And DQ, look, both stops he's gone to now as a head coach, he's hired a good OC with Shanahan and now Cliff. Now we'll see how the rest of the season goes with the Commanders, but it's looking like a good hire right now. We've got an interesting burglary deal at the homes of Kansas City Chiefs stars Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce. NFL's reportedly issued a security threat to all teams, according to Tom Pelissero.
Inside jobs.
Yeah, league issued a memo to team security directors and the Players Union revealing the FBI is investigating a recent crime spree where organized criminals target the homes of professional athletes. So be careful out there.
Yeah, because they know your schedule. They know when the Chiefs are playing out of town, and they know that their house is just sort of a sitting duck to some extent. I think they're doing extensive research, on the front end of this. These guys are dialed. They're alleging it's like a South American cartel situation, and it's not just these two. It's multiple athletes in multiple different sports that have been targeted. Bobby Portis in the NBA, Mike Conley Jr. in the NBA. So this is, and so they're basically saying like, hey, social media wise, don't be checking into places. Like they have a whole what not to do list.
Yeah, I saw Duke Manyweather was talking like this is also a problem with friends, family that you're around. Everything's going on social media. Now everybody can see exactly where you are when you're there. And when now it's the prime time to go ahead and break into said residence. I know they're not there.
Over the years, it's been a trend or a theme. I think that's how Sean Taylor got murdered. They thought he was gone.
Yeah. Yes, that's right. And he ended up being at the house.
So yeah, I think like armed security with $40-50 million salaries if you're a top star. I mean, even at $20 million, a couple dudes.
There's no way those European soccer players do what they do without security. I mean, there's no way that Messi and those. I mean, there's no way that they even get around without having security, the best security at their homes and stuff like that.
I'm sure they've leveled it up now at the Mahomes residence, at the Kelsey residence. You probably live in a gated community that's got some, fair amount of security, and you have cameras, and you think like you're
how about
in
a good spot, check-in area?
Somebody on the premises at all times.
I'm
maybe
thinking guard dogs.
No
I mean, in a perfect world, you'd have Dan Campbell on a leash out in front of your house,
or maybe just a real damn lion. Like, hey, don't come in here.
I'd take Campbell over the real lion, but I get what you're going. Yeah,
I mean, maybe the biting of the kneecaps. He is the manimal. All right, let's get to Steelers and Browns Thursday night football tonight. Have I taken the Steelers, by the way, Brian?
Oh, I can look.
Yeah, look for me. It's going to be a disgusting.
I saw you look it up.
Night of football. Mix of rain and snow is expected to begin at 2:00 in Cleveland, Ohio, our time.
Love it.
A few showers are expected to begin, increase to light rain, then a mixy condition of rain and snow.
Survivor pool, hang on.
About an hour before kickoff there. It's going to continue until about 1 a.m. So throughout the game, we're going to have mixed wintry snow, rain. I'm probably leaning Steelers here.
You
if
have
I have
not taken them.
Put me down for Pittsburgh. I mean, they just won a damn game kicking all field goals.
I'm jumping on the Chuck wagon, too. Going with the Steelers.
Okay, Dawson, you can pick the Steelers.
Thank you.
Perfect.
Well,
Eric, you want to go?
The ugly game definitely favors Pittsburgh.
I think it favors Pittsburgh 100%. They got a better defense, and even Najee and Jalen Warren have been running the football.
Eric, you're free to do it.
It's in Cleveland?
It's in Cleveland.
You're free to do it,
Steelers'
Eric.
history against the Browns is very, very good.
You got the dog pound situation.
Not worried.
You've got. I mean, I think it might be the great equalizer here because the better team would rather have great weather, and now there's less elements to have to worry about. I'm just better than you. Now all of a sudden my guys are slipping around, and there's snow in my eyeballs, and there goes a Browns player to the house. And
it's the Steelers. I mean, they're used to this. They like this dirty type of game.
I think if I was Cleveland, I'd wear my all-white uniforms. Maybe blend in with the snow.
Ooh, I like that idea. Yeah. I like that. Now, the problem is Jameis. Now he's got LASIK, so maybe he would see you.
Eric, you're free to take Pittsburgh if you want.
I'll consider it.
Sounds like he's thinking about.
You could also
Cleveland.
take the Cleveland Browns if you want.
You could take the Browns. You want to take the Browns? Go for the Brownies.
I think I'm the only idiot this year that has taken the Browns, and that was against the Raiders.
Did they win that game?
No, it was down to the damn goal line.
Yeah, of course they didn't win that game. Of course they did.
There was a huge Amari Cooper touchdown that got called back.
That's right. Yeah. Gosh, that sucks.
Crooks.
All right, our buddy Stink, Mark Schlereth, was on FS1 yesterday, and he is just ripping the New York Giants. This is pretty good stuff. I love listening to Stink. You can catch him every Tuesday at 4:40 in the G-Bag Nation. Here's Stink on just the disgusting nature of the Giants organization.
This is why the Giants suck. Drew Lock has been your backup quarterback for the entirety of the season, right? He was the guy, if Daniel Jones was going to get hurt, he was the guy that was going in. He was good enough to do that for you for the entirety of this season. But as soon as you decide to bench Daniel Jones, you decide to go with the sideshow, Tommy Cutlets. Because why? Because your fan base will get excited? Like, to me, this is the biggest issue. You're a bad franchise. You need to attract free agents to come to your franchise. If I'm a free agent player, and all things being equal from a money standpoint, I look at this clown show versus some other team, I'm not going to the Giants. That's a clown show. That guy worked all year to be the backup to get his opportunity. He signed there to have an opportunity because he knew Daniel Jones was questionable, and at the 11th hour you decide, no, we're going to go with
It's incredible. And Drew Lock was talking to the media saying, you're going to have to ask them about this because I was told I'm QB2. This is all an interesting situation.
He's not wrong. Stink's not wrong.
It's all money, and they're all trying to save money. That's why they're not going with Drew Lock. That's why they're benching Daniel Jones for the insurance of it. You've got their own players. I mentioned yesterday that they're coming out and they're bitching and whining about it. But I'm into this. Misery loves company. Sure. I think our organization's bad. At least one of our rivals has it crapping going on as well.
Eric, what do you think the chances are on Thursday we once again see Tommy Cutlett's parents?
I think
remember that?
Yeah,
they'll be
there.
They were wearing like he was.
High
some
school
guy was
jersey.
wearing a high school jersey. I'm like,
they were
and
making
Eric
sandwiches.
Goes,
and
look
all
at
kinds
this!
of
Look at
goodies.
this! It's Tommy Cutlet's. Look at that! It's a high school jersey. And like, and Eric goes, family, and the guy goes, like he put his thumb up, like, yeah,
that's awesome.
family. We were all here to watch him play.
It's beautiful. There's your NFL news of the day.
Thank you, Wolchuk.
Thank you.
Live from Hurtado in Arlington, it's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Krusty's Corner's now right around the corner. You're going to get a preview of that Washington Commies defense coming up at 3:40. Kevin Sheehan, Washington radio guy, joins you and tells you everything you need to know from a reporter perspective here on this football team next in the nation.
Uber Eats has low V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, you're freaking me out a little bit.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Yeah, I mean, and now you guys must be starting to look at us like we did you for the last 20 years. Like, wow, they got the worst owner in the sport. We're good to go.
Yeah, there is a little bit of that. I mean, there's definitely a sense of kind of roles flipped. I mean, the big difference is during your, run here of ineptness in the postseason, you've won 12 games a bunch of times. You've won 13 games. This franchise hasn't won 11 games in a season since 1991, the last time it won a Super Bowl. And we've been looking up at the other three teams in the division for a quarter of a century with Snyder as the owner. It does feel like a new day, though. And, I'd be lying if I didn't say that there is, an occasional giggle up here as to what's going on down there. But weirdly, I think a lot of us, at least I feel this way, I would love it if both franchises were good again at the same time, because it used to be one of the great rivalries in sports, and it hasn't been that in years.
Hey, Kevin, I just was curious because we work really hard on the draft here, and I'm an LSU alum, so I'd seen Jaden Daniels play a bunch. When the pick was made, what was the fan base? Were they on board with it, or was there like, oh, damn, what have we done?
No, by the time we got to draft night, I think everybody was on board with Jaden. I think it had become clear that he was, worst case, the number 2 quarterback in the draft. I was a massive fan. I mean, I haven't gotten a lot right over the years, but I just loved watching him last year, and I thought everything about his game was translatable to, today's NFL, and it was a good pick, and he's been. The thing you never know, as you guys know, is who are these people? Who are they as professionals? Are they going to work at it? Are they going to be good in the locker room? Are they, do they have any leadership ability? And by, everybody's account, this guy's been through the roof as a person, as a pro. And, yeah, I mean, it's worked out well. I think people were excited on draft night.
How important has the Cliff Kingsbury relationship been to help that success?
I think big. I think one of the reasons he got excited about coming here, because he had other options, I think he certainly felt like they were going to take Jaden Daniels, and this was a guy that he knew a little something about. He obviously worked with Caleb Williams last year at USC, but, I think there was a lot of excitement, and it's been a good fit. They do a lot of the stuff that Jaden did well in college, and that's the kind of coach Cliff's been everywhere he's gone. He has essentially said, what does my guy do well? I'll design something around that, and it's worked.
Is there any struggles with this team right now? I mean, where are they weak at?
They can't stop the run. That's been a consistent problem all year long. Defensively, they did add, Marshawn Lattimore here recently to a secondary that was struggling, but that's getting better. Their second-round pick, Mike Sandersfield from Michigan, has played pretty well. When Lattimore gets on the field, there's a feeling that the back end will be improved. Their pass rush isn't that bad at all. Dante Fowler Jr.'s actually had a really good season for them. But it's been stopping the run consistently, something I don't think you guys are even interested in doing.
No, that's been a problem for a long time, and yeah, you're right about that. Now, how about on the offensive side, running the ball themselves for Washington? How much can they punish this Cowboys defense?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the key to Sunday. I think they've got to run the football. I think they have to stay out of one-dimensional. They've been one-dimensional at times this year, and it's worked out because Jaden can really throw from the pocket, and they've done a decent job protecting him. But their first move is to try to run the football, not only with Brian Robinson Jr., but with the quarterback as well in the read option game. Jaden's a terrific decision maker in that game. He's a really good ball handler. And, when you're 11 on 11 in the run game, it's a big benefit. They've had that advantage a big part of the year. Eckler's been great. He has been what he was a few years ago, in L.A. and in San Diego. And he's been a huge part of what they've done. But, yeah, they'll try to run the football Sunday. And when they've run it well, they've been really difficult to stop.
It's Kevin Sheehan here with us here on your home of the Cowboys. Kevin, I can tell you know your football, but the way you initially answered that last question, it suggested to me that you think there's actually a chance Washington could lose this game.
You guys know the history of this thing, and we're a new franchise now. I feel that way. But it's just some of the craziest games when you least expect it in the history of this series, expect it. I mean, there have been so many times when, I remember a few years ago, there was a game on Monday night that Colt McCoy started. We were 12-point dogs.
Oh, gosh,
somehow in that game, that made no sense. There are all those games. The thing that I'm a bit concerned about is I think Mike Zimmer is a good D coordinator. I think he does a good job at confusing quarterbacks, young quarterbacks in particular. You guys, I think, are getting Bland back. You've got Parsons back. So I'm a bit, concerned about not Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, which we just faced. I mean, those are two of the best defenses in the league. But you just don't want to, get into the, punting game, which they didn't punt guys for about 6 weeks. I mean, they were averaging about a half a punt per game. And there's this feeling that that they can get back to where they were, but I'm just a little bit concerned that Zimmer's going to have an impact on this game.
Kevin, would there be concern with Brandon Coleman at left tackle? Is that an area that you feel like that maybe you might across that offensive line that maybe some people have kind of figured out about rushing him on the inside and trying to get to your quarterback?
Yeah, I mean, up against guys like Josh Sweat and Alex Highsmith and Watt and others that he's faced, it's been tough. I don't know if they'll line up Parsons opposite him, but they like him a lot. You guys might be familiar with him. He was at TCU. He's huge. He's athletic as hell, and there's definitely a future. And he's had some really good games. But they were up against it the last two games, guys. I mean, Pittsburgh was outstanding. Philadelphia might be the best defensive team in the league right now with the way they're playing. And I just think that the last two opponents had something to do with everybody offensively struggling. But Coleman's had some really good moments. He's been banged up and faced two really tough opponents. They've got Cornelius Lucas that can play too. They've platooned the two of them at times. The offensive line, for the most part, this year has held up.
Yeah. Kevin, a lot of former Cowboys obviously on that roster, but one we had talked about a lot was Bobby Wagner. Dan Quinn and Bobby Wagner reuniting. The price was never right for the Cowboys. And then we were wondering, okay, well, at this stage in his career, how good is he? How's the Bobby Wagner impact been there with that DQ defense?
Huge on the field and perhaps even bigger in the locker room. You know, one of the things that DQ did is he brought in guys that he thought would help change what was a really bad culture for a long period of time. Wagner was part of that. Ertz was part of that. Eckler was part of that. Guys that were familiar with him in Seattle and in Dallas. You know, we've obviously got Armstrong and Biotish as part of Fowler Jr. as well. I'll tell you the guy that's been outstanding from the jump has been Frankie Louvu. He has turned into their best defender by far. Excellent pass rusher. Quinn's used him in similar ways to the way he used Parsons in Dallas, moves him around a lot. He is definitely their best pass rusher. They've got good pieces defensively. It just hasn't added up consistently to a good defense, especially against the run. But, yeah, Wagner's been huge. These guys actually had a plan, and there's been no plan here for a quarter century, and the culture was terrible. And we thought this was just kind of year one of turning the culture around, but I think Jaden made it something different.
Yeah. Have they solved the problem of FedEx Field raining down poo water on the fan base from time to time?
Well, we don't have big sheets of metal dropping on people's heads, so that's a
fair.
good start.
It's a fair counterpunch.
Gosh dang it, Kevin, we have nothing we can say now. I mean, this is terrible.
Look, you guys have been able to do this to us for 25 years, so let us enjoy a moment or two. You know, we just have to get back to winning some of these games. Some of the results in recent years have been so lopsided, and, you know, doing well within the division, I think would really, I think it would embolden a lot of people around here who have felt like we've been a punching bag for so long. And people of a certain age like me remember when this was a real franchise and was, you know, a beacon in the NFL, and yours as well. And, you know, at some point maybe we'll both be back there at the same time.
And, of course, we'll always have the Giants to beat up on.
Yeah, Giants, yeah.
Thank you, Kevin.
All right, boys, thanks for having me.
Kevin Sheehan, morning host at 980 The Team in D.C. with us here in the G-Bag Nation.
How about the pipes on that guy?
Yeah.
Huh?
He's fantastic, man. He's got a really
That's
good
a
show.
radio man right there. Yeah.
I don't know what I hated worse, you know, his excitement about the Commanders or his golden pipes. But he was an outstanding guest. No, he was. And you can hear the excitement, you know, and it kind of makes you sick.
Yeah.
Yeah, it has. It has.
This is RG3 2.0. It really is. And we dodged a bullet on that one over a decade ago. And, you know, I don't think we're going to dodge it this time.
Yeah.
Old Dan Snyder's not around to screw it up. And obviously that injury bug does not strike like that too often. Okay, we are live. Hurtado Barbecue in Arlington. You know the place. You love it. If you don't, you got to join us here for some of the best barbecue you'll have. Plus, Krusty's Corner's coming up next. Brian, where are you taking it?
Yeah, Kevin gave you a pretty good insight of some players to look at. I'll talk about those guys in depth on this Commanders defense. We'll do that next.
You bet you, buddy. But if you're looking for a great place to go watch sports, you should know that Twin Peaks is your ultimate sports launch with a menu to match. Get in there, pair any of Twin Peaks made-from-scratch menu items with a frosty 29-degree draft beer served by a Twin Peaks girl. At that point, you're in for a legendary sports watching experience, my man. Now, tonight you're going to have Thursday Night Football. It'll be a good one. And attention Cowboys fans, Twin Peaks giving away epic Cowboys jerseys all season long just for catching.
Has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freak me out a little bit.
105.3.
Yes, sir, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Get to Hurtado. Enjoy some of the best barbecue in the world. The best barbecue in the world. I can't believe I keep saying some of the. You know what it is.
Yeah.
Krusty's Corner Time brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. Gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. We're talking hoop coming up at 4 o'clock. Chief's going to kick you a rim session, but here's Brian in the corner.
Thank you very much, Jerome. Thank you very much to Reliant as well for being on. And thank you to Hurtado for being such a great host out here today. The food, the atmosphere, the Tolos out, everybody having a good time here. Beautiful day. Great day to come out here and listen to us. Sit out on the patio. Grab you some cold beverages and stuff, man. That looks just awesome. Kind of reminds me of my college days. Going out those days, those beautiful days. You used to sit out on the patio.
Oh yeah.
You never take your sunglasses off because your eyes were just blood red. You know? God.
For a multitude of different reasons.
Yeah, multitude of different reasons.
Did they have the clear eyes back then? Clear eyes are 10 out of 10, dude.
I'll tell you what. I don't know what we had. Visine? Is that the same thing?
Visine will get the job done to an extent, but
really
that clear eye,
level up,
full hearts and can't lose, man.
Yeah, I just didn't even bother. People just knew I was a wreck.
Yeah.
They figured, Bross has been.
There's Broadus over there without his clothes on again.
I'd take my credit card, lick it, and stick it on my forehead, and I just let's go, kind of a thing. I just hear, the tab. The funniest thing was my signature at the end of one of those nights.
Just scribbles.
Just who? What? Hey, can I have your autograph? Sure. Just a terrible signature, but got the job done.
Some things never change.
Some things never change. Some things never change is your boy Dan Quinn on defense.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Dan Quinn has got, I'll tell you what, Dan Quinn has got one of the best tackling defenses in the National Football League, by the way.
But not against the run?
No, not against the run, though. Top 5, though. Top 5. When he was here, Dallas was the best tackling team. I didn't know this. Dallas was the best tackling team in the National Football League last year. And everywhere Dan Quinn's been, he's been in top 5.
See, you got to figure out what drills is he
doing.
That's
what I was trying to remember. I was trying to think of God, how many of these practices did I watch in training camp? And what was Dan Quinn and Joe Witt and all these guys doing? I was sitting there probably talking to you or Dawson or somebody while I should have been watching tackling drills. Because everywhere Dan Quinn goes, his teams tackle, and the Cowboys have really, it's one of the things they've really, really struggled at. But
we were on it last year when we were talking about you should probably just cap Mike McCarthy and make Dan Quinn head coach. Now that we saw what he's done, finding the offensive coordinator again.
Yeah, I kind of feel like that there's some people in the organization, in the Cowboys organization, that are dancing right with you on that.
I think there were a lot that would have been happy, but revisionist history. We were the defenses aren't good against these motion offenses, and they don't beat any good teams. They get run on. I guess the running thing, though, seems to still be the case. Dan Quinn does struggle defensively against the run.
There's been some struggle there. Their leading tacklers actually is Bobby Wagner and the 2 safeties. What does that tell you right there?
There you go. They're getting to the second, third level.
And I told you earlier, nobody. They're like top 3 in allowing runs for first downs. 93 first down, conversion runs.
Yeah.
Because they just don't. They give up. They just give up yards running. Now, we'll see. Their pass rush has gotten a lot better, and the first 5 weeks of the season they were down in pressure rates, but since week 5, and I looked this up because I was I watched all the sacks, and I broke them down by pressures and stuff. I just started watching. And the Commanders, and I was curious about this, and I went and looked at the metrics on this. They've generated the 3rd highest pressure rate of 41% since week 5 in the league. They blitz the opponents now the 7th highest since week 5 as well. So when a guy was talking about Frankie Luva, and they got Frankie from the Carolina Panthers, and he's absolutely right. He wears number 4. Dan's using him like he used Micah Parsons. He will bring him on a blitz through the A gap, or he'll rush him from the outside, or he'll bring him on a twist. They've got guys that can legitimately create pressure. Dante Fowler's done a really good job. We've talked about him not playing very much for the Cowboys, rotational player. Now he's a full-time starter. And he looks like Dante Fowler that when he was drafted way back in the day, because he is getting off the football. He's causing some problems.
Built for it.
He could play either side. They're playing him actually more though on the right side. And then what's funny there, Wooly, is Dorrance Armstrong, who's usually a right side player, is playing on the left side.
Oh, he is. He switched.
He switched.
Wow.
So what they've done is to get him and Fowler more involved, and then Frankie Luva, and then what they've also done is this Daron Payne. We all know about Daron Payne. They lost Jonathan Allen against the Ravens on a pec injury, so he's done for the year. So they got Newton, our kid,
our Illinois guy.
Our Illinois.
And he slid.
Yeah,
we thought he'd go a little higher.
Second round guy. A lot of people had him in the first round. But ended up going the second round to the Commanders, and he's kind of filled in so they could push the middle, and then they got the pressure off the edge, and then they bring their linebacker on the blitz. So you got Frankie Luva and Bobby Wagner both have double-digit pressures this year. So if they get you in a situation where they feel like they need to rush the passer, they're going to bring some type of blitz. Where they have struggled a little bit. Now, I went and watched all the touchdowns against them. It was a way I could break that down. Just one after another, watched all the touchdowns. You get them down in the red zone, they can't cover a tight end. Now, here's the problem, Wooly. Ferguson's not playing in this football game.
Yeah, so you need Skenes and Spanford again to step up.
They've given up 5 touchdowns this year to tight ends in the red zone. And I was watching them, and I was like going, damn, that was a tight end again. The Ravens, you see the Giants had 2. You're seeing touchdowns by the tight ends down in the red zone. So if Dallas somehow, it's Schoonmaker, it's Spanford, it's Fant. This is a game you surely could have used Ferguson to play in this game because they've had some problems like taking the tight ends and covering them. Now, these corners, I'll say this about their corners. Benjamin St. Just. Teams have had some success throwing the football on him. You look at quarterback ratings for both St. Just and you look at also for the rookie Stanza still. You look at him, and to me, that's kind of where I feel like though Ig McNogany is playing nickel for them.
He's actually getting playing time.
Yeah, he's the starter. That's why they go out and they get Marshawn Lattimore.
But unfortunately, he's got that hammy.
He still
hasn't been practicing.
He hasn't been practicing and all that.
He always has a hammy.
Yeah. So to me, there's some
always hammy.
There's some things in the secondary. Emmanuel Forbes, who I was asking you about earlier from Mississippi State, not a factor on this. And that was a first-round pick a couple years ago, and just has not been a factor at all for these Commanders. So some things in the secondary, running the football. Teams have had some success doing that. The pass rush is their best strength as far as their defense goes. But their pass rush, if you could block their front, is like we like to say, maybe there's some things to happen with this secondary. Again, I would look at Noah McNogany. I would look at him and just kind of think about maybe attacking him out of that nickel spot, because he's had some issues there, and like we kind of understand. So the Cowboys have some familiarity, some understanding of how to maybe go after him, maybe how to handle Dorrance Armstrong, and maybe how to handle Dante Fowler on this defensive side of the ball. So it's a
lot of commonality there.
Yeah, a lot of commonality.
Is that a word? Commonality?
That's a word.
That is, right?
Yeah.
I thought
this
it was.
This sounds doable, though, Brian.
It sounds doable, though, if you're going to get Cooks back. Now, what do you guys think about? Does that help your situation with getting Cooks back in the lineup? With the receiving group, does it help you, or do you feel like that?
I think it
the
at least
hay's
gives
already
you
in the barn.
It gives you a threat. I don't plan on him producing much more than about 3 catches for 20 yards. If I had to set an over/under, but I think, if he lines up, the defense has to think about him going deep, and I don't think anybody else on this team other than Tolbert has the kind of speed to make you worrisome. So maybe, he has big playability, and if it's a close game, maybe he can be the difference, but I wouldn't bet on it.
He had just done nothing to start the season before he went down.
They won't use Turpin in that way. They won't try, they won't go anything vertical with Turpin.
Which is what's so frustrating about this. It's just the lack of utilizing the players that you do have and putting them in the best position to succeed, and that's a direct reflection of the coach.
See, this is where, to me, in this game, this is where it would be if you were trying to win it, which I think they're trying to win the game. But this is where you would play, if they're not good defending the run.
Play Lance.
Play Trey Lance.
Yep.
Play Trey Lance, play an RPO offense, and make them have to defend that.
Mm-hmm.
Make them have to keep them out of that, keep them out of blitzing you. Make them have to defend, make Fowler have to defend the edge when he's interested in getting up the field.
Could be come to Jesus meeting, after the game. If you play boring Cooper Rush and you don't run the ball well enough and you get blown out again, I could see, Jerry pressing like, hey, let's try Trey Lance.
I would, you know how I feel about that whole thing. I would have done it 2 weeks ago, and then I would have said, if you don't want to play Trey Lance, then I'm getting another coach. I'm somebody else. You can pack your boxes up and go because I'm going to play Trey Lance here and kind of figure some things out with Trey Lance.
Yeah, I like the idea of them already having Trey Lance and not even worrying about the Commanders. He's just game planning now for the Giants game because it's going to be a Thanksgiving duel, Lance and Cutlets.
That could be, last Jerry-ditch effort. Just save Lance for some excitement for Thanksgiving. Okay, now we're switching quarterbacks. Everybody, let's go. It's Trey Lance time, baby. Turkey Day.
This would be a fun test, though, for the interior of the offensive line, Beebe versus Payne.
Yeah.
That type of challenge. Are you going to have Zach Martin?
Might not have Tyler Smith.
See, that's the one I think you have to worry about. Tyler Smith, I believe, is going to play. Keep an eye on Martin. That one's trending not a very good way right now.
We kind of glossed over it earlier in the program, but when Broadus mentioned that Martin got freaking throat punched on Monday night.
Was that a penalty?
I mean, dear God, was that a closed fist? I think that's probably
That's when he was down on one knee.
Is that the worst place on the body to get punched?
Throat punch?
No,
I think
obviously you're downstairs. No, I think in the
okay, outside.
I'd rather take between the legs.
Would you? Okay,
Yes.
I get where you're going.
Throat punch, you might not be able to breathe.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
That's a kill shot, dude.
I'm thinking throat punch is worse.
Like the idea that he was able to even
can't breathe if you get hit down there either, though, man. That's tough.
But that's just a pain tolerance nausea thing. This is actually not being able to breathe, possibly.
Like no one can take a throat punch. Like no, you don't train for that.
No.
Like that is an unhittable area. The fact that who did that? Who punched him?
I need to look at that. I'll look at it on tape.
Yeah, look at it on the tape.
But I heard he got throat punched. That's why he took the knee.
Okay. Yeah, that's an understandable knee. That's like the most understandable knee taking of all time.
I'll see you throat punch.
I'd be out for the season.
The throat punch penalty. This is ridiculous.
We got Mavs news earlier. A superstar out for at least a week, Chief. We got a rim session coming up.
Yes, Embiid lashes out, and we have a new twist on the All-Star game. And how will the Mavs fare without Luka next year in the nation?
All right, I want to chat about D&M Leasing before we get there, though, because if you want a new vehicle, you should call D&M Leasing and just place your order. It's that easy. Any make, any model. The easy lease from D&M Leasing. It's amazing all the time, but right now they have a special Black Friday deal for you where you won't have anything due until 2025. 972-817-35 lease. Call them and you'll see why I love them. I've done so many easy leases over the years. I have 3 in my driveway every night, and whenever it's time for a new vehicle in the Dawson household, we just call D&M Leasing and tell them what we want, tell them what we're trading in. Right now at D&M, better than it's been in a long time with these rates coming down. D&M has told us they're seeing some of the lowest payments on brand new vehicles they've seen in years. And, all you have to do is give them a call. Don't have to go into the dealership. Don't have to spend time in a parking lot or talking to a sales manager, any of that. Literally, 10-minute phone conversation. We can get this handled. 972 or 817-35 lease. Go to dmautoleasing.com.
It's afternoons with the G-Bag Boys on 105.3 and the Odyssey app. Proudly presented by Comerica.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute. I think that I might be
True that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Welcome in. We are live at Hurtado's Barbecue in Arlington. You should join us. What an absolute feast every time we come here. Okay, coming up at 4:20, it'll be time for Wolchuk's Top 10. Right now, let's get some hoop in here. Some breaking Mavs news earlier today, Chief.
Yeah, let's go ahead and cut the lights out. We'll put the kids down for that afternoon snoozer. G-Bag Nation's going all 56 inches around that rim.
Let it rain! Rain dance!
Rain dance.
I gotta join here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
It's always a special occasion when we get to rim it up at Hurtado Barbecue, where they have literally everything for you, the best barbecue in the land. It's your one-stop shop for everything this holiday season. I'm thinking about ordering that family meal, that Thanksgiving family meal. That turkey is just, I mean, out of this freaking world, dude.
Yeah, and if you can get that guaranteed.
Yeah, exactly. Like I was talking about with my mom the other day, and she's like, with the turkey, what should we? I'm like, dude, I mean, there's only really one answer to this. We're going to swing through Hurtado's. We're going to get that family meal. You can, too. And you could also pre-order Brandon Hurtado's new book on Amazon called Barbacoa, The Heart of Tex-Mex Barbecue. It really is just as dominant as it gets from a culinary standpoint. Let's go ahead and get into the news. Luka, of course, dealing with a wrist injury. Expected to miss some time. Mark Stein says they'll reevaluate things in a week. I saw a clip from the game the other night versus the Pelicans, and it looks like somewhere in that first quarter he started grabbing at his right wrist. So it is his shooting wrist. He was a little bit uncomfortable. Obviously played through it. Mavs get the victory, but in the ensuing days, things must have gotten a little bit more painful for him, and so now he's going to be out for an extended period of time. We'll see how long that ends up being. I did see from Jeff Stotts, one of the Twitter doctors. He says the key word is sprain. indicating the injury occurred to one of the many ligaments in the wrist. There's a high degree of variability in these types of injuries. However, the average time lost for nondescript in-season wrist sprains is 6 days, and that usually equates to about 2 games. So they put it at about a week, and that's fair, but I don't expect this thing to go into 2 weeks, 3 weeks.
I mean, risk can be weird. I haven't considered any long-term concern. I'm just kind of looking at this glass half full, like Luka needs a rest. So if the rest of his body can recoup while the wrist is, I don't think this necessarily has to be a horrible thing. It's kind of annoying that Luka is just getting all banged up.
It is, and it would have been nice had they come out of the gates on fire, built up a little bit of equity to some extent to where it's like, okay, you drop a couple of games here without Luka, not the end of the world. But that's clearly not the case. So we'll see how they respond. I think you're still in a transition period of them trying to get comfortable offensively with Klay Thompson and how to play off ball a little bit more for Luka. So it's definitely not the best thing in the world. But big picture, when your aspirations are championship and you get a little bit less, wear and tear on Luka here, hopefully it's just not something that is throughout the season re-aggravation and this is a talking point for the next 3 months. That would be a pain in the ass. That would be a pain in the wrist.
That would be a pain in the wrist. It sure would be. Now, I mean, like, it's one of those things we're in the finals, and throughout that entire postseason run, we were just hearing about how banged up he is, and he's dealing with a variety of different injuries. So I'm trying to just have a big picture look, like you said, and maybe this can be a blessing in disguise. And roster-wise, I think they're equipped with the deepest and best roster of talent to try and survive a period of time without him.
Yeah, for a long time, if you were without Luka, you were one of the worst teams, if not the worst team. But right now, I think it's still a playoff team. I'm excited about Kyrie and PJ and Najee Marshall, and you got more than enough creative
Dinwiddie,
talent.
Hardy, both bigs.
So now on the other side of things around the league here, Joel Embiid with the Sixers, he was very courageous last night. He played his 4th game of the season, and it was actually going to be the first time that Joel Embiid, Paul George, and Tyrese Maxey all got a chance to play together this year. But, of course, it only took a couple of quarters before Paul George left the game with a bit of a knee issue. So the disasters keep coming for the Sixers. And at one point, I don't know if you guys saw the clip, as now Joel Embiid and the Sixers are sitting on 2-12 record for the season. Did you see him do like a weird phantom flopping at the free throw line last night?
At the free throw line?
At the free throw line.
What are we doing here?
He gets made fun of like all the time for the way he plays. I mean, it was funny during the summer, during the Olympics, and it was just constantly him going viral for flopping around, flailing around like a 7+ foot fish. But he did it at the free throw line. It was a historical moment last night. Never seen that before. So kudos to him making history, but he is not happy with the news about Tyrese Maxey having the players meeting, calling out Joel Embiid for being consistently late and everything like that. His quote was, Joel Embiid said, whoever leaked that is a real POS. But he actually said the whole thing.
Oh, he said the word?
He went full Blake Elliott. He said the S word.
Oh, God.
And he's frustrated. So the Sixers are just coming apart at the seams right now. And it's a true joy to watch, honestly. Like, from a distance, like, I'm finding great pleasure in this. I don't know.
This is hilarious. It's one of the great sideshows in sport right now. That's another one of those that's just tough. I think he's just got to grow up. I'm going to put it all under one umbrella that it's time for Embiid to become, the late 20 professional basketball player that he is.
The 7-footer has to grow up. And sometimes that's just the case.
Yeah.
And that's certainly the case with Joel Embiid. Now, couple of things last night. You mentioned watching the Knicks last night, Dawson and Brunson and Karl Anthony Towns. They both put up 30-point double-doubles.
I'm watching it as it's approaching halftime. They're like, and Jalen Brunson's only missed 1 shot in the last 2 games. Like, what the hell's going on here? He's scoring everything. And Karl Anthony Towns had made like 15 straight threes or something crazy. I'm sure you have the stats, but it was just stupid, man.
Well, they've put up at least 130 points in consecutive games. And, again, it was Karl Anthony Towns and Brunson last night, the first pair of teammates this season with 30-point double-doubles. So,
wow. 30-point double.
They're getting rolling a little bit.
And that's happened before in the history of the league?
It has, yeah. Just first time this season.
Okay.
Yeah. Jeez. In the super team era, I guess over the last probably 12 years or so.
It's happened a couple times.
It's a little bit more commonplace, but still first time this season. Giannis and the Bucks get a dub last night. 25 points in the third quarter for the Greek Freak. 41 total, 9 boards, 8 assists. And he was 17 of 24 from the field. Giannis now has the most games in NBA history with 40-plus points on 70+% from the field.
Yeah,
because he's a dunk monster. He's a paint machine. I'm assuming he passed Shaq in that one. I don't know.
Yeah, probably. I mean, I think Shaq's the appropriate comp, even though he plays much more like a perimeter player. I've never seen anybody as dominant when it comes to points in the paint.
Keep hearing rumors about it. If the Bucks thing goes sideways, you could see the Rockets get in the mix for Giannis, and that would be frustrating.
That'd be scary.
That would be quite maybe a finishing piece there for a young Rockets squad that's playing some good basketball.
I mean, can you imagine being the third best team in the state?
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Time to move to Vegas.
How quickly things could turn. You go bleep yourself over there, Vegas. Vegas brought us.
Yeah, what is your problem? Jeez.
I'm just telling you, man. Something's going to happen here. Get ready.
The Rockets now have the third best start in franchise history based on point differential. So, they're playing really well. Sengun last night, 31-12. Leads the league in double-doubles now.
Yeah, really good player.
So that's a really good young big. And then the Thunder
just likes the bonus.
Yeah, for sure. And then the Thunder get Isaiah Hartenstein back last night. That was his debut. And he, of course, did what he does, which is just rebound the hell out of the basketball. And that was something that they needed desperately after last year's 1-seed run that ended when they took on Luka and the Mavs. So, but he's been out all season until now, and then he steps right in. There's 4 blocks, 13 points, 5 offensive rebounds, 14 total. So, he's coming out and doing what he's supposed to do. And then the Warriors, 11-3. They're the 1 seed in the Western Conference. And you had Steph and Wiggins combined for 50.
Amazing. Get rid of that Klay Thompson, what that team can do.
Yeah.
Well, it helps having Andrew Wiggins back and playing well.
Steph Curry, 94.3% from the free throw line this year.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's pretty money.
Dirk-like numbers.
Super money right there. And then we got the news about the All-Star game, which has just really become a laughing stock throughout all of sport. And the NBA is just throwing crap at the wall, seeing what sticks.
How do we
here.
select the teams?
Well, I don't know. All I know here from Shams earlier today.
Can we play all the guys from the same city or same state? You know what I'm saying?
Like
the
born?
team.
Like where they were born?
Yeah, where you're born. We divide up by where you're born. That's how your team's picked.
Maybe they do it.
Is that a bad idea?
No, I don't think there's any bad ideas at this point because the entire All-Star game seems to be a bad idea.
Together? Maybe all the college guys?
Well, they are doing so. It's a new 4-team tournament-style format,
right?
And that's coming up in this year's All-Star game, which is going to be at the Warriors Arena. It's going to be in the Bay Area, so Steph is going to be kind of the big show, of course. But they're going to have 2 semifinal
I think
games.
That's called the Chase Center.
The Chase Center, thank you. Yeah, I always want to say Oracle, which is such a
that's
more
the old one.
Such
Oracle
a better name.
Was badass.
The Oracle?
It's like Staples, right? Just
yeah.
keep it what it was.
But they're going to have 4 teams, tournament style, 2 semifinal games played up to 40 points, and then the winners will be advancing to the final matchup to up to only 25 points. So it's going to be the first of its kind. And it is expected to serve as a quick burst competition that resembles pickup games where the winner moves to the championship round in single elimination.
Shirts and skins?
Maybe. I don't know. I mean, I love the idea when they just wear their team jerseys. That was always kind of
I think you got to look at a draft possibly with maybe the 4 highest vote getters being captains, something like that.
See, what I was thinking is like kind of if dudes were from the same area. Like we make it a regional thing.
Yeah.
Like all right, here are all the dudes. Here are all the New York dudes.
Play for pride.
Yeah, like okay, that's Brooklyn. It's Queens.
Do it for your city.
Yeah, it's like whoever we kind of.
I put on for my
kind
city.
of think it.
My city.
All the guys from Texas, they get to play together if they're in it. Let's go.
That'd be cool.
Let's go, man. Let's go. And let's see here. Also, serious discussions to have 3 All-Star teams of 8 players each, and the winner of the Rising Stars game take part in the All-Star game tournament. So the 4th team is going to be the winner of the Rising Stars game that they play on that Friday night with the young studs in the league. Whoever wins that game, that's going to be the 4th team in the tournament. And then
our center would play in that, right? Like
Derek Lively.
Yeah. Would Lively play in that?
Yeah, he could play in that.
Yeah,
assuming he didn't hurt his shoulder in warm-ups or something before the game that night, bro.
Dude, what are you doing?
Good journalism.
I don't know. That was uncalled for. Can I take that back?
No,
Can I apologize for that?
No, you've already said it.
You're not going to forgive me for it?
Not at all.
Well, I'm wondering
kind of
if
a jerk move, if you ask me.
The Northeast should not be forgiven. I'm feeling for this guy right now. We go to the world of college basketball. When we go all the way around the rim, sometimes you go to the college rim. You know? And those are a little bit
Is that
more.
a smaller rim?
Not always.
No, I think the rim is the same size. It's a standard rim.
Just checking.
It's just less mileage on that rim.
Just checking.
The youthful nature. But Rutgers freshman star Ace Bailey is from, I believe he's from, he's from Georgia. And now he's playing at Rutgers.
Where did you think he was from?
Alabama.
You almost said Alabama, did you?
That's all right.
Roll damn Tide.
But he's dominant. This dude's fantastic. And they're asking him about now, of course, being a Georgia kid, playing at Rutgers, new place, new town. What's the deal? How are you fitting in?
Piscataway, New Jersey.
This is a legitimate complaint here from the young stud.
It's like living up here. It's different from
It's
Georgia.
way different. Food way different from up here. That's way different. I be looking for like Waffle House. I be getting hungry late nights after the gym. Y'all ain't got no Waffle House. It be totally different though. But I'm a
He's getting used to it, but there's no Waffle House. He's up late. He's working out. He's putting up great numbers. All he wants to do is go over to Waffle House and have a lady smoking a cigarette take his order, and he can't find it anywhere. How is there not a Waffle House in the Northeast? That should be – I know it's a Southern thing. I get that. It needs to be worldwide, like
Diners.
Prestige. Well,
Diners.
Prestige.
He needs to go find a diner.
Get him to a diner, man.
Find him. If he can find a diner, it will change his life.
Do they have Grand Slams? I mean, are we Denny's?
Oh, man.
You need to go Denny's. Yeah.
You saw the order where a guy yesterday, the hockey dude, ordered.
It is.
That's what you ordered at a diner.
You want to find a nice diner?
You want to find a diner.
You got to go all the way up to Canada for that, though, Broadus.
I'm talking.
That's just the freshly squeezed juice.
The East Coast
And some
in
syrup.
New Jersey, New York, those places have great. Philadelphia have great diners.
Great diners?
We
That
need to get
will
this
change
kid
his life.
They need to give him a diner map and say, son, go have at it. NIL money, here you go. You get diner money.
Yeah.
Okay, every single night, go load up.
If he wants
keep
to-
putting up 20-point double-double.
If he's going to eat the Waffle House, the diner would be perfect for this guy.
Okay, there you go.
Thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
A rim session is in the books here at G-Bag Nation. We're coming up on the halfway point of the show, and if it's getting to be quitting time for you, you're hungry, join us here at Hurtado in Arlington. Great place for some barbecue. Okay, coming up next, it's Wolchuk's Top 10 420. What do you got today, buddy?
Let's go top 10 worst dining habits of all time. What's something that really just grinds your gears that somebody does at the dinner table or a lunch session? Maybe a fart to be had. That's next in the nation.
Eats has Lola V products? You gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Live at Hurtado in Arlington. And we thank you for making us part of your day. Wolchuk's Top 10 at 420 is coming up here. We have the Eric Kendrick Show in about a half hour, top of the hour, 5 o'clock. Segment's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one is injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels. Get a free consultation. 214 or 817-333-3333. Hit frankelfirm.com. Wolchuk, here he is. Zach with an H. You're Wooly Bully.
Thank you very much. 877-881-1053. What are some of the most annoying eating habits as we party with you live from Hurtado Barbecue here in Arlington? So many people texting in like, oh my gosh, I had Hurtado for the first time. I don't think I can go anywhere else. And you're right. I mean, it's absolutely delicious, from the tacos to the sides with the elote, the rice, the mac and cheese, the cornbread, the Texas Twinkies, the ribs. The brisket was on fire today. The turkey, I think, is an underrated item here that's outstanding. You can't go wrong with really anything you order here from Hurtado. So come on out. As some of you might be getting off work, come party with us out here at Hurtado in Arlington. Get yourself a nice beverage, chill outside. It's absolutely gorgeous. Do you need to give a congratulations to Gino Auriemma? Broke the Division I wins record, and they celebrated that last night. He got to win number 1,217 yesterday as he passed Stanford legend Tara Vanderveers.
Yeah.
So congratulations to Gino. USC also honored the 70-year-old for coaching his 40th season with the Huskies this year. I didn't realize he'd been there 40 years with UConn. That's absolutely unbelievable for Gino. So congratulations to him. I know Sue Bird was there. Maya Moore was there. Several other of the greats. Diana Taurasi that played there with you.
I was surprised that I hadn't heard more about Tara Vanderveer. It sounds like a younger name, you know.
Sounds kinda hot.
And I thought that it would be Pat Summitt, Tennessee, that he'd be eclipsing. But I guess we're playing catch up here on the women's basketball.
I liked what they did. They brought out a live goat on
Yeah,
the
that was
court.
cool. Oh, yeah.
Just to show some greatest of all time love.
Just some goat love.
Everybody was just going, "Meh," in the, they had the entire arena doing it.
They all did the goat sound?
Yeah.
Give it to me one more time. What would they do?
Meh.
Nice.
Did I nail that?
Nailed that, dude.
I think
Is that
you're
a good-
really on
It's a
to
good
it.
limited
Yeah.
fake right
Yeah,
there.
I think
Thank
so.
you.
Also, Muhammad Ali's grandson has now stepped up. Nico.
He wants to fight Jake Paul, doesn't
Yeah, he said, I'm willing to fight Jake Paul. I'm going to avenge the 58-year-old Mike Tyson. He said Jake Paul is an embarrassment to the sport. If my grandfather was still around, he'd call him out. Absolutely no shame. Love you, Mike. He also clarified that he'll only fight Paul if all the money goes to charity. He said if this ever happened, the money goes to charity or no deal. So Nico Ali Walsh is the latest that is down to fight Jake Paul, and hey, I mean, maybe that could be fun between those two. I don't know. Maybe he can avenge Mike Tyson. Maybe this is somebody that's more in Jake Paul's wheelhouse.
How old are we talking about the boxer here, Ali?
He's young. He looks to be young and probably still in his prime right now.
Okay. Is he a boxer, dude?
He is a boxer dude.
Okay.
Yeah, he is a boxer dude.
I mean, you saw what happened when Tyson Fury's
Tommy Fury beat him in a draw. So I mean, I don't know if Jake's. We'll see what happens with him.
I heard it was all building up to a Paul v. Paul.
Oh,
Jake versus
Logan and Jake. I mean, at least one of them is going to lose, right?
Yeah, that's true.
So somebody, you're going to get to watch one of them.
It would be the same kind of thing where they have all these stipulations, like you can't knock each other, you really can't hurt anybody. You just go patty cake for a while, make a bunch of millions, and go home.
Yeah, go bleep themselves. All right, let's get into the top 10, shall we? The top 10 worst eating habits. 877-881-1053. 817 said anything Kevin. You're probably right. Kevin Hagelin might have some poor eating habits. It's mostly just what he orders. I don't know if it's as much as like what he does at the table. It's just like the disrespect of if you're somebody that does like, hey, whatever you order, get it as is. Hagel's probably not doing that because he's taking out all the good stuff and then you're just going to have like meat and cheese.
Yeah. Yeah, he usually just asks for after he orders something. He's like, just take out all the flavor if you don't mind.
I don't know. We work with a guy like that too.
Are you calling out the general right now?
I'm saying there's.
You pointing fingers?
Well, he eats onions now in these tacos. That is a step in the right direction.
You have to hide the stuff. You have to hide it. You have to hide it.
You got to hide it.
You got to hide the cream cheese. You got to hide the onions. You got to hide anything that that will just. He's like, no, I'm out. I'm not taking that. No, I'm not doing that. But if you hide it, he'll eat it. But I think that listen, my man, you could bring him one of the best cheeseburgers in the league, fully done, and he's going to rake off every single thing about it, but the cheese, meat, and the bun.
I like the burger. I like to enjoy each ingredient. By itself. I don't need 12 ingredients to make a great burger, right? Give me the cow.
But like grilled onions and stuff like that. I mean, caramelized onions.
Ketchup's pretty good. Ketchup adds a lot of flavor, Brian.
Oh no, it does. I just like I say, and I'm not. Hey, listen, trust me. I mean, a lot of people have different eating habits, but I just can't. Like if
that annoys you,
it does. Just because I think it's prepared. Like this is the best way to consume it.
He's like on behalf of the chef. He's mad at you.
This is how it was
you need
constructed.
some crayons with that
this
order,
is how,
sir?
Yeah, this is how it was constructed, and you take the opportunity to say, "No, contraire. No, I like it like this," and just rake everything off.
Yeah, I should just make it myself and stay at home.
That's a good play. Then you're getting exactly what you want. But I like that text from Hagee. Worst eating habit is talking with your mouth full.
Yeah.
My gears
or over lip smacking.
Oh, that is tough.
Yeah, the lip smack can be
over.
Can be
So there is a fine line between a loud lip
dude,
smacking.
I am so dialed into it.
Okay.
And
Can you hear it?
I know that I have to deal with a little bit of it, but once it starts popping, I'm like, oh my God, I'll get up and walk to the other side of the restaurant, sit down at a table.
What about cleaning your teeth with a toothpick at the table?
Oh, it's fine as long as you're not doing
floss
that.
It. Yeah.
If you're over sucking your teeth while you're doing that,
we call that the Mike McCarthy.
Yeah, the Mike McCarthy.
He does make that sound. That and the heavy breathing.
My buddy's dad used to do that growing up.
What
He'd
about
sit there right at the table? Just
oh, really? And just go to town?
My mom used to get mad at all of us, including my dad, because it would just be like our shirt would basically be our napkin.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
There
it's
you
like
go.
whatever we're rubbing our teeth or wiping barbecue sauce off our face with our shirt. And
she
would
sees
just-
a laundry project.
Right, exactly.
Now I've got to get these damn stains out, kids. Come on now. Licking your fingers clean.
See, I think that's, again, like respect to the chef. Like, I'm trying to get every ounce of this thing. None of this is going to waste here.
I think
Now,
that's it.
ultimately, I have to see you after the sucking. I have to see you going into the bathroom to wash the hands.
Right.
Okay, we're not shaking hands after you do that.
No.
All right? But finger licking good is a real thing.
It is really. It is. It absolutely
It doesn't bother me. It does look a little disgusting sometimes.
What about like the spoon slurp? The slurp with the spoon, like some soup or something? That's an honorable mention.
It's the only way to eat soup.
Got to be a reasonable sound.
You got to slurp it.
Do you ever pick up a bowl when you're down to the very end and take the soup in that
Of course. Yeah.
If it's good.
That's the best way to do it.
Treat the bowl like a cup.
Lucius, do you have any eating habits that just really grind your gears?
Yeah, if you show up to the table and you haven't washed your hands or just put something in your hands to clean it off a little bit, get the germs out of there, I'm looking at you because you like to reach across the table and grab things a lot. And now your sleeve is over there by the rim of my drink and everything like that.
Yeah.
And in fact, too, you know what? If you hand me a drink and your hands are at the rim of it, go ahead and take that back, player.
Yep. Yes.
Go ahead and take that back, player.
Yeah.
I'm not going to be needing that.
You're right. That happens quite a bit. Number 10 is slurping long pasta noodles. I guess it's the slurping sound.
I'll
that
tell you,
really puts
if
people
you
off.
watch some of these TikTok videos of eating like ramen and stuff,
That's
there's
how you're supposed to do
That's how
it.
they're supposed to do it.
That's
It's
the
a, it's a
technique, dude.
weird, it's a weird way of doing it, but that they get that noodle thing started with the chopsticks, and away we go.
When it's too hot along with the water and you get the slurping along with the attempt to cool off all in one motion, it can be quite
Off-putting.
disturbing. Yeah. Yeah.
9 is when you just basically take half of something. Like, let's say
Parcells did that.
There's cupcakes.
Parcells.
To office, right?
How about this one?
Birthday, boom, eat half of it. Leave it.
Parcells. We used to have Grandies with Grandies, the breakfast.
Oh, those
place.
rolls?
They had the big cinnamon rolls, Dawson.
Oh, okay.
Grandies. I almost said Dawson. Parcells would start at one end. He'd get his plate. He'd cut the cinnamon roll, put that on his plate, eat it as he's walking to
Okay.
get the rest of the food, and then circle back and grab the other half of the sweet roll.
Wow, that's
So
weird.
he would cut it,
Interesting
eat,
technique.
graze, come back to the
Okay.
sweet roll there. Yeah.
Little pregame, little postgame.
And you know now nobody else is going to take half of that. So
Yeah.
that's going to stay there, and that's going to be mine for later.
It's an alpha move.
It is.
What's your ruling on if we have something that's like we've ordered an appetizer and it's the last one? What's the rule, the time limit on that?
I usually try
How
and go
long is that?
non-confrontational and let somebody else just have it. Unless it's something I really like, and then I'll probably just ask. Like, does
Okay,
anybody
it's crab
want that?
rangoon. We'll get a crab rangoon in
Yeah.
the middle of the thing, and we're just kind of all we're looking at it, and we really want it. But what's the ruling on that? Is that just somebody dive and get it and make everybody feel better, or or do you just let somebody else take?
Because you can
that?
sense when that thing sits on the plate
I
for a while
know.
and everybody's kind of
And if it's a
looking
crab
at it.
It's like the
rangoon.
egg roll thing when we were at those egg rolls.
Yeah,
we were
there was
at
one just sitting.
There was one sitting there the whole show, and I
Yeah.
was just like going, please, somebody eat this thing.
I would probably say the right etiquette would be just to ask, like, does anybody
Shakertons.
want
We were
this
at
one?
Shakertons. We were at Shakertons thing.
But I might just go
think
for
we're at
that.
Shakertons.
Go for it.
I
Just
said it
take
about 7 times.
You kind
sorry.
of got to read the room. Also, how many of those have you already eaten? Like, if there was only 8 and you've eaten 3, I don't think you're going for number 4.
Yeah,
right?
you can.
Under
If
any
it's gonna,
circumstance.
I think if it sits there more than 3-4 minutes, it's fair game.
I think you're right.
There's probably a time limit on that.
You've given everyone enough time to assess if they want it badly enough.
They
to
might not
take
like
it.
it.
Dawson doesn't want it. Chief doesn't want it. Woolie's not eating it. I'm going.
Fair.
Yeah.
Now, if it's a chocolate chip cookie or a brownie, I'm just going to go for it.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know, if
So
it's
if it's something
if
you
it's
like
dessert
enough,
time,
you're just
yeah.
snagging.
Yeah, if you want it, you better get in there.
8 is being rude to the server.
That's
that's
very
very
off-putting. Yeah, that's a given.
That needs to be in the top 3.
I don't like it
Why
either.
do you need to be rude to a
You
server?
don't need
Why?
to be.
There's no
And
reason.
some people
to.
just naturally are.
No reason.
You know
to.
that person, and having worked in customer service for as long as I did, like
Family
there
in the
are people,
restaurant business, same way.
they're just going to come in
My-
and they're looking for stuff.
My
I almost
grandfather
said the other word.
Stuff.
My grandfather ran restaurants, and so he would be annoyed that they were messing up,
Yeah.
right? And
Oh.
I remember that well as a kid, watching him like rip another restaurant staff.
Okay.
And all of his kids would be like, "Dad," and now I feel like my mom's starting to do it.
Let me ask you guys this question. Another ruling from the panel here. Lucius, if you can insist on this one as well. What about a server that doesn't write down your order?
That's slick. I love that.
I'm going to assume they're really good at their
But
job.
what about when the service comes out and it's not where it needs
Never
to be?
experienced that. These people have like a mind like a steel trap, and if you make it to that level of serving where you don't have to write stuff down, it's because you got a great memory.
Yeah.
You're dialed.
But that Paul Bissonnette order, there's no way she could have remembered that,
She
right?
was writing down. Yep,
Oh,
she's
yeah,
writing
that's
that
a
down.
No, but I'm just saying, though.
I can remember his order, actually.
I mean, some of these people are making six figures, like
there's no
at
question.
steakhouses, because they're so damn good at it.
And that they keep going back and getting the same server and all that. I just kind of very, very fearful of that, because if you bring the order back and you hand my lobster bisque to somebody else, no, please write the order down.
Yeah.
You got to prove to me that you can take the order by not writing it down. Yeah.
7 is talking on the phone at dinner. That's a no-no.
Yeah, that's a no.
6 is blowing your nose in a restaurant.
Ooh, that's really disgusting.
Eric's been spitting in front of me the whole day.
Well, the spitting thing will happen, but yeah. Well, we're
only a little bit got on you. I don't know why you're
it was awful
about that.
Chewing with your mouth open.
I almost went and got my rain suit out of my golf
You're
bag
getting
sitting
just
across
pelted?
from Eric. God, it's embarrassing.
5 was chewing with your mouth open. 4 is the presumptive addition. Like you're just going to go ahead and add salt or pepper.
Oh, hey.
I'm going to lemon, like we're getting appetizer. I'm squeezing lemon over everything.
Got a buddy. She pours salt immediately on the chips before the salsa.
It's a
and
communal thing. We don't know that everybody wants
she
that.
immediately grabs the salt and dumps it on the chips.
Okay, but let me ask you this. If it's calamari, though, we all know you're putting the lemon on there. Everybody wants that. Nobody doesn't want the lemon on the calamari.
And that's why when we order it together, there's no hesitation, and we don't have an issue.
Just
But if
that
you're not, everyone's not on the same page, I guess maybe there's
I
an
don't
issue
know,
here.
man. I think that's kind of you're thinking way too much there. Not every people with the lemon.
Not everybody does, but
Not
I side
everybody
with you.
with the
That's
people
the
with
right
the
way to do
If
it.
you eat calamari without lemon, text in right now and tell me how ridiculous
I'd like a
you
ruling.
are.
I would like a ruling
Yeah,
on
if
that.
you're calamari without a lemon person, let us know.
I think lemon on the calamari is a unanimous decision.
It's a must. And some marinara. All right, eating the best part of a dish before passing.
Marinara?
Marinara. Number 3. And what would that be like? You go for the middle of the brownies?
Wait, what does this now say this again?
Eating the best part of a dish before you
That's
pass
what
it?
Eric does. Eric, we talked about this. He cuts the middle brownie out.
I mean, what am I supposed to do here? Like, yeah, I want to get the one that I want.
The middle brownie. He doesn't go off the edges.
Or would you say that?
I guess
maybe
I'd say,
that's-
okay, circle
could
it the other way
maybe be
then. Let me be
inconsiderate?
last so I can get the best piece. Like, save the best for last.
You're not going last on a brownie tray.
No, I want to go right into the middle part. That's the best part. But then when I'm sitting next to Dawson, he's not upset about that. Why?
No,
Because he
take
likes
it.
the
He
edges.
likes the- just don't take the middle
he
cinnamon
likes like
roll.
me. He likes the edges. I
So
agree with
you
him.
kind of
on
got to
that.
know your teammates in a situation like that.
The edging. 2 is touching all the food.
Oh gosh.
Oh, like if they're picking through, like if there's like a tray of something and you're digging for the one you want, that's disgraceful.
That's gross. I don't know where your hands have been.
I kind of.
You can see the little smudges.
Yeah.
Like on a glazed donut,
Oh,
somebody touches that, and you're like, I see your fingerprint.
Yeah, I could literally identify you on this.
I always find that like at the Chinese buffet when they have the crab legs out, people are going through there trying to pick the best crab legs out. They're kind of touching them all.
You got to have the tongs for a situation.
There's people that don't.
yeah.
There's people that don't tong
Just
it.
tong it. Number 1, though, is the double dip. That is the worst eating habit, is the double dippers out
Okay.
there.
That's one of the great things about Texas is most Tex-Mex spots will give you your own salsa dish per person.
That's good.
Yeah.
But
Do
I'll
whatever
tell you this.
want with your own bowl.
We do have some people that are not lemoning their
Real quick.
calamari.
Really, we got liars on the text today?
Yeah, this is ridiculous.
Yeah, you
Missing
feel bad
out.
now.
People ball sacking
But
us.
you're
I don't
okay.
feel bad. These people should.
Are you okay on double dipping though if family members are involved?
Sure.
Okay, there we go.
Especially the kids.
Are you an open mouth kisser of your mother?
No.
Well, then
Not
you should
since
have
high
a
school.
problem
Hey,
with
we
it.
got to run, though. That's a good note to end on. We're live at Hurtado Barbecue here in
that one coming down the
Arlington.
pipe.
Coming back with an edition of the finest and Eric Kendricks at the top right here. It's the G-Bag Nation on the Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babies.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today and visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. We're live at Hurtado in Arlington here. Join us. Best barbecue in the world is waiting for you with a Tex-Mex flair. You know, they do it right. Everything is just incredible. And, you know, it's one thing to hit the flavor profile incredibly well, but it's another thing to get the tenderness, the time and temp, and the meat and everything so perfect, and they just knock it out of the park. Thanks so much to them for having us out here once again. Eric Kendrick show's coming up at 5 o'clock. Here's Eric Chiafalo with an addition to the finest.
I'm going to try and get through this segment, even though I'm filled with disappointment with the Tolos and the anti-lemon on the calamari situation. It's embarrassing, but we'll recover. We're hopeful to get Deron Bland and Trayvon Diggs back together, but then all of a sudden Trayvon Diggs pops up with a groin and knee limited in practice today. So it wouldn't be funny, Wolchuk, but it kind of would be if we don't get the Diggs Bland.
It's kind of the way
Here comes Bland, and then there goes Diggs back to the bench.
You got to be kidding me.
What do you think about Daniel Jones playing some scout team safety today during an offensive install period? That's what the four-string quarterback has to do, run him out there at safety. I mean, I'm sure
Did the coach do it to embarrass him?
No, I think that's your responsibility. Like, you have to give, if you're not involved, that you have to go give a look. You have to wear remember the skull cap.
I bet he gave a hell of a look, man. Playing center
I'll
field.
tell you this. Yesterday,
maybe position change.
They showed him at practice. They showed all the quarterbacks together. My man was bundled up. Like he had a hoodie with a turtleneck with a jersey. That's probably the first time in practice that he's like, I ain't throwing a ball today, and I'm not going to be cold out here, and I'm not going to practice. So he bundled up like he was the fourth team quarterback yesterday, and he was going to watch a lot of practice.
I mean, he's kind of living the dream, man. Just collecting checks, not doing squat.
He probably has a decade ahead of him as a backup that never has to play.
Yeah.
You know, you whip it around in training camp for a couple of weeks, call it good, collect 2-3 mil.
He's in the sweet spot. He really is. Now, with the other New York team, of course, they're going to be looking for a new head coach, and everybody's wondering, like, who respectable is going to want that job? Because
they're going to hire a general manager first.
Well, Rex Ryan is still out there advocating for it, and he says he was asked, like, what do you think the record would be if you were the head coach of the Jets this year? He goes, honestly, probably undefeated.
Love the confidence.
That's his delusion.
Shtick. Let's get him and Tannenbaum back together. Go to some AFC championships.
Does McCarthy have a shot with how well he and Rodgers have talked about them reconciling?
I don't think Rodgers is going to be there.
Back. Oh. Yeah, I think they're going to cut ties with old Rodgers.
I really do believe that Woody Johnson, and I was talking to Mike Lombardi about this, and he said it on Pat McAfee even today, that he feels like that they were going to hire the GM, and the GM and Woody Johnson are going to be the ones that are going to hire the coach, but they're going to do it together. That's how Mike thinks that's going to go down.
Well, Mike Florio is saying, like, honestly, because he doesn't think anybody respectable is going to want the job, he could actually see Woody Johnson dipping back into the somewhat glory days of the Jets there and bringing back Rex Ryan, because he might be the only person with somewhat of a name that actually wants the job because he's so desperate for it. So we'll see how that plays out.
He'll get Rich Kotite or something like that, you know?
Yeah. I don't even know who that is, but he sounds awesome.
Look up his record.
He's got a good tie.
Rich Kotite with the Jets was not a very good time period for that team.
I don't doubt. I can't imagine there was much of a good time period in the history of that franchise. You
Weeb
have to go back
Eubank
to Namath, I guess.
That
Weeb Eubank in the 60s.
Joe Namath year.
Yeah. So Tua with the Dolphins is actually one of the critiques of him is the lack of athleticism.
Games.
Yeah, they're starting to win some games.
They're about
now.
to be in the playoffs.
You beat the Raiders, like kudos, you know. But
who did they beat the week before? They're on a little bit of a run, aren't they?
Who did they beat?
I think they've had 3 straight games of over 26 points since he's back in the lineup.
Kicking
there you go. Hang a banner. Well, he's playing a little bit more off script. He's getting out of the pocket a little bit.
Getting hammered, running the ball.
When you look at like the advanced metrics of quarterbacks off script outside the pocket, his numbers are pretty good.
No.
And it's shocking. It's shocking.
Because nobody wants to hurt him.
I think there's I do think there's something
really,
to
there
that.
is. There's
Okay,
like
so it was the Rams who they beat. And
that's right.
And he took off and ran for a first down, and everybody stayed away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they don't want to. they don't want to kill a guy.
Nobody wants to be the guy that ends to his
Nobody wants to be the guy that like has the trainer goes out there with a spatula and gets him off the field.
With a spatula.
Yeah.
Okay,
We're peeling him off.
Even though we got Zach Martin getting throat punched on Monday night, nobody cares about our guy.
Yeah, number 96 throat punched him. I think it's
96 did.
Autry.
Autry,
Autry
yeah.
got him. Yeah.
Hell of a right hook. But Tyreek Hill was asked about Tua being a little bit more off script and being a little bit more mobile, and his quote was simply, "He's not fat anymore."
Okay,
So,
that'll help.
Yeah.
That'll help mobility a lot.
That's good. That's good teammating right there, ain't it, Wolchuk?
It sure is.
Will Levis was asked about his play since returning, and his response was, "I haven't thrown the ball underhand or chest past it, so that's improvement."
I like that.
He's
A
like,
little bit of humor.
I haven't ended up on football follies over the last couple of weeks, so we'll go ahead and crawl before we walk here. And we're getting Browns on national television tonight, which
Maybe
is
with some snow.
truly disgusting. Yeah, that's true. I mean, welcome to
Might have a
elements.
snow game.
I actually saw Sunday Night Football. It's Niners and Packers, Lambeau. That's going to be a fun one.
There you go.
And Green
Snow.
Bay is getting peppered with snow right now.
This might be the end of the 49ers.
Could be.
When they go to Lambeau. This might be the end of them.
Final nail in the coffin for the season.
This might be the one.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, the NFL had an opportunity to flex the Browns and Broncos Monday Night Football game for Week 13, but the deadline has come and gone to flex it. So we're going to get back-to-back weeks. Thursday night tonight, Browns, and then the following Monday night, we will get Browns versus Broncos. So, I mean, if you're not flexing that game,
it's the quarterback. There.
if you're not flexing out of that game, you're never going to flex out of a Monday Night Football
They
game.
ran into this problem last year with the Patriots. I thought they'd learned their lesson.
They love the crowd. The NFL loves this game will be in Denver. They love the crowd in Denver. They got a young quarterback. It might snow. NFL loves the snow game. They love the potential. That's why they always they schedule like Buffalo and New England and those teams at night. Those eastern cities. They hope for snow. They want the tuck game. They want that kind of stuff again.
Well, and Winston's going to give you big plays for both teams.
That's
true.
Yeah.
So maybe it does work.
He's the most likely quarterback to end up in the same week on SportsCenter's top 10 and not top 10.
Yeah, that's true.
And
from series to series.
You can't put a price on that.
Yeah.
I love every minute of it. Thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
In addition to the finest is in the books, we're live at Hurtado in Arlington. Come on by for the best barbecue. They're enjoying their queue out here on the patio. Actually, we're at Haters, which is the bar right next door. And, there's a nice little patio and picnic tables in between. It's a great place to hang out and come get something delicious to eat and drink here at our favorite barbecue spot in DFW, Hurtado. And we're back with the Eric Kendrick Show here on 105.3 The Fan.
And how about
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have.
It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Mazda of Arlington and her studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
It is hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We're standing by for the Eric Kendrick Show, brought to you by Keurig and Dr. Pepper. He's joined us Thursdays here during this football season, and it's been great so far, so looking forward to the next installment of the Eric Kendrick Show. As the Cowboys are getting set for the Commanders, Brian Broaddus has previewed them on film for us. Brian, I have a stat here for you. You know, JD completed 82% of his passes through the first 4 weeks of the season.
He did.
He set an NFL record. Since then, 59.5% the 4 games since returning from injury. That ranks 28th in the NFL in completion percentage. Can the Cowboys get pressure on them?
I'll tell you what, that's where we talked about maybe that left tackle spot. You know, the left side. The Cowboys have just they've struggled when we've kind of said, okay, here's a guy maybe you can go after. Here's a guy, you know, sometimes we say, well, Osa's got a really good matchup here and all that. So, yeah, it's going to be, I think really what's happened with him is they've played some better defenses, but they've also, you know, his and Daniel's not willingness to run, has been where he's had to. And maybe some of those times where he would have taken off and run, he's throwing the football, and now you have some incomplete. Zach Ertz is going to be tough to deal with. I mean, he's not going to run away from you, but he's a nice guy in that intermediate area. And then Terry McLaurin down the field is a big weapon for them. So the willingness to throw that ball, but I think they've played some better defenses in the second half of the season.
Okay.
And it's kind of affected, but he's also been injured with the ribs, and his willingness to run hasn't been as strong.
We're live at Hurtado, just down the road from AT&T Stadium here. And we'd love it if you could join us. Maybe you're getting out of work, you want some delicious barbecue. It gets no better than Hurtado. Because the Commanders have the sixth best offense overall. We'll talk a little bit more about it later on, as we're trying to get a gauge on exactly the quality of football they're playing now. It's time now for the Eric Kendrick Show, brought to you by Keurig and Dr. Pepper. It's the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
What's up?
Well, we're trying to preview Washington here. Let's start here. How do you like this 3 games in 11 days turnaround around the holidays? Is this a weird deal, or do you like all the football?
It's a challenge physically, mentally as well, honestly. But at the same time, there's always like a little stretch during the season that's more difficult than others. So just got to buck up.
Yeah, and then with this Washington team, for the season, 6th ranked offense in all of the NFL. Recently, over the last month or so, Jaden Daniels' completion percentage coming down like 25%. It's under 60 now. Do you feel like, though, this Commanders offense is one of the best you're going to face, or how would you preview them for us?
It's a lot of moving parts, a lot of weapons everywhere. Obviously, he uses his legs as well, but it's definitely challenging for sure.
What do you think overall about Jaden Daniels? Like rookie quarterbacks, do you kind of lick your chops when you're going to go up against them, or is it kind of like this dude's special? This is a little different.
No, he's showing that he's throwing the ball, he's spreading the ball around. He's taking time in the pocket at times, and it's not really like you don't see that panic you kind of see in some rookies. This quarterback's a hard position. So you're seeing a lot of poise and a lot of confidence with these routes throwing them.
Can you tell, like, the first time you see a rookie quarterback, like, how poised he is, what his decision-making is, and, like, kind of project what you think? Or how much does that change from, like, time 1 to game 10 that you see some of these guys?
Yeah, I feel like you always – it just depends, how the flow of the game is going. If you get to him early or not. We haven't even got, the communication. I don't know. It's a flow that we get into. It's the back and forth. But I'm excited to see what it's all about.
Where does FedEx Field rank amongst the worst stadiums you've ever played in?
Man, I'm not going to answer that. No. But anytime I get to go out there and play, it's a special day. How about that?
Last year Zach Martin was telling us there is a redeeming quality about the stadium. There's something about the amount of stalls, like bathroom stalls, in the road locker room or something like that. So certainly something to take advantage of.
Oh yeah, anytime you need to get in that bathroom, it's it's always people are always fighting for those stalls. So anytime you can get a plethora of stalls, it's a good thing, I guess.
It's hard to talk about other team stadiums, though, when things were falling off yours Monday night. You weren't in harm's way, were you?
I wasn't. I didn't hear about it until later, like I always do with everything. So you guys beat me to the punch at all times. But it seemed solid when I was there, so I don't know.
I know, dude. I'm sorry. We were talking about maybe having the roof open, and you didn't even know it was open, and then, boom, we missed the opportunity to do it. It did look beautiful for the small amount of time that it was open, but Eric brought up Zach Martin to you. He apparently got punched in the throat.
Ooh.
Have you ever been, like, with the throat punch during a game? Is that the worst place to get hit?
Oh, my gosh. A throat punch is, like, debilitating.
Wow.
Sometimes you get punched in the throat, and it's like you feel like you're going to die. It's like you can't breathe at all. And then there's other times where you get hit in the throat and you're just like gagging for like the next. I mean, I remember one time in college I got hit in the throat and I remember just gagging for the whole series. I just was like, and I didn't want to come out, but it was like I was just gagging because it was, it's bad. A chin shot, throat shot, bad.
Yeah. How often does that happen?
A throat shot is usually with like someone's hand or someone's arm. The severity could be different. When it happens bad, it's bad. But a chin shot, like someone's helmet kind of getting under your chin, those ones are crazy.
That's how the knockouts usually happen, right? It's not from a helmet hit, but a jaw underneath the face mask?
No, no, I've been hit with a helmet, like just sneaking under, like you're kind of like in a compromise, your head's back, and you get hit with a helmet underneath your chin. Ooh. It's only happened a couple times in my career, but like your whole chin is bruised. When you put your chin strap on, you can't, it's bad.
Did you even realize that Zach Martin had been throat punched, or did we just break that news to you?
No, you just broke the news to me, but I could feel his pain on that one.
He's a savage beast animal, dude. I mean, my goodness, the amount of injuries that he's been fighting through this year. But seeing him up close, you've played against him before, and now seeing him up close, I mean, he's kind of a marvel.
Mm-hmm. And just his consistency, throughout the years is just something to be, you're obviously in awe of, you know what I mean? It's a hard position, the trenches, every time, every down. Hats off to him.
Hey, Eric, are you a fan of calamari?
Calamari?
Yeah. You a fan of that, of the appetizer calamari?
Yes.
Okay, we're having a discussion right here. Eric believes that you have to put lemon on the calamari. Like if it's at the table, he immediately grabs the lemon and squeezes it over all the calamari before everybody dives in.
Yeah, so I think there's a rule. It's like as soon as the calamari hits the table, somebody has to grab the lemon right away.
Thank you.
But
Eric, what the heck?
But you must look to a couple people at the table and be like, does everyone care for lemon? Everyone's good on lemon? And then once everyone gives the nod, then you proceed to squirt it all over the calamari. I thought you said Kyler Murray at first, so calamari, Kyler Murray.
Calamari. There you go. I need to be better pronunciation guy here. But, yeah, Eric immediately goes, he doesn't even acknowledge that he just goes right to the lemon and goes for it. And we were all saying, no, you can't do that.
No, I agreed. I think the lemon on the calamari is a must. I think that's the play right there.
Yeah, I think I admire your courage of that, and I think that I would also commend your effort for getting to it as fast as possible. But I think me personally, I would check with my table mates before I proceeded.
Well, you're a better teammate than me, Eric. That's well documented. What would be the Eric Kendricks go-to appetizer? You sit down. The no-brainer order for appetizer is what?
Man, the no-brainer, the pretty consistent, always is on the menu, like some type of Caesar salad, some type of side salad.
Okay.
Get it started. If they have a good soup that I like, I go for the soup as well. But an outlier, like a off the wall appetizer that I will always order if it's on the menu is bone marrow.
Oh, there you go, Eric.
If there's
that thing.
Yeah,
if there's a bone marrow on the menu, I'm ordering it.
That's a must. That's a must right there. We were talking with Zach Martin last year. He didn't like Thanksgiving food.
Mm-hmm.
Do you get in on Thanksgiving? Is this a big holiday for you? How do you feel about the Thanksgiving food?
Listen, I love the idea of Thanksgiving. I love eating food and breaking bread with your family and friends. But the turkey, we do a prime rib at my house.
That's a good plan.
Respect.
Good plan.
We switch it. We do a lot of good things, and we keep the the stuffing and the gravy and stuff like that. But like, I'm not a big stuffing dressing guy. You know what I mean? I'm not a big turkey guy. But I do love Thanksgiving, the meal.
All respect, but they were down and out. They were down bad. Everything was gone. They had no food, so they just. They were down to their last resource.
Last option was
turkey.
Are you saying
some
the
pumpkins.
The Pilgrims?
They ate pumpkins?
Yeah.
That's not a delicatessen type of item. So, but are you guys going to roll up your sleeves and get in there? Are you cooking it? You and the missus?
The missus is she actually left town. So I'm trying to find a place to be for Thanksgiving. We'll see.
Wow.
For I know where I'm going to be on Thanksgiving, but at the same time. We got to have a little meal sometime during that week.
Have you ever played on Thanksgiving?
I have.
It's a fun, different kind of. I'm assuming you didn't get the turkey leg then. You probably would have said thanks, but no thanks. I kicked ass today.
Yeah.
Somebody else can have.
I'm really not a fan of the stuff.
I'll pass. The turkey leg, no.
Aaron Andrews says here, and you're like, no, Aaron, I can't do that today.
No, it's one of those games where it's just like you grew up watching it. It's Thanksgiving football. It's just one of those things. In the NFL, it's cool.
Well, speaking of wings, how's your shoulder?
Shoulder's doing good. Been on diligent on my rehab. Just staying strong with it.
So here's a question for you, and I think players in these kind of situations where the season's not going great are in a weird spot. But like Micah Parsons the other day said, we're a damn good football team. Obviously, you want to be proud, you want to be confident. There's also a reality in a losing streak happening. So how do you approach that sort of topic? Like, you are one of the better football teams in the entire world. I think that is a true statement.
I think that, I feel like there's a lot of, you could look at the big picture of things and obviously what's the reality of the matter, but in the same breath, you got to keep things so small right now. You know what I mean? Do what you can. Try to help the team and fight and claw, double down on some things if you need to. Maybe you need to be more free in other areas. Maybe you're too tense and uptight. So it's like, we need to find things that work. Know who you are personally. Try to remain that that confident player individually, and bring the work ethic, bring the team aspect to it when we get to the game, because we're trying to get these wins.
So this is your first year playing within the NFC East. You've gotten to face off against Filthy, the Giants, and then now you'll get Washington. How are you liking NFC East football and these rivalries? Obviously, you were in the NFC North for a long time. Packers, Vikings, that's big. Bears, Vikings. But the NFC East, maybe a little different?
Yeah, I mean, it's football at the same time. The rivalries are different for me. Now that I'm in this league, like you said, they do mean more. They weigh more. But I've played these teams countless times, whether I was in whatever team I was in. So I think no, not last year, but yeah. I mean, anyway, I played Washington. I played the Giants. I played the Giants like a couple years in a row at times. Mm-hmm. Eagles, couple years in a row at times. So I know what they're about. I know what the away games are like. Everything.
So you guys starting to get a little healthier on defense. Young guys, Nealon and Bland back at practice this week. How are they looking, and how do you like your chances of putting together a better effort here now that you're getting guys back?
Good. Like you said, we're just trying to keep things small and get a win.
I love it.
Has the playbook sort of expanded a little bit? Blitz packages and stuff, having Micah back and him and Overshown and some of the stuff that you guys are doing.
Yeah, I feel like we're getting we have some new concepts, new alignments, assignments, all the above, like you said. Getting people back is crucial, and health is wealth.
Eric Kendrick Show wrapping up here on 105.3 The Fan. Did you ever think about taking salary in Bitcoin? I don't know if you saw the news today. It's approaching $100,000. Eric.
Yeah, I haven't thought about taking the salary in it, but definitely been paying attention to the coin.
Right on. Well, give him hell out there. We'll be pulling for you, and we'll chat with you next week.
I appreciate it. Take care.
There he goes. Eric Kendrick Show, brought to you by Keurig and brought to you by Dr. Pepper. Thursdays, 5 here on The Fan, Brian.
Next Thursday, we got a game.
Oh, that's right.
We might be, I don't know, maybe that week, maybe Wednesday?
It'd possibly be a Tuesday.
That'd be the KMC show.
We had him on.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
That'd be the KMC deal on Wednesday. So maybe Tuesday, hopefully. But whatever the case, thanks to Eric Kendricks for joining us once again here on your home of the Cowboys. It's time to hit the expressway. We'll go commercial free to the top when we return. LA Labs coming up at 5:40 here on The Fan.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Avocados in Arlington. Welcome back to the show. Time to hit the expressway. We go commercial-free to the top every night at this time. LA Live's coming up here in 18 minutes. We got some good Jerry audio. Man, they were throwing fastballs at him today in the KMC Masterpiece. He joined one day early. Apparently he's going to have something scheduled tomorrow. Anyway, segment's brought to you by Window Nation. The expressway itself is brought to you by the On-Time Experts. And this football hour, Wolchuk, quite a football hour, isn't it?
It is. It is brought to you by Buffalo Wild Wings. That is the 5 o'clock football hour, where B-Dubs is football.
Okay. How about Stephen A. Smith's comparisons to Joe Biden? Little "Let's Go Brandon" chant for Gerald Wayne Jones.
Wild.
What's Jerry think about that? Here we go.
Well, as you know, Stephen A. is a fraud in a positive sense. I'm smiling. We are friends. And I am having huge support and huge input and help from everyone he mentioned in that call about stepping in. But I would say if he had asked me that question relative to the issue or the criticism that Biden had about his ability to function, I wish he'd follow me around every day. And he would see that I'm the busiest I've ever been in my life. And I'm not concerned about the ability to do the work, do the job. I just made a quick 14-hour trip back and forth to New York here yesterday. And so my point for a league meeting, but my point is that Stephen A., and I'd love to have you just sit beside us for a day and make the rounds and have him listen to me field the calls and do the kinds of things we do. And he wouldn't be worried about me there. But I do appreciate his concern. And by the way, it is genuine.
It is genuine.
I love it, man. It's a great answer. You know, I think, though, in honesty to Jerry, you don't get to see all those behind-the-scenes things. Some of the things that he said publicly over the last 7 months, I think, really since the beginning of the offseason, would suggest that he is not all there. You know, I think that's probably why Stephen A. Smith had that take. Like, listening to him say, Zeke's good. Listen to him say, we're still a good football team. Mm-hmm. You know, it's like you would have to be senile to really think those things. I just think Stephen A. misses the point that if Jerry's lips are moving, he's selling. You know, and the fact that he is actually sharp enough to make this kind of flow logically without losing his train of thought, being on the radio twice a week is, you know, pretty remarkable. It takes a tremendous amount of constitution as well, toughness, you know, to stick in there and continue to tell these, you know, bald-faced lies about your football team and your organization. But I thought Jerry answered that hilariously.
I like how he put the "by the way" at the very end, just like Biden would.
Yeah, by the way.
And oh yeah, by the way.
That's good. Okay, cut 4. How about Dion and Shador, Jerry? Here we go.
Well, I would say how much I'm in the camp for the success of Dion and what he is, how he has become the coach that he is today. It's not surprising. He's as great an athlete and a real great one. He's just as much a person and just as much got the kind of energy. And he just would jump out at you as someone that young men would be inspired by and be led by. And, of course, he's got an outstanding boy there and is going to go extremely high in the draft. There's no question about that. But I think we're way ahead of ourselves relative to when and if he decides to go into coaching in the NFL. And one of his greatest skills that he really brings to college is that he is almost has no peer as far as being a recruiter. And I mean, the kids want to come play for him, and they want to, and he has a way of selling that. And that is one skill, that recruiting skill, that is not a huge prerequisite for NFL coaches. And so one of his greatest values is in that area of putting the team together and in the sense of getting great talent to come and play for him there at Colorado. So all of that would go into your mind, but make no mistake about it, he's one of the top people, young and old, that I've been around in the NFL.
That's funny because, when Jerry started the salary cap, he thought he was going to be able to recruit players to come here just to be on the Cowboys.
Yeah.
I think he probably knows full well decades later that the only recruiting that really matters in the NFL who's got the biggest check. And occasionally you'll find players that have made so much money that they want to go play for a team or play for a coach and accept a little bit less, but that is very, very rare. But yeah, just take away on listening to him answer that. Way ahead of ourselves, haven't fired Mike. Deion hasn't said he's going to leave Colorado yet, but when he talked about the recruiting skills that you need in college compared to the pros, I think he was kind of letting you in on his thinking there.
And maybe Deion doesn't want to leave. I mean, it's possible. He just landed a great quarterback recruit today. He's been flipping some others, so it's possible like he is built perfectly for the college game. But, man, the business side of that, adding prime, I think that just speaks Jerry's language right now when it comes to the money that could be made if they were to do that. It'd be kind of crazy.
And you get more of an influx of that 90s Cowboys culture just immediately. Those guys are going to gravitate to it. Michael Irvin, I would love to be a fly on the wall for those conversations of Michael Irvin in Jerry's ear about Deion and just how those off-the-record truth serum conversations are going, because Michael Irvin is making he's not being subtle about it at all. He is clearly in the corner for Deion, and I'm sure they're having multiple conversations about it.
Yeah, I mean, that would be the top conversation that we could have right now, and because we can do something about it right now. We can't talk to the guys on the radio about it. We can't talk to any of our beat writers about it, but we should absolutely be, vetting any possibility right now. I'd be working tirelessly. I think this is like a 12, 15-hour-a-day job for a GM who's fully committed to trying to make a championship team. Use all of these weeks where you're traveling around talking to people to, do an exhaustive search for the best possible guy.
But I wonder if that's how really Jerry views Deion, as just hey, he's a great recruiter. But okay, sure, but if you guys are great at team building, like you say all the time that you are, does Deion have the other qualities as well, or does he look at Deion as just simply a great recruiter and then everything else just kind of falls into place there? He doesn't have all the other qualities that you need.
Yeah, I think that's what it sounded like, or at least Jerry believes that his recruiting ability is such an advantage in college that it would be difficult to predict that he could, create the same kind of winning dynamic in the NFL. It's a challenge for everybody. Okay. I'm going to get to cut 6, which is on Marcus Spears saying he doesn't run an organization as a championship franchise. We're going to get to that here in just a second. But how about Micah Parsons saying they are a damn good team? Speaking of, Joe Biden type of takes, how would Jerry respond to that?
Well, I like that. And the facts are that he's right. Now, the issue there is that there's 31 other damn good football teams that, for whatever the reasons, they all may not have it together and they all may not be winning the games against other good football teams. But Michael's right, and as a point of emphasis this morning, we have got so much more left in our season, and those games are so important to us. Each one of them are. And it's important that everything we can do to win the individual games. Well, one of the things you do is you recognize that you're a bad play away, you're a mistake away, many times as an individual player, from making the plays or being involved in a situation that can win the game. Now, that's very critical to us, and that's very critical to us that we give ourselves every chance to go up here this weekend and beat that Washington team. And I look at the rest of the schedule that way. So I think Micah is just an expression of, hey, we don't look at it like season, or we don't look at it like playoff. We're looking at it quarter to quarter. And to me, that's what you have to do. Football really, at the end of the day, is so much about the next play. It's so much about doing your job on a given play. It's really in the dirt, as Jason Witten said.
So, yeah, we're just going to try to talk ourselves into being confident because we have to do that. Okay, that's if you want to be optimistic. We've heard a long time Jerry Jones likes to lean optimistic in his approach to stuff. I get it. Just, don't be surprised if people think you're delusional as a result. Micah also today talking about Mike McCarthy, saying the most important thing is obviously how much respect and love I have for Coach. You never want to throw shade or anything like that on your coach, but I think like anything, I haven't understood the importance of I'm always going to be a player's guy first. I'm always going to think about the guys around me before anyone because that's who I go to war with. He was explaining his comments last week in regards to Zach Martin and Mike McCarthy. Said no disrespect to his career and what he's made for himself as being one of the winningest coaches because, I could have just done better. I was angry. And, I just didn't finish. I wasn't as thoughtful as I usually am. And I didn't think people would take that context the way it was. So that's on me. I lost, and I didn't want to finish. And I was trying to hurry up by the locker room. So next time, be very more careful about what I say. So, that's my apologies. I think, that's a hell of a job, to have that kind of turnaround a week later. He went into denial, no self-awareness mode. It's your guys' fault. He had more sleeps. He got a chance to be like, oh, yeah, didn't handle that one quite the right way. So he comes back around this week. And I think that's huge because Micah wants to be a leader. He's good enough to be a leader. Can he grow into that role over the next 3 or 4 years? And maybe this is the right step.
Yeah, that was a mature reaction to that.
Yeah.
And not everybody can admit that. They handled things poorly and were wrong about something. So that's a step in the right direction for Micah.
Okay, and then how about we get Jerry's thoughts on Marcus Spears saying that Jerry doesn't run a championship organization. Here's Jerry.
Well, I think a lot of Marcus Spears, we drafted him. We had a big fight over whether to draft him ahead of DeMarcus Ware, but on that draft day. But we got both him and DeMarcus Ware on the same in the same round on the same day, and so I'm a big fan of him. And one of the things that is so important about NFL and important for my interest in football is that it engenders different perspectives, different opinions. And all of my time in the NFL, I have had a lot of critics and I've had a lot of different opinions. And I welcome those. A lot of people don't realize that when I make a decision out there about a coach or personnel, but don't think that I'm in some kind of just a room and I'm sequestered off. I have huge input in terms of opinions and in terms of their evaluation of it, and I have it from many sources. So I put him right in line. I know I'm not going to say because I want him to be balanced, but there's no angst here with Marcus Spears at all. And so, but I don't. Again, you can imagine you just don't have time to listen to what everyone's got to say, especially in those settings.
He tried to avoid it. I don't think he really ever came up with a great way of answering that. But a few minutes later, he was asked, are you going to be the GM until you're no longer living? And he said yes.
Yeah.
And I think he's been consistent throughout a lot of it is this is going to be the way it is because he owns the team and that's the way that he wants it to be.
Sure.
And I think Cowboys fans all have to decide for themselves how they feel about it because, he can deflect and say, well, it's not my decision that's running a bad organization. I'm getting a lot of different people's opinions. And, the truth about that is it's in the way that you process all of those opinions. Ultimately, the buck stops with you. And I was kind of disappointed there in that answer that he tried to spread it around to other people, especially because of how proud he is. And he can really never, give you a good answer. He's the ultimate business guy, and everybody says, if anybody else managing one of his businesses had failed that much over 3 decades, he would have turned them over, a
100%.
long time ago. So that's a unique form of pride and ego, where you could literally say, I'm special. The rules that I hold everybody else to do not apply to me. And I just don't think that's a place you want to be in life.
No.
You know, like maybe Mike Tyson says your legacy doesn't matter, but that legacy is going to be huge. And you're basically cementing a negative reputation among Cowboys fans. You still have time to save it. You literally have time to save it and have an honest claim to being one of the best owners in the history of sport, because you're in the Hall of Fame as an owner.
Yes.
And one of the most important things of being an owner is finding the right GM, helping find the right coach, setting the tone of. But when you say I'm going to be involved in everything day to day with the final decision making, and you're not committed to it like every other NFL GM is, then you are solely responsible for all of the failures of this. And I'd be ticked off if I was in his, group of consultants or advisors or whatever, and he's there on the radio throwing me under the bus too. You want everybody to know you make the last decisions because you're the man. You're the guy that put up the $150 million to buy this football team. You believe that buys you the rights to do whatever the hell you want with it. So just stand on it, Stand on it when the bullets are flying too. Travis Hunter says he's entering the NFL draft for sure. Tank, still not ready to play yet, says he wants to keep playing next year, though.
Yeah.
So we'll have to see what the market looks like for Tank. You need solid defensive linemen. Jordan Lewis hopes to play this week.
He should play.
He'll wear bigger shoulder pads to protect that neck and shoulder area. Okay, you got Luka Doncic sustaining a right wrist strain. He's going to miss at least 1 week. The team announced today. He'll be reevaluated. Chief had an interesting report a couple of hours back. The average wrist tweak takes about, 6 days? A couple 6 of games days. missed. Yep, that's right. So a sprained wrist shouldn't be too bad. Daniel Gafford on playing without Luka. We got to be a little bit near perfect when it comes to the offense, but honestly, just staying the same as when he's here, take care of business, getting good pace, getting our own offensive sets, and making sure the right guys have the ball in their hands. All right, there you have it. You're up to date as we broadcast live from Hurtado in Arlington. It's the G-Bag Nation and the fan. Let's go into the Pimp Cup. We're Lucius. That's LA Live.
You said somebody's putting bigger shoulder pads on or something like that?
Yeah, Jordan Lewis.
Jordan Lewis going to have them 90s pads on that fly.
Yeah.
When you
He's going to look like Mike Allstott. Mike Allstott out
Kenny Gant out here.
Oh, man, those pads were ridiculous back in the day. They were so huge.
Quarterbacks used to wear them.
Yeah, they were
Lucius,
so
you probably wore the skill guy. You probably had huge shoulder pads.
I had those ridiculous big old. Yeah. And then they want you to go in there and play quarterback. You're like, man, come on, fam. Like, Yeah, man, I get it. By the way, guess what? Let's see here. Yesterday, I played a clip from a Phillies McDonald's for a G-Bag of the day. It was a late night at the McDonald's in Philly. Dude was in the bathroom but still taking orders. Play a little clip for those that did not hear it yesterday.
You're admitting to a customer you're in the bathroom doing what?
I'm in the bathroom. We're only doing DoorDash and Uber Eats at the moment.
So I can't order a small fry?
We don't do small at nighttime, baby. Everything is large. And I'm in the bathroom. You had to wait 10 minutes.
So, can I just wait for you to
Miss. No, miss.
No, miss, I'm in the bathroom. So yesterday I said that the Philly accent and that terrible Baltimore accent are damn near the same to me. You can hear the Baltimore a little bit different than the Philly, but they're both god awful. I don't know how you got that accent over there in Baltimore and Philly. Like Louisiana, New Orleans, I get that. There's some French down there that Creole got together. We can put a little sauce on it there, boy. We in the woods. We in the swamps. I get that. I don't understand Baltimore and how you got that weird accent that do, a few. I like watching Drew Hill. I like watching their interviews because they always say, Siska. But Siska. Anyway, pastry chef Eric from Baltimore.
Here we go.
Fell in my DMs threatening me because I said that Baltimore accent sounds kind of like a Philly accent.
Yeah.
Pastry chef Eric was not feeling me right now.
Come on, yo. You know I don't take offense to a lot of shit, but you can't be out here comparing how we talk to how them dummies from Philly talk. We don't sound nothing alike. We don't say bathroom the same. We don't say avenue the same. We don't say nothing. There ain't no way you can mix our accents with their accents. That shit is ass. They know it's ass, and we know it's ass. Always coming at us and I fucks with you though. But yo, you gotta stop trying to compare our accents, yo.
You gotta stop.
You know what it is? Out there, stupid.
Philly Chef Eric has all the smoke for LA right now.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I always have smoke for Baltimore. I don't think I can go back to the state of Maryland legally, so, I got smoke for you.
I mean, no disrespect to Baltimore or Maryland, but I do think the Philly accent's better.
Think it's a little better?
Yeah.
Jean.
It sounds a little tougher.
Everything's a John.
Yeah, John.
What the hell's a John? It's a name.
They are ridiculous too, Dawson.
That's a John.
I don't get it. I want to do some research on how you got that accent over there. I really do.
Did the guy from Philadelphia say bathroom and bathroom at the same time? Is it bathroom?
Bathroom.
In Philadelphia?
Bathroom.
It's a bathroom?
Bathroom.
Okay. It's a bathroom.
Yeah. All right, let's get into a Thirsty Thursday Ladies Night edition of LA Live right after the great Rick James.
All right, you squares.
Time to smoke. Fire up the smoke.
Can I have a few?
It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
Ladies!
Recent polls have shown a fifth of Americans can't locate the U.S. on a world map. Why do you think this is?
I personally believe that U.S. Americans are unable to do so because some people out there in our nation don't have maps, and I believe that our education, like such as in South Africa and the Iraq, everywhere like such as, and
The Iraq.
I believe that they should, our education over here in the U.S. should help the U.S. or should help South Africa and should help the Iraq and the Asian countries, so we will be able to build up our future for our
Thank you very much, South Carolina.
Miss South Carolina.
Thank you very much.
Miss South Carolina.
Yeah. Oh, my God.
Stand up. Come on.
We should have known then we were slipping into darkness. We were slipping into darkness. We made fun of it, but here we are in idiocracy. This is LA Live for Thursday, November 21st, 2024. It is a Thirsty Thursday Ladies Night edition of LA Live here. One time for the ladies. Because at the end of the day, it's always for the ladies. You're the reason why we get haircuts. You're the reason why we get fly shoes. You're the reason why we get sexy cars. The right woman can be an inspiration. A positive, motivating force within your life, the right woman can be.
Yep.
Yeah. And you pick the wrong one, it can be the total opposite. It's amazing.
Yep.
It's amazing. Treat that woman right. G-Bag of the Day, we do it every weekday on the Fan if she deserves it. If she doesn't deserve it, dip. Get on out of there, boy. Get. G-Bag the Day, we do it every weekday on the Fan at 2:30. If you see anything floating out there, don't be afraid to hit me up at Lucky Lucius P on social media. That is Lucious. Yes, that's my name. Lucius Alexander on Facebook, or you can follow us all if you find G-Bag Nation on Twitter. A winner right here is a church clip. Hey. Shout out to my Reverend Dr. Pastor Freddie Haynes. You in your bag lately, fam. Oh, my God. Killing it. Let's go to this church right here. I call it Big Back Baptist Church.
Big Bag.
She says, be like bacon. Be like bacon, baby.
Y'all know what it's like. We getting ready to go home. It's time to eat. What do you do when you get ready to fry?
I just got an answer.
Get that skillet. What do you pour?
Oil.
You gonna fry some chicken, you gonna need some
oil.
You gonna fry some fish, you gonna need some
oil.
You gonna fry some vegetables, you gonna need some
oil.
You gonna fry some bacon, you need some No. You don't need no oil when you fry bacon, cause what? Bacon has its own oil. I want you to look over at somebody and say, be like bacon, baby.
Be like bacon, baby.
Every time the heat is applied, you just produce your own oil. You just produce your own oil and become what you were meant to be. You produce your own oil and allow others to taste and see that the Lord is good.
Produce your own oil, baby.
Oregon player once again on point.
Yeah, the Oregon player
Oil
at church
is
we
72.
did.
Yeah,
they
they
go
will-
crazy.
Yes.
Yes. Bacon makes its own grease. And then the crowd, yes!
Bacon grease! I'm standing up and clapping.
Let's go!
I'm standing up and clapping.
Oh, my God. All right, Thirsty Thursday, ladies' night here. Hey! There we go. I get the vibes right. Gotta get the vibes right. LA Live 105.3 The Fan, ladies' night. Lamar Odom. Remember Lamar Odom made that sex doll that looked like his ex-wife, Khloe Kardashian?
$25,000, didn't he?
Spent a whole lot of money.
Yeah.
Whole lot of money. She's AI and everything. You know, she has like a personality, and he made it like his ex-wife, which we all thought was weird. The whole country did. Everybody did, right?
Yeah, that's something.
He spoke out. He spoke out. He said a sex doll that looks like your wife is about mental health.
Okay.
It's about mental health. Odom sees how it can be sick to us, by the way. He said, I understand. But I think a little bit of everybody is weird.
Okay, fair point.
Yeah, he's on
That's a fair point.
Yeah. Everybody's got something weird about them.
Everybody's got a little something weird.
Something weird.
Yeah. So what I wear people's skin? You do something weird too.
Man, Lamar Odom had a rough patch there. It sounded like he might have got some good therapy there in counseling or something like that when he was getting sober. He was ball sacking us because now he's doing this.
Yeah, if this is the end result. This is the end result right here.
I don't know if he's sober.
Yeah, I don't understand either. See what else I got for you boys. LA Live 105.3 The Fan. Thirsty Thursday. Never forget this is a Thirsty Thursday. There is a beer industry group being some super haters right now.
No.
Big time haters. Beer industry group pushing for tighter regulation on cannabis products.
Oh, see, that's not
They're
right.
getting jealous.
Big hate, bro. They doing like Big Pharma.
Yeah.
And some of the police unions, I'm gonna just say some, not all, it's just some of the police unions.
That's a big part of their budget.
They fight against cannabis, yes. Yeah. This place right here is called the Beer Institute. The Beer Institute wants higher taxes on cannabis products than what's levied on alcohol products. Wow.
I mean, you just make it even, right?
You should just make it even.
Yeah.
But they want higher taxes on the cannabis than it is on our product. Like, ooh, look at that, playing dirty. They don't want to compete. They see what's happening out here. The Beer Institute also supports zero tolerance approach for THC impaired driving. Do they have a zero tolerance approach for their stuff, though?
That's a good point.
That's a good point right there.
The THC intoxication is so tough because your numbers could be through the roof, but if you use it regularly, it's like your tolerance is so high. It's a totally different evaluation than the booze.
Tell them, Dawson.
Yeah. So I don't even know how you begin to cross that bridge if you want effective enforcement. You know, if you want to do something that's fair, that's going to be tough. But, you know, I think we're just getting an eyeful of how the system unfortunately works, and maybe that's why people were fed up and excited about voting for some change. We'll see if the change happens this time. You know,
it's going to be some change.
yeah, there's going to be big changes.
There's going to be some changes. Hold on to your butts.
But it's not what's fair. It's not what's right. It's who has the biggest bag to give to the lawmakers.
Right.
And that's the vision that gets put into law here, and that has to stop big time.
Yeah, that's part of that change. That's part of the change. And I understand this beer industry situation because I have been drinking. I love cannabis drinks. Oh my God.
Oh, really?
I've been drinking this one called Palmos that I can only get from Specs.
Oh.
Yeah, it's amazing. I love Specs because they don't treat you like